America. And Apple wants to streamline all those shows, video conference calls, and home connectivity functions. But will the price tags bust your wallet? We'll tell you about the gadgets it's got in store for your future. It's Monday, April 12th. I'm Madison Mills.
And I'm Scarlett Fu. We've got those stories and more coming up on Quick Take the Lead.
We begin in Minneapolis. A fatal shooting of a black man during a traffic stop Sunday in the suburb of Brooklyn Center sparked clashes between protesters and law enforcement. One officer fatally shot the man identified by his family as 20-year-old Daunte Wright. Earlier today, police said the officer appears to have accidentally pulled out her gun instead of a taser.
This appears to me, from what I viewed and the officer's reaction and distress immediately after, that this was an accidental discharge that resulted in the tragic death of Mr. Wright.
The shooting comes amid tight security for the trial of former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin, who's accused of killing George Floyd just about 10 miles away from where the fatal shooting of Daunte Wright occurred. For more, let's bring in Bloomberg Law's Ian Lopez, who's been following the Chauvin trial and the protests that broke out overnight in Brooklyn Center. Ian, thank you for being here. There is a lot of news to cover, so I want to jump right in. Let's start with Daunte Wright. What else do we know about his case so far?
So what we know right now, as you mentioned a moment ago, is that earlier today, the Brooklyn Center police chief had said that the officer that had shot Wright had actually intended to grab her taser rather than her gun. Right now, what we know is that the body cam footage shows that the officer is shouting the word taser repeatedly before she shoots Wright at close range. And, as we're already seeing, it's already having a pretty direct impact on the George Floyd, or the Derek Chauvin trial.
So tell me a little bit about that impact. We're on day 11 of this trial. What has the effect of the Daunte Wright fatal shooting had so far today?
Well, for starters, it's pretty close to home for the jury, obviously, but also one of the jurors actually is reportedly a resident of where the shooting took place. Earlier today, Chauvin's defense attorney Eric Nelson actually asked the court to sequester the jury, arguing that the events would prejudice jurors to find Chauvin guilty out of fear for violence in their community. The state, of course, opposed this. Prosecutors' view is that jurors have already been examined to ensure that they can focus solely on the facts of the trial and nothing outside rendering their determination. One prosecutor put it fairly well when he said, world events do happen, and things are going to keep arising while this trial proceeds. And, what's more, it would be incredibly difficult for a jury at this point to follow an instruction to avoid all media, given the notoriety of this trial. Plus, if jurors were inadvertently exposed to outside media, it shouldn't be a grounds for disqualifications.
So what do you think the effect of not sequestering the jury could be as the trial moves forward?
The effect of not sequestering the jury, to be realistic, there's been so much talk about this case that I think it's the other side of this too is that if they don't sequester the jury, right, that could have an impact as well as to whether the jury's prejudiced. So at this point, it almost seems that they're kind of in a bind no matter how they proceed. So the judge's position right now is that unless there's any concern for any jurors' individual safety, they're not going to go ahead and sequester the jury.
And looking back on today specifically, what can you tell me about the witnesses we heard from and what we learned from them?
So today we had a cardiologist who basically said that Floyd died from cardiopulmonary arrest induced by police restraints. His research also proves that it was conclusive Floyd didn't die of an overdose, which goes against the point that the defense is trying to push. This testimony actually fit alongside other from prosecutors so far, state witnesses trying to push the view that this is very much a direct result of police force. We also had a professor earlier who was an expert in use of force. The prosecution still trying to hammer that point home, that it was police conduct that ultimately killed Floyd. But perhaps most impactful this afternoon has actually been George Floyd's younger brother, who took the stand a little bit later in the afternoon.
Right. Tell me, there were so many harrowing quotes from Floyd's brother. Harrowing doesn't even feel like the right word for it. But what role is he playing in the trial? So the role that he's playing here actually fits more along the lines that
Floyd's girlfriend fit earlier in the trial. I should stand a little bit, like in the earliest days. The brother really tried to paint a picture of Floyd as like much more than the man that you see in the video, which itself is already very harrowing. The testimony portrays Floyd as a leader in his household, a family man who was great to his late mother and his daughter. It characterized him as a strong member of his community, an ambitious athletic type that was always pushing himself harder and asking the same of those that he cared for. As you see throughout the afternoon, the brother was definitely fighting back tears during this really intense testimony. And this is going to be very impactful because, at the end of the day, the state is trying to set together not only the impact of police force and Chauvin's alleged actions beyond the confines of police protocol, but also that, Floyd was somebody who mattered not only to his family, but the community at large.
Ian, really quickly here, what themes do you expect to see emerge in the trial in the days and weeks to come?
So, after this, we're going to have, for the rest of the week, we're going to be going into the defense's witnesses. And they are going to push hard on the idea that Floyd's death is actually a result of an overdose of drugs, of heart issues that were all exacerbated by the use of police force. They're also pushing along the lines that Chauvin's force was warranted and within the confines of police protocol. So expect to see a little bit more along those lines in the coming days, which the state has already addressed. But with the defense leading the way now, it's going to be interesting to see how that turns the tables, if at all.
Right. Bloomberg Law's Ian Lopez, thank you so much for joining us. Scarlett?
Clearly one of the big stories in the U.S. Now let's get you a look at some of the day's other global headlines. Iran blaming Israel for an attack on one of its nuclear facilities. The cyber attack on the Natanz nuclear site left that facility's centrifuges damaged, though the extent of damage remains unclear. Israel has not claimed responsibility, but local media reports say the country carried out a cyber attack that caused a blackout at the facility. The incident could strain the U.S.'s efforts to rejoin the Iran nuclear deal and also brings a shadow war between Israel and Iran into the light. In Myanmar, ousted leader Aung San Suu Kyi is demanding a face-to-face meeting with her lawyers. Her request has been denied, according to a local news agency. Suu Kyi was taken into custody following a February 1st coup. The Nobel Prize laureate is accused of several charges, including violating foreign trade laws, as well as violating COVID-19 restrictions. And stocks in Peru took a dive as election results began rolling in. The initial results unexpectedly show a little-known schoolteacher whose party praises Fidel Castro in the lead. Leftist Pedro Castillo is in first place when just a week ago, polls had him in sixth place. Much of his support came from people disgusted with the political class and endless scandals. His anti-establishment talking points won him followers in Peru's poor rural areas. The top two candidates from Sunday's vote are set to meet in a runoff election. Now, for the latest news from your part of the world, go to Bloomberg.com and click on the edition drop-down right next to the Bloomberg masthead and choose your region. Let's head now to the UK, which is slowly reopening after months of lockdown. Today, shops, gyms, and pubs with outdoor beer gardens welcomed back customers after almost 100 days of COVID closure. The question is, will consumers be ready to spend? Bloomberg's Emma Chandra reports from London's Oxford Street.
After almost 100 days in lockdown, people in England once again able to do what they haven't been able to for so long. Get back out onto the streets and back into the shops. Non-essential retail opening for the first time since before Christmas. And there is palpable excitement here today. We've seen long lines outside stores, and since stores have opened, they are busy inside. Of course, the plexiglass is still there. So too is the hand sanitizer, and people are required to wear masks. But nevertheless, they are back in stores and willing to spend, and that is something that is going to be very important for retailers. Of course, one of the industry's worst hit during the pandemic. Some 70,000 retail jobs lost, and the British Retail Consortium telling us that over the course of the 3 lockdowns, the industry has lost some £30 billion. We've also seen a number of stores shuttered, and that's something we should also remember as we talk about reopening. There are many stores that won't reopen at all. Some of the biggest names in UK retail have hit the wall during the pandemic. The likes of Arcadia's Topshop and also Debenhams, they won't open again. Even John Lewis, its flagship behind me, a stalwart of the British high street, a third of its stores won't be reopening again. Nevertheless, retailers are buoyant, they are excited, they know that Britons have cash to spend. Bloomberg Economics telling us that they've amassed a huge excess saving rate, some 150 billion pounds during the pandemic. They are hoping, they are willing to spend it. Of course, though, habits during the pandemic have tended towards online shopping, and for those retailers that require or that rely on in-store retail, they're going to hope that those habits don't die hard. Emma Chandra for Bloomberg Quick Take on Oxford Street in London.
Still ahead, as vaccinations ramp up, Americans are getting ready for a summer like no other. We'll take a look at how summer camps are preparing next.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Across the U.S., summer camps are getting ready to welcome back kids after COVID put a damper on the annual tradition. Remember, camps barely existed last year, and organizations like the YMCA had to suspend nearly all their sleepaway programs. This year, enrollment is at an all-time high, but a labor shortage could impact some of those plans. I want to welcome now YMCA of USA's Chief Operating Officer, Paul McIntyre, to Quick Take Now. Paul, thank you so much for speaking with us. The hospitality industry overall facing a labor shortage. We see restaurants and hotels struggling to find workers for this summer. How's the YMCA feeling the staffing shortage as you plan for what will be a busy summer camp season?
Carla, thanks for having me and for raising this issue. We're really excited about going into this summer as our registrations are at all-time highs as young people and their parents are ready for camp to happen again. We're actually doing quite well with hiring. We have raised pay a little bit, but a lot of our camps have a long history of campers who are campers and then campers and leaders in training and then become staff. So we're doing probably better than just your average hospitality. There's so much loyalty to so many of our camps.
Right, so you have a pipeline of ready counselors, which makes total sense, but I'm sure there are pockets around the country where you are seeing some shortage of available workers. Can you give us a sense of where that is?
Not in specifics, because like I said, most of ours are doing reasonably well, and we do a lot of recruiting off of colleges. And so we start that usually around spring break intensively. And again, 50 to 70%, depending on the camp, are repeat people. And so a lot of them then invite their friends to come back. And so a lot of our issues really aren't that significant right now.
Gotcha. I'm glad to hear that you're finding a lot of your staff on campuses, high school campuses, college campuses, for instance. President Trump's ban on foreign workers expired on March 31st. Is it too late then to bring in workers from other countries on J-1 student visas or H-2B visas?
Yeah, most of our camps that regularly use that type of worker are trying to do that this year. They add such depth and diversity to our camps. It's good for them. It's good for our campers. Little uncertainty as we get close to deadlines, but they're working very hard with the people that are experts in that area to get them qualified and get them here and then get them hired and trained.
Yeah, it's a lot of paperwork in the meantime for you and others. I wonder, Paul, if you can share with us your policy on vaccinations. Are you requiring employees get fully vaccinated?
So each camp is independent and makes its own decisions. I'm hearing of none that are requiring vaccinations, but what the feedback is that so many of our workers have families, have children. A lot of the colleges are helping us a lot because they're trying to get students vaccinated even before they depart for summer, and that's a lot of what we hire. So I'm hearing from our folks in the field, they think that about 90% at least of our staff will be vaccinated on a voluntary basis.
Wow, that's pretty high. What if you have staffers coming from abroad and they don't have access to the vaccines? Is that something that YMCA will be providing?
We are working to provide that, to provide testing. Part of the way our natural training process works is that we bring our staff in a couple of weeks ahead of time for their training, and the children aren't there yet, and so it creates a natural quarantine. So that's a part of how we'll do it. They'll come in, whatever requirements exist for them as far as testing. We will certainly follow all of those and then have them hopefully in a secure environment for what amounts to a quarantine over a couple of weeks while they're getting trained.
Gotcha. Thank you for elaborating on all of that. It's just a question, of course, as we move forward with what will be a most unusual summer. Clearly, 2020 overall ended up being a good time to kind of take stock, step back and examine what works, what doesn't work for your program. What will you be doing differently this year across YMCA camps?
Yeah, we did operate about 20% of our camps, many of them not at their full capacity, but we learned a lot. We worked with the American Camp Association, the CDC, a private environmental health consulting group. We developed about 120-page field guide. Those practices and policies worked exceptionally well. We've done a slight refresh on it, but we feel like based on our experience at about 20% of our camps, we've got the right policies and procedures in place to keep children safe.
Gotcha. And final question for you, Paul. Summer camp and screen time don't really mix in the best of times, but I imagine that's even more the case now after a year of remote school or hybrid school. How are you addressing that?
Yeah, camps have slightly different policies, but whether it's mandated or limited times or whatever, we'd really prefer that our campers give up their screen time. And one little tidbit for parents, sometimes the biggest challenge is parents that don't want to give up screen time with their kids. So we need everybody to work together and give that break from the screen that they need, let them be outdoors, let their mental health get the lift it needs, and the friendships and relationships that they're so craving come back into their lives. Yeah, maybe time for some old school communication, letter writing, perhaps. Paul? Absolutely. Really appreciate it. Paul McIntyre, COO of the Y of USA. Thanks for joining us, Maddie.
And in other COVID news from around the world, India has overtaken Brazil to become the second most affected country globally by coronavirus, and that's coming in right after the U.S. The country reported nearly 170,000 infections overnight, bringing its total tally to just over 13.5 million cases. There are also concerns that Kumbh Mela, which is one of the most sacred pilgrimages in Hinduism and started Monday, could also worsen the outbreak. And according to a new study, an antibody drug from Regeneron reduced the risk of developing symptomatic COVID infection by 81% compared with a placebo. The results point to a potential new preventative application for the drug, which is already in use to treat COVID cases that are caught early on. Regeneron now says it would ask the Food and Drug Administration to expand the drug's authorization among people exposed to the virus who haven't yet gotten their vaccines. And some 200 Dutch tourists traded lockdown in the Netherlands for 8 days of voluntary confinement in a Greek holiday resort. I would take that deal. It's part of a test to see how safe holidays can be planned during the pandemic. Participants had to pay about $500 each for all-inclusive access to a hotel on the island of Rhodes. While they have full access to pools and other hotel facilities, they are not allowed to leave the resort. Despite those restrictions, demand for the trip was high, with about 25,000 people signing up in the hopes of getting selected. And for the latest COVID news, bookmark bloomberg.com/coronavirus. Scarlett?
I would take that deal as well.
Yep.
Now, coming up after the break, shipping costs have been rising fast, and it's starting to bite businesses. What's to blame, and just how long could the problem last? We explain next.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Our generation's biggest problem.
Climate change is happening.
And the world's most innovative solutions.
Transport, industry, buildings, electricity, all of those things.
Everything you need to know about our changing environment, the politics of global warming.
We can and we will deal with climate change.
In the fight against climate change, Bloomberg Green has you covered.
A staggering rise in shipping expenses is taking its toll not only on companies, but also on consumers. Businesses are getting locked into contracts with high shipping expenses and passing the charges on to customers. So joining us to discuss how shoppers are likely going to end up picking up the bigger shipping tabs is Bloomberg News reporter Henry Wren. Henry, thanks so much for being here. You've done extensive reporting on what exactly is causing these shipping issues. So I'm curious, what are the problems that have been popping up in the supply chain over the past few months?
Hi, Scarlett. Thanks for having me. So supply chain issues have been really all over the place in recent months. The most famous one is the blockage at Suez Canal a couple of weeks ago. But I think it's just part of the story in the world of shipping. For the Trans-Pacific routes that connect Asian countries and America, many U.S. companies said that they've been experiencing lockdowns at the sea and at ports as well because there are just too few ships and too few dock workers. And building a ship takes time, so it could be very hard for companies, carriers to add some incremental shipping capacities in the short run. And COVID just makes it much more difficult to work at ports as well. And furthermore, when companies look to send products from ports to warehouses, sometimes truckers will just not show up to truck those goods because there are way too many orders. And just remember, the consumer demand has been spiking. People are buying more goods during the pandemic. And now as the economy reopens, so all those factors combined have pushed up shipping costs to an unprecedented level.
So at least for me, when I think about shipping, my mind immediately goes to my Amazon Prime subscription. Do you think that big corporations like Amazon are going to be willing to eat these extra shipping costs themselves, or will that get passed on to consumers?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I think for bigger retailers with great e-commerce exposure and platforms like Amazon or maybe Target or Walmart, they have really thrived during the pandemic and have built a lot of cushions. And with their negotiation power, they can sometimes strike a better deal in terms of shipping, but they may still need to pay a lot more to secure a place for goods to be shipped on containers, but they just have more power to absorb those added costs. It could be a very different story for smaller retailers, though. It has been a very devastating year for many of them, especially those mall-based retailers or those mom-and-pop shops
margins are very thin for those retailers, so they might be forced to pass the extra cost onto their customers. That's a story that for many of the smaller ones.
So I'm curious about how inflation plays into this as well. Jay Powell's saying inflation is going to be short-lived. So how much of a concern is this when we're looking long-term into the year ahead?
Yeah, so I think at this point, shipping is still not among one of the most discussed factors that may lead to higher inflation. And as you mentioned, Chair Powell has said that, inflation is short-lived. But I kind of agree with Chair Powell in some way, because when you think of revenge shopping, when you think of pent-up demand, that might be short-lived. But on the shipping front, we have to remember that in pre-pandemic years, March and April are just low season in the shipping calendar. But in this year, the costs this year have just doubled and even tripled. And at the same time, for bigger companies, those higher shipping costs are sold into contracts for 12 more months as they negotiate new contracts with carriers. And for smaller companies, some are expecting the shipping costs to remain very high till November or December this year. And when you consider this level of shipping costs for this extended month, shipping could make itself to Fed's agenda. So actually, in March, Fed's Beige Book report, which is a report that collects, anecdotes from local businesses, the word shortage or shortages was mentioned 31 times, the most in at least a decade.
So what do you think those shipping costs are going to look like when they do trickle down to the consumer from, even if you look at smaller businesses? Is it just going to be higher cost of products overall? Is it specifically going to be in the shipping charge? What does this look like when I'm checking out of my account on these various websites that I do my online shopping on? Yeah,
so I think a company that I talked to in my story could be a good example, which is the Denby Appliances, a Canadian appliance maker. So that company CEO said to me that for a freezer that they normally sell for $350, it might cost maybe $70 more, all due to the shipping costs. And he said that those shipping price increases are now going through. But we need to remember that you might need to pay a little bit more to buy a TV or buy a freezer at this point because of shipping. But the math could be a little bit different behind, maybe a semiconductor chip or more expensive stuff. A cargo of semiconductor chip could worth a lot more versus a cargo of freezers or TVs. So those kind of extra shipping costs will probably have a minor impact on those more expensive goods. But for cheaper goods like freezers or, grains or other stuff, the added shipping costs could be, added to your cost as well.
Interesting stuff. Henry Wren, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate it. Scarlett, maybe this will finally be the thing that makes me actually go to a store instead of just buying everything online.
There you go. We're all looking for ways to shave a little bit money off of the sticker price at any point.
Yep.
All right, well, we're going to stay with shipping because coming up, can humankind control the unpredictable ocean when it comes to commerce? There may be a smart and sustainable way, and it involves artificial intelligence. We'll tell you how when we return in 2 minutes.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Shipping is the backbone of the global economy. It carries more than 80% of the world's traded goods, but it also accounts for almost 3% of man-made CO2 emissions, which is why climate innovation in the industry is so critical. Nautilus Labs is using artificial intelligence to make ocean commerce more sustainable and efficient. And Bloomberg NEF has recognized it as one of a dozen early-stage companies pursuing low-carbon opportunities. Nautilus Labs CEO Matt Hyder joins us now. Matt, congratulations on being named a 2021 BNEF Pioneer. Can you start us off first by explaining how your company uses AI to improve shipping?
Sure, and thanks very much for the congrats. It's definitely an honor to be recognized, and we think it's a big milestone for our industry, not just for Nautilus. But really, when you look at ocean shipping, like you said, it powers global trade. And today, it doesn't really run on data. And so when we think about applying artificial intelligence to solve problems in ocean shipping, it's really about how do we help people make better decisions. There's about 55,000 ships out on the water. Between the crews on the ship and the team shoreside, that's millions of decisions being made every day with discrete actions taken. And we want to drive more and more data into those decisions, leveraging technology like machine learning and artificial intelligence.
Okay, so the era of big data has not come to shipping yet. And I was reading an interview with you from the past, which indicated that most shipping decisions are made on data that's only available one time per day, what the so-called noon report, which is just shocking given how much data could be available. Why is there a relative dearth of data in the shipping world?
So it's actually, I would say oftentimes it's almost 1 degree worse than that, which is that a lot of decisions are driven by intuition and instinct and not data. When you look at the noon report, it is the primary data source that supports most commercial agreements inside the industry and governs a lot of operational decision-making at a high level. And it derives from the pre-industrial era. So imagine before there were electronics, when all there was a logbook and a seafarer taking a reading every day, writing it down in a journal, and that being the history of the voyage. You fast forward a couple hundred years, that's still the data set that informs most business processes today. And it's really, because there is a sort of lack of, historically, I would say, urgency around changing. It's a very old industry with a mindset that comes from an era of yore. It's really one of the oldest industries in all global trade. It's also the fact that ships, for most of their history, have been offline. They've been traveling in the dark on their own without satellite connectivity and sensors to make data available. Thankfully, that last part has begun to change quite dramatically, and it enables new solutions like ours.
So talk about that sense of urgency. Why is it picking up now? Does it have to do with how the International Shipping Regulator, the IMO, is making these aggressive targets like a 50% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2050?
Well, when you think about it, voyage costs for most ships doing large seagoing passages is about 70% fuel. So it makes up a huge component of the P&L of every voyage. So there's already an existing economic imperative to drive down fuel consumption as much as possible. I think what you describe is absolutely true. There's increasing regulatory pressure from the IMO and other bodies to drive change. There's also critically increased commercial pressure. So the amount of insight that people are demanding into supply chain transparency and minimizing the carbon footprint of the goods that get to end users is really rising dramatically. And that's putting a lot of pressure on the businesses that operate in the space to become more transparent and to drive down emissions through initiatives like the Sea Cargo Charter. And so there really is, the sort of this multi-pronged effect that's driving urgency. And I think ultimately what we'll see is a price on carbon, which will create the ultimate imperative to reduce emissions.
I think I speak for Maddie and myself when I say shipping is something that consumers kind of take for granted. When it works, we don't notice it. When there's a hiccup like the Suez Canal blockage last month, it ripples across everything. How would the Ever Given ship, which of course got stuck in the Suez Canal for a week, have benefited from using your software, your AI, your machine learning? Could that data have helped prevent it getting stuck?
It certainly could have. It's hard to say with certainty because of the paucity of data around what exactly happened. And that's really what makes the Ever Given a microcosm of this broader problem that we're talking about. Because there's a lack of contextual awareness of how the voyage is operating, it's not clear if a tool like our voyage optimization solution could have changed the outcome ultimately. But really, it's that point that the Ever Given is just one ship on one day on one voyage where there was an opportunity to do something better, when really there's millions of opportunities to take better actions that reduce fuel consumption emissions every day in ocean shipping.
Matt Hyder, once again, congratulations on being named a 2021 BNEF Pioneer, bringing big data to the world of shipping. Really appreciate it. Maddie?
And now for today's movers and shakers, the people impacting the world of business, politics, and sports. Google co-founders Larry Page and Sergey Brin have joined the exclusive $100 billion club after the recent rally in tech stocks. The two new members puts the club at 8 members total. Page and Brin have added more than $20 billion each to their wealth this year. And Hideki Matsuyama won the Masters yesterday, making history as the first Japanese man to win a major. The 29-year-old won by 1 stroke and held a 10 under par performance at the tournament. Veterans of the sport include Tiger Woods, Jack Nicklaus, and Bubba Watson, and they took to social media to celebrate Matsuyama's new green jacket. And also in the world of sports, Alex Rodriguez and Jet.com founder Mark Lore are set to buy the Minnesota Timberwolves, according to the team. And ESPN said the deal is valued at about $1.5 billion. Based on the agreement, A-Rod and Lore will initially join as limited partners with a pathway to controlling ownership of the organization. And those are your movers and shakers from today. Now, she's one of the biggest pop stars in the world and a prolific songwriter with 9 albums over 14 years. Taylor Swift has broken records for the Grammys, Spotify, and YouTube. And now she's taking on a private equity firm by re-recording all of her old music. Bloomberg News reporter Alex Webb explains why an investment fund paid $300 million for her master recordings.
If you haven't heard yet, Taylor Swift has re-released her old music, such as her first big hit, Love Story.
We were both young when I first saw you.
I'm gonna say it's the new one. But this is shamefully embarrassing.
That was the old version. This is the new version.
We were both young when I first saw you.
So, why is Taylor Swift re-recording her music? It's a move that's been years in the making.
That you're planning on re-recording some of your music. Is that true?
Yeah, that's true.
In order to understand what's happening with Taylor, you have to know a little bit about the world of music licensing.
Broadly speaking, in 2 parts. You have the copyright, which is the intellectual property behind a song. Then you also have the recorded part of the song, what are often referred to as the masters, the master recordings.
Prior to Lover, which was Swift's first album with her new label Republic Records, owned by Universal Music Group, the singer owned the publishing rights of her songs, but she didn't own the masters. In this case, her former record label Big Machine owned the masters.
Usually when an artist signs with a label, as part of that contract, the record company gets ownership of the masters, of the master recordings.
So how exactly are the profits split up?
The way that music royalties are split up is that perhaps 4/5 of the royalties go to the owner of the masters, and 1/5 goes to the owner of the publishing rights and that's sort of the copyright.
Swift has been trying to buy the masters for years, but in 2019, music executive Scooter Braun, who manages the careers of artists like Justin Bieber and Demi Lovato, partnered with private equity giant Carlyle Group to buy her old label, along with the rights to her catalog, in a deal reported to be around $300 million. And then in 2020,
he then sold the masters to an investment fund called Shamrock Capital.
Lately, there's been a new shift that has affected me personally and that I feel is a potentially harmful force in our industry. And that is the unregulated world of private equity coming in and buying up our music as if it is real estate.
What Taylor's talking about is the recent catalog acquisition frenzy in the music industry.
If you sell a house, you might get $500,000 for argument's sake. If you own that house and you rent it out, you might get $1,000 a month rent over the duration of that ownership. What's happening now is that the investments in the music industry are kind of more like those real estate investments, because you can guarantee a recurring income from royalties that are coming from, broadly speaking, music streaming services. It's similar to getting rent.
And many saw Taylor Swift's master recordings as a bulletproof investment, so much so that they were willing to pay $300 million for a catalog.
And the company that acquired it says in separate investor presentations that it hopes across its portfolio to generate annual returns of about 8%. That means that the songs that they've acquired would need to be generating about $20 million a year.
It's reignited decades-old debate in music. Most artists don't own the rights to their recordings, which is why Taylor Swift is re-recording her music.
But by re-recording her songs, Taylor Swift clearly hopes that fans will listen to the recordings where she owns all the rights, and therefore she'll be getting a greater share of the income generated by them. It is clearly a risk for the company that has acquired her rights, Shamrock Capital. A lot of the success of this will come actually down to the algorithms used by Spotify and Apple Music. What will Spotify default to? Will it default to her version, or will it default to the original version recorded years ago?
There's a question amid all of this, is if Universal is letting their artists own their master recordings, as is happening with Taylor Swift. What if that becomes a trend? What does it mean for their earnings in 5 to 10 years' time?
Universal recently announced it plans to IPO this year. Part of the reason they're able to IPO is because they are getting dependable earnings from Spotify and all those other companies. If that ceases to be the case because they're letting their artists own the masters, what does that mean for their equity story? Or actually is Taylor Swift the exception? And they're letting her do it because she's a big name and they need the sort of halo effect of having Taylor Swift at Universal Music. And actually, if someone else tries to do it, they'll probably say no.
Swift is expected to re-record the 5 other albums she made under her 12-year contract with Big Machine, from her self-titled debut all the way to Reputation.
Coming up after the break, what does the future of finance look like in a world where Robin Hood is becoming king? Stay with us, we're back in 2.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Generation's biggest problem.
Climate change is happening.
And the world's most innovative solutions.
Transport, industry, buildings, electricity, all of those things.
Everything you need to know about our changing environment, the politics of global warming.
We can and we will deal with climate change.
In the fight against climate change, Bloomberg Green has you covered.
Between Robinhood gamifying the stock market and Reddit bros blowing up GameStop, the idea of making investing easily accessible for everyone seems to be taking over. There are more and more ways for anyone to get into the finance game. And RealBlocks is a company that's helping consumers do just that. The CEO, Perrin Korshi, joins us now. Perrin, thank you for being on Quick Take today. To start us off, like I mentioned, we're hearing a lot about this idea of democratizing finance. How do you do that with RealBlocks?
Absolutely, Madison, thank you. It's good to be here. So while platforms like Robinhood and Acorns and Stash Invest have done a great job of democratizing access to the stock market, nobody has done that for this category of investments that we call alternatives. So private equity, private credit, and hedge funds. And RealBlocks is doing exactly that by basically delivering the technology and providing the access to mass market retail consumers, which historically have been shut out of this market.
And I know that you've said that you want to make investing accessible regardless of wealth, but what does that look like in practice? How can people get involved in these alternative investment opportunities without that initial capital?
Absolutely. So take an investment like an investment in a venture capital fund, for example, that funded Lyft or Airbnb or Uber. Investments in venture capital funds historically have been limited to large investors like pension funds and endowments who write checks in the hundreds of millions to billions of dollars of a range. And that has just left the mass market consumer like you or me without access. So what RealBlocks is doing is we've built the technology that aggregates retail consumers together and gives them the purchasing power to get access to investments like venture capital. Mm-hmm. And what we're doing is we're making it possible for mass market consumers like us to be able to invest with their 401k or their 403b plan. So that's how we're really solving that problem.
And I want to talk a bit about your relationship to digital currency. What is that like for you? And do you see a future in which using digital currency is the norm?
Absolutely. So digital currencies have obviously, had a great year, and obviously we're now over $1 trillion in market cap there with Bitcoin when that happened. And so digital currencies are ubiquitous and they're worldwide. So with RealBlocks, what we're doing is we're really focusing on giving access to investing to mass market consumers and individuals worldwide. And so we feel like digital currencies are going to be an important part of that. And we've built our architecture in such a way that people all over the world can eventually be able to use digital currencies to get access to the best private equity or private credit or venture fund managers.
Do you see a future in which we don't even need banks anymore?
Yeah, a lot of people have asked me that question. And I think that it's a very interesting question. So honestly, banks serve a crucial function in today's economy in providing credit to individuals and businesses. And that really is not going to change. But I think that we're going to, with companies like ours, as a society, find more creative ways to extend credit and services that were traditionally offered by banks to individuals. And so that's what our company and our investors are most excited about.
And in our final minute here, Perrin, I want to talk about you. There are not a lot of diverse CEOs in the fintech space. What are some of the obstacles that you faced in rising up in your career, and how did you overcome them?
Sure, thank you. So, I started my career actually as an engineer. And so though I loved engineering and designing great solutions for tech, and it kind of equipped me with a mindset focused on problem solving whenever I encountered obstacles, I one day had the idea of being on the other side of the table, being the person who had the company that was ultimately solving the problems. And so starting a new company is hard, and everybody realizes that. But I think that the most important thing for me was finding the investors who were the right fit for my company and for me, and who really were just as excited about the problem that I was solving as they were. And so, we had investors like Science Venture Fund in our seed round who invested in Dollar Shave Club and Wealthfront. And then we most recently were very excited to bring on Crosslink Capital on Sand Hill Road in Menlo Park, who has been very successful building B2B fintech and SaaS companies, and who instantly I felt a great connection with, and who were just as, if not more excited about the opportunity that we're solving with real blocks for consumers, as my team and I were. So I think really founders and of all walks of life have to really focus on solving the right problem with the right economics, and also finding the right capital partner.
Perrin Qureshi, CEO of RealBlocks, really appreciate you joining us. Scarlett?
All right, let's get you a look at some of the day's top technology headlines. We're going to start with Bitcoin, which reached near record territory earlier today. The digital token touched $61,229, just short of the $61,742 record set back on March 13th. If you look at the last 10 years of the cryptocurrency's performance, it really tells the story. The surging interest and value in Bitcoin comes just 2 days before U.S. cryptocurrency exchange Coinbase lists on the NASDAQ. President Biden says there is strong support on both sides of the aisle to fix the ongoing global semiconductor shortage. His remarks came at a virtual roundtable on the crisis with more than a dozen tech leaders in attendance. Biden also read a letter during the meeting signed by 23 senators and 42 House members backing a $50 billion fund that would go towards chip manufacturing and research. And Twitter is building a team in Ghana in order to, quote, be more immersed in the rich and vibrant communities that drive the conversations taking place across the African continent. As with many companies in the COVID age, Twitter is onboarding employees remotely and exploring the possibility of opening an office in the country. For the latest tech news, bookmark Bloomberg.com/technology. Now, coming up after the break, I'm sorry, Maddie, that's you.
No, we'll find out what's the reasoning behind Microsoft's latest $20 billion purchase. That's next.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Microsoft kicks off this week with a big purchase. The company behind Windows and Xbox branching out to speech recognition by purchasing Nuance for almost $20 billion. Here to put Microsoft's latest move in context is Bloomberg News technology reporter Mark Gurman. Mark, great to speak with you. Nuance actually helped develop the technology used in Apple's Siri. What makes it so important and so critical to Microsoft to shell out so much money for it?
So Nuance's big focus right now is two things, AI and cloud. And those are the two biggest buzzwords that you're hearing and seeing from Microsoft at this point. They're not really a hardware company. They're an AI and cloud company. And Nuance will give them a big leap both in AI and cloud infrastructure, particularly in healthcare. Nuance's biggest market at this point is healthcare. So applications to help doctors and patients, speech recognition. Let's say you're seeing a doctor can use speech to sort of input patient records and what's going on with the patient, as well as a whole back-end cloud infrastructure. Microsoft is trying to tap into several different cloud and AI-powered markets, healthcare being one of them. Nuance also works with law enforcement. It's another big area for cloud and AI, as you know, in addition to the legal professions. So Nuance should give them a nice shot in the arm across a number of different sectors.
Got it. Interesting to see that Microsoft might be a player in healthcare. Now let's move on to Apple, because you cover that company extensively, and it looks like it's taking another crack at the set-top box market. What can you tell us about the latest device that they have planned?
Exactly. So Apple is working on a new combined device that would combine a HomePod smart speaker with a Apple TV set-top box as well as a camera system. So basically an all-in-one unit where you get the speaker functionality as well as the TV box functionality. And they're working on this. It's still a ways away, but it's destined to be their first big new flagship device in the home in several years.
Very quickly, Mark, what is the strategy behind this new device? Because it's got a lot of hits between its iPhone and its services that make lots of cash, but the HomePod has not exactly been a home run.
Yeah, they really don't have a smart home device that has done well, and they're betting by combining their two, existing markets, speakers and TV boxes, into one device at one price with additional bells and whistles. They may be able to, pick up some share in a market very much dominated by Amazon and Google.
Okay. Oh, I actually do have time for one more question. President Biden, we know, was talking to tech leaders about the chip shortage, but it looks like Apple is experiencing a bit of a display shortage when it comes to the iPad Pro, or at least the next version of it. Give us the update on that.
So new iPad Pros with faster processors, similar designs, new cameras will be announced in the next week or two. There's a higher-end version of the iPad Pro also coming with a brighter screen. It's called a MiniLED display, and they're facing some production issues and kinks building those screens. That could mean there is going to be some supply shortages on that new model for the first few weeks of launch, but I would bet that it would resolve pretty quickly over time.
Yeah, Apple customers are pretty accustomed to not being able to get what they want when they want it, at least initially. Bloomberg News technology reporter Mark Gurman, thank you so much for joining us. That does it for Quick Take this hour. Be sure to check out the latest stories at Bloomberg.com or at Quick Take on social media.
Have a good night, everyone. Thanks for joining us. Coming up on Quick Take the Lead, gun versus taser. Authorities in Minnesota say an officer involved in the deadly killing of a young black man made a lethal mistake yesterday. We'll have a live report on whether the tragedy will have any bearing on the Derek Chauvin trial there. Then, the crunch to get kids into summer camp may be an even tighter squeeze this year. We'll talk to a leader of one of the most vast camp systems in America. And Apple wants to streamline all those shows, video conference calls, and home connectivity functions. But will the price tags bust your wallet? We'll tell you about the gadgets it's got in store for your future. It's Monday, April 12th. I'm Madison Mills.
And I'm Scarlett Fu. We've got those stories and more coming up on Quick Take the Lead.
We begin in Minneapolis. A fatal shooting of a black man during a traffic stop Sunday in the suburb of Brooklyn Center sparked clashes between protesters and law enforcement. One officer fatally shot the man identified by his family as 20-year-old Daunte Wright. Earlier today, police said the officer appears to have accidentally pulled out her gun instead of a taser.
This appears to me, from what I viewed and the officer's reaction and distress immediately after, that this was an accidental discharge that resulted in the tragic death of Mr. Wright.
The shooting comes amid tight security for the trial of former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin, who's accused of killing George Floyd just about 10 miles away from where the fatal shooting of Daunte Wright occurred. For more, let's bring in Bloomberg Law's Ian Lopez, who's been following the Chauvin trial and the protests that broke out overnight in Brooklyn Center. Ian, thank you for being here. There is a lot of news to cover, so I want to jump right in. Let's start with Daunte Wright. What else do we know about his case so far?
So what we know right now, as you mentioned a moment ago, is that earlier today, the Brooklyn Center police chief had said that the officer that had shot Wright had actually intended to grab her taser rather than her gun. Right now, what we know is that the body cam footage shows that the officer is shouting the word taser repeatedly before she shoots Wright at close range. And, as we're already seeing, it's already having a pretty direct impact on the George Floyd, or the Derek Chauvin trial.
So tell me a little bit about that impact. We're on day 11 of this trial. What has the effect of the Daunte Wright fatal shooting had so far today?
Well, for starters, it's pretty close to home for the jury, obviously, but also one of the jurors actually is reportedly a resident of where the shooting took place. Earlier today, Chauvin's defense attorney Eric Nelson actually asked the court to sequester the jury, arguing that the events would prejudice jurors to find Chauvin guilty out of fear for violence in their community. The state, of course, opposed this. Prosecutors' view is that jurors have already been examined to ensure that they can focus solely on the facts of the trial and nothing outside rendering their determination. One prosecutor put it fairly well when he said, world events do happen, and things are going to keep arising while this trial proceeds. And, what's more, it would be incredibly difficult for a jury at this point to follow an instruction to avoid all media, given the notoriety of this trial. Plus, if jurors were inadvertently exposed to outside media, it shouldn't be a grounds for disqualification.
So what do you think the effect of not sequestering the jury could be as the trial moves forward?
The effect of not sequestering the jury, to be realistic, there's been so much talk about this case that I think the other side of this too is that if they don't sequester the jury, right, that could have an impact as well as to whether the jury's prejudiced. So at this point, it almost seems that they're kind of in a bind no matter how they proceed. So the judge's position right now is that unless there's any concern for any juror's individual safety, they're not going to go ahead and sequester the jury.
And looking back on today specifically, what can you tell me about the witnesses we heard from and what we learned from them? So today we had a cardiologist who basically said that Floyd died from cardiopulmonary arrest induced by police restraints. His research also proves that it was conclusive Floyd didn't die of an overdose, which goes against the point that the defense is trying to push. This testimony actually fit alongside other from prosecutors so far, state witnesses trying to push the view that this is very much a direct result of police force. We also had a professor earlier who was an expert in use of force. The prosecution still trying to hammer that point home, that it was police conduct that ultimately killed Floyd. But
perhaps most impactful this afternoon has actually been George Floyd's younger brother, who took the stand a little bit later in the afternoon.
Right. Tell me, I mean, there were so many harrowing quotes from Floyd's brother. Harrowing doesn't even feel like the right word for it. But what role is he playing in the trial?
So the role that he's playing here actually fits more along the lines that Floyd's girlfriend fit earlier in the trial. I should stand a little bit like in the earliest days. The brother really tried to paint a picture of Floyd as like much more than the man that you see in the video, which itself is already very harrowing. The video or the testimony portrays Floyd as a leader in his household, a family man who was great to his late mother and his daughter. It characterized him as a strong member of his community, an ambitious athletic type that was always pushing himself harder and asking the same of those that he cared for. And as you see throughout the afternoon, the brother was definitely fighting back tears during this really intense testimony. And this is going to be very impactful because, at the end of the day, the state is trying to tie together not only the impact of police force and Chauvin's alleged actions beyond the confines of police protocol, but also that, Floyd was somebody who mattered not only to his family, but the community at large.
Ian, really quickly here, what themes do you expect to see emerge in the trial in the days and weeks to come?
So, after this, we're going to have, for the rest of the week, we're going to be going into the defense's witnesses. And they are going to push hard on the idea that Floyd's death is actually a result of an overdose of drugs, of heart issues that were all exacerbated by the use of police force. They're also pushing along the lines that Chauvin's force was warranted and within the confines of police protocol. So expect to see a little bit more along those lines in the coming days, which the state has already addressed. But with the defense leading the way now, it's going to be interesting to see how that turns the tables, if at all.
Right. Bloomberg Law's Ian Lopez, thank you so much for joining us. Scarlett?
Clearly one of the big stories in the U.S. Now let's get you a look at some of the day's other global headlines. Iran blaming Israel for an attack on one of its nuclear facilities. The cyber attack on the Natanz nuclear site left that facility's centrifuges damaged, though the extent of damage remains unclear. Israel has not claimed responsibility, but local media reports say the country carried out a cyber attack that caused a blackout at the facility. The incident could strain the U.S.'s efforts to rejoin the Iran nuclear deal and also brings a shadow war between Israel and Iran into the light. In Myanmar, ousted leader Aung San Suu Kyi is demanding a face-to-face meeting with her lawyers. Her request has been denied, according to a local news agency. Suu Kyi was taken into custody following a February 1st coup. The Nobel Prize laureate is accused of several charges, including violating foreign trade laws, as well as violating COVID-19 restrictions. And stocks in Peru took a dive as election results began rolling in. The initial results unexpectedly show a little-known schoolteacher whose party praises Fidel Castro in the lead. Leftist Pedro Castillo is in first place when just a week ago, polls had him in sixth place. Much of his support came from people disgusted with the political class and endless scandals. His anti-establishment talking points won him followers in Peru's poor rural areas. The top two candidates from Sunday's vote are set to meet in a runoff election. Now, for the latest news from your part of the world, go to Bloomberg.com and click on the Edition drop-down right next to the Bloomberg masthead and choose your region. Let's head now to the UK, which is slowly reopening after months of lockdown. Today, shops, gyms, and pubs with outdoor beer gardens welcomed back customers after almost 100 days of COVID closure. The question is, will consumers be ready to spend? Bloomberg's Emma Chandra reports from London's Oxford Street.
After almost 100 days in lockdown, people in England once again able to do what they haven't been able to for so long. Get back out onto the streets and back into the shops. Non-essential retail opening for the first time since before Christmas. And there is palpable excitement here today. We've seen long lines outside stores, and since stores have opened, they are busy inside. Of course, the plexiglass is still there. So too is the hand sanitizer, and people are required to wear masks. But nevertheless, they are back in stores and willing to spend, and that is something that is going to be very important for retailers. Of course, one of the industry's worst hit during the pandemic. Some 70,000 retail jobs lost, and the British Retail Consortium telling us that over the course of the 3 lockdowns, the industry has lost some £30 billion. We've also seen a number of stores shuttered, and that's something we should also remember as we talk about reopening. There are many stores that won't reopen at all. Some of the biggest names names in UK retail have hit the wall during the pandemic. The likes of Arcadia's Topshop and also Debenhams, they won't open again. Even John Lewis, its flagship behind me, a stalwart of the British high street, a third of its stores won't be reopening again. Nevertheless, retailers are buoyant, they are excited, they know that Britons have cash to spend. Bloomberg Economics telling us that they've amassed a huge excess saving rate, some £150 billion during the pandemic. They are hoping, they are willing to spend it. Of course, though, habits during the pandemic have tended towards online shopping, and for those retailers that require or that rely on in-store retail, they're going to hope that those habits don't die hard. Emma Chandra for Bloomberg Quick Take on Oxford Street in London.
Still ahead, as vaccinations ramp up, Americans are getting ready for summer like no other. We'll take a look at how summer camps are preparing next.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Our generation's biggest problem.
Climate change is happening.
And the world's most innovative solutions.
Transport, industry, buildings, electricity, all of those things.
Everything you need to know about our changing environment, the politics of global warming.
We can and we will deal with climate change.
In the fight against climate change, Bloomberg Green has you covered.
Across the U.S., summer camps are getting ready to welcome back kids after COVID put a damper on the annual tradition. Remember, camps barely existed last year, and organizations like the YMCA had to suspend nearly all their sleepaway programs. This year, enrollment is at an all-time high, but a labor shortage could impact some of those plans. I want to welcome now YMCA of USA's Chief Operating Officer, Paul McIntyre, to Quick Take Now. Paul, thank you so much for speaking with us. The hospitality industry overall facing a labor shortage. We see restaurants and hotels struggling to find workers for this summer. How's the YMCA feeling the staffing shortage as you plan for what will be a busy summer camp season?
Carla, thanks for having me and for raising this issue. We're really excited about going into this summer as our registrations are at all-time highs as young people and their parents are ready for camp to happen again. We're actually doing quite well with hiring. We have raised pay a little bit, but a lot of our camps have a long history of campers who are campers and then campers and leaders in training and then become staff. So we're doing probably better than just your average hospitality. There's so much loyalty to so many of our camps.
Right, so you have a pipeline of ready counselors, which makes total sense, but I'm sure there are pockets around the country where you are seeing some shortage of available workers. Can you give us a sense of where that is?
Not in specifics, because like I said, most of ours are doing reasonably well, and we do a lot of recruiting off of colleges. And so we start that usually around spring break intensively. And again, 50 to 70%, depending on the camp, are repeat people. And so a lot of them then invite their friends to come back. And so a lot of our issues really aren't that significant right now.
Gotcha. I'm glad to hear that you're finding a lot of your staff on campuses, high school campuses, college campuses, for instance. President Trump's ban on foreign workers expired on March 31st. Is it too late then to bring in workers from other countries on J-1 student visas or H-2B visas?
Yeah, most of our camps that regularly use that type of worker are trying to do that this year. They add such depth and diversity to our camps. It's good for them. It's good for our campers. Little uncertainty as we get close to deadlines, but they're working very hard with the people that are experts in that area to get them qualified and get them here and then get them hired and trained.
Yeah, it's a lot of paperwork in the meantime for you and others. I wonder, Paul, if you can share with us your policy on vaccinations. Are you requiring employees get fully vaccinated?
So each camp is independent and makes its own decisions. I'm hearing of none that are requiring vaccinations, but what the feedback is that so many of our workers have families, have children. A lot of the colleges are helping us a lot because they're trying to get students vaccinated even before they depart for summer, and that's a lot of what we hire. So I'm hearing from our folks in the field, they think that about 90% at least of our staff will be vaccinated on a voluntary basis.
Wow, that's pretty high. What if you have staffers coming from abroad and they don't have access to the vaccines? Is that something that YMCA will be providing?
We are working to provide that, to provide testing. Part of the way our natural training process works is that we bring our staff in a couple of weeks ahead of time for their training, and the children aren't there yet, and so it creates a natural quarantine. So that's a part of how we'll do it. They'll come in, whatever requirements exist for them as far as testing, we will certainly follow all of those and then have them hopefully in a secure environment for what amounts to a quarantine over a couple of weeks while they're getting trained.
Gotcha. Thank you for elaborating on all of that. It's just a question, of course, as we move forward with what will be a most unusual summer. Clearly, 2020 overall ended up being a good time to kind of take stock, step back and examine what works, what doesn't work for your program. What will you be doing differently this year across YMCA camps?
Yeah, we did operate about 20% of our camps, many of them not at their full capacity, but we learned a lot. We worked with the American Camp Association, the CDC, a private environmental health consulting group. We developed about 120-page field guide. Those practices and policies worked exceptionally well. We've done a slight refresh on it, but we feel like based on our experience at about 20% of our camps, we've got the right policies and procedures in place to keep children safe.
Gotcha. And final question for you, Paul. Summer camp and screen time don't really mix in the best of times, but I imagine that's even more the case now after a year of remote school or hybrid school. How are you addressing that?
Yeah, camps have slightly different policies, but whether it's mandated or limited times or whatever, we'd really prefer that our campers give up their screen time. And one little tidbit for parents, sometimes the biggest challenge is parents that don't want to give up screen time with their kids. So we need everybody to work together and give that break from the screen that they need, let them be outdoors, let their mental health get the lift it needs, and the friendships and relationships that they're so craving come back into their lives.
Yeah, maybe time for some old school communication, letter writing perhaps. Paul,
absolutely.
Really appreciate it. Paul McIntyre, COO of the Y of USA. Thanks for joining us, Maddie.
And in other COVID news from around the world, India has overtaken Brazil to become the second most affected country globally by coronavirus, and that's coming in right after the U.S. The country reported nearly 170,000 infections overnight, bringing its total tally to just over 13.5 million cases. There are also concerns that Kumbh Mela, which is one of the most sacred pilgrimages in Hinduism and started Monday, could also worsen the outbreak. And according to a new study, an antibody drug from Regeneron reduced the risk of developing symptomatic COVID infection by 81% compared with a placebo. The results point to a potential new preventative application for the drug, which is already in use to treat COVID cases that are caught early on. Regeneron now says it would ask the Food and Drug Administration to expand the drug's authorization among people exposed to the virus who haven't yet gotten their vaccines. And some 200 Dutch tourists traded lockdown in the Netherlands for 8 days of voluntary confinement in a Greek holiday resort. I would take that deal. It's part of a test to see how safe holidays can be planned during the pandemic. Participants had to pay about $500 each for all-inclusive access to a hotel on the island of Rhodes. While they have full access to pools and other hotel facilities, they are not allowed to leave the resort. Despite those restrictions, demand for the trip was high, with about 25,000 people signing up in the hopes of getting selected. And for the latest COVID news, bookmark bloomberg.com/coronavirus. Scarlett?
I would take that deal as well.
Yep.
Now, coming up after the break, shipping costs have been rising fast, and it's starting to bite businesses. What's to blame, and just how long could the problem last? We explain next.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
A staggering rise in shipping expenses is taking its toll not only on companies, but also on consumers. Businesses are getting locked into contracts with high shipping expenses and passing the charges on to customers. So joining us to discuss how shoppers are likely going to end up picking up the bigger shipping tabs is Bloomberg News reporter Henry Wren. Henry, thanks so much for being here. You've done extensive reporting on what exactly is causing these shipping issues. So I'm curious, what are the problems that have been popping up in the supply chain over the past few months?
Hi, Scarlett. Thanks for having me. So supply chain issues have been really all over the place in recent months. The most famous one is the blockage at Suez Canal a couple of weeks ago. But I think it's just part of the story in the world of shipping. For the Trans-Pacific routes that connect Asian countries and America, many U.S. companies said that they've been experiencing logjams at the sea and at ports as well, because there are just too few ships and too few dock workers. And building a ship takes time, so it could be very hard for companies, carriers to add some incremental shipping capacities in the short run. And COVID just makes it much more difficult to work at ports as well. And furthermore, when companies look to send products from ports to warehouses, sometimes truckers will just not show up to truck those goods because there are way too many orders. And just remember, the consumer demand has been spiking. People are buying more goods during the pandemic. And now as the economy reopens, so all those factors combined have pushed up shipping costs to an unprecedented level.
So at least for me, when I think about shipping, my mind immediately goes to my Amazon Prime subscription. Do you think that big corporations like Amazon are going to be willing to eat these extra shipping costs themselves, or will that get passed on to consumers?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I think for bigger retailers with great e-commerce exposure in platforms like Amazon or maybe Target or Walmart, they have really thrived during the pandemic and have built a lot of cushions. And with their negotiation power, they can sometimes strike a better deal in terms of shipping. But they may still need to pay a lot more to secure a place for goods to be shipped on containers, but they just have more power to absorb those added costs. It could be a very different story for smaller retailers. So, it has been a very devastating year for many of them, especially those mall-based retailers or those mom and pop shops. Margins are very thin for those retailers, so they might be forced to pass the extra costs onto their customers. That's a story that for many of the smaller ones.
So I'm curious about how inflation plays into this as well. Jay Powell's saying inflation is going to be short-lived. So how much of a concern is this when we're looking long-term into the year ahead?
Yeah, so I think at this point, shipping is still not among one of the most discussed factors that may lead to higher inflation. And as you mentioned, Chair Powell has said that, inflation is short-lived. But I kind of agree with Chair Powell in some way, because when you think of revenge shopping, when you think of pent-up demand, that might be short-lived. But on the shipping front, we have to remember that in pre-pandemic years, March and April are just low season in the shipping calendar. But in this year, the costs this year have just doubled and even tripled. And at the same time, for bigger companies, those higher shipping costs are sold into contracts for 12 more months as they negotiate new contracts with carriers. Yeah. And for smaller companies, some are expecting the shipping costs to remain very high till November or December this year. And when you consider this level of shipping costs for this extended month, shipping could make itself to Fed's agenda. So actually, in March, Fed's Beige Book report, which is a report that collects anecdotes from local businesses, the word shortage or shortages was mentioned 31 times, the most in at least a decade.
So what do you think those shipping costs are going to look like when they do trickle down to the consumer from, even if you look at smaller businesses? Is it just going to be higher cost of products overall? Is it specifically going to be in the shipping charge? What does this look like when I'm checking out of my account on these various websites that I do my online shopping on? Yeah,
so I think a company that I talked to in my story could be a good example, which is the Denby Appliances, a Canadian appliance maker. So that company CEO said to me that for a freezer that they normally sell for $350, it might cost maybe $70 more, all due to the shipping costs. And he said that those shipping increases, price increases are now going through. But we need to remember that you might need to pay a little bit more to buy a TV or buy a freezer at this point because of shipping. But the math could be a little bit different behind, maybe a semiconductor chip or more expensive stuff. A cargo of semiconductor chip could worth a lot more versus a cargo of freezers or TVs. So those kind of extra shipping costs will probably have a minor impact on those more expensive goods. But for cheaper goods like freezers or, grains or other stuff, the added shipping costs could be, added to your cost as well.
Interesting stuff. Henry Wren, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate it. Scarlett, maybe this will finally be the thing that makes me actually go to a store instead of just buying everything online.
There you go. We're all looking for ways to shave a little bit money off of the sticker price at any point.
Yep.
All right, we're going to stay with shipping because coming up, can humankind control the unpredictable ocean when it comes to commerce? There may be a smart and sustainable way, and it involves artificial intelligence. We'll tell you how when we return in 2 minutes.
Our generation's biggest problem.
Climate change is happening.
And the world's most innovative solutions.
Transport, industry, buildings, electricity, all of those things.
Everything you need to know about our changing environment, the politics of global warming.
We can and we will deal with climate change.
In the fight against climate change, Bloomberg Green has you covered.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Shipping is the backbone of the global economy. It carries more than 80% of the world's traded goods, but it also accounts for almost 3% of man-made CO2 emissions, which is why climate innovation in the industry is so critical. Nautilus Labs is using artificial intelligence to make ocean commerce more sustainable and efficient. And Bloomberg NEF has recognized it as one of a dozen early-stage companies pursuing low-carbon opportunities. Nautilus Labs CEO Matt Hyder joins us now. Matt, congratulations on being named a 2021 BNEF Pioneer. Can you start us off first by explaining how your company uses AI to improve shipping?
Sure, and thanks very much for the congrats. It's definitely an honor to be recognized, and we think it's a big milestone for our industry, not just for Nautilus. But really, when you look at ocean shipping, like you said, it powers global trade. And today, it doesn't really run on data. And so when we think about applying artificial intelligence to solve problems in ocean shipping, it's really about how do we help people make better decisions? There's about 55,000 ships out on the water. Between the crews on the ship and the team shoreside, that's millions of decisions being made every day with discrete actions taken. And we want to drive more and more data into those decisions, leveraging technology like machine learning and artificial intelligence.
Okay, so the era of big data has not come to shipping yet. And I was reading an interview with you from the past, which indicated that most shipping decisions are made on data that's only available one time per day, what the so-called noon report, which is just shocking given how much data could be available. Why is there a relative dearth of data in the shipping world?
So it's actually, I would say it's oftentimes almost 1 degree worse than that, which is that a lot of decisions are driven by intuition and instinct and not data. When you look at the Noon Report, it is the primary data source that supports most commercial agreements inside the industry and governs a lot of operational decision-making at a high level. And it derives from the pre-industrial era. So imagine before there were electronics, when all there was a logbook and a seafarer taking a reading every day, writing it down in a journal, and that being the history of the voyage. You fast forward a couple hundred years, that's still the data set that informs most business processes today. And it's really, because there is a sort of lack of, historically, I would say, urgency around changing. It's a very old industry with a mindset that comes from an era of yore. It's really one of the oldest industries in all global trade. It's also the fact that ships, for most of their history, have been offline. They've been traveling in the dark on their own without satellite connectivity and sensors to make data available. Thankfully, that last part has begun to change quite dramatically, and it enables new solutions like ours.
So talk about that sense of urgency. Why is it picking up now? Does it have to do with how the International Shipping Regulator, the IMO, is making these aggressive targets like a 50% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2050?
Well, when you think about it, voyage costs for most ships doing large seagoing passages is about 70% fuel. So it makes up a huge component of the P&L of every voyage. So there's already an existing economic imperative to drive down fuel consumption as much as possible. I think what you describe is absolutely true. There's increasing regulatory pressure from the IMO and other bodies to drive change. There's also critically increased commercial pressure. So the amount of insight that people are demanding into supply chain transparency and minimizing the carbon footprint of the goods that get to end users is really rising dramatically. And that's putting a lot of pressure on the businesses that operate in the space to become more transparent and to drive down emissions through initiatives like the Sea Cargo Charter. And so there really is, this multi-pronged effect that's driving urgency. And I think ultimately what we'll see is a price on carbon, which will create the ultimate imperative to reduce emissions.
I think I speak for Maddie and myself when I say shipping is something that consumers kind of take for granted. When it works, we don't notice it. When there's a hiccup like the Suez Canal blockage last month, it it ripples across everything. How would the Ever Given ship, which of course got stuck in the Suez Canal for a week, have benefited from using your software, your AI, your machine learning? Could that data have helped prevent it getting stuck?
It certainly could have. It's hard to say with certainty because of the paucity of data around what exactly happened. And that's really what makes the Ever Given a microcosm of this broader problem that we're talking about. Because there's a lack of contextual awareness of how the voyage is operating, it's not clear if a tool like our voyage optimization solution could have changed the outcome ultimately. But really, it's that point that the Ever Given is just one ship on one day on one voyage where there was an opportunity to do something better, when really there's millions of opportunities to take better actions that reduce fuel consumption emissions every day in ocean shipping.
Matt Hyder, once again, congratulations on being named a 2021 BNEF Pioneer, bringing big data to the world of shipping. Really appreciate it. Maddie?
And now for today's movers and shakers, the people impacting the world of business, politics, and sports. Google co-founders Larry Page and Sergey Brin have joined the exclusive $100 billion club after the recent rally in tech stocks. The two new members puts the club at 8 members total. Page and Brin have added more than $20 billion each to their wealth this year. And Hideki Matsuyama won the Masters yesterday, making history as the first Japanese man to win a major. The 29-year-old won by 1 stroke and held a 10 under par performance at the tournament. Veterans of the sport include Tiger Woods, Jack Nicklaus, and Bubba Watson, and they took to social media to celebrate Matsuyama's new green jacket. And also in the world of sports, Alex Rodriguez and Jet.com founder Mark Lohr are set to buy the Minnesota Timberwolves, according to the team. And ESPN said the deal is valued at about $1.5 billion. Based on the agreement, A-Rod and Lohr will initially join as limited partners with a pathway to controlling ownership of the organization. And those are your movers and shakers from today. Now, she's one of the biggest pop stars in the world and a prolific songwriter with 9 albums over 14 years. Taylor Swift has broken records for the Grammys, Spotify, and YouTube. And now she's taking on a private equity firm by re-recording all of her old music. Bloomberg News reporter Alex Webb explains why an investment fund paid $300 million for her master recordings.
If you haven't heard yet, Taylor Swift has re-released her old music, such as her first big hit, Love Story.
We were both young when I first saw you.
I'm gonna say it's the new one. But this is shamefully embarrassing.
That was the old version. This is the new version.
We were both young when I first saw you.
So, why is Taylor Swift re-recording her music? It's a move that's been years in the making.
That you're planning on re-recording some of your music. Is that true?
Yeah, that's true.
In order to understand what's happening with Taylor, you have to know a little bit about the world of music licensing.
Broadly speaking, in 2 parts. You have the copyright, which is the intellectual property behind a song. Then you also have the recorded part of the song, what are often referred to as the masters, the master recordings.
Prior to Lover, which was Swift's first album with her new label at Republic Records, owned by Universal Music Group, the singer owned the publishing rights of her songs, but she didn't own the masters. In this case, her former record label Big Machine owned the masters.
Usually when an artist signs with a label, as part of that contract, the record company gets ownership of the masters, of the master recordings.
So how exactly are the profits split up?
The way that music royalties are split up is that perhaps 4/5 of the royalties go to the owner of the masters, and 1/5 goes to the owner of the publishing rights, and that's sort of the copyright.
Swift has been trying to buy the masters for years, but in 2019, music executive Scooter Braun, who manages the careers of artists like Justin Bieber and Demi Lovato, partnered with private equity giant Carlyle Group to buy her old label, along with the rights to her catalog, in a deal reported to be around $300 million. And then in 2020,
he then sold the masters to an investment fund called Shamrock Capital.
Lately, there's been a new shift that has affected me personally, and that I feel is a potentially harmful force in our industry. And that is the unregulated world of private equity coming in and buying up our music as if it is real estate.
What Taylor's talking about is the recent catalog acquisition frenzy in the music industry.
If you sell a house, you might get $500,000 for argument's sake. If you own that house and you rent it out, you might get $1,000 a month rent over the duration of that ownership. What's happening now is that the investments in the music industry are kind of more like those real estate investments, because you can guarantee a recurring income from royalties that are coming from, broadly speaking, music streaming services. It's similar to getting rent.
And many saw Taylor Swift's master recordings as a bulletproof investment, so much so that they were willing to pay $300 million for a catalog.
And the company that acquired it says in separate investor presentations that it hopes across its portfolio to generate annual returns of about 8%. That means that the songs that they've acquired would need to be generating about $20 million a year.
It's reignited decades-old debate in music. Most artists don't own the rights to their recordings, which is why Taylor Swift is re-recording her music.
But by re-recording her songs, Taylor Swift clearly hopes that fans will listen to the recordings where she owns all the rights, and therefore she'll be getting a greater share of the income generated by them. It is clearly a risk for the company that has acquired her rights, Shamrock Capital. A lot of the success of this will come actually down to the algorithms used by Spotify and Apple Music. What will Spotify default to? Will it default to her version, or will it default to the original version recorded years ago?
There's a question amid all of this, is if Universal is letting their artists own their master recordings, as is happening with Taylor Swift. What if that becomes a trend? What does it mean for their earnings in 5 to 10 years' time?
Universal recently announced it plans to IPO this year. Part of the reason they're able to IPO is because they are getting dependable earnings from Spotify and all those other companies. If that ceases to be the case because they're letting their artists own the masters, what does that mean for their equity story? Or actually is Taylor Swift the exception? And they're letting her do it because she's a big name and they need the sort of halo effect of having Taylor Swift at Universal Music. And actually, if someone else tries to do it, they'll probably say no.
Swift is expected to re-record the 5 other albums she made under her 12-year contract with Big Machine, from her self-titled debut all the way to Reputation.
Coming up after the break, what does the future of finance look like in a world where Robin Hood is becoming king? Stay with us, we're back in 2.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Our generation's biggest problem.
Climate change is happening.
And the world's most innovative solutions.
Transport, industry, buildings, electricity, all of those things.
Everything you need to know about our changing environment, the politics of global warming.
We can and we will deal with climate change.
In the fight against climate change, Bloomberg Green has you covered.
Between Robinhood gamifying the stock market and Reddit bros blowing up GameStop, the idea of making investing easily accessible for everyone seems to be taking over. There are more and more ways for anyone to get into the finance game. And RealBlocks is a company that's helping consumers do just that. The CEO, Perrin Korshi, joins us now. Perrin, thank you for being on Quick Take today. To start us off, like I mentioned, we're hearing a lot about this idea of democratizing finance. How do you do that with RealBlocks?
Absolutely, Madison, thank you. It's good to be here. So while platforms like Robinhood and Acorns and Stash Invest have done a great job of democratizing access to the stock market, nobody has done that for this category of investments that we call alternatives. So private equity, private credit, and hedge funds. And RealBlocks is doing exactly that by basically delivering the technology and providing the access to mass market retail consumers, which historically have been shut out of this market.
And I know that you've said that you want to make investing accessible regardless of wealth, but what does that look like in practice? How can people get involved in these alternative investment opportunities without that initial capital?
Absolutely. So take an investment like an investment in a venture capital fund, for example, that funded Lyft or Airbnb or Uber. Investments in venture capital funds historically have been limited to large investors like pension funds and endowments who write checks in the hundreds of millions to billions of dollars of a range. And that has just left the mass market consumer like you or me without access. So what RealBlocks is doing is we've built the technology that aggregates retail consumers together and gives them the purchasing power to get access to investments like venture capital. Mm-hmm. And what we're doing is we're making it possible for mass market consumers like us to be able to invest with their 401k or their 403b plan. So that's how we're really solving that problem.
And I want to talk a bit about your relationship to digital currency. What is that like for you? And do you see a future in which using digital currency is the norm?
Absolutely. So digital currencies have obviously, had a great year, and obviously we're now over $1 trillion in market cap there with Bitcoin when that happened. And so digital currencies are ubiquitous and they're worldwide. So with RealBlocks, what we're doing is we're really focusing on giving access to investing to mass market consumers and individuals worldwide. And so we feel like digital currencies are going to be an important part of that. And we've built our architecture in such a way that people all over the world can eventually be able to use digital currencies to get access to the best private equity or private credit or venture fund managers.
Do you see a future in which we don't even need banks anymore?
Yeah, a lot of people have asked me that question. And I think that it's a very interesting question. So honestly, banks serve a crucial function in today's economy in providing credit to individuals and businesses. And that really is not going to change. But I think that we're going to, with companies like ours, as a society, find more creative ways to extend credit and services that were traditionally offered by banks to individuals. And so that's what our company and our investors are most excited about.
And in our final minute here, Perrin, I want to talk about you. There are not a lot of diverse CEOs in the fintech space. What are some of the obstacles that you faced in rising up in your career, and how did you overcome them?
Sure, thank you. So, I started my career actually as an engineer. And so though I loved engineering and designing great solutions for tech, and it kind of equipped me with a mindset focused on problem solving whenever I encountered obstacles, I one day had the idea of being on the other side of the table, being the person who had the company that was ultimately solving the problems. And so starting a new company is hard, and everybody realizes that. But I think that the most important thing for me was finding the investors who were the right fit for my company and for me, and who really were just as excited about the problem that I was solving as they were. And so, we had investors like Science Venture Fund in our seed round who invested in Dollar Shave Club and Wealthfront. And then we most recently were very excited to bring on Crosslink Capital on Sand Hill Road in Menlo Park, who has been very successful building B2B fintech and SaaS companies, and who instantly I felt a great connection with, and who were just as, if not more excited about the opportunity that we're solving with real blocks for consumers, as my team and I were. So I think really founders of all walks of life have to really focus on solving the right problem with the right economics, and also finding the right capital partner.
Perrin Qureshi, CEO of RealBlocks, really appreciate you joining us. Scarlett?
All right, let's get you a look at some of the day's top technology headlines. We're going to start with Bitcoin, which reached near record territory earlier today. The digital token touched $61,229, just short of the $61,742 record set back on March 13th. If you look at the last 10 years of the cryptocurrency's performance, it really tells the story. The surging interest and value in Bitcoin comes just 2 days before U.S. cryptocurrency exchange Coinbase lists on the NASDAQ. President Biden says there is strong support on both sides of the aisle to fix the ongoing global semiconductor shortage. His remarks came at a virtual roundtable on the crisis with more than a dozen tech leaders in attendance. Biden also read a letter during the meeting signed by 23 senators and 42 House members backing a $50 billion fund that would go towards chip manufacturing and research. And Twitter is building a team in Ghana in order to, quote, be more immersed in the rich and vibrant communities that drive the conversations taking place across the African continent. As with many companies in the COVID age, Twitter is onboarding employees remotely and exploring the possibility of opening an office in the country. For the latest tech news, bookmark Bloomberg.com/technology. Now, coming up after the break, I'm sorry, Maddie, that's you.
No, we'll find out what's the reasoning behind Microsoft's latest $20 billion purchase. That's next.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Microsoft kicks off this week with a big purchase. The company behind Windows and Xbox branching out to speech recognition by purchasing Nuance for almost $20 billion. Here to put Microsoft's latest move in context is Bloomberg News technology reporter Mark Gurman. Mark, great to speak with you. Nuance actually helped develop the technology used in Apple's Siri. What makes it so important and so critical to Microsoft to shell out so much money for it?
So Nuance's big focus right now is two things, AI and cloud. And those are the two biggest buzzwords that you're hearing and seeing from Microsoft at this point. They're not really a hardware company. They're an AI and cloud company. And Nuance will give them a big leap both in AI and cloud infrastructure, particularly in healthcare. Nuance's biggest market at this point is healthcare. So applications to help doctors and patients speech recognition. Let's say you're seeing a doctor can use speech to sort of input patient records and what's going on with the patient, as well as a whole back-end cloud infrastructure. Microsoft is trying to tap into several different cloud and AI-powered markets, healthcare being one of them. Nuance also works with law enforcement. It's another big area for cloud and AI, as you know, in addition to the legal professions. So Nuance should give them a nice shot in the arm across a number of different sectors.
Got it. Interesting to see that Microsoft might be a player in healthcare. Now let's move on to Apple, because you cover that company extensively, and it looks like it's taking another crack at the set-top box market. What can you tell us about the latest device that they have planned?
Exactly. So Apple is working on a new combined device that would combine a HomePod smart speaker with a Apple TV set-top box as well as a camera system. So basically an all-in-one unit where you get the speaker functionality as well as the TV box functionality. And they're working on this. It's still a ways away, but it's destined to be their first big new flagship device in the home in several years.
Very quickly, Mark, what is the strategy behind this new device? Because it's got a lot of hits between its iPhone and its services that make lots of cash, but the HomePod has not exactly been a home run.
Yeah, they really don't have a smart home device that has done well, and they're betting by combining their two, existing markets, speakers and TV boxes, into one device at one price with additional bells and whistles. They may be able to, pick up some share in a market very much dominated by Amazon and Google.
Okay. Oh, I actually do have time for one more question. President Biden, we know, was talking to tech leaders about the chip shortage, but it looks like Apple is experiencing a bit of a display shortage when it comes to the iPad Pro, or at least the next version of it. Give us the update on that.
So new iPad Pros with faster processors, similar designs, new cameras will be announced in the next week or two. There's a higher-end version of the iPad Pro also coming with a brighter screen. It's called a MiniLED display, and they're facing some production issues and kinks building those screens. That could mean there is going to be some supply shortages on that new model for the first few weeks of launch, but I would bet that it would resolve pretty quickly over time.
Yeah, Apple customers are pretty accustomed to not being able to get what they want when they want it, at least initially. Bloomberg News technology reporter Mark Gurman, thank you so much for joining us. That does it for a Quick Take this hour. Be sure to check out the latest stories at Bloomberg.com or at Quick Take on social media.
Have a good night, everyone. Thanks for joining us.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Generation's biggest problem.
Climate change is happening.
And the world's most innovative solutions.
Transport, industry, buildings, electricity, all of those things.
Everything you need to know about our changing environment, the politics of global warming.
We can and we will deal with climate change.
In the fight against climate change, Bloomberg Green has you covered.
Coming up on Quick Take the Lead, gun versus taser. Authorities in Minnesota say an officer involved in the deadly killing of a young black man made a lethal mistake yesterday. We'll have a live report on whether the tragedy will have any bearing on the Derek Chauvin trial there. Then, the crunch to get kids into summer camp may be an even tighter squeeze this year. We'll talk to a leader of one of the most vast camp systems in America. And Apple wants to streamline all those shows, video conference calls, and home connectivity functions. But will the price tags bust your wallet? We'll tell you about the gadgets it's got in store for your future. It's Monday, April 12th. I'm Madison Mills.
And I'm Scarlett Fu. We've got those stories and more coming up on Quick Take the Lead.
We begin in Minneapolis. A fatal shooting of a black man during a traffic stop Sunday in the suburb of Brooklyn Center sparked clashes between protesters and law enforcement. One officer fatally shot the man identified by his family as 20-year-old Daunte Wright. Earlier today, police said the officer appears to have accidentally pulled out her gun instead of a taser.
This appears to me, from what I viewed and the officer's reaction and distress immediately after, that this was an accidental discharge that resulted in the tragic death of Mr. Wright.
The shooting comes amid tight security for the trial of former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin, who's accused of killing George Floyd just about 10 miles away from where the fatal shooting of Daunte Wright occurred. For more, let's bring in Bloomberg Law's Ian Lopez, who's been following the Chauvin trial and the protests that broke out overnight in Brooklyn Center. Ian, thank you for being here. There is a lot of news to cover, so I want to jump right in. Let's start with Daunte Wright. What else do we know about his case so far?
So what we know right now, as you mentioned a moment ago, is that earlier today, the Brooklyn Center police chief had said that the officer that had shot Wright had actually intended to grab her taser rather than her gun. Right now, what we know is that the body cam footage shows that the officer is shouting the word taser repeatedly before she shoots Wright at close range. And, as we're already seeing, it's already having a pretty direct impact on the George Floyd, or the Derek Chauvin trial.
So tell me a little bit about that impact. We're on day 11 of this trial. What has the effect of the Daunte Wright fatal shooting had so far today?
Well, for starters, it's pretty close to home for the jury, obviously, but also one of the jurors actually is reportedly a resident of where the shooting took place. Earlier today, Chauvin's defense attorney Eric Nelson actually asked the court to sequester the jury, arguing that the events would prejudice jurors to find Chauvin guilty out of fear for violence in their community. The state, of course, opposed this. Prosecutors' view is that jurors have already been examined to ensure that they can focus solely on the facts of the trial and nothing outside rendering their determination. One prosecutor put it fairly well when he said, world events do happen, and things are going to keep arising while this trial proceeds. And, what's more, it would be incredibly difficult for a jury at this point to follow an instruction to avoid all media, given the notoriety of this trial. Plus, if jurors were inadvertently exposed to outside media, it shouldn't be a grounds for disqualification.
So what do you think the effect of not sequestering the jury could be as the trial moves forward?
The effect of not sequestering the jury, to be realistic, there's been so much talk about this case that I think the other side of this too is that if they don't sequester the jury, right, that could have an impact as well as to whether the jury is prejudiced. So at this point, it almost seems that they're kind of in a bind no matter how they proceed. So the judge's position right now is that unless there's any concern for any juror's individual safety, they're not going to go ahead and sequester the jury.
And looking back on today specifically, what can you tell me about the witnesses we heard from and what we learned from them?
So today we had a cardiologist who basically said that Floyd died from cardiopulmonary arrest induced by police restraints. His research also proves that it was conclusive Floyd didn't die of an overdose, which goes against the point that the defense is trying to push. This testimony actually fit alongside other from prosecutors so far, state witnesses trying to push the view that this is very much a direct result of police force. We also had a professor earlier who was an expert in use of force. The prosecution still trying to hammer that point home, that it was police conduct that ultimately killed Floyd. But perhaps most impactful this afternoon has actually been George Floyd's younger brother, who took the stand a little bit later in the afternoon.
Right. Tell me, I mean, there were so many harrowing quotes from Floyd's brother. Harrowing doesn't even feel like the right word for it. But what role is he playing in the trial?
So the role that he's playing here actually fits more along the lines that Floyd's girlfriend fit earlier in the trial. She took the stand a little bit, like in the earliest days. The brother really tried to paint a picture of Floyd as like much more than the man that you see in the video, which itself is already very harrowing. The video or the testimony portrays Floyd as a leader in his household, a family man who was great to his late mother and his daughter. It characterized him as a strong member of his community, an ambitious athletic type that was always pushing himself harder and asking the same of those that he cared for. And as you see throughout the afternoon, the brother was definitely fighting back tears during this really intense testimony. And this is going to be very impactful because, at the end of the day, the state is trying to tie together not only the impact of police force and Chauvin's alleged actions beyond the confines of police protocol, but also that, Floyd was somebody who mattered not only to his family, but the community at large.
Ian, really quickly here, what themes do you expect to see emerge in the trial in the days and weeks to come?
So, after this, we're going to have, for the rest of the week, we're going to be going into the defense's witnesses. And they are going to push hard on the idea that Floyd's death is actually a result of an overdose of drugs, of heart issues that were all exacerbated by the use of police force. They're also pushing along the lines that Chauvin's force was warranted and within the confines of police protocol. So expect to see a little bit more along those lines in the coming days, which the state has already addressed. But with the defense leading the way now, it's going to be interesting to see how that turns the tables, if at all.
Right. Bloomberg Law's Ian Lopez, thank you so much for joining us. Scarlett?
Clearly one of the big stories in the U.S. Now let's get you a look at some of the day's other global headlines. Iran blaming Israel for an attack on one of its nuclear facilities. The cyber attack on the Natanz nuclear site left that facility's centrifuges damaged, though the extent of damage remains unclear. Israel has not claimed responsibility, but local media reports say the country carried out a cyber attack that caused a blackout at the facility. The incident could strain the U.S.'s efforts to rejoin the Iran nuclear deal and also brings a shadow war between Israel and Iran into the light. In Myanmar, ousted leader Aung San Suu Kyi is demanding a face-to-face meeting with her lawyers. Her request has been denied, according to a local news agency. Suu Kyi was taken into custody following a February 1st coup. The Nobel Prize laureate is accused of several charges, including violating foreign trade laws, as well as violating COVID-19 restrictions. And stocks in Peru took a dive as election results began rolling in. The initial results unexpectedly show a little-known schoolteacher whose party praises Fidel Castro in the lead. Leftist Pedro Castillo is in first place when just a week ago, polls had him in sixth place. Much of his support came from people disgusted with the political class and endless scandals. His anti-establishment talking points won him followers in Peru's poor rural areas. The top two candidates from Sunday's vote are set to meet in a runoff election. Now, for the latest news from your part of the world, go to Bloomberg.com and click on the Edition drop-down right next to the Bloomberg masthead and choose your region. Let's head now to the UK, which is slowly reopening after months of lockdown. Today, shops, gyms, and pubs with outdoor beer gardens welcomed back customers after almost 100 days of COVID closure. The question is, will consumers be ready to spend? Bloomberg's Emma Chandra reports from London's Oxford Street.
After almost 100 days in lockdown, people in England once again able to do what they haven't been able to for so long. Get back out onto the streets and back into the shops. Non-essential retail opening for the first time since before Christmas. And there is palpable excitement here today. We've seen long lines outside stores, and since stores have opened, they are busy inside. Of course, the plexiglass is still there, so too is the hand sanitizer, and people are required to wear masks. But nevertheless, they are back in stores and willing to spend, and that is something that is going to be very important for retailers. Of course, one of the industry's worst hit during the pandemic. Some 70,000 retail jobs lost, and the British Retail Consortium telling us that over the course of the 3 lockdowns, the industry has lost some £30 billion. We've also seen a number of stores shuttered, and that's something we should also remember as we talk about reopening. There are many stores that won't reopen at all. Some of the biggest names in UK retail have hit the wall during the pandemic. The likes of Arcadia's Topshop and also Debenhams, they won't open again. Even John Lewis, its flagship behind me, a stalwart of the British high street, a third of its stores won't be reopening again. Nevertheless, retailers are buoyant, they are excited, they know that Britons have cash to spend. Bloomberg Economics telling us that they've amassed a huge excess saving rate, some £150 billion during the pandemic. They are hoping, they are willing to spend it. Of course, though, habits during the pandemic have tended towards online shopping, and for those retailers that require or that rely on in-store retail, they're going to hope that those habits don't die hard. Emma Chandra for Bloomberg Quick Take on Oxford Street in London.
Still ahead, as vaccinations ramp up, Americans are getting ready for a summer like no other. We'll take a look at how summer camps are preparing next.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Our generation's biggest problem.
Climate change is happening.
And the world's most innovative solutions.
Transport, industry, buildings, electricity, all of those things.
Everything you need to know about our changing environment, the politics of global warming.
We can and we will deal with climate change.
In the fight against climate change, Bloomberg Green has you covered.
Across the U.S., summer camps are getting ready to welcome back kids after COVID put a damper on the annual tradition. Remember, camps barely existed last year, and organizations like the YMCA had to suspend nearly all their sleepaway programs. This year, enrollment is at an all-time high, but a labor shortage could impact some of those plans. I want to welcome now YMCA of USA's Chief Operating Officer, Paul McIntyre, to Quick Take Now. Paul, thank you so much for speaking with us. The hospitality industry overall facing a labor shortage. We see restaurants and hotels struggling to find workers for this summer. How's the YMCA feeling the staffing shortage as you plan for what will be a busy summer camp season?
Carla, thanks for having me and for raising this issue. We're really excited about going into this summer as our registrations are at all-time highs as young people and their parents are ready for camp to happen again. We're actually doing quite well with hiring. We have raised pay a little bit, but a lot of our camps have a long history of campers who are campers and then campers and leaders in training and then become staff. So we're doing probably better than just your average hospitality. There's so much loyalty to so many of our camps.
Right, so you have a pipeline of ready counselors, which makes total sense, but I'm sure there are pockets around the country where you are seeing some shortage of available workers. Can you give us a sense of where that is?
Not in specifics, like I said, most of ours are doing reasonably well, and we do a lot of recruiting off of colleges. And so we start that usually around spring break intensively. And again, 50 to 70%, depending on the camp, are repeat people. And so a lot of them then invite their friends to come back. And so a lot of our issues really aren't that significant right now.
Gotcha. I'm glad to hear that you're finding a lot of your staff on campuses, high school campuses, college campuses, for instance. President Trump's ban on foreign workers expired on March 31st. Is it too late then to bring in workers from other countries on J-1 student visas or H-2B visas?
Yeah, most of our camps that regularly use that type of worker are trying to do that this year. They add such depth and diversity to our camps. It's good for them. It's good for our campers. Little uncertainty as we get close to deadlines, but they're working very hard with the people that are experts in that area to get them qualified and get them here and then get them hired and trained.
Yeah, it's a lot of paperwork in the meantime for you and others. I wonder, Paul, if you can share with us your policy on vaccinations. Are you requiring employees get fully vaccinated?
So each camp is independent and makes its own decisions. I'm hearing of none that are requiring vaccinations, but what the feedback is that so many of our workers have families, have children. A lot of the colleges are helping us a lot because they're trying to get students vaccinated even before they depart for summer, and that's a lot of what we hire. So I'm hearing from our folks in the field, they think that about 90% at least of our staff will be vaccinated on a voluntary basis.
Wow, that's pretty high. What if you have staffers coming from abroad and they don't have access to the vaccines? Is that something that YMCA will be providing?
We are working to provide that, to provide testing. Part of the way our natural training process works is that we bring our staff in a couple of weeks ahead of time for their training, and the children aren't there yet, and so it creates a natural quarantine. So that's a part of how we'll do it. They'll come in, whatever requirements exist for them as far as testing, we will certainly follow all of those, and then have them hopefully in a secure environment for what amounts to a quarantine over a couple of weeks while they're getting trained.
Gotcha. Thank you for elaborating on all of that. It's just a question, of course, as we move forward with what will be a most unusual summer. Clearly, 2020 overall ended up being a good time to kind of take stock, step back and examine what works, what doesn't work for your program. What will you be doing differently this year across YMCA camps?
Yeah, we did operate about 20% of our camps, many of them not at their full capacity, but we learned a lot. We worked with the American Camp Association, the CDC, a private environmental health consulting group. We developed about 120-page field guide. Those practices and policies worked exceptionally well. We've done a slight refresh on it, but we feel like based on our experience at about 20% of our camps, we've got the right policies and procedures in place to keep children safe.
Gotcha. And final question for you, Paul. Summer camp and screen time don't really mix in the best of times, but I imagine that's even more the case now after a year of remote school or hybrid school. How are you addressing that?
Yeah, camps have slightly different policies, but whether it's mandated or limited times or whatever, we'd really prefer that our campers give up their screen time. And one little tidbit for parents, sometimes the biggest challenge is parents that don't want to give up screen time with their kids. So we need everybody to work together and give that break from the screen that they need, let them be outdoors, let their mental health get the lift it needs, and the friendships and relationships that they're so craving come back into their lives.
Yeah, maybe time for some old school communication, letter writing perhaps. Paul,
absolutely.
Really appreciate it. Paul McIntyre, COO of the Y of USA. Thanks for joining us, Maddie.
And in other COVID news from around the world, India has overtaken Brazil to become the second most affected country globally by coronavirus, and that's coming in right after the U.S. The country reported nearly 170,000 infections overnight, bringing its total tally to just over 13.5 million cases. There are also concerns that Kumbh Mela, which is one of the most sacred pilgrimages in Hinduism and started Monday, could also worsen the outbreak. And according to a new study, an antibody drug from Regeneron reduced the risk of developing symptomatic COVID infection by 81% compared with a placebo. The results point to a potential new preventative application for the drug, which is already in use to treat COVID cases that are caught early on. Regeneron now says it would ask the Food and Drug Administration to expand the drug's authorization among people exposed to the virus who haven't yet gotten their vaccines. And some 200 Dutch tourists traded lockdown in the Netherlands for 8 days of voluntary confinement in a Greek holiday resort. I would take that deal. It's part of a test to see how safe holidays can be planned during the pandemic. Participants had to pay about $500 each for all-inclusive access to a hotel on the island of Rhodes. While they have full access to pools and other hotel facilities, they are not allowed to leave the resort. Despite those restrictions, demand for the trip was high, with about 25,000 people signing up in the hopes of getting selected. And for the latest COVID news, bookmark bloomberg.com/coronavirus. Scarlett?
I would take that deal as well.
Yep.
Now, coming up after the break, shipping costs have been rising fast, and it's starting to bite businesses. What's to blame, and just how long could the problem last? We explain next.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
A staggering rise in shipping expenses is taking its toll not only on companies, but also on consumers. Businesses are getting locked into contracts with high shipping expenses and passing the charges on to customers. So joining us to discuss how shoppers are likely going to end up picking up the bigger shipping tabs is Bloomberg News reporter Henry Wren. Henry, thanks so much for being here. You've done extensive reporting on what exactly is causing these shipping issues. So I'm curious, what are the problems that have been popping up in the supply chain over the past few months?
Hi, Scarlett. Thanks for having me. So supply chain issues have been really all over the place in recent months. The most famous one is the blockage at Suez Canal a couple of weeks ago. But I think it's just part of the story in the world of shipping. For the Trans-Pacific routes that connect Asian countries and America, many U.S. companies said that they've been experiencing logjams at the sea and at ports as well because there are just too few ships and too few dock workers. And building a ship takes time, so it could be very hard for companies, carriers to add some incremental shipping capacities in the short run. And COVID just makes it much more difficult to work at ports as well. And furthermore, when companies look to send products from ports to warehouses, sometimes truckers will just not show up to truck those goods because there are way too many orders. And just remember, the consumer demand has been spiking. People are buying more goods during the pandemic. And now as the economy reopens, so all those factors combined have pushed up shipping costs to an unprecedented level.
So at least for me, when I think about shipping, my mind immediately goes to my Amazon Prime subscription. Do you think that big corporations like Amazon are going to be willing to eat these extra shipping costs themselves, or will that get passed on to consumers?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I think for bigger retailers with great e-commerce exposure in platforms like Amazon or maybe Target or Walmart, they have really thrived during the pandemic and have built a lot of cushions. And with their negotiation power, they can sometimes strike a better deal in terms of shipping. But they may still need to pay a lot more to secure a place for goods to be shipped on containers, but they just have more power to absorb those added costs. It could be a very different story for smaller retailers. So, it has been a very devastating year for many of them, especially those mall-based retailers or those mom and pop shops. Margins are very thin for those retailers, so they might be forced to pass the extra costs onto their customers. That's a story that for many of the smaller ones.
So I'm curious about how inflation plays into this as well. Jay Powell's saying inflation is going to be short-lived. So how much of a concern is this when we're looking long-term into the year ahead?
Yeah, so I think at this point, shipping is still not among one of the most discussed factors that may lead to higher inflation. And as you mentioned, Chair Powell has said that, inflation is short-lived. But I kind of agree with Chair Powell in some way, because when you think of revenge shopping, when you think of pent-up demand, that might be short-lived. But on the shipping front, we have to remember that in pre-pandemic years, March and April are just low season in the shipping calendar. But in this year, the costs this year have just doubled and even tripled. And at the same time, for bigger companies, those higher shipping costs are sold into contracts for 12 more months as they negotiate new contracts with carriers. Yeah. And for smaller companies, some are expecting the shipping costs to remain very high till November or December this year. And when you consider this level of shipping costs for this extended month, shipping could make itself to Fed's agenda. So actually, in March, Fed's Beige Book report, which is a report that collects anecdotes from local businesses, the word shortage or shortages was mentioned 31 times, the most in at least a decade.
So what do you think those shipping costs are going to look like when they do trickle down to the consumer from, even if you look at smaller businesses? Is it just going to be higher cost of products overall? Is it specifically going to be in the shipping charge? What does this look like when I'm checking out of my account on these various websites that I do my online shopping on? Yeah,
so I think a company that I talked to in my story could be a good example, which is the Daunte Appliances, a Canadian appliance maker. So that company CEO said to me that for a freezer that they normally sell for $350, it might cost maybe $70 more, all due to the shipping costs. And he said that those shipping increases, price increases are now going through. But we need to remember that you might need to pay a little bit more to buy a TV or buy a freezer at this point because of shipping. But the math could be a little bit different behind, maybe a semiconductor chip or more expensive stuff. A cargo of semiconductor chip could worth a lot more versus a cargo of freezers or TVs. So those kind of extra shipping costs will probably have a minor impact on those more expensive goods. But for cheaper goods like freezers or, grains or other stuff, the added shipping costs could be, added to your cost as well.
Interesting stuff. Henry Wren, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate it. Scarlett, maybe this will finally be the thing that makes me actually go to a store instead of just buying everything online.
There you go. We're all looking for ways to shave a little bit money off of the sticker price at any point.
Yep.
All right, we're going to stay with shipping because coming up, can humankind control the unpredictable ocean when it comes to commerce? There may be a smart and sustainable way, and it involves artificial intelligence. We'll tell you how when we return in 2 minutes.
Our generation's biggest problem.
Climate change is happening.
And the world's most innovative solutions.
Transport, industry, buildings, electricity, all of those things.
Everything you need to know about our changing environment, the politics of global warming.
We can and we will deal with climate change.
In the fight against climate change, Bloomberg Green has you covered.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Shipping is the backbone of the global economy. It carries more than 80% of the world's traded goods, but it also accounts for almost 3% of man-made CO2 emissions, which is why climate innovation in the industry is so critical. Nautilus Labs is using artificial intelligence to make ocean commerce more sustainable and efficient. And Bloomberg NEF has recognized it as one of a dozen early-stage companies pursuing low-carbon opportunities. Nautilus Labs CEO Matt Hyder joins us now. Matt, congratulations on being named a 2021 BNEF Pioneer. Can you start us off first by explaining how your company uses AI to improve shipping?
Sure, and thanks very much for the congrats. It's definitely an honor to be recognized, and we think it's a big milestone for our industry, not just for Nautilus. But really, when you look at ocean shipping, like you said, it powers global trade. And today, it doesn't really run on data. And so when we think about applying artificial intelligence to solve problems in ocean shipping, it's really about how do we help people make better decisions? There's about 55,000 ships out on the water. Between the crews on the ship and the team shoreside, that's millions of decisions being made every day with discrete actions taken. And we want to drive more and more data into those decisions, leveraging technology like machine learning and artificial intelligence.
Okay, so the era of big data has not come to shipping yet. And I was reading an interview with you from the past, which indicated that most shipping decisions are made on data that's only available one time per day, what the so-called noon report, which is just shocking given how much data could be available. Why is there a relative dearth of data in the shipping world?
So it's actually, I would say it's oftentimes almost 1 degree worse than that, which is that a lot of decisions are driven by intuition and instinct and not data. When you look at the Noon Report, it is the primary data source that supports most commercial agreements inside the industry and governs a lot of operational decision-making at a high level, and it derives from the pre-industrial era. So imagine before there were electronics, when all there was a logbook and a seafarer taking a reading every day, writing it down in a journal, and that being the history of the voyage. You fast forward a couple hundred years, that's still the data set that informs most business processes today. And it's really, because there is a sort of lack of, historically, I would say, urgency around changing. It's a very old industry with a mindset that comes from an era of yore. It's really one of the oldest industries in all global trade. It's also the fact that ships, for most of their history, have been offline. They've been traveling in the dark on their own without satellite connectivity and sensors to make data available. Thankfully, that last part has begun to change quite dramatically, and it enables new solutions like ours.
So talk about that sense of urgency. Why is it picking up now? Does it have to do with how the International Shipping Regulator, the IMO, is making these aggressive targets like a 50% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2050?
Well, when you think about it, voyage costs for most ships doing large seagoing passages is about 70% fuel. So it makes up a huge component of the P&L of every voyage. So there's already an existing economic imperative to drive down fuel consumption as much as possible. I think what you describe is absolutely true. There's increasing regulatory pressure from the IMO and other bodies to drive change. There's also critically increased commercial pressure. So the amount of insight that people are demanding into supply chain transparency and minimizing the carbon footprint of the goods that get to end users is really rising dramatically. And that's putting a lot of pressure on the businesses that operate in the space to become more transparent and to drive down emissions through initiatives like the Sea Cargo Charter. And so there really is, the sort of this multi-pronged effect that's driving urgency. And I think ultimately what we'll see is a price on carbon, which will create the ultimate imperative to reduce emissions.
I think I speak for Maddie and myself when I say shipping is something that consumers kind of take for granted. When it works, we don't notice it. When there's a hiccup like the Suez Canal blockage last month, it it ripples across everything. How would the Ever Given ship, which of course got stuck in the Suez Canal for a week, have benefited from using your software, your AI, your machine learning? Could that data have helped prevent it getting stuck?
It certainly could have. It's hard to say with certainty because of the paucity of data around what exactly happened. And that's really what makes the Ever Given a microcosm of this broader problem that we're talking about. Because there's a lack of contextual awareness of how the voyage is operating, it's not clear if a tool like our voyage optimization solution could have changed the outcome ultimately. But really, it's that point that the Ever Given is just one ship on one day on one voyage where there was an opportunity to do something better, when really there's millions of opportunities to take better actions that reduce fuel consumption emissions every day in ocean shipping.
Matt Hyder, once again, congratulations on being named a 2021 BNEF Pioneer, bringing big data to the world of shipping. Really appreciate it. Maddie?
And now for today's Movers and Shakers, the people impacting the world of business, politics, and sports. Google co-founders Larry Page and Sergey Brin have joined the exclusive $100 billion club after the recent rally in tech stocks. The two new members puts the club at 8 members total. Page and Brin have added more than $20 billion each to their wealth this year. And Hideki Matsuyama won the Masters yesterday, making history as the first Japanese man to win a major. The 29-year-old won by 1 stroke and held a 10 under par performance at the tournament. Veterans of the sport include Tiger Woods, Jack Nicklaus, and Bubba Watson, and they took to social media to celebrate Matsuyama's new green jacket. And also in the world of sports, Alex Rodriguez and Jet.com founder Mark Lohr are set to buy the Minnesota Timberwolves, according to the team. And ESPN said the deal is valued at about $1.5 billion. Based on the agreement, A-Rod and Lohr will initially join as limited partners with a pathway to controlling ownership of the organization. And those are your movers and shakers from today. Now, she's one of the biggest pop stars in the world and a prolific songwriter with 9 albums over 14 years. Taylor Swift has broken records for the Grammys, Spotify, and YouTube. And now she's taking on a private equity firm by re-recording all of her old music. Bloomberg News reporter Alex Webb explains why an investment fund paid $300 million for her master recordings.
If you haven't heard yet, Taylor Swift has re-released her old music, such as her first big hit, Love Story.
We were both young when I first saw you.
I'm gonna say it's the new one. But this is shamefully embarrassing.
That was the old version. This is the new version.
We were both young when I first saw you.
So, why is Taylor Swift re-recording her music? It's a move that's been years in the making.
That you're planning on re-recording some of your music. Is that true?
Yeah, that's true.
In order to understand what's happening with Taylor, you have to know a little bit about the world of music licensing.
Broadly speaking, in 2 parts. You have the copyright, which is the intellectual property behind a song. Then you also have the recorded part of the song, what are often referred to as the masters, the master recordings.
Prior to Lover, which was Swift's first album with her new label Republic Records, owned by Universal Music Group, the singer owned the publishing rights of her songs, but she didn't own the masters. In this case, her former record label Big Machine owned the masters.
Usually when an artist signs with a label, as part of that contract, the record company gets ownership of the masters, of the master recordings.
So how exactly are the profits split up?
The way that music royalties are split up is that perhaps 4/5 of the royalties go to the owner of the masters, and 1/5 goes to the owner of the publishing rights, and that's sort of the copyright.
Swift has been trying to buy the masters for years, but in 2019, music executive Scooter Braun, who manages the careers of artists like Justin Bieber and Demi Lovato, partnered with private equity giant Carlyle Group to buy her old label, along with the rights to her catalog, in a deal reported to be around $300 million. And then in 2020,
he then sold the masters to an investment fund called Shamrock Capital.
Lately, there's been a new shift that has affected me personally and that I feel is a potentially harmful force in our industry. And that is the unregulated world of private equity coming in and buying up our music as if it is real estate.
What Taylor's talking about is the recent catalog acquisition frenzy in the music industry.
If you sell a house, you might get $500,000 for argument's sake. If you own that house and you rent it out, you might get $1,000 a month rent over the duration of that ownership. What's happening now is that the investments in the music industry are kind of more like those real estate investments, because you can guarantee a recurring income from royalties that are coming from, broadly speaking, music streaming services. It's similar to getting rent.
And many saw Taylor Swift's master recordings as a bulletproof investment, so much so that they were willing to pay $300 million for a catalog.
And the company that acquired it says in separate investor presentations that it hopes across its portfolio to generate annual returns of about 8%. That means that the songs that they've acquired would need to be generating about $20 million a year.
It's reignited decades-old debate in music. Most artists don't own the rights to their recordings, which is why Taylor Swift is re-recording her music.
But by re-recording her songs, Taylor Swift clearly hopes that fans will listen to the recordings where she owns all the rights, and therefore she'll be getting a greater share of the income generated by them. It is clearly a risk for the company that has acquired her rights, Shamrock Capital. A lot of the success of this will come actually down to the algorithms used by Spotify and Apple Music. What will Spotify default to? Will it default to her version, or will it default to the original version recorded years ago?
There's a question amid all of this, is if Universal is letting their artists own their master recordings, as is happening with Taylor Swift. What if that becomes a trend? What does it mean for their earnings in 5 to 10 years' time?
Universal recently announced it plans to IPO this year. Part of the reason they're able to IPO is because they are getting dependable earnings from Spotify and all those other companies. If that ceases to be the case because they're letting their artists own the masters, what does that mean for their equity story? Or actually is Taylor Swift the exception? And they're letting her do it because she's a big name and they need the sort of halo effect of having Taylor Swift at Universal Music. And actually, if someone else tries to do it, they'll probably say no.
Swift is expected to re-record the 5 other albums she made under her 12-year contract with Big Machine, from her self-titled debut all the way to Reputation.
Coming up after the break, what does the future of finance look like in a world where Robin Hood is becoming king? Stay with us, we're back in 2.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Our generation's biggest problem.
Climate change is happening.
And the world's most innovative solutions.
Transport, industry, buildings, electricity, all of those things.
Everything you need to know about our changing environment, the politics of global warming.
We can and we will deal with climate change.
In the fight against climate change, Bloomberg Green has you covered.
Between Robinhood gamifying the stock market and Reddit bros blowing up GameStop, the idea of making investing easily accessible for everyone seems to be taking over. There are more and more ways for anyone to get into the finance game. And RealBlocks is a company that's helping consumers do just that. The CEO, Perrin Korshi, joins us now. Perrin, thank you for being on Quick Take today. To start us off, like I mentioned, we're hearing a lot about this idea of democratizing finance. How do you do that with RealBlocks?
Absolutely, Madison, thank you. It's good to be here. So while platforms like Robinhood and Acorns and Stash Invest have done a great job of democratizing access to the stock market, nobody has done that for this category of investments that we call alternatives. So private equity, private credit, and hedge funds. And RealBlocks is doing exactly that by basically delivering the technology and providing the access to mass market retail consumers, which historically have been shut out of this market.
And I know that you've said that you want to make investing accessible regardless of wealth, but what does that look like in practice? How can people get involved in these alternative investment opportunities without that initial capital?
Absolutely. So take an investment like an investment in a venture capital fund, for example, that funded Lyft or Airbnb or Uber. Investments in venture capital funds historically have been limited to large investors like pension funds and endowments who write checks in the hundreds of millions to billions of dollars of a range. And that has just left the mass market consumer like you or me without access. So what RealBlocks is doing is we've built the technology that aggregates retail consumers together and gives them the purchasing power to get access to investments like venture capital. Mm-hmm. And what we're doing is we're making it possible for mass market consumers like us to be able to invest with their 401k or their 403b plan. So that's how we're really solving that problem.
And I want to talk a bit about your relationship to digital currency. What is that like for you? And do you see a future in which using digital currency is the norm?
Absolutely. So digital currencies have obviously, had a great year, and obviously we're now over $1 trillion in market cap there with Bitcoin when that happened. And so digital currencies are ubiquitous and they're worldwide. So with RealBlocks, what we're doing is we're really focusing on giving access to investing to mass market consumers and individuals worldwide. And so we feel like digital currencies are going to be an important part of that. And we've built our architecture in such a way that people all over the world can eventually be able to use digital currencies to get access to the best private equity or private credit or venture fund managers.
Do you see a future in which we don't even need banks anymore?
Yeah, a lot of people have asked me that question. And I think that it's a very interesting question. So honestly, banks serve a crucial function in today's economy in providing credit to individuals and businesses. And that really is not going to change. But I think that we're going to, with companies like ours, as a society, find more creative ways to extend credit and services that were traditionally offered by banks to individuals. And so that's what our company and our investors are most excited about.
And in our final minute here, Perrin, I want to talk about you. There are not a lot of diverse CEOs in the fintech space. What are some of the obstacles that you faced in rising up in your career, and how did you overcome them?
Sure, thank you. So, I started my career actually as an engineer. And so though I loved engineering and designing great solutions for tech, and it kind of equipped me with a mindset focused on problem solving whenever I encountered obstacles, I one day had the idea of being on the other side of the table, being the person who had the company that was ultimately solving the problems. And so starting a new company is hard, and everybody realizes that. But I think that the most important thing for me was finding the investors who were the right fit for my company and for me, and who really were just as excited about the problem that I was solving as they were. And so, we had investors like Science Venture Fund in our seed round who invested in Dollar Shave Club and Wealthfront. And then we most recently were very excited to bring on Crosslink Capital on Sand Hill Road in Menlo Park, who has been very successful building B2B fintech and SaaS companies, and who instantly I felt a great connection with, and who were just as, if not more excited about the opportunity that we're solving with real blocks for consumers, as my team and I were. So I think really founders and of all walks of life have to really focus on solving the right problem with the right economics, and also finding the right capital partner.
Perrin Qureshi, CEO of RealBlocks, really appreciate you joining us. Scarlett?
All right, let's get you a look at some of the day's top technology headlines. We're going to start with Bitcoin, which reached near record territory earlier today. The digital token touched $61,229, just short of the $61,742 record set back on March 13th. If you look at the last 10 years of the cryptocurrency's performance, it really tells the story. The surging interest and value in Bitcoin comes just 2 days before U.S. cryptocurrency exchange Coinbase lists on the NASDAQ. President Biden says there is strong support on both sides of the aisle to fix the ongoing global semiconductor shortage. His remarks came at a virtual roundtable on the crisis with more than a dozen tech leaders in attendance. Biden also read a letter during the meeting signed by 23 senators and 42 House members backing a $50 billion fund that would go towards chip manufacturing and research. And Twitter is building a team in Ghana in order to, quote, be more immersed in the rich and vibrant communities that drive the conversations taking place across the African continent. As with many companies in the COVID age, Twitter is onboarding employees remotely and exploring the possibility of opening an office in the country. For the latest tech news, bookmark Bloomberg.com/technology. Now, coming up after the break, I'm sorry, Maddie, that's you.
No, we'll find out what's the reasoning behind Microsoft's latest $20 billion purchase. That's next.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Microsoft kicks off this week with a big purchase. The company behind Windows and Xbox branching out to speech recognition by purchasing Nuance for almost $20 billion. Here to put Microsoft's latest move in context is Bloomberg News technology reporter Mark Gurman. Mark, great to speak with you. Nuance actually helped develop the technology used in Apple's Siri. What makes it so important and so critical to Microsoft to shell out so much money for it?
So Nuance's big focus right now is two things, AI and cloud. And those are the two biggest buzzwords that you're hearing and seeing from Microsoft at this point. They're not really a hardware company. They're an AI and cloud company. And Nuance will give them a big leap both in AI and cloud infrastructure, particularly in healthcare. Nuance's biggest market at this point is healthcare. So applications to help doctors and patients speech recognition. Let's say you're seeing a doctor can use speech to sort of input patient records and what's going on with the patient, as well as a whole back-end cloud infrastructure. Microsoft is trying to tap into several different cloud and AI-powered markets, healthcare being one of them. Nuance also works with law enforcement. It's another big area for cloud and AI, as you know, in addition to the legal professions. So Nuance should give them a nice shot in the arm across a number of different sectors.
Got it. Interesting to see that Microsoft might be a player in healthcare. Now let's move on to Apple, because you cover that company extensively, and it looks like it's taking another crack at the set-top box market. What can you tell us about the latest device that they have planned?
Exactly. So Apple is working on a new combined device that would combine a HomePod smart speaker with a Apple TV set-top box as well as a camera system. So basically an all-in-one unit where you get the speaker functionality as well as the TV box functionality. And they're working on this. It's still a ways away, but it's destined to be their first big new flagship device in the home in several years.
Very quickly, Mark, what is the strategy behind this new device? Because it's got a lot of hits between its iPhone and its services that make lots of cash, but the HomePod has not exactly been a home run.
Yeah, they really don't have a smart home device that has done well, and they're betting by combining their two, existing markets, speakers and TV boxes, into one device at one price with additional bells and whistles. They may be able to, pick up some share in a market very much dominated by Amazon and Google.
Okay. Oh, I actually do have time for one more question. President Biden, we know, was talking to tech leaders about the chip shortage, but it looks like Apple is experiencing a bit of a display shortage when it comes to the iPad Pro, or at least the next version of it. Give us the update on that.
So new iPad Pros with faster processors, similar designs, new cameras will be announced in the next week or two. There's a higher-end version of the iPad Pro also coming with a brighter screen. It's called a MiniLED display, and they're facing some production issues and kinks building those screens. That could mean there is going to be some supply shortages on that new model for the first few weeks of launch, but I would bet that it would resolve pretty quickly over time.
Yeah, Apple customers are pretty accustomed to not being able to get what they want when they want it, at least initially. Bloomberg News technology reporter Mark Gurman, thank you so much for joining us. That does it for Quick Take this hour. Be sure to check out the latest stories at Bloomberg.com or at Quick Take on social media.
Have a good night, everyone. Thanks for joining us.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Generation's biggest problem.
Climate change is happening.
And the world's most innovative solutions.
Transport, industry, buildings, electricity, all of those things.
Everything you need to know about our changing environment, the politics of global warming.
We can and we will deal with climate change.
In the fight against climate change, Bloomberg Green has you covered.
I'm Kurumi Mori in Tokyo, and this is Quick Take Geo.
After months of protests against the military coup, Myanmar's economy is on the brink, with many businesses close to collapse. Doctors are sounding the alarm over an upsurge in measles cases in the Democratic Republic of Congo. We'll tell you what's behind the worst unrest in Northern Ireland in years.
I didn't get any brand deals. I was one of the top creators on the app.
Plus, we dig deeper into racism and inequality in the emerging influencer industry.
As the bloodshed in Myanmar continues, investors are fleeing and businesses are teetering close to collapse. The World Bank predicts the economy will shrink 10% this year, likely having an impact on long-term growth. For more, we're joined by our Southeast Asia Gov reporter, Philip Hymans. Hey, Philip, tell us more about the current economic picture in Myanmar. What have you encountered in your reporting?
It's not a very good situation. You have many businesses are, as you mentioned, finding it very difficult to get to ends meet. The ports are lined with cargo that is just collecting dust. You have banks that are remaining shut, which is resulting in a cash flow problem for many people as they're struggling to pay salaries. We've spoken to a number of people on the ground. Local businesses in particular have been really hard hit as security forces continue to crack down on protesters. More than 700 people are dead so far throughout the country. Those local shops are telling us that it's impossible for them to even stay open. Literally, protests will emerge on their streets and security forces will crack down with shots ringing out nearby. Protesters will flee into small shop houses, forcing them to shut on lots of days. They just don't want to open the doors to begin with. So it's become quite an untenable situation.
Yeah, no one can really predict how long it'll take to get back to normal, but what are the projections for at least the next few months?
Also not so good. The World Bank has come out recently and said that they're expecting about a 10% contraction for the year 2021, which is by far the worst in Southeast Asia. And this also comes at a time when the rest of the region is recovering after the pandemic. Myanmar, of course, is already among the harder hit countries due to the pandemic by itself. It was a huge hotspot for a long while there, and it had forced lockdowns between states and regions and had huge economic implications. There are worse projections, however. Fitch Solutions is expecting a, quote, conservative 20% contraction for this year, and that's this fiscal year until October alone. So the situation could be worse than we think.
So in order to stop this economic collapse, what options does the military really have?
It's very unclear right now. I mean, they have tried to kind of strong-arm people to go back to work. They've threatened to arrest people who don't go back to work. This is the situation at many banks, civil servants in several sectors refusing to go back. They have joined the Civil Disobedience Movement and are trying to basically collapse the economy. That's a strategy that they're trying to employ right now, and that is an effort to deprive the junta of any kind of fiscal or financial resources. So it's difficult. I mean, what can they do if nobody's listening?
All right, that's Southeast Asia Gov reporter Philip Hymans. Measles is killing again in the Democratic Republic of Congo. More than 13,000 cases have been recorded since January 1st, according to medical charity Doctors Without Borders. Rosalie Silva reports.
Measles is still and again killing children in the DRC.
This little boy has measles. It's one of the most contagious diseases in the world.
Between 2018 and 2020, the DRC has known an epidemic of measles without known or documented precedent. Between 2018 and 2020, over 450,000 cases and more than 8,000 children were killed by the measles virus. And all of this is happening in a country which is still battling in order to have a first dose measles vaccine coverage that is beyond what has been evaluated as around 60%. In order to have a herd immunity, we should go up to 85% and beyond. This unprecedented epidemic is unfortunately still continuing.
There have been more than 13,000 cases in the DRC since January 1st.
Close to 200 children, unfortunately, killed. This is a huge country with enormous challenges in terms of deployment, logistic, and security access. It's the implementation where there are huge difficulties that are linked to the environment. And that's why we need to stress over and over again that further and even increased mobilization for vaccine-preventable diseases is just a small effort with a huge impact and benefit.
COVID-19 is complicating the vaccine drive.
Currently in the DRC, close to 30,000 COVID cases have been confirmed. There are close to 800 deaths. It is, most of all, a parameter that is complicating the deployment in terms of taking airplanes, deploying the vaccines, all that is linked to supply and distribution and logistics management.
Measles is a vaccine-preventable disease.
Small efforts can prevent further and more deaths.
Northern Ireland is experiencing its worst unrest in years. Police have used rubber bullets and water cannons on protesters who hurled bricks, fireworks, and gasoline bombs. Peter Flanagan explains what's behind the violence.
Attention, attention. This is a police message.
Petrol bombs and fireworks thrown at police and a hijacked bus set on fire. Violence has gripped Northern Ireland as old divides and post-Brexit tensions cast a shadow over a tenuous peace. I'm Peter Flanagan for Bloomberg News in Dublin. Here's what you need to know.
Should disperse immediately. Force is about to be used against violent individuals.
What's behind the violence in Northern Ireland? While the spark that has set off the violence and demonstrations can be traced back to policing issues, it's unlikely they would have escalated to this point if not for ongoing controversy over the Brexit agreement. Part of that agreement, known as the Northern Ireland Protocol, has inflamed tensions among unionists who want Northern Ireland to remain part of the United Kingdom, along with England, Scotland and Wales.
Brexit is a huge transformation. So essentially, the peace process in Northern Ireland relied on a careful balance between Britain and Ireland, Northern Ireland being both British and Irish. And within the EU, that was possible, not just in economic and legal terms, obviously following the same rules, etc., but also in political and symbolic terms. That's been very much disrupted by Brexit. The majority of unionists voted to leave. There's traditional Euroscepticism amongst unionists. Majority of nationalists voting to remain. And you had this additional element of polarisation within Northern Ireland.
What is the Northern Ireland Protocol and why is it being so controversial? Well, the protocol is part of the Brexit agreement that avoids checks at the border between Northern Ireland and the Irish Republic. The protocol effectively keeps Northern Ireland in the EU's customs area and much of the single market. That means cargo coming from mainland Britain needs to be checked before or on entry to the region. That ensures it meets the bloc's rules and standards. Essentially, the border has moved to the Irish Sea. The deal also allows Northern Irish exporters to have easy access to Europe's single market and Britain's internal market. But some unionists believe it has undermined Northern Ireland's place in the UK. Most fundamentally, Northern Irish unionists say it's wrong that the province isn't treated in the same way as England, Scotland and Wales. On a more practical basis, Northern Irish importers say the system has created more paperwork, delays and costs when goods are brought into the region. So is the protocol guaranteed to last? Well, Northern Ireland will be given a say on the protocol in 2024. Though the precise details have yet to be set out, the region's power-sharing assembly will vote on the accord. If a simple majority backs the protocol, another vote will be held 4 years later. If the measure gains the support of both nationalist and unionist groups, there won't be another vote for 8 years. If the Assembly scraps the protocol, though, the border question could well be back on the agenda. Could Brexit hasten a united Ireland? Well, it's unlikely anytime soon. Nearly a century after partition, a majority in Northern Ireland want to remain part of the UK. Still, the fact that the possibility is being openly discussed again is testament to the forces unleashed by Brexit. Under a provision of Northern Ireland's peace agreement, A so-called border poll on Irish unification could only take place if the UK government considers such a referendum would likely be passed. I'm Peter Flanagan for Bloomberg News in Dublin.
I'm Kurumi Mori in Tokyo, and you're watching Quick Take Geo. Still ahead.
Ping pong helped thaw the Cold War between the U.S. and China 50 years ago. We'll tell you how that legacy still resonates today. And could a struggling 261-year-old toy store from the UK be revived in India? We take you to a Hamleys store in New Delhi. Coming up.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Our generation's biggest problem.
Climate change is happening.
And the world's most innovative solutions.
Transport, industry, buildings, electricity, all of those things.
Everything you need to know about our changing environment, the politics of global warming.
We can and we will deal with climate change.
In the fight against climate change, Bloomberg Green has you covered.
Years ago, it was table tennis that helped improve relations between the U.S. and China. In what's known as ping pong diplomacy, a series of matches paved the way for the first U.S. president to visit Beijing in more than 2 decades. So could the legacy help improve ties today? Charlie Zhu reports.
People are here today for events to mark the 50th anniversary of the ping pong diplomacy between the US and China. 50 years ago, during the Cold War, Chinese leader Mao Zedong invited a group of American ping pong players to play in Beijing. The event helped pave the way for a visit by President Richard Nixon to the Chinese capital and the eventual normalization of bilateral ties a few years later. So the game has just started.
50年前，中美两国之间的不同远超现在，但双方从两国人民的根本福祉和共同期盼出发，尊重彼此差异。
As we know, ties between the US and China has fallen to their lowest level in decades under Donald Trump. Chinese diplomats have said the US and China are at a crucial moment to rebuild ties after Biden's inauguration. However, tension between the two superpowers remain over a range of issues, from Hong Kong to Xinjiang and South China Sea.
A struggling yet iconic 261-year-old UK toy store chain is getting a new lease of life. Asia's richest man, Mukesh Ambani, is expanding Hamleys in India. Ragani Saxena was at a store in New Delhi. Take a look.
Hamleys, the finest toy shop in the world.
I'm here at the Hamleys flagship store in New Delhi. The iconic British toy store chain is set for a revival as the new owner and billionaire Mukesh Ambani looks to expand the brand in India. planning to quadruple the number of outlets in India to 500 in 3 years. The expansion of Hamleys will help Ambani widen his retail portfolio as he transforms the oil and chemicals conglomerate into a consumer and technology giant.
I think certainly it is gaining popularity since last few years, and now more and more people are coming to Hamleys because it has a wide range of toys for all the age groups.
Founded in 1760, Hamleys has been struggling to make profit for a long time, and the pandemic has worsened its financial distress. The deep pockets of Asia's richest man and India's demographics could help Hamleys revive sales.
There is only a year to go until the Beijing 2022 Winter Olympics, with preparations now underway in China. Lucille Liu is on the ground to get a first glimpse at what will become the main venue for the Games.
I'm here at the Shougang Industrial Park, a reclaimed steel plant that serves as the base for the Beijing Winter Olympics Organizing Committee and also a key venue for the Games. I'm here today with other foreign journalists to take a tour of the park, as well as attend a briefing on preparations for the game. Of course, the Beijing Olympics has been in the news because despite calls to not politicize the events from the IOC, we've seen over 180 rights groups call for a boycott of the Games because of China's alleged human rights abuses towards minorities, including Uyghurs in Xinjiang. We saw the U.S. say that a discussion of a joint boycott was on the agenda before walking that statement back and saying that it has not discussed and is not discussing a boycott with allies and partners. Increasingly, however, companies and governments may be forced to take a position, as we saw last month with H&M, which was taken off Chinese e-commerce stores as well as app stores after internet users found a statement from the company over its concern of the alleged use of forced labor and cotton sourced from Xinjiang.
Deliveroo's debut on the London Stock Exchange proved to be a flop. The food delivery service was valued at $10.5 billion, but its IPO was plagued by ethical concerns. Bloomberg's Amy Thompson explains why the first days of trading aren't exactly destiny.
British food delivery app Deliveroo set aside £50 million in shares for customers in its listing. But was that a good thing? If you're in the UK, over 18, and have placed at least one order with Deliveroo, the company let you sign up for shares in blocks of £250 to £1,000. Investing in IPOs is usually limited to institutional investors, founding employees, and the rich. But this year has seen the rise of the retail trader, as platforms like Robinhood and Primary Bid make the stock market more accessible. Robinhood said it's building technology to let its customers access IPOs, and online lender Social Finance Inc. said that customers with more than $3,000 in their accounts will be able to participate in listings as well. So why would you or I want to get in on the ground floor of an IPO? For starters, there's a good chance you'll make money, at least in the short term. Tech companies that have listed in the last 12 months have gained, on average, more than 50%. But buyer beware, early investors in untested stocks carry more risk. So far on Deliveroo's first day of trading, the shares have tanked. They were down as much as 30% at one point, meaning a big one-day loss for retail investors who got in early. There were some warning signs. While pandemic lockdowns have us all ordering more takeout, Deliveroo's publicly traded peers are having a rough start to the year. Before today, Amsterdam-listed Just Eat Takeaway had fallen 16% this year, and Germany's Delivery Hero was down about 14%. It's also worth noting that several of London's big institutional shareholders passed on the deal. Deliveroo's riders are gig economy workers, which means that they don't have access to the same perks and protections as full-time employees. The UK is taking a harder stance on the way this type of worker is treated, and Deliveroo's competitor Uber recently said it would offer a guaranteed minimum wage and vacation pay to its 70,000 UK drivers after it lost a landmark Supreme Court case. Deliveroo has more than 100,000 riders worldwide, and changing the way it compensates them could have serious implications for how much it costs to run the business. Fund managers like Legal & General, Aviva, and Aberdeen cited the gig economy model as reasons to skip the IPO. But it's worth remembering that the first days of trading aren't destiny. Even the mighty Facebook, which was also open to retail investors, had a rough first week. How Deliveroo does in the long term remains to be seen. I'm Amy Thompson. For more on this story and content like it, follow us on your favorite platforms.
I'm Kurumi Mori in Tokyo, and you're watching Quick Take Geo. Still ahead.
We speak to Black content creators who are facing a racial pay gap in the emerging influencer industry. That's next.
Our generation's biggest problem.
Climate change is happening.
And the world's most innovative solutions.
Transport, industry, buildings, electricity, all of those things.
Everything you need to know about our changing environment, the politics of global warming.
We can and we will deal with climate change.
In the fight against climate change, Bloomberg Green has you covered.
Racism is seen as a major issue in the influencer industry amid increasing claims that white artists receive credit and better pay for content that originated from Black culture. We dig deeper into the inequality and hear from 3 Black content creators about their experiences.
As a content creator, seeing all of the things that we can do for an artist or a company and receiving such little pay for our artistic creations, it was a slap in the face, really.
Going live right now. You know how much content I made and it's just somebody random just took it and they got so much more credit?
Racism isn't exclusive to a certain field. And so even when you have new fields like the influencer industry, it's gonna make its way in there too.
I've been an influencer for about a year now. I'm currently known for choreography. I created a viral dance to one of Megan Thee Stallion's song, Captain Hook.
Like a with a little bit of curve, hit this book with an uppercut, call it Captain Hook.
I've been making content since 2014.
Started making videos way back like 2008.
My God, stop it.
Little dance videos in my basement. And then 2013, I guess, is when I officially became an influencer, when the app Vine came out.
I noticed a pay gap in my industry as soon as I started. When I first started on TikTok, it was already a big talk about how much the biggest influencer on the app was making at the time. Comparing that to what I was getting offered, I could tell.
I noticed pay gaps in the industry when I was on Vine. I didn't get any brand deals. I was one of the top creators on the app. I had 1.6 million followers. Other creators who's not a person of color, who didn't have as much activity as me or as many followers as me, but still would work with big brands. It was weird because it was like I'm going viral with every video, but no company's even looking my way.
I did this ad deal, and it was like the biggest ad deal I had done at the time. And there were a couple other influencers on the brand deal with me. I come to find out that they had made like double of what I was making, and one of them had way less followers than me. It was just weird to me that he had made more money than me with less followers. And then to think about like what I was originally offered, like what did they offer him?
There was a gig that I did. I created a dance for a record company. They paid me, at bottom line, $700 compared to Addison Rae, which is a bigger creator than I am. She definitely got a higher pay of what they offered me to even create the dance. I just felt very unseen and unheard.
What's crazy, we start all the trends.
And then another influencer, a white influencer hops on it, and all of a sudden it blows up, and now it's the mainstream dance everybody's doing. And they credit this white girl for something that a black girl created.
If a bigger white account reposts your dance without tagging you, 9 times out of 10, that artist is gonna automatically see their post, and without your name anywhere on the video or in the comments, nobody knows that you created it.
People take advantage of like black creatives. It's like this trend and it's all fun, and then someone profits off of it, off of something that a black creator started.
And then they get praise and fame, and you know, when that's just a piece of us.
The way that I've had to change my content actually varies in a lot of different ways. Certain things I can't wear, certain things that I can't really speak on because I know that it will be shadow banned. And all around, just having to push 10 times harder. Full hair, full makeup, fully dressed, and just 100% glam, if I'm being honest, to be able to get to that point of viral.
Creatively, I can think of a really great idea, but in the back of my head, it's like, can I even post this because I use the N-word or something, and the brand wouldn't look my way because I made them feel uncomfortable when I'm speaking to my audience, and my audience understand the way I communicate with them.
Can't use a lot of profanity and stuff, but then I always see like other influencers, white influencers, and it's like, oh, that's raunchy comedy. But then when I use it, it's looked at in a different light. I would completely change. I would be like this squeaky clean influencer who was all about positivity, like fake optimism all the time. Because I didn't want to make anybody uncomfortable and potentially lose out on a brand deal.
It's a problem, like us just being ourselves when the companies be out of touch with the black community.
Black Lives Matter 2020 really showed the true colors of different companies in the industry in general.
Now, I don't find it surprising that black talent managers are getting more calls for their black creators.
I did get more brand deals as everything was going on.
Because everybody was stuck in the house and everybody's on social media, I feel like it was more prominent for them to make it seem like they did care about Black lives, when in general, before the pandemic, no one really batted an eye at it.
I appreciate the brands working with the black creators and starting to go in that direction, but was it a trend that they wanted to work with more black creators because they felt guilty?
A lot of times in the digital era, everything is so trendy. It's like, it's hot right now and then tomorrow is gone and nobody talks about it. I just hope that it continues.
It definitely makes it seem as if black people are props and that we can be used at the power of someone else's financial gain.
What I hope to see change in the industry is the black creatives get the credit that we deserve.
I think the biggest thing I hope to see is genuine appreciation for black creators, not just when it's convenient.
I hope for an even playing field when it comes to creators of all colors, specifically black creators, giving them that same energy that they're giving the white creators to be able to elevate and do this and continue to do this as a passion or just a creator in general and loving what you do.
Thanks so much for watching this episode of Quick Take Geo. Follow us on Twitter @QuickTake for all the latest news from around the world. Till next time.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars. Only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
If we don't change anything, and we will go on in the way we are now consuming our food, then the next 40 years we need to produce as much food as we did over the last 8,000 years. And that's a huge challenge.
This week, by 2050, there are going to be almost 10 billion people on the planet. We'll need more food to match. From innovation,
I'm about to be one of the world's first commercial customers for lab-grown meat,
to making the most of our existing resources.
I'm gonna try grasshoppers.
We look at some of the possible solutions to sustainably feeding the world. I'm Anne-Marie Hordern, and this is Bloomberg Green. With climate change and urbanization, the resources that we need to feed everyone, like space and water, are becoming harder to find. That's why scientists and farmers across the world are finding new ways to feed the masses.
So you're now in the central area of the Netherlands. And within this area, we have many different institutes and industries that are focusing on the big challenges in food. We like to study things in nature, try to learn from things in nature, and try to transfer this into solutions that can improve the quality of life of humankind.
Wageningen University is known as the Silicon Valley of agriculture. Students and researchers from more than 100 countries work here in vast greenhouses and labs to determine the future of our food and how we'll grow it.
The Green Revolution in the 20th century started by a guy named Borlaug, and he was a plant breeder. And what I like about the story is that the guy got the Nobel Prize for peace, not for science, but for peace. And the reason was that he came up with new cultivars of wheat that were able to produce more per plant, and in that way he could offer a solution for the hunger that was quite important at that time in Asia and in Africa. The bad thing was, of course, that these new cultivars also needed a lot of fertilizers, a lot of pesticides. And that's the reason why I think we need a new green revolution. We need to produce more per square meter, but at the same time, we need to use less fertilizer, less energy, less water. So more with less and better is really a summary of our research programs.
Along with the driverless tractors and agroforestry being developed here at the university's research farm, the next green revolution could rely on optimizing the most fundamental process in every plant, photosynthesis.
All life depends now on photosynthesis, so it's an essential building block of life. For a long time, people thought that this could not be changed anymore. They thought this is a fixed thing. It already exists for about 2 billion years, so a very long time, and people thought evolution would have taken care of this, and now it looks like it's not.
The team created a robot filled with cameras that can image plants while they photosynthesize, using a property called chlorophyll fluorescence. By examining photosynthesis at the DNA level, they identified natural genetic variations in the way plants handle light. That data can be used to breed crops which are almost 50% better at the process. Not only could that double yields, but the optimized plants will be more efficient with resources like water and nutrients in the soil.
So what the Green Revolution taught us, how by changing the architecture of plants, we could harvest more of the plant, and that's probably saved the humanity from a lot of trouble. Now, this new step in looking at photosynthesis could mean the same. So if we can improve with only a few percentages photosynthesis, we would also be able to improve plant productivity. And if we can do that in a sustainable and durable way for a long term, and making it available to a lot of people by just increasing one trait, then would give us a tremendous boost forward.
Coming up, the long shadow of livestock. Farm animals are one of the biggest contributors to greenhouse gas emissions. But what if there's a way to cut out the carbon when it comes to eating meat? This is Bloomberg Green.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Our generation's biggest problem.
Climate change is happening.
And the world's most innovative solutions.
Transport, industry, buildings, electricity, all of those things.
Everything you need to know about our changing environment, the politics of global warming.
We can and we will deal with climate change.
In the fight against climate change, Bloomberg Green has you covered.
I'm Jennifer Zabasaja in New York, and this is your Green Brief.
American Jobs Plan is the biggest increase in our federal non-defense research and development spending on record.
U.S. President Joe Biden has outlined a $2.25 trillion 8-year plan to rejuvenate America's crumbling infrastructure. The plan provides $620 billion for transportation, $650 billion for initiatives including cleaner water and high-speed broadband, $580 billion to American manufacturing, which would include $180 billion for the biggest non-defense research and development program on record, and $400 billion toward care for the elderly and disabled. The proposed transportation funding specifically directs more than $150 billion to electric vehicles, including sale rebates and tax incentives for consumers. But the plan is likely to face tougher opposition from Republican lawmakers than his pandemic relief package, due to tax hikes that are likely to come in the future. Climate progressives may also be disappointed, especially since the green transition was such a key part of the Biden campaign. Varshini Prakash, executive director of the Sunrise Movement, said the plan was a, quote, historic step forward, but so much more is needed to truly transform this country and stop the climate crisis. And House Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez also said the proposal didn't go far enough, contrasting it with the recently passed stimulus bill. For solar, though, the plan beat expectations, according to Michael Weinstein, an analyst at Credit Suisse. Federal tax credits have helped make solar and wind power more affordable in the U.S. The plan proposes extending those tax credits for another decade. Similarly, proponents of carbon capture technology rejoiced. Signs that the White House is willing to support developers with cash in lieu of tax offsets would be a big boost to the industry. While both sides of the political aisle are hesitant about how a direct pay system would work, the director of the Carbon Capture Coalition says he is unreservedly excited about the plan. And that's your Green Brief. Anne-Marie?
Now, livestock is responsible for nearly 15% of all human greenhouse gas emissions, and it's why a growing number of people are adapting vegetarian or plant-based diets. But as the world's wealth and population continues to grow, so does the appetite for protein. So, how do we make it more sustainable?
Since the dawn of man, meat has been on the menu.
Then a pure beef hamburger.
Over a pound of meat. We have the meats.
Even with growing trends of vegetarian diets and plant-based substitutes, around 89% of the world population consider themselves omnivores.
We have come a long way from our hunter and gatherer roots.
And although we've become exceedingly efficient at putting meat on the table, raising livestock animals by the billions comes with its own set of consequences.
If animal agriculture continues to expand the way it has, there is a risk that we won't be able to stop climate change.
But with rapid advances in technology, we might soon see a food industry that leaves all those problems behind.
I'm about to be one of the world's first commercial customers for lab-grown meat, cultured meat. It's Eat Just as the company, and I'm very, very excited. Here is the chicken. Looks pretty crispy outside. It's really good. I mean, look, it's really tasty.
Here at 1880 in Singapore, cultured chicken is being served under a regulatory approval granted by the Singaporean government. It's the very first time a cultured meat product, meat made from animal cells grown in a lab, has been approved for commercial sale. Eat Just, the company behind these chicken nugget-style dishes, is based out of San Francisco and got their start in 2011 developing plant-based egg substitutes like mung bean scrambled eggs and mayonnaise. But it wasn't until 2017 that they announced they were shifting focus to a cultured meat product.
The way that we grow and produce cultured chicken is essentially we isolate chicken cells from chickens without having to kill them. So from a small biopsy, for instance, we immerse these cells in a liquid broth that contains the nutrients that the cells need to survive and be healthy and to grow. We really need these cells to multiply to reach the numbers that are sufficient to make a meat product. We're looking into the cells that are really important for meat. So we think about muscle cells, fat cells. By that isolation, we are able to form those muscle tissues in culture. The culture happens inside of a fermentation tank, what we call the bioreactor, which is essentially providing the same conditions as the animal body. Warm temperatures, some sort of mechanical stimulation, so that the cells are exposed to very similar conditions that they have inside of the animal. After the cells proliferate and reach a certain density, the final step is essentially to separate those cells from the liquid broth that they are in. We just make sure that the product meets our quality and safety standards, and then those cells are ready for consumption. Milk, cheese, yogurt, a lot of those derive from fermentations. The only difference is that they're starting from a different cell type. In this case, we're just using the animal cells as the initial and beginning of the product.
Eat Just has developed chicken nuggets so far, with far more textured chicken breasts planned for the future. But another cell-based meat startup, Memphis Meats, has already started working on culturing other animal cells as well.
We've done beef, we've done duck, we've done chicken. And these are things that are favorites in various parts of the world. For instance, people in America love beef and chicken. People in China love duck. So we wanted to show that we at Memphis Meats can produce meats that we as a global population love to eat. There's a lot of similarity on how we grow the meats from various animals or fish. But they're also different because of nutrients they need and how they actually come together to form the final product, the meat. And I think it's very similar to how we also grow various animals. There's similarities in the feed that we give cows and pigs and chickens, but there's also differences how we cultivate, and it's very similar for us as well. So we've been working with the FDA and the USDA for the last 3 years and really developing the guidelines on how this food should be regulated when we come to the market. As soon as we get regulatory approval in the United States, people will be able to go to their supermarket and buy it and enjoy it. They'll be able to go to a restaurant near them and order meat directly from animal cells.
So here is a close-up of a half-eaten crispy chicken bite. You know what? What I'm really thinking is, I'm eating chicken. I like chicken. The normal chickens I eat, I don't know where they came from. And so I don't know why I should be very stressed where this came from either.
The meat market is worth more than $1 trillion annually, and there are over 60 startups in the cultured meat field.
Cultured meat has attracted several prominent investors, including Sergey Brin, Richard Branson, and Bill Gates. What is also interesting is that even meat giants such as Cargill and Tyson have invested in space. It's this disruptive potential of the market, as well as the promise to greatly reduce the climate impact of meat production that has attracted investors.
It remains to be seen who will get regulatory approval in which countries, and whether consumers will like lab-grown meat enough to make the switch. And while there's no evidence that lab-grown meat is any less healthy than traditional meat, there's an ongoing debate over how healthy eating meat is in general. But if these products are a success, they could be the beginning of a more humane, less destructive meat industry.
The food and ag industry is the most innovative industry in the world. It's always figured out how to feed a growing population, and we've never failed doing so. And it's been very clear to us that we are part of that, and we're going to figure out how to feed the next 3 billion people joining us. And I just see an evolution.
Coming up, insects on the dinner table? A viable solution or a dire sign of the times? We look into the role that insect protein might play in food chains of the future. Our generation's biggest problem.
Climate change is happening.
And the world's most innovative solutions.
Transport, industry, buildings, electricity, all of those things.
Everything you need to know about our changing environment, the politics of global warming.
We can and we will deal with climate change.
In the fight against climate change, Bloomberg Green has you covered. From Bloomberg's European headquarters in London, I'm Anne-Marie Hordern, and this is Bloomberg Green. From new technology to making the most of the resources we already have, we've looked at improving agricultural efficiencies, how to create more sustainable meat in the lab, and now something a bit more daring, insects. Bloomberg's agriculture reporter Agnieszka de Souza tried some out.
Hello. They must be dead, but they're moving.
So the head is actually crunchy.
Insects are emerging as a sustainable source of protein
requiring much less land or resources needed to produce, for example, meat. Insect protein has been around for a long time, actually. More than 2 billion people rely on insects for their daily food intake. But in Europe or in America, we've actually seen insects in food in the past few years. So I've got here 4 packets of insect snacks. So I think I'm just gonna try them separately and see how they taste like. Mealworms are actually quite interesting. This is a type of insect that just got a green light from the European Food Safety Watchdog. Obviously the larger or the crunchier. A cricket has wings. I can see its head as well. So crickets actually remind me of seafood. I'm gonna try grasshoppers, and this is actually the one that I wasn't looking forward to. They're pretty dry, especially they're actually quite spiky. I mean, the wings. The insect protein market is projected to grow tenfold in the next 5 years to about $4 billion. So far, it's the animal feed application that has shown the biggest growth. Let's listen to what some insect producers have to say about the business.
Hello, my name is Kees Aerts and I'm the founder and CEO of Protix.
Protix is a Dutch company that operates Europe's biggest insect farm.
We produce insect-based nutrition for all participants in the food system. So protein meals for fish, for chicken, for animals, for pet food, but for instance also protein derivatives and oils for the human food. And we can upgrade food waste by feeding it to insects, processing the insect into a protein meal, and feeding that again to fish, chicken, and other animals. And this way we create a very sustainable, low footprint food system for us to enjoy. We have 15,000 square meter of full-on robotized technology, sensor-based feedback control systems. We can produce over 10,000 tons of protein per hectare per year.
French startup InnovaFeed is partnering with agriculture trader ADM to build an insect protein factory in Illinois, which it says will be the world's largest.
We wanted to bring scale in this insect industry in order to achieve impact, to make a real change in the sustainability of our food chain. The capacity of the plant is 15,000 tons of insect protein per year. And that's only a drop in the ocean in terms of global need. The aquafeed market itself only represents 100 million tons of feed each year. There's still a lot of room for deploying globally this technology and model.
In terms of using insects in food, we still need to wait for the market to pick up.
And we believe that our perception of insect products could be very different in 10 years from now than it is today.
Consumers more and more are looking for objective arguments that deliver them a story that what they consume and how they fulfill their need reduces their net footprint on the environment. And insect-based nutrition actually fits in very, very well.
Bloomberg's Agnieszka D'Souza joins me now. Agnieszka, first, we just saw you eat insects. We have to start with, what was that like?
Well, actually, I guess the point is that we grow up with our different dietary habits. And once you kind of pass that and just focus on the actual product, and just forget about this overcome the ick factor, you can actually appreciate the complexity of flavors in
Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
So you have to get over the ick factor first.
Yes.
So the whole point of you eating those worms was because the population is going to be growing, and at some point it's going to be very hard to feed the world in a sustainable manner. So starting small, how could insects be a part of that solution?
Yeah, that's right. Like we're going to need a lot of different solutions in order to feed the planet in the future. And insects promise to bring lots of protein in
and they promise to do it at a very low carbon footprint and using a fraction of resources.
And what part of that supply chain, insects are so tiny, what part of the supply chain is going to be the hardest to fight?
Yeah, indeed. We're looking at the future of protein. I mean, protein is an essential component of our daily diets. And so far, we get our protein from meat, which, as we know, is quite damaging to the environment. It accounts for livestock production, accounts for 14.5% of global greenhouse gas emissions. It's also the primary cause of deforestation. So we're going to have to do something about it. And that's why we're looking for solutions.
So when you look at the solutions, you're looking at some of the big names like Nestle and Cargill, but also the startups. What's viable? Like, what do you see out there that could really work?
Well, luckily there's been a range of different solutions being explored. I mean, first and foremost, the one that really comes forward is plant-based proteins. You know, just think about fake burgers, chicken nuggets, you know, the rise of veganism, and that's pretty much has gone from niche to the mainstream. So you see, you know, all the global food giants and fast food companies kind of jumping on the bandwagon here.
What would success look like for these technologies you're looking at in these companies, these startup companies?
So you need to meet a number of criteria in order to actually make them mainstream. One thing is you have to scale up the technology. So, you know, you need to produce large quantities of this food, and then as a result, you need to bring the prices down. So you want to bring the price in the case of alternative proteins, so for example, competing with meat, you want to make the price as low as possible. And then ultimately, and that is very important, and it comes down to taste, because the consumer is not going to buy food that doesn't taste right. So, you know, in that sense, you know, you need to make sure that the texture, the flavor is just there. So in a way, looking at all those technologies, plant-based foods seems to be winning the race right now.
Bloomberg's Agnieszka de Souza, thank you so much for your time. That does it for this week's edition, but follow us on Twitter @Climate. I'm Anne-Marie Hordern, and this is Bloomberg Green.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Coming up on Quick Take.
In the past few minutes, Nissan has revealed that its chairman has been arrested You know, I've covered a lot of companies. I've covered a lot of Machiavellian companies where, you know, people play rough. I don't think I've ever seen anything on the scale of Nissan.
One of the most dramatic elements was Ravinder Passi's home being raided by court officials in Yokohama. And he's now ready to tell his own story.
Then,
so it all started when we heard that major banks were pulling financing from the oil trader Hin Leong.
Investigation started in April after Hin Leong filed for bankruptcy protection. It was revealed that Lim had asked the company to hide nearly $1 billion in losses from speculating oil futures over the years.
We were shocked to hear this information.
all this and more on Quick Take.
Who are all these people from? Who are all these people from?
So can you please tell me? I'm not going to... please wait.
You know, I've covered a lot of companies. I've covered a lot of Machiavellian companies where, you know, people play rough. I don't think I've ever seen anything on the scale of Nissan.
He is making you, but you act for this act. I mean, it's corrupt. The system is...
One of the most dramatic elements was Ravinder Passi's home being raided by court officials in Yokohama.
You scared my wife. You scared my children. I worked in this for 16 years.
So Rav Passi's journey into the darkest recesses of the Japanese corporate world started when he was the general counsel, the highest corporate lawyer position in the company.
In the past few minutes, Nissan has revealed that its chairman has been arrested after allegations of serious misconduct.
He was tasked with investigating Carlos Ghosn. And he was told, conduct an internal investigation and get to the heart of the matter. And then along the way, he started to notice serious conflicts of interest.
He is one of the few people who knows an extreme amount of detail regarding the alleged crimes by Carlos Ghosn. And he's now ready to tell his own story on the record about some of the events that happened.
My name is Ravinder Passi. I'm the former Global General Counsel of Nissan Motor Co. Limited. And you could say, yes, I had a front row seat in terms of what was going on.
When Carlos Ghosn saved Nissan years ago, he was depicted in Japanese comic books as this hero, and now maybe we'll see comic books where he's the villain.
In corporate Japan, Nissan was quite an unusual company. It was led for 2 decades by a non-Japanese executive.
Well, Carlos Ghosn was a hero in the Japanese business world. If you had a global business celebrity in Japan and worldwide, it was definitely Carlos Ghosn.
In a country with few foreigners at the top, he stood out. But over the years, he saved Nissan from bankruptcy, allied with Renault and Mitsubishi, and turned the alliance into one of the most competitive in the world.
Yet as the years went on, you know, I think his ambitions changed a little bit. He started thinking about legacy plays, and one of them was to really tighten the alliance between Renault and Japan. And unbeknownst to him, there was a contingent of senior Nissan executives that were really felt threatened by that move. They really thought that they would lose complete control of the car company, and even in the government there was probably a little bit of anxiety about a national champion in the auto industry falling under full-blown foreign control.
Carlos Ghosn was an auto industry leader, respected by many in Japan. Now he's in jail.
The arrest of Carlos Ghosn came completely out of the blue. This was in November of 2018. He was coming to Japan on Nissan's corporate jet for a regular executive meeting. And he was met on the tarmac by Japanese authorities who whisked him away to a jail and charged him with financial misconduct crimes.
So what happened was that a power struggle ensued inside the company, and somewhere along the way it was criminalized. By that I mean that there were allegations leveled at Carlos Ghosn about the way he reported his pay to Japanese authorities, the way he handled money inside the company, that in other contexts might have been a board action, might have been handled internally. A number of executives at Nissan decided to take this difference and take it over to the Tokyo Prosecutors office, and that unleashed a chain of events that would shake the entire auto industry.
So after Carlos Ghosn was arrested, Nissan launched an internal investigation into the events that led up to his arrest.
So Rav Passi was tasked with investigating Carlos Ghosn, and he was told, get to the heart of the matter, find out what Carlos Ghosn did wrong and bring it to our shareholders.
It's really complicated because you had various things coming out of the weeds. 2018, the investigation has started, and we become aware of matters in terms of conflicts, actions by certain individuals that cause some concern because things might not quite be what they seem.
So in our story, we really took a close look at Harinada and his role in Carlos Ghosn's downfall.
Harinada is one of the most fascinating figures inside Nissan. He's also a lawyer. He's originally Malaysian.
Hello, Mr. Hadi.
And he had a meteoric rise through the company and became very, very close to Carlos Ghosn and other top figures. He had a front row seat at all the major strategic deliberations at the company. And when he discovered that Carlos Ghosn, as his final legacy play, was going to tighten the relationship between Renault and Nissan, he made a decision to go against Carlos Ghosn. And he became one of the key figures that decided that Carlos Ghosn had to go.
Harinada was somebody who actually recruited me into the company, so I have a long-standing relationship with him, or did have a long-standing relationship with him. For many, many years, he was a mentor. I had doubts about the credibility of the process right at the start. Harinada had a plea deal with the Tokyo Prosecutors. Now, that suggests he was intrinsically involved in some of the wrongdoing, or the allegations of wrongdoing, and it just didn't smell right, just doesn't sit right.
So there was a basic conflict of interest. In other words, Harinada had to deliver results to Japanese prosecutors to avoid his own criminal liability, and he's accusing and leading the investigation of Carlos Ghosn.
Some of the people who had been involved in the original alleged crimes were also looking into the affairs themselves. Ravinder Passi began pointing out some of these conflict of interest issues. And the reason for that is essentially his concern was for the company. If the company's own investigation into itself was compromised, that could lead to a very weak position in various lawsuits that it was dealing with across the world.
I had discussions with Harry, discussions with the statutory auditors about these conflicts, discussions with HR about some of these conflicts, because at that point we reported into him. You know, at the time everything was quite, as you can imagine, it was, we've got to do this, we've got to do that, we've got to move fast. But when you step back and look at some of these things, you just think, my God, what was going on here? Because members of my team were being placed in immediate danger. Your chairman's been arrested, a representative director's been arrested. They both happen to be foreigners. And then now what we need to do, we're being instructed to do, is certain compliance professionals need to go into properties in Brazil, for example, and retrieve evidence. They've got to do it very carefully, because if they don't do it carefully, they're going to get convicted of criminal activities. And likewise, when a team of lawyers were commissioned to go to Lebanon. I mean, one of my immediate concerns was, why are lawyers from Nissan being sent to go to Lebanon to retrieve evidence? These are just lawyers, they're corporate lawyers from Nissan. You had revelations that a number of executives had benefited from share appreciation rights when they shouldn't have. I mean, you know, substantive amounts of money being taken by these guys when they weren't entitled to take them. And you do think, yes, how is this going to look later on? It's going to look quite concerning. So that triggered for me the sort of assessment that, well, I'm going to have to do something, because up until this point, I haven't put down on paper these conflicts and these issues.
Generation's biggest problem.
Climate change is happening.
And the world's most innovative solutions.
Transport, industry, buildings, electricity, all of those things.
Everything you need to know about our changing environment, the politics of global warming.
We can and we will deal with climate change.
In the fight against climate change, Bloomberg Green has you covered.
So Rav Pasi makes a fateful move. He writes this letter to the board listing every suspicion he has in great detail, backed up by evidence, backed up by memos, of why this internal investigation had serious problems. He sends the letter to the board and it's crickets. He doesn't hear much of anything.
Nothing happened thereafter. Nothing at all. Just like it just gone into a black box.
And he began to suspect that there was a desire, even at the highest level within Nissan, to kind of sweep these conflicts of interest under the rug.
Unfortunately for me, I think, again, with hindsight, people must have thought that this is the nail that's sticking out, and we can't have this. Within 3 days of me submitting that to the board of directors, that letter to the independent board of directors, I was removed from the GOAN Executive Conduct Matters. I was then told that I could not attend board meetings anymore. And up until that point, I had attended every single board meeting. I was then also told that after 8 years of being in Japan, I'd be going back to the UK. It eventually transpired that I'd be the VP of Projects and Transformation, managing a team of 3. So you can imagine what this feels like at this stage. Almost an arbitrary removal from Japan, where I've lived for 8 years, had 3 children there, my family has grown up and we've been settled there, having a few months earlier been promoted to vice president at a global level, to being almost demoted.
So Pasi was essentially being reassigned to get him as far away from the internal investigation as possible, and also to a certain extent in retaliation to some of the issues that he brought up regarding the internal investigation and Harinada.
What happened to Rav Pasi can be seen as a series of corporate humiliations. I mean, first of all, his immediate responsibilities were taken away from him. Eventually, he lost, the coveted general counsel title. But it didn't stop there. Toward the end of his stay in Japan, Rav and his wife were convinced that they were being followed.
During that period, I'd noticed that whilst driving my car, I'd have other cars following me. First time I noticed this was around mid-March, and I was driving, I can't remember where I was going, but this grey van, small van, just literally started following me. And I noticed that there was somebody in the car taking pictures. And lo and behold, we were absolutely being followed either by people on foot or other individuals, 2 or 3, normally 2 burly men in a car, different cars at different times, following us around. They were following the family as well. And, given I'd seen the Nissan security department behave in a very, very egregious manner with others in terms of following and surveilling, I was very concerned as to what they were doing and who they were giving this information to. Because if they're giving this information to the authorities, you do think, why? What's going on here? I mean, this is just not normal behavior.
And this all culminated in a rather dramatic event in the middle of 2020.
Who are you people?
Where Nissan had hired a legal team and had obtained an unusual court order from the district court in Yokohama
to basically do a search of his home and seizure of his corporate laptop and phone and other documents.
If you don't let us in now, we have to break this key.
So it's a pretty extreme way to treat someone who'd spent 16 years at the company.
These people have all come in. We don't really know who they are, apart from the fact that I've been shown a badge that says the Yokohama court. And they're here to recover a laptop and a mobile phone. It was even more weird because I'd highlighted to the directors that certain Nissan executives were trying to recover this laptop and this phone whilst I was still in Japan. And I was very concerned because it had evidence on there that related to misconduct matters and other forms of inappropriate conduct. It was just another form of intimidation, another form of harassment, forcing me almost to leave the company and the country. Because once they'd retained and obtained these items, we were still followed, which again I just couldn't understand. What is the point of doing that? This is a car company, this is not the KGB.
I think it's fair to say that Rav Pasi didn't have full battlefield awareness of all the intrigue going on at Nissan. I mean, Hari Nada is interesting because he's both charismatic and charming, and one of the most brutal corporate infighters one could ever run across.
This is a confidential company email, right? You should not have this.
If he had fallen into line, he would probably still have his job at Nissan, be paid very well, and continued his work.
A career that he spent 16 years building at Nissan is irretrievably broken. It's been smashed to smithereens. He and his family paid a huge price, certainly. But in terms of being able to sleep at night, I think he's come out ahead.
I highlighted issues to the highest levels of the company so that they could be dealt with appropriately by those in charge. There was no response to those, and there was retaliation against me. What's really profound, like absolutely profound, is that none of your colleagues, I mean people who you have known for years, forget it.
Yeah.
You're on your own.
Yeah.
And you got to be ready for that. You've got to be ready for that. If you take it on anyway.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Singapore is one of the world's biggest oil trading centers, and
Hin Leong is a homegrown oil trader in Singapore.
Hin Leong has also always been very secretive. It's held by its founder OK Lim, his son, and his daughter. So very little is actually known about Hin Leong.
We've also got this fallout from the Singapore oil trader Hin Leong.
Investigation started in April after Hin Leong filed for bankruptcy protection. It was revealed that Lim had asked the company to hide nearly $1 billion in losses from speculating oil futures over the years.
So it all started when we heard that major banks were pulling financing from the oil trader Hin Leong. And at first, we were shocked to hear this information. Hin Leong is such a big name in the Asian oil trading industry, and why were the banks unwilling to finance Hin Leong any further? All the answers only came to us much later.
My name is Alfred Tang. I'm a senior reporter with Bloomberg News.
I'm Serene Cheong. I'm a reporter at Bloomberg.
Serene and I and other colleagues in Singapore office wrote a story about the collapse of Hin Leong, one of the biggest independent oil traders in the world.
So Hin Leong is in the business of what we call bunkering, which is to supply shipping fuel to all the vessels that come into the Singapore ports for refueling. It's actually owned and founded by Lim Un Kyun, also known as OK Lim.
OK Lim was born in Fujian province of China. He immigrated to Singapore in 1950s. From the associates who've known OK Lim for decades, OK Lim was described as a low-key, humble, aggressive oil trader and always honest to his origin. OK Lim likes dining in a Singapore-based chain restaurant which serves his homeland food. He is also known as a keen poker player.
He started off as a one-man, one-truck business. He would buy fuel from oil majors, parcel it up into smaller volumes, and resell it to taxi companies, to bus companies, as well as to fishing boats. OK Lim's business later developed to involve a lot more of these tank trucks, and later on it also developed to include an entire fleet of vessels that will actually work as an integrated supply system to allow him to buy, float, and sell fuel to customers around the region. Hin Leong actually developed alongside the Singapore oil trading hub, and as more and more boats came to Singapore to dock and refuel, Hin Leong grew because it was opportunistically at the right place at the right time.
So different from stock market trading, where information are basically available publicly, oil traders in the world rely on the information private to a small group and find the business opportunity.
Our understanding of OK Lim is that he is a trader with a very big appetite for risk. He's also one that thrives in the very opaque and secretive market of oil trading in Asia. So for example, at any one point in the Asian market, no one trader would actually know exactly how much supply and how much demand there is at any given time. OK Lim would reach deep into his resources and leverage on his relationships with his counterparts to actually figure out what exactly was happening in the market, and therefore to make bold decisions to dominate the market and create a trading position that's beneficial for himself.
Once they purchased enough physical stockpiles in the market and create disruptions in a certain time of period and a certain area, it did squeeze the market and push the prices higher. In that case, Hin Leong and OK Lim can always sell the inventories and sell the products to end users or other merchants for profits. This strategy was one of the source of his success for decades, but not for this time.
In April of 2020, my colleague and I had heard that banks were pulling financing and credit lines away from Hin Leong. And as we know, financing, credit lines and liquidity are the lifeblood of trading. So we knew that something big was brewing, but we just didn't know what it was yet. And it was only in the coming weeks that more information and the answers were unveiled.
COVID-19 brought the global economy to a screeching halt, and one industry hit particularly hard was oil.
In the USA, the price of oil has collapsed to a record low as demand dries up and storage runs out. The price of a barrel of West Texas Intermediate, which is the benchmark for US oil, today traded as low as minus $40 a barrel. It's the first time the price has turned negative in history.
According to the documents we've seen, Hin Leong barely hedged the physical stockpiles it purchases. So all of its physical stockpiles are purely exposed to the market fluctuations because the oil benchmark prices slumped on coronavirus outbreaks in the world. The value of physical stockpiles of Hin Leong reduced. We know from our sources that OK Lim made opposition bets on the oil prices because he believed China will soon put the coronavirus in control and the demand will recover very quickly. So OK Lim was right in the first half of his prediction. China did contain the outbreaks of coronavirus, but what OK Lim didn't see is the outbreak turn into a pandemic and create larger demand destructions. And banks start coming after him, asking him to repay the unpaid debts. Dozens of commercial and investment banks in Singapore has a combined exposure of $3.5 billion to Hin Leong, of which HSBC had the biggest exposure of $600 million. Other banks, such as DBS and ABN, had more than $200 million exposure to Hin Leong.
So from speaking to our sources and from documents that we obtained, we came to realize that Hin Leong had actually not made any profits for a couple of years, and that some of the oil that Hin Leong had used for collaterals were actually already resold to other customers. It was shocking to see that the company had actually hit 800 million in losses.
The growth model of Singapore, the Southeast Asia, and China has been changed through these years. And that could be part of the reason why Hin Leong didn't make any profits. Many countries start seeking replacement of traditional fuel cell energy, replacing them with renewable energy such as solar. The coronavirus outbreak is just the trigger of its collapse.
The founder of homegrown oil trading firm Hin Leong Trading has been charged with abetment of forgery for the purpose of cheating. Lim Un Quin allegedly asked an employee to forge a document to state that Hin Leong had transferred more than 1 million barrels of gas oil to China Aviation Oil Corporation. This document was allegedly used to secure almost $77 million in trade funds from a financial institution. If found guilty, Lim could be jailed for up to 10 years and fined.
Hin Leong and Lim's is one of the most secretive family business in Singapore. Multiple attempts to Hin Leong and Lim's family for comments went unsuccessful.
So after the Hin Leong episode, when some banks found themselves with hundreds of millions of dollars of losses, we're seeing that the oil industry in Asia is going through somewhat of an evolution, where smaller companies are finding it harder to get credit lines and financing, and even bigger companies, more reputable companies, are also finding that credit lines are being shrunken.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Our generation's biggest problem.
Climate change is happening.
And the world's most innovative solutions.
Transport, industry, buildings, electricity, all of those things.
Everything you need to know about our changing environment, the politics of global warming.
We can and we will deal with climate change.
In the fight against climate change, Bloomberg Green has you covered.
The former chief executive of Wirecard, Marcus Brown, has been arrested.
Auditors revealed that nearly $2 billion has gone missing.
This has been a wild ride for Wirecard. You only need to look at the share price over the past 5 days.
Wirecard is a payment processing company. At their height, they were worth 22 billion euros.
Wirecard was supposed to be Germany's ticket into the high-tech world. They were supposed to be the pride of German fintech.
And Wirecard spectacularly imploded. Its stock went to penny stock level, and now it's worthless.
That is quite remarkable. Never before has a company on Germany's DAX just gone bust.
Is there a corporate fraud going on here, or is this something more mundane?
The business model was fraudulent right from the beginning. It was bank robbery, and investors and creditors, they're seeking more than 12 billion euros in repayments. The two key players are two Austrians, the chief executive Marcus Brown and his deputy Jan Marsalek.
Right now, Marcus Brown is in jail and he's facing charges. It's far more difficult to know anything about Jan Marsalek because he's missing.
There's reason to believe that he had close ties to secret services around the world. So he had the means and obviously the money to just vanish without a trace.
Might he be in Russia? Might he be in Asia? Might he be on some deserted island? Nobody really knows. He's on the most wanted list of Interpol, but so far, nobody's been able to track him down.
The German economy mostly builds on car makers and engineering companies, which is sort of the past. Wirecard was that bright, new, future-oriented company, and Wirecard promised that they would deliver electronic payments, and in the future they would become a super big company.
They started as a startup essentially around 2000 and grew up around the, what some people might find slightly unappetizing businesses of pornographic content and gambling, and then turned themselves into a main player in the global payment facilitation business.
Marcus, when you look at Wirecard's share price, it's eye-watering, the incredible acceleration in the valuation of your business.
I think we're showing enormous growth. I have no fear at all in terms of evaluation.
Starting in 2010, Wirecard's profits began to explode and show a very, very solid and almost too good to believe growth. Wirecard at some point replaced Germany's second largest lender, Commerzbank, and its market value of over 22 billion was more than Deutsche Bank, the biggest lender, and Commerzbank combined, which showed the significance and how things have changed in the German economy.
There's a chap called Jan Marsalek, who was the chief operating officer. There is another guy called Markus Braun, the CEO. And while we know some elements of what led to the fall of this company, there are some elements that we didn't know about.
I met Jan Marsalek just for a background chat, and he was quite frank about his youth, that he was mostly interested in IT and programming. I can only assume he was a classical nerd when he was younger. When he rose through the ranks at Wirecard, he developed a taste for the extravagant. He lived the life of a high roller. Looking back, he spent more money than what he was earning as a Wirecard executive. Jan Marsalek was close to a commander of a Russian mercenary army who took him to the Syrian city of Palmyra right after that Russian mercenary army expelled ISIL from the city. He flew in there, he went to the beach and fired around Kalashnikovs, I was told. Even took a small piece of an ornament back to Germany. I saw it, I held it in my own hands.
Part of the Wirecard story that we've uncovered is sort of, it's a little bit sort of boys' fantasies, men in expensive suits and, fancy watches, champagne parties.
Investors are impressed, Marcus, by the growth. If you look over the past 15 years, you're up like 40,000%.
Interestingly, the collapse of Wirecard starts around the time where Wirecard is at its peak, and that is when they join the DAX index. And that's really a huge achievement to be among the 30 biggest companies of Germany.
At the height, its market value was at 22.5 billion euros.
The illegitimate part of Wirecard was in large parts business that happened far away from headquarters. So these were businesses that were in Asia or in the Middle East. Businesses largely where Wirecard had no sort of operating license of its own and therefore relied on partners to work with them.
Unknown to the public and wider audience, Wirecard faked profits and transactions. How did they do this? They had a business that was called third-party providing business. They did business with outside partners that processed transactions in countries where they had no license. And these businesses provided Wirecard with fake profit statements and fake balance sheet statements. Wirecard in reality didn't turn out a profit. If you strip the profits from the fake business, which provided fake revenue and profit statements, it was unprofitable, at least since 2016. Basically, the entire company was a smokescreen.
The trouble, the way Wirecard was set up, is that nobody or very few people had a global overview of the company. A lot of people knew a little sliver. The auditors, Ernst & Young, for years signed off on their accounts, and so there doesn't seem to be anything untoward there. There didn't seem to be anything illegitimate. But the questions kept coming, particularly from the Financial Times that started publishing reports around 2018 saying that there were problems with accounting in Asia. At every turn, Wirecard said, no, this is not true. This is legitimate. They often would raise their forecasts as to appease investors, and they managed to wiggle out of this time and again.
Let me ask about the scandals that we've seen in the stock market.
I do not too much look into controversies.
In the Philippines, they had an account with two banks on which about $2 billion were sitting. It got from the bank fake balance sheet confirmations, and this is how the entire smokescreen worked.
There did, however, come a point around the turn of 2019-2020 where they enlisted the help of a second auditor, and that was KPMG. And KPMG was asked for a special audit of the books.
They flew down to Manila, and initially nobody doubted the money was there. They just wanted to see, can this be tapped at any time? Is this free liquidity?
What we now know is that a lot of this was fictitious, that some documents were outright forged, that some employees at these banks were not who they said they would be. Knowing now that this money never existed, that obviously posed a huge problem for Jan Marsalek, who was faced with the daunting task of coming up with several hundred millions of euros that he could transfer from Asia to Europe. As we know, that never happened, and that was sort of the beginning of the end of Wirecard as we know it.
The scandal that has been brewing over the last week is now definitely deepening.
The initial report is that no money, none of Wirecard's missing $2.1 billion, ever entered into the Philippines.
The company has temporarily suspended its outgoing COO, Jan Marsalek, but it seems there will be further questions for the business to answer.
Jan Marsalek was suspended on June 18. Marsalek went into Brown's office for one last time, and someone who happened to stumble into the room said there were intense discussions. Brown was kept talking at Marsalek. Soon thereafter, Marsalek went missing.
We're looking at a space of a week from Marsalek exiting Wirecard HQ to Wirecard going up in smoke.
More details on this to come, but again, a clearly unusual scandal.
In some ways, Jan Marsalek is sort of a mirror image of Wirecard. There is the visible, the legal part, if you want, of Jan Marsalek, which is he's the chief operating officer of a large German company. And then there is the murkier, opaque part of Jan Marsalek, which is dealing with mercenaries, traveling to Syria. There is one place where it's easy to sort of get a sense of who Wirecard and Marsalek was, and that is this opulent villa that sits in the middle of Munich. This is a place where Jan Marsalek had his residence. He didn't formally live there, but he had all the sort of fripperies that you might want.
I was granted access to the building by someone who was authorized, and I developed my own little obsession with finding out what was going on.
There's a room with some artwork, but it also has that kind of appearance now of being a place that was hastily and quickly abandoned.
Most of the furniture was removed from the place, but there was still two intense care bed units in the basement. There was a huge locker with drugs inside, uppers, downers, stimulants.
It's quite extraordinary to have $2 billion lost and not knowing where it is.
I was told that Marsalek and his gang funneled out 1.5 billion of the company.
We know he milked the company dry by transferring a lot of loans that the company provided to entities that he then secretly controlled abroad.
Investors and creditors, they're seeking more than 12 billion euros in repayments.
How can an error, a mistake, a scandal of that size happen as in a DAX corporation? We have many questions that we want to ask the government in the following weeks.
These guys, these companies have auditors, right? Is it time to audit the auditors?
The decline of Wirecard is obviously a huge embarrassment for a lot of constituencies out there. There are the auditors who signed off on these accounts for years, and the question that's out there and that remains unanswered is why did they not detect what was going on? I mean, Ernst & Young is one of the big auditors. They should know what's going on at these companies.
This company had all kinds of signs reported by media going back a year or two now, and yet people still gave the company the benefit of the doubt over and over and over again.
How did Wirecard get so much political support? The prosecutors have for a long time turned a blind eye on Wirecard. And for the entire institution apparatus of Germany, it is very embarrassing.
Investors, first and foremost, have lost out here. And among the investors, spare a thought for Marcus Brown, who was the biggest investor in the company, and he went from billionaire to now sitting in jail, so quite a downfall for him. Most people might not have too much sympathy, but if we speak of losers, he's certainly among them.
Wirecard was fraud probably right from the beginning. It's the biggest financial scandal in Germany, and the amount of money that was lost, it was probably the biggest bank robbery that happened in this country.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Our generation's biggest problem.
Climate change is happening.
And the world's most innovative solutions.
Transport, industry, buildings, electricity, all of those things.
Everything you need to know about our changing environment, the politics of global warming.
We can and we will deal with climate change.
In the fight against climate change, Bloomberg Green has you covered.
This is The Interceptor. It's the creation of Palmer Luckey, who might be the world's most unlikely weapons mogul. He's the founder of a multi-billion-dollar virtual reality company. He's also a polarizing figure in Silicon Valley.
My name is Palmer Luckey, and I'm the founder of Anduril. I want to build a big company. I want to build a company that's worth billions of dollars. I want to become one of the major defense contractors that's building technology for the United States government. And I'm proud to say that, I'm happy to say that, and I hope we get there.
At his previous company, the virtual reality headset maker Oculus Rift, Luckey had the idea to build a futuristic consumer device combining low-cost components with sophisticated software. He sold Oculus to Facebook for about $2 billion in 2014. 2 years later, just a month before the 2016 presidential election, the Daily Beast reported he'd given $10,000 to a group of Trump supporters to fund billboards featuring insulting messages about Hillary Clinton.
Lock her up! Lock her up! Lock her up!
In 2017, Facebook announced that Luckey was no longer an employee.
I was fired. We can all be honest about it.
It became the rare HR decision to make it into a congressional hearing.
As CEO, have you ever made hiring or firing decisions based on political positions or what candidates they supported?
No.
Why was Palmer Luckey fired?
That is a specific personnel matter that seems like it would be inappropriate to speak to here.
You just made a specific representation that you didn't make decisions based on political views.
Well,
is that accurate?
I can commit that it was not because of a political view.
Anduril has followed Luckey's Oculus playbook, using off-the-shelf components in an industry much more suited to his politics. Over the course of a few months earlier this year, the company built a cheap version of its drone, made a smartphone video, and started showing it to people at the Pentagon.
It's a little crazy, but I think that is definitely the way that it's going. I mean, all these other systems, like where there are people who propose shooting drones out of the sky with a laser or with a missile, or, that's not really a good way to take out, let's say, 100 drones that are attacking you from all different directions. The only thing that can take out a swarm of fast drones is a bigger swarm of faster drones, and that's exactly what we're building. Here's some interceptors. This one has a experimental parachute release mechanism, so that the idea is after it runs into something, if it really destroys its drivetrain, rather than falling to the ground, it can pop a parachute, fall to the ground safely. It pops this thing, pops it open, and there's the parachute. I think that's one of the reasons that our customers like us so much. I mean, they're used to going to people who have like here's this white paper, here's this idea that we have. We want you to pay us by the hour so that we can research it and figure out if it makes sense. And then if it does, you'll pay us by the hour to make it. And then if it doesn't, you'll pay us until it does work. And we're going to them and saying, we did this ourselves, we used our own money, we got it done in a matter of weeks, and here it is.
Anduril has shipped several hundred interceptors to military bases. It also has contracts with the U.S. Customs and Border Protection Agency to provide surveillance equipment to use at the border with Mexico. Workers at other tech companies, such as Google, Microsoft, Amazon, and Palantir, have all objected to doing similar work, leading to protests by employees and activists. Lucky insists that Anduril's work isn't partisan.
There's a lot of people who I think falsely conflate border security with immigration policy. And I don't care what you believe on immigration policy. Even if you want to have totally open immigration, anyone can come to the United States and instantly become a citizen, you should still want to have strong border security.
The company's surveillance technology consists of large towers packed with sensors and small surveillance drones that can be set up along the border or at military bases to guard the perimeter.
So this is one of our Sentry towers. It is a totally autonomous, solar-powered, infrastructure-independent security tower. So by placing these towers every few miles, you can end up with a nearly perfect picture of everything that's going on in a really large area. And then it is very easy for an operator to read. These are being used right now by the DoD, by Department of Homeland Security along military bases, the border, and a lot of other critical infrastructure.
Anduril's future success relies largely on the military's continued concern that the U.S. could lose to China in an arms race based on artificial intelligence.
Our technology is far behind the consumer area in many places, and we're also far behind our adversaries in a lot of places. People should be more worried than they are about falling behind, because it's not something that's going to happen someday. It's already happened.
Critics say technologists like Lucky have an ethical duty to stay out of the weapons business, but neither the military nor Anduril's investors share their concerns. The company recently raised a $120 million investment round, valuing it at about $1 billion.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Our generation's biggest problem.
Climate change is happening.
And the world's most innovative solutions.
Transport, industry, buildings, electricity, all of those things.
Everything you need to know about our changing environment, the politics of global warming.
We can and we will deal with climate change.
In the fight against climate change, Bloomberg Green has you covered.
From London, in for Emily Chang, and this is Bloomberg Technology. Coming up this hour, the chip crunch gets a White House hearing. President Biden hosts semiconductor and automakers, as part of the summit to try to smooth out supply chain issues. Meanwhile, Nvidia has big plans to make its own server processors, bringing yet more competition for Intel. We'll have the updates and analysis across all things chips. Plus, striking deals. US Senator Jon Ossoff helps broker a deal between South Korea giants SK Innovation and LG Energy. At stake, sprawling factories in Georgia that will supply batteries for EV makers. We'll hear from the senator on that and more. And coining it in, Coinbase sails towards a $100 billion valuation as it goes public this week. We talked to VC Sarah Kuntz of Clio Capital, who was in crypto before crypto was cool. Those stories in a moment. But first, when investors took a cautious tone Monday as US stocks took a pause from record highs, and as we look ahead to earnings, debt sales, all important eco data, who's got it for us? Ed Ludlow with the latest. Take it away.
Yeah, it's almost like we were treading water a little bit. We get that CPI data on Tuesday. Investors have half an eye on the bond market, particularly with regards to supply. The S&P 500, the main gauge of US equities, basically flat, slipping off slightly from record highs. The NASDAQ 100, that tech-heavy index, off by 0.2%, but no sort of real underperformance. And bond yields not really doing much. US 10-year up by less than a basis point, 1.67%. Really, the story, as you say, semiconductors. The Philadelphia Semiconductor Index down by 1.1%. Biden hosting the industry and their customers at the White House. His message really one of reassurance that he has bipartisan support to get the funds needed to fix the supply issue. Flip up the boards, though, because this was actually the story. NVIDIA coming into the CPU space, the long-time strength of Intel. And you can see what it did. The biggest points mover on the S&P 500, up 5.62%. Intel plummeting 4%. Come with me into my Bloomberg and look at this chart because it tells the story of the day of what happened on Monday. You can see there the blue line as NVIDIA spikes on that news, the S&P 500 followed. But after that, we lost a little bit of steam, a little bit of momentum. Come back to me and look at my final board, which is the Philadelphia Semiconductor Index. It has been plagued with volatility for weeks and months now, but we're still up 9% on a 3-month basis. You know, the supply shortage, good for those chip makers when they're supply constrained, but there's a lot still to work out, and I know there's a man standing by to talk to you about that, Caroline.
Yeah, certainly do. Bloomberg's Ed Ludlow, great run through across all things markets, and he sets us up perfectly for talking about Monday's virtual White House meeting with President Biden, telling companies vying for a sharply constrained global supply of semiconductors that he has bipartisan support for government funding, well, to address a shortage that has idled automakers worldwide. For more, let's bring in Bloomberg's Ian King, who covers the chip industry for us. Ian, is there anything possible to fix this in the near term?
Well, I think even before the meeting, the answer was unfortunately no. Doesn't really matter whether Joe Biden had given them all $1 trillion or instructions to get on it right now. Realistically, it just takes so long to actually make a chip and then to put a new factory in place that short term there is no easy answer here.
You spoke with a key CEO who had attended the summit. What was the download?
Yeah, I mean, I spoke to the CEO of Intel, obviously a major stakeholder. He was very positive. He said, look, you know, as Ed just told us, support on both sides of the house. Everybody was, like, wanting to work together. On the flip side, though, there were a little bit of, I think, sort of disagreement. Obviously, the automakers are there saying, we need something right now. We need something right now. We need to be front of the queue. We need to have priority. Others on the call were saying, no, you don't. And we need to take a more holistic view about this. So there was a little bit of debate, I think, and obviously, you know, the funding and the corporate tax rate, that would seem to be a little bit at odds with what some of the chip makers want as well.
Oh, to be a fly on the wall. Meanwhile, talk to us about, well, the combative nature that is within the chip sector. I mean, we saw it on full display today. NVIDIA coming in, grabbing yet more of Intel's space. What do you make of the move into CPUs?
Well, you know, NVIDIA is trying to downplay this as a competitive play. They're saying, look, this is very much at the high end of the server market for, you know, the very most difficult AI workloads. But the simple fact is that most of that work right now is done by Intel chips. So if NVIDIA are coming in there, they're coming in at the expense of those who are already doing that work, and that is primarily Intel, and there's no getting away from that.
Certainly is, and that's why we saw the ramifications on Intel stock, AMD stock as well. In King, across all things chips for us, we thank you so much. Meanwhile, you wouldn't expect a company to actually thank regulators after getting hit with a fine, much less a $2.8 billion fine. But hey, I mean, that's what goes on in China, and the e-commerce giant Alibaba doing just that to thank the Chinese government after being hit with this landmark fine. Bloomberg anchor Sherry Ann is with the story, and remind us why, Sherry.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't expect really tech companies here in the U.S. go about thanking regulators for that record fine, right? But that's what happens in China, and Alibaba coming out with a statement saying that they're full of gratitude and respect, saying that they would not have achieved that sort of growth without sound government regulation and service. So we actually saw Alibaba, after being hit with this record $2.8 billion fine, surge in the New York session, surge in Hong Kong as well. We're talking about the best day since June 2017 in New York. A couple of things. Bloomberg Intelligence saying that this record fine is a small price to end uncertainty. Jeffrey saying that this is a new starting point for Alibaba. And as you can see right there, if you put this into context, it's only 4% of 2019 revenue, 11% of free cash flow. When you're talking about a company that has more than $250 billion in assets. So Raymond James now saying that they expect solid, continued China e-commerce growth, that the valuation for Alibaba is still attractive. They maintain a strong buy rating.
And Sherry, it's sort of not changing inherently their business model that much, but that's quite different from the other key company that we associate with Jack Ma, which is Ant Financial, which is going to have to completely sort of reorientate itself to a certain extent because of regulation once again.
A complete revamp of their business for Alibaba. They are staying with their core businesses, but everything else is changing, and they will be supervised more like a bank. So we're talking about authorities asking them to eliminate unfair competition in payments, also increase oversight of consumer lending processes, not to mention that they will be transformed into this financial holding company. Now, they have to ramp up data protections as well. They will need to cut the value of their money market fund, Yuebao, as well, and they will return to sort of their origin story, focusing on micropayments and convenience for users. So regulators making it harder basically for Ant Group to exploit synergies that sort of direct traffic from their payment services, Alipay, to other financial services. Now, what sort of implications will this have for their IPO? That has been the big question. Remember that $35 billion mega listing that they had to scrap last year? Bloomberg Intelligence now saying that their valuation could drop about 60% from the $280 billion that it was pegged at last year.
I mean, it's just mind-boggling, really, the fall from valuation, the fall from grace for Jack Ma. But also, this must have implications for other people running big businesses or even startups over in China at the moment as to how does it impact the rest of the landscape?
It was really interesting because Alibaba CEO Daniel Zhang, speaking at a conference call last night, was saying this is not just about Alibaba. This is about a global trend where you're going to see more regulation. So, not surprising, we actually had pressure for JD.com, for Baidu in the New York session, for Tencent, for Meituan in the Hong Kong session as well. Beijing wants to also create an entity to oversee internet data, according to sources, not to mention that they're going to start curbing market concentration in online payments. We've already seen it with Ant Group. We are expecting that to happen with Tencent. Ponyma's Tencent has been warned by China's antitrust watchdog as well. So we're watching those developments very closely, Caroline.
And you certainly will be when, of course, you take to the helm, Sherry Ann, the co-anchor of Bloomberg's Daybreak Australia and Daybreak Asia. You do not want to miss her programming. There'll be plenty on this story to come, I'm sure. We thank her for her time just now. Meanwhile, coming up, well, 2 South Korean EV battery makers ended their trade secret spat, ending a 10-year import ban into the US and saving thousands of jobs in the state of Georgia. Senator Jon Ossoff of Georgia and Bloomberg's David Weston join us next to discuss that settlement and the new, well, controversial voting law. This is Bloomberg.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, Only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Our generation's biggest problem.
Climate change is happening.
And the world's most innovative solutions.
Transport, industry, buildings, electricity, all of those things.
Everything you need to know about our changing environment, the politics of global warming.
We can and we will deal with climate change.
In the fight against climate change, Bloomberg Green has you covered.
For our Bloomberg TV and radio audiences worldwide, I'm David Weston, and we're joined by a very special guest right now because he is the man of the hour. There's a big drama being played out in the state of Georgia over the weekend about whether, in fact, a major battery plant for electric vehicles would come to pass or not. And Mr. Jon Ossoff, the senator from Georgia, was brought in. He got the deal done, and we're delighted to welcome him now to Bloomberg. So first of all, Senator, I think I have to congratulate you because there was a lot at stake in this. It wasn't clear what happened. Give us a sense of how you got it done. As I understand, President Biden asked you to intervene.
Well, David, thank you for having me, and it was an extraordinary team effort. I want to commend in particular the United States Trade Representative, Ambassador Catherine Tai, her staff, and she did an extraordinary job bringing this to a successful conclusion. And I got involved because this is a matter of Georgia's economic interest. 2,600 skilled jobs at this SK Innovation facility that's being built in Commerce, Georgia. Billions of dollars of investment in Georgia's economy. And this is a strategic investment because we're talking about electric vehicle battery technology. The United States needs a diversified supply chain so that our auto manufacturers can access this technology, so they have a choice of vendors. And we don't want to rely exclusively upon import in order to provide our automotive industry with this electric vehicle battery technology. But there was a significant intellectual property dispute between SK and LG. The options that were apparent were for President Biden to consider a veto of the ruling by the International Trade Commission. That veto would have allowed SK to continue construction of this plant in Georgia, but at the cost of the integrity of our intellectual property legal regime. So I stepped in, the parties were at an impasse, I urged them back to the table. We got a negotiated settlement. LG has withdrawn its complaint at the ITC against SK. SK can continue with construction of this $2.6 billion facility in Commerce, Georgia, and 2,600 Georgians will be employed in skilled jobs producing electric vehicle battery technology.
And Senator, that is where the high drama comes from. I mean, it's in the area of climate that is a priority for the Biden administration. It is electric vehicles, which are terribly important. At the same time, protection of intellectual property is as well. Can you give us some sense of how you reconcile this? Because these two parties have been in dispute for some time. And as I understand it, you're right up against the deadline from the International Trade Commission about banning imports from SK.
That's right. The president had 60 days from the International Trade Commission's judgment to determine whether or not he was going to veto the ITC's ruling. And that put the administration in the unenviable position of having to make a choice between the production of strategic technology in the United States, electric vehicle batteries, which are a vital part of our transition to a clean energy future, a geostrategic technology where we face substantial competition with China, and on the other hand, potentially eroding confidence in intellectual property law in the United States, because in order for major industries to undertake significant research and development, in order to attract foreign direct investment, there needs to be confidence that intellectual property law in the United States is robust and enforced. That's why a settlement was a vital and necessary solution. The parties are no longer at odds. A payment has been made from SK to LG so that LG withdrew its complaint at the ITC. The intellectual property law regime is intact, and Georgia's going to get these 2,600 skilled jobs. The United States will have a diversified electric vehicle battery supply chain.
Senator, can you give us some sense of how long this settlement will last for? Because obviously SK is investing a lot of money in that plant in Georgia. We wouldn't want to have this dispute come up again in another 3 or 4 years.
No, and look, they would have faced only 2 years in the case of production of one battery component, or 4 years in the case of production of another, before they had to shut this plant completely. Now, this dispute is behind us. The ITC matter has been fully withdrawn. The parties are no longer fighting it out over this intellectual property dispute. SK is continuing with this $2.6 billion investment in Georgia. I believe it's the largest foreign direct investment ever made in the state of Georgia for this plant that will employ so many people producing technology vital to our clean energy transition.
What took it over the top?
A lot of hard work and relentless pressure on both companies to come to a deal. Look, these are two South Korean industrial titans, both of whom have invested many billions of dollars in electric vehicle battery technology. And it took a lot of hard work by a lot of people. And I want to again commend the United States Trade Representative, Ambassador Catherine Tai, for her extraordinary contributions to the efforts to bring these companies to the table, settle the dispute, allow the ITC matter to be put to rest. With just hours left on the clock, President Biden called me on Saturday afternoon to confirm that the deal had indeed been reached and construction of the facility in Georgia could therefore continue.
So, Senator, this is not to suggest anything at all, but why did the president pick you? What in your background prepared you to get this done?
Well, I don't think the president picked me. Look, I stepped in here because Georgia jobs and Georgia's economic growth were at stake. Again, 2,600 skilled jobs in and around Commerce, Georgia. This will be vital employment, generating wealth, generating opportunity for Northeast Georgia and statewide for decades to come. And David, this is going to attract other firms in the clean energy space to build and locate facilities in Georgia and create more jobs. These supply chains that are becoming increasingly integrated, the fact that we have electric vehicle battery production, one of the most significant production capacities now moving into Georgia, means that other firms involved in the electric vehicle space and the clean energy space are going to come to Georgia. I welcome them to Georgia and look forward to working with them to create more jobs in Georgia.
Senator, it was widely reported beforehand that LG was insisting that the deal totaled $3 billion. I don't know how much is confidential, how much not, but did it basically get what it wanted?
So the agreed settlement was a $1.8 billion payment from SK to LG, and the matter before the International Trade Commission has been resolved. And as your viewers who have been involved in complex, high-stakes negotiations know, moving those numbers over time takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of pressure. Both parties need to understand that their incentives are aligned so that they need a deal, and it takes a deadline. And it was with the clock ticking, just less than 24 hours to go until that plant might have been shuttered, that we were able to get a favorable resolution, save the plant in Commerce, Georgia, end the intellectual property dispute, and make a huge step forward for clean energy technology, electric vehicle production in the United States.
Senator, I want to leave it where I started, with just congratulations. It seems like a wonderful deal for the state of Georgia. Thank you so much to Senator Jon Ossoff of the state of Georgia. He is, of course, a Democrat. There's going to be much more coming up on Bloomberg Television and Radio.
our generation's biggest problem.
Climate change is happening.
And the world's most innovative solutions.
Transport, industry, buildings, electricity, all of those things.
Everything you need to know about our changing environment, the politics of global warming.
We can and we will deal with climate change.
In the fight against climate change, Bloomberg Green has you covered.
Well, it's a pretty big bet in the health space. Microsoft has agreed to buy Nuance Communications in a deal valued at almost $20 billion, including debt. Now, that represents a cool 23% premium to Nuance's closing price on Friday. And Microsoft has been working with Nuance on artificial intelligence software that helps doctors capture patient discussions and integrate them into electronic health records. Bloomberg's Leanna Baker joins us now with the inside track on why health AI. Is it all about telehealth at the moment, or what else is it that Nuance is going to bring to Microsoft?
There's a few angles here. Microsoft's cloud computing platform already works with Nuance sort of behind the scenes to capture all this big data that doctors can now collect from patients and from medical records to look for different patterns. So Microsoft will get a benefit from its cloud computing platform being used. But it also is a new vertical for Microsoft going after the healthcare space. So this is a really big bet and a new area. It's Microsoft's first big deal in healthcare. So we'll see how it pans out. It's definitely a new application for Microsoft. And Nuance also has older technology. It's been a publicly traded company for a lot of years. So it's sort of a bet on the future, but with a company that has revenue and profit. So it's a pretty interesting move. Its biggest deal since LinkedIn.
Who'd have thought it? Revenue and profits. But talk to us more about, you said it's the second biggest to the LinkedIn deal. It's interesting that Microsoft closed flat on the day, which basically shows that 20 billion, it's nothing in comparison to the company's cash and nothing in comparison certainly to its market capitalization. It can certainly afford it. But what does it speak to in terms of Satya Nadella's overall M&A playbook here?
Microsoft is a massive company. You mentioned $2 trillion market cap. It takes a lot to move the needle. They've been attacking different areas in M&A. Earlier this year, there were reports that they were looking at a $50 billion+ deal looking at Pinterest. We've reported that they've been looking at the audio, chat, and text app Discord. So they have a huge corporate development team, which is looking at all of Microsoft's big areas, whether it's Xbox or cloud computing or for the Windows platform, to see what companies could sort of fit in there. So it's true, a $20 billion deal for Microsoft isn't that big, but it's still the second largest to date.
Yeah, it's not to be sniffed at, and it's also wonderful when you've got a 23% premium coming your way if you happen to be owning Nuance. But talk to us about Nuance in general. They've been working together, as you said, behind the scenes. Why now? Because Nuance has been around for a while.
Nuance is a company that has been transforming the past few years. In 2018, they got a new CEO. They had a bit of shareholder pressure, and they really needed to clean up a few things. Since then, they've spun off an automotive company, which is now a separately publicly traded company called Cerence. They sold a bit of the company to private equity. So it's almost like they were preparing to slim down to be more attractive, to focus on a few key areas that were growing fast, like their healthcare transcription and artificial intelligence capabilities. Remember, they developed the technology that led to Apple's Siri product. So they've been doing this for a while.
Leanna Baker, thank you for bringing us that story on all things Microsoft. Meanwhile, let's bring you some other tech stories we're covering. Apple's been a laggard in the smart home space. A versatile new device that's in early development could change that fact. Bloomberg's learned that the company is working on a product that would combine an Apple TV set-top box with a HomePod speaker. It also would include a camera for video conferencing through a connected TV and other smart home functions. Meanwhile, coming up, of course, we've got to talk it. Coinbase expected to go public this week at a staggering valuation of about $100 billion. We'll look at the company's numbers and what going public means for the larger crypto space with Clio Capital Managing Director Sarah Kunst. Stay with us. That's next, and this is Bloomberg.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars. Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Our generation's biggest problem.
Climate change is happening.
And the world's most innovative solutions.
Transport, industry, buildings, electricity, all of those things.
Everything you need to know about our changing environment, the politics of global warming.
We can and we will deal with climate change.
In the fight against climate change, Bloomberg Green has you covered.
This is Bloomberg Technology. I'm Caroline Hyde in London this evening, filling in for Emily Chang. And for a look at what happened in the markets, we're joined by Bloomberg's Ed Ludlow in San Francisco. Take it away, Ed.
Well, in your honour, I actually wanted to stay with London and talk about Darktrace. This is the British cybersecurity firm that announced on Monday it plans an IPO in London. And it's interesting because it's the first kind of big listing candidate since Deliveroo, which of course was not the most successful tech IPO. But it is exciting in its own right. Flip up the boards. It could be valued at between $3 to $4 billion US on a London listing, which is kind of interesting. One of the criticisms with Deliveroo was its dual-class structure, which gave Deliveroo's CEO control for 3 years. Not so with Darktrace. They plan to do just a normal single-class share structure. They want to raise funds so they can fund their development. Of course, in the wake of SolarWinds hacks, Microsoft Exchange server hacks, I thought this was interesting, quite opportune time to plan a listing. They also plan to sell 20% of the company's equity. But you do want to bring it back to Deliveroo. So flip up the boards a final time. And it really tells the story of what was the poster child, and I know that that's a cliche, for London IPOs in 2021. 7 days of trading, we're down 35% for Deliveroo. And it was really interesting in an interview on Monday, the Darktrace CEO was at pains to say, it's exciting for London that we're going to do a listing in the city, but don't paint us with the same brush as Deliveroo. She loves Deliveroo, but we're very different companies. So that's definitely one to watch going forward. What will the investor appetite be in the wake of Deliveroo for a cybersecurity firm like Darktrace that specializes in AI, that detects and prevents cyber attacks? Definitely one for you to watch in London, Caroline.
Certainly is, and always a pin-up when they have female CEO, female CFO as well. It's a really diverse business over there too. So we thank you, Ed Ludlow in San Francisco. All eyes on, well, the global story of potential listings. And in the US, it's, of course, got its eye on its own big market edition this week. All eyes on the crypto company that is, of course, Coinbase direct listing. I want to bring in Bloomberg market reporter Shonali Basak in New York, who helps us welcome Sarah Kernst, of course, Clio Capital Managing Director, former Senior Advisor for Bumble. And Shonali, we thank you for helping bring us this interview, and take it away with the first question.
Thank you so much, Caroline, and thank you, Sarah, for joining us. Let's start with the math on Coinbase, because, you know, it's expected to have about $100 billion in valuation as it goes public in terms of market cap. But does the valuation make sense relative to what it earns? We know it's profitable, but is it worth $100 billion?
I mean, that is a lot of money. And that is, you know, to put it in perspective, right, JPMC is worth $475 billion. So, you know, $100 billion is a lot of money, especially when, you know, you look at the fact that their assets under management are not super high. Right. So they have, you know, 43 million accounts, but they only have about $2,000, you know, per customer on average, compared to a Schwab that has 9 trillion under management with 31.5 million accounts and almost 200%, over 200% more, you know, when it comes to sort of assets under management per customer. And so, you know, this is a really, really big bet on a very, very nascent player still.
Well, that's interesting because, you know, there's a chance that this then goes public. What does it mean for those retail investors that are buying in? Is this kind of the top, you know, very expensive valuations? Is there a risk that it falls?
I mean, there's always a risk that it falls, but, you know, the interesting thing about Coinbase is they make money when you buy or when you sell. So as long as you believe there's going to be volatility in crypto, and pretty much as long as crypto's been around, you can count on the volatility, Coinbase can still make money. I think the bigger question long term is when there are dips, are they losing customers? Are people selling and getting out of crypto? Or is there a constant feed of new people who are interested in getting exposure, AKA new customers, to drive more buys and sells?
Sarah, we thank you for joining us on this occasion. And for complete transparency here, my husband is a senior manager at Coinbase, so I know a bit about the business from behind the scenes to a certain extent, but I'm interested in your perspective on, you talk about comps. What's been fascinating to watch from a public perspective, public market perspective, is the rally that we've seen in MicroStrategy going very long into the crypto space, the right blockchains, the desperation for investors to want to get into some sort of public equity that is linked to crypto, perhaps don't have the risk tolerance for buying crypto in and of itself, or the ability to. How do you think it'll affect those sorts of companies? And is it the institutional buyer that you're expected to come in here?
You know, I think that we're going to see a lot of retail investors come in here. You know, this has sort of been, the past kind of 6 months have been the dawn of this sort of hyper online kind of millennial Gen Z retail investor. We saw that with GameStop. I think we've seen that with Robinhood. And I think we'll see some of that here, right? We see that with Tesla. A lot of what's driving up Tesla's market share is just the sheer belief in Elon Musk. And a lot of that comes from his Twitter followers, right? So, you know, there's certainly going to be an element of that. But institutional investors were slow to come into crypto. And now it seems like every day there's a major headline about another huge institution that's trying to figure out its crypto exposure. You know, we have ETFs that are on the market in the Canadian Stock Exchange. You know, we've seen repeatedly companies like Gemini, a Coinbase competitor, you know, try to bring forth ETFs in the US. And I think that realistically, we have to assume that in the next 12 to 24 months, we will see a US-based crypto ETF. But in the meantime, Coinbase really is your opportunity to get the public market exposure to this, you know, to cryptocurrency.
And maybe then thick and fast, we might see the likes of Gemini and other companies come rushing to the public market once it's been opened with Coinbase. Sarah, your perspective on, therefore, the competition, because there is Binance out there, there is Gemini. How much of a moat does Coinbase have?
You know, I mean, Coinbase has a lot of accounts, and they have a lot of retail investors. They have not leaned in nearly as much on institutional investors, which is where other players like Gemini have sort of leaned in more from the beginning. But the reality is, you know, at scale, there's a real question here of, is Coinbase just a crypto exchange, or is it maybe sort of a Trojan horse of one of the biggest neobanks, right, that we have yet to see? You know, Chime in early 2020, Chime, the neobank that recently raised money at a $14.5 billion valuation, they had 8 million customers. So Coinbase is much bigger already. They're offering things, you know, like savings and earning interest on your savings, even though it's not FDIC insured. They're offering, you know, some credit and debit instruments. So what could end up happening is it could be that Coinbase really becomes the neobank for a slightly younger generation of retail investors, and crypto becomes a service they offer, not the service.
You know, thinking about the future of Coinbase, not just, you know, where it can expand in terms of different products, in terms of more banking services, what is the likelihood, especially given the regulatory environment right now, that it gets taken out, and who could take out Coinbase?
I mean, almost no one can afford Coinbase, right? I don't have an extra $100 billion in my pocket. But I think that there are a couple players that you have to at least consider, right? Some of the more obvious ones, the JPMCs, could they afford it? It'd be incredibly expensive, but probably. I mean, the you know, $2 trillion elephant in the room always when you talk about technology is Apple. And we've seen Apple with Apple Wallet. We've seen Apple with Apple Card, Apple Pay. They've increasingly gotten into the payment space. Is it a bridge too far to say that Apple could wake up one day and say, hey, maybe we want to own Coinbase? I don't know. I think really in this moment, you know, all options are on the table, and they're one of the very few globally that could certainly afford it.
Sarah, let's talk a little bit about your own experience and how you're going to be looking for the next pre-seed sort of disruptor such as that's going to come in Coinbase's wake. I mean, I loved going back through your Twitter feed and how, I think it was back in March, you tweeted out that basically back in 2011, you were telling anyone that you went on a Tinder date with, to buy Bitcoin, and you're saying like they owe you massive finder's fees now if they bought anything off the back of it. So you've been tracking crypto for a long time. You've had experience working with the Winklevoss twins. I'm interested in what you're looking now at in terms of DeFi, in terms of, are you looking at any fintechs that resemble a Coinbase or look at the crypto space?
I mean, I think decentralized finance, and I think the blockchain, particularly for contract use, is still incredibly interesting. And I think that there's still a lot of room in the market for crypto to grow. The entire cryptocurrency market cap is only $2 trillion. And that means it's slightly less valuable than Apple. Half of that market cap is solely Bitcoin. And so there's certainly room for stable coins. You know, we're seeing right now the rise of NFTs and Ethereum, the underlying, you know, sort of technology behind those. And I don't think that those markets go away. I don't think that, you know, the collectors markets, which is largely the use case of NFTs right now, non-fungible tokens, in things like art and things like selling your tweets, right? I don't think that goes away overnight. I think that, you know, crypto has for a long time been a protocol in search of a use case. And up till now, the use case and kind of day trading, but I think we're really at the dawn of a more broad set of applications.
In search of a use case. I love that turn of phrase. Meanwhile, we all look at the Sotheby's and the Phillips auctions for NFTs that's starting today and watch and wait for the next headline number. Sarah Kernst, absolutely great to have you with us, Clio Capital founding partner. And of course, Sonali Basak, we thank you so much for helping bring that interview to bear. Meanwhile, coming up, one company that's helping others go green and why they say remote work may, in some cases, actually be worse for the environment. Our work-shifting conversation is continuing next. This is Bloomberg.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Our generation's biggest problem.
Climate change is happening.
and the world's most innovative solutions.
Transport, industry, buildings, electricity, all of those things.
Everything you need to know about our changing environment, the politics of global warming.
We can and we will deal with climate change.
In the fight against climate change, Bloomberg Green has you covered.
So over the last year, millions of people around the globe shortened their commutes by transitioning, of course, to a digital workspace and turning their living rooms into offices. From ditching time in traffic to no longer having to warm up the car on a cold morning, of course, not having to get in a plane either. The climate impact these changes have had on the globe should have seen improvement. But one company is saying, hey, it's a bit more complicated than that. Although companies around the world are continuously joining a pledge to eliminate net carbon by 2040 with more employees working remote, it's the households that may not necessarily reflect the green models that, say, an office building might. BlackRock CEO Larry Fink, of course, compared climate change to the pandemic in his 2021 letter to CEOs, saying, I believe that the pandemic has presented such an existential crisis, such a stark reminder of our fragility, that it has driven us to confront the global threat of climate change more forcefully and to consider how, like the pandemic, it will alter our lives. Now, as part of our work shifting series, joining me now for more on this is Watershed Climate co-founder and president Taylor Francis, who making it easier for companies to ensure that they're on the right climate track. Talk to us first and foremost, Taylor, about the calculator. What is it going to help companies do?
Yeah, Caroline, thanks for having me on. You know, you're right. Everyone is wrestling with this. What does work look like post-COVID? And at Watershed, we build software that helps companies decarbonize. We build software that helps companies think about the climate and carbon impact of every business decision that they make. And return to work is no exception. You know, you're right. A lot of people think that remote work is good for the planet. And it's true that less time commuting means less emissions from transportation. We're publishing this calculator today to help companies think through the impact of different scenarios. And what we've seen is that it's more complicated than meets the eye. So remote work is good, but not if it comes at the expense of people moving to suburbs, buying bigger houses, buying bigger cars. That means that the carbon impact of their own lifestyle, which may not show up on their company's carbon balance sheet, may actually increase. So it's important we get this right. It's kind of a rare opportunity to reset how the workplace works, and a rare opportunity to reduce emissions from that.
And Taylor, how many companies are wanting to be presented with that full supply chain reality? That, I mean, does it give yet more fodder for the Larry Finks, who's very publicly said, like, I'd quite like people to come back to the office because of culture and all that? Is there another reason for a climate change perspective? How many companies want to understand, you know, whether their employees have a kind of gas-guzzling car or a not particularly efficient home?
I think a lot of companies are thinking about this. And in this climate space broadly, you mentioned Larry Fink, you mentioned BlackRock. The expectation is that companies think about their climate impact really broadly. And so that means they look beyond their own office to the emissions of their employees, of remote workers, also their customers and their vendors. So I think the important thing here is that all these different pieces are interdependent. And the companies we work with, Shopify, Square, Stripe, are all thinking about the big picture here.
The big picture, and you can help get to the big picture much faster than usual. Talk to us about how some of the products you're doing is helping speed up this math, basically.
Yeah, I mean, every company is wrestling with climate today. It's become a business imperative as well as a planetary emergency. And what companies are finding is that climate is a data problem. Your carbon footprint as a business lives in your supply chain. It lives in thousands of different companies that are making the products that you buy. It lives in utility bills and purchase orders. And so we've built software that helps a company upload a bunch of raw data and turn that into a plan on how they can reduce emissions, how they can source from different suppliers. And all of that adds up to businesses able to get to net zero carbon faster, as a part of the core way they do business.
I mean, Watershed in and of itself is moving pretty fast too. What you launched in February, you already had backing from Sequoia, Klein & Perkins. Of course, the two founders of the company that you've started at, of course, Patrick and John Collison founded Stripe, and this is where you and your co-founders came from. Talk to us about the momentum you have at the moment and where you hope to take Watershed Climate.
Yeah, so we started Watershed back in 2019. We announced the company just in February. We just announced our Series A. I think the thing that we're really excited about is the customers we're working with. So we're working with Shopify, with Square, with Stripe, with Sweetgreen, with MongoDB. All these companies are growing quickly. They all have aggressive goals in every part of their business, and they're looking at climate the same way. And so we're trying to help them make climate not just something you kind of publish a sustainability report PDF about once a year, but actually a part of how they design products, design salads, ship products to customers. And you're right, the momentum is pretty significant. I think it's amazing to see every company thinking about climate for the first time, and I think that that's going to be inescapable over the next decade.
I'm going to be proactive rather than reactive. We thank you so much, Taylor Francis, President and co-founder at the Watershed Climate. Really great to have some time with you. We wish you well. Meanwhile, still ahead, an overview of the White House Chip Summit, where President Biden addressed the shortage that has idled automakers worldwide. We'll get perspective from an industry analyst on Biden's response. That's next. This is Bloomberg.
Our generation's biggest problem.
Climate change is happening.
And the world's most innovative solutions.
Transport, industry, buildings, electricity, all of those things.
Everything you need to know about our changing environment, the politics of global warming.
We can and we will deal with climate change.
In the fight against climate change, Bloomberg Green has you covered.
So, of course, as we've been covering all day, more than a dozen CEOs, including chiefs of Alphabet, General Motors, Ford, when they met with President Biden, virtually, of course, this Monday, vying for a sharply constrained global supply of semiconductors. Biden said there is bipartisan support for government funding to address the shortage. So to discuss all of whether really the US government can do anything and plenty more of action in the semiconductor space, Stacey Raskin's with us, Managing Director of US Semiconductors at Bernstein. An eventful day, perhaps not as eventful as we'd want with the White House, but I mean, you were writing back in February about some of the meetings that were going on bipartisan nature, the fact that the US government was looking at these chokeholds.
Yes.
What are you seeing in terms of the bottlenecks and whether the US can really address any of it?
Yeah, and I think it's important to disaggregate. There's two issues going on. One is the current shortage situation, which is there and it's potentially getting worse. And then the other is a perceived over-reliance on Asia, Taiwan, and that part of the world for semiconductor manufacturing versus in the US. And these two issues, they're actually not really related to each other. They don't really have anything to do with each other. And even if we built out like a significant amount of manufacturing capacity over the years here in the US, we'd probably still be having the same shortage situation. This was driven by some of the dynamics around the pandemic and what some customers did in terms, especially the auto guys, in terms of canceling their orders and everything else. So they don't really have that much to do with each other. And on that note, there's not a ton that the White House or anybody else can really do to address the shortages over any near-term period. Now, to the extent that the shortage situation is sparking the conversation and creating bipartisan support for a deeper investment in localized semiconductor manufacturing here in the US, I think that's a good thing, but that's probably the way that those two issues are more linked. It's more the one issue kind of helping to stimulate demand for the other issue.
Why is it a good thing for the US to sort of bring it more domestically, and Europe's looking at doing the same, but is it an efficient use of capital?
Well, yes and no, and I'm going to preface this. I'm of course biased, right? Like I work in this industry, and I do think it's healthy. But I mean, look, the industry over the years has gotten extremely efficient at what it does. And I think to your point, like if you're disaggregating things inherently, you will be less efficient. At the same time, there are some, perceived increased risks from having so much concentration. And it's never quite that good to put all your eggs in one basket. And the way things are looking now, I mean, look, we are reliant on areas like Taiwan, and that part of the world is just getting geopolitically a little more, or a little less robust, I would say, maybe than it has been. And that's becoming perceived as an increased strategic risk. And so I think the industry and the world may need to live with a little less efficiency if that makes things a little more resilient. And so I think that's the discussion that's going on right now.
Of course, a few competitors at the same virtual table today, and we saw competition thick and fast. That was really the news in the semiconductor space, was, of course, NVIDIA getting in even more on Intel's turf. Talk to us about the focus of NVIDIA on so-called CPUs.
Yeah, you bet. And so I'd say the NVIDIA analyst day today, like part of the reason the stocks reacted as well as it did is I don't think expectations were that high going into the analyst. I don't think so it was a little more eventful than people had expected. Now, in terms of NVIDIA doing their own ARM-based server chip, which they announced today, we know they've been working on this for a while. So at some point, people have expected they would announce something. I don't think that people expected them to announce it today, right? So maybe that was a little earlier than what investors had thought. And they're painting a tougher picture for Intel. I mean, like Intel. I mean, obviously the stock has been strong recently on this kind of hope trade, like with the new CEO, hopefully much more credible than like some of the prior management has been and everything else. The problem is, like, it's well known that, like, at least for the next couple of years, there's not a whole lot that he can do, right? I mean, like the path through 2023 effectively is baked, and now with NVIDIA's like concrete announcement, the path, 2023 and beyond maybe just get a little tougher as well. So, it's still early. We don't know how well NVIDIA's products will stack up or anything else, but certainly the competitive environment is set to become tougher, and it's like right at the point where Intel was hoping to get their own product roadmap with its feet back underneath it.
So Pat Gelsinger get more on his plate to a certain extent.
Sure.
Well, NVIDIA, is it just like, how are they doing it so much faster, perhaps, than people had expected? What is it that's such a sweet spot for where it is?
Well, I'm sorry, what was the question?
How is NVIDIA managing to get these things out the door so much faster than people expected post the ARM acquisition?
Oh, no, look, they've been working on this for years. Like, they don't need to own ARM to do this chip, and they'll be doing this chip whether or not the ARM deal goes through. But they've been working on it for years. And I mean, they've been working on ARM servers in general for many years. They had a number of projects. They had one called Project Denver that they actually shut down a while ago. But I mean, they've had a number of iterations of this. So it's not like they just started on it yesterday. It's been years in the making. So it's not like they just got it out immediately. It's just I think people just broadly weren't expecting an announcement at this event. So it's maybe a little earlier than what investors were thinking. But it's not like it's something they threw together.
Okay. Meanwhile, investors certainly liked the early headlines, up 5% on the day.
They also talk numbers up in the quarter, and I mean, so in general, things look pretty good for them right now.
Yeah, always nice when you get a little bit of quarterly update as well. Fantastic always to get your voice on all these things. We thank you so much, Stacey, of course, the Managing Director of US Semiconductors over at Bernstein. Such interesting takes when you get the research from him. Meanwhile, well, that does it from this edition of Bloomberg Technology. Tomorrow, I'll be joined by U.S. Senator Marsha Blackburn of Tennessee on transportation and Biden's infrastructure plan. I'll also be joined by Initialize Capital founder and managing partner Gary Tan as we continue to preview Wednesday's Coinbase listing. Thank you so much for joining us. Stay happy, healthy. This is Bloomberg.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars. Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Our generation's biggest problem.
Climate change is happening.
And the world's most innovative solutions.
Transport, industry, buildings, electricity, all of those things.
Everything you need to know about our changing environment, the politics of global warming.
We can and we will deal with climate change.
In the fight against climate change, Bloomberg Green has you covered.
Today, we are going to have a look at the prepper lifestyle. We're going to head to Central Texas, where a good friend of mine, John Stokes, a former technology writer, lives. He started a tech website called Ars Technica. He now helps run a website called theprepared.com. Obviously, this virus has kind of turned all of us into preppers, hoarding our food and toilet paper and everything else. And so we're going to get some tips from a pro on how to live like a prepper and how to deal with this virus head on. So off we go to see John Stokes.
Hello. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, man. I can hear you, but I can't see your beautiful face yet.
I just started the video.
There you are.
Got some Texas on the wall back there.
Coming in hot, man. Coming in strong. I like it.
There's this wall, which has like axes and other tools on it.
You guys are going to be doing like video tutorials and stuff, right? And so you're gearing up to do some of that.
That's the plan. Yeah, we're going to do some lessons.
That is quality.
So yeah, I'm John Stokes. I'm deputy editor at theprepared.com. And I was originally more of like a classic Boy Scout. I was a Life Scout. I grew up in hurricane country, Gulf Coast of Louisiana. I knew what it was to bug out for a hurricane, evacuate, that kind of stuff. So I was more along that vein. We sold Ars Technica in 2008, in May of 2008. And then, so I was kind of a newly minted investor, member of the investing class. And then boom, Lehman happens in September. The kind of 1-2 punch of the financial crisis and becoming a father, those both tipped me over into serious prepper territory. And we see that a lot at the Prepared. The first kid is a period when a lot of parents get into this. I kind of became aware that, hey man, the world sort of runs on short-term credit, and this is a weird vulnerability that I didn't know existed. I didn't know that if you couldn't get short-term credit, then there may not be groceries, there may not be clean municipal water, stuff like this. And so then you start thinking, what are the other vulnerabilities? Just like with the Great Depression, there was a generation there that hoarded things and that was thrifty. It's going to leave its mark.
Yeah. How did you approach getting into this whole world?
I had started an outdoor website called alloutdoor.com for a friend of mine who had a company, he had an ad network, and they're like, we want to make our own content site. So I started this site for them. Mostly it was outdoor gear, hunting, shooting, fishing, that kind of stuff. And so I started rolling in the preparedness stuff, and the audience liked it. And I just started writing about it and researching as I wrote about it. I was fortunate in that the same people that owned that site also owned survivalistboards.com. And so I had a connection to the more traditional side of the survival community. There's a little difference between survivalists and preppers. So I was a little more plugged into the survivalist side, but also some of the prepping stuff as it started to.
Have you seen a ton of people, a lot more new people coming to the site?
Yeah, there's been a lot of interest. We've had a lot of new people sign up and join. And there's still maybe some residual stigma around the word prepper. But in terms of the number of people that are engaging in what we would recognize as now as prepper activities, that's going to go through the roof and it's going to stay elevated. This is the kind of medium-term food supply. There's some short-term stuff that's in the refrigerators downstairs. We bought an extra fridge. We've got a lot of canned food. That's a barrel of rice. I got a cheese wheel. I actually got 2 cheese wheels. And
what kinds you get?
A Dutch Gouda cheese wheel, like a 20-pound wheel, and then I got like a sheep's milk / goat's milk blend cheese wheel. It's protein and fat in there, and it keeps for like 25-30 years. We've got batteries and a charging station, so I do a lot of rechargeable batteries here. That's kind of a little mini attic storage space that's air conditioned, so that's where there's a lot of long-term food. And so this was a playroom that we turned into like a little mini classroom for the kids, because now they have to go from home. Bunch of games behind me. I've gotten into board games for this.
Can you prepare for a virus the same way as like a natural disaster or something like that?
We try to start with a baseline of you don't make any assumptions. So when we look at the bug out bag, there'll be a lot of stuff in there that's of the nature of, okay, I'm stuck out and there's no services. I've got a clean canteen here. This is a single walled clean canteen. It's not the double walled, because you can boil water in it. A tarp, toilet paper, headlamp, sleeping pad, Daytrex ration block. This is a titanium pot. There's a tinder strand in here so you can light a fire with this stuff. Contractor bags, Ranger bands and fasteners. I've got a folding saw. You want to start with a baseline of super core stuff, having some lighting, having ability to make a fire, having water, having some food. And then you tweak up from there and prepare for certain other kinds of emergencies. I think the thing to do is to not get complacent and to be ready to take the next step. I really have actually spent a lot of time the past 2 weeks repacking these bags and making sure that we're actually ready to go. I'm looking into our home insurance. Are we insured? If I have to leave this property and I come back and it's trashed, do I have everything documented? What about documents that we need? I'm getting those together. A will. So I am hoping for things to get better in the spring. I'm hoping for us to turn the corner and for us to go back to reopen society. But I don't know what's next. And so I'm spending my time as best I can preparing for an even worse case scenario. And that'd be my general recommendation is if you've got time, whatever you can do, you don't have to do all the things. Maybe you're just exercising. Maybe you're going around your apartment, your house, and you're looking for, okay, if I got up in the middle of the night and I had to leave because I was unsafe or for whatever reason, what am I going to take? Put that stuff together. Do it now. You got a minute. You can do it now. The important thing is not to get too attached to any one thing, not to get too attached to a piece of property, to a piece of stuff. You don't want to have that cloud your judgment about what's the safest for you. Hope for the best, keep preparing for the worst.
Well, man, I appreciate you spending the time and giving us this advice. I'm sorry it sort of took this thing for us to like see each other face to face again. We got to do this under happier circumstances next time.
It's okay. Yeah.
But yeah, thank you so much.
All right, thank you guys.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Our generation's biggest problem.
Climate change is happening.
And the world's most innovative solutions.
Transport, industry, buildings, electricity, all of those things.
Everything you need to know about our changing environment, the politics of global warming.
We can and we will deal with climate change.
In the fight against climate change, Bloomberg Green has you covered.
Today we're off to Iceland, one of my favorite countries, which has been at the very leading edge of the coronavirus testing. There's a company there called Decode Genetics, which has been looking at the Icelandic population's genomes for about 25 years. When the virus hit, they very quickly started testing just about everyone they could, not just people who are sick, but a random sampling of Icelanders. They've come up with some of the biggest insights we have on the virus. Let's head to Iceland and talk to the CEO of Decode Genetics.
Yum.
Do you mind just introducing yourself?
My name is Kári Stefánsson, and I'm the founder and CEO of Decode Genetics.
You had one of the most ambitious testing programs. You've tested, I think it's about 10% of the population?
10.5% of the population.
10.5. So it sounded like at first anybody who wanted a test could sign up and apply for one. And then you went to this more random process where you I think you like literally went through the phone book and kind of picked people.
We started to test on January 31st. And the healthcare system tested for 28 days before finding the first patient. We started to screen in the population in general on March the 13th. And we have already screened about 10% of the population. We have determined that on average, during this time that we have been screening, about 0.8% of the population has been infected by the virus, but that number has been coming down. We have sequenced the virus from every single person infected. And that has generated a very interesting picture. So if you look worldwide, there is a tremendous collections of mutations in this virus. So in these patterns of mutations, you have a barcode. And having the sequence of the virus from everyone infected gives us an opportunity to determine the country of origin of the infection in all of the infected in Iceland. Another thing that you can do with the sequence is that you can use it to trace the infection in Iceland. You can figure out who was infected from whom. So if you are diagnosed with an infection, we can in an instant find all of the smartphones that were within 1 or 2 meters of your smartphone over the past 5 days, which is somewhat scary because it sounds like considerable invasion of privacy.
Yeah.
But when you are looking a beast like this in the eyes, you have to use whatever you have.
You know, because Iceland is relatively contained, because you were so aggressive with your testing and tracing, I mean, you didn't go onto the same lockdown as some of the other countries. Explain to me what lockdown looked like a month ago and what it looks like now as a result of all the testing that you've been able to do and all the tracing.
We really don't have a lockdown.
Yeah.
We don't have a curfew. We have the ban on gathering of more than 20 people. We are insisting that we should keep a social distance of 2 meters. We have our elementary schools are open, the childcare centers are open, the stores are open. We are taking a very mild approach to this in general, but we have been very aggressive when it comes to the specific approach to those infected and been very aggressive in looking for them by screening widely. I think that the societal price for doing this approach is much less.
Yeah.
There's a higher price in screening, but that's trivial. That's absolutely trivial.
I mean, so this remains kind of shocking to me. I mean, like, how is it possible that we still do not have widespread antibody testing in places outside of somewhere like Iceland?
Honestly, what surprises me the most is that we don't have it in the United States. Because what we are doing here in Iceland is what we learned in America, all right? You know, you have this unbelievably resourceful nation. You have the 25, 50 best universities in the world.
There does seem to be will here, particularly among the universities. Is some of this just down to the fact that it's almost like a supply thing, that the reagents, so much stuff has been tied up in China and the supply chain, or do you really think this is more of like a will?
I am buying my reagents from the United States.
Okay. Yeah.
So
okay.
It is not a reagent thing.
Yeah.
It is a complete lack of coordination. There seems to be a complete inability to take advantage of the fact that in an epidemic like this, everyone wants to contribute. You are so young, you may not remember, but when the caucus was running against Ronald Reagan, when Ronald Reagan was running for re-election, the caucus had said in one interview that the fish rots from the head down. I think that a lot of your problems begin with your commander-in-chief.
Your company is so well known for obviously having these broad genetic models, for working on disease. I mean, what else has stood out to you about this particular virus?
You see, I have been involved with research into a very large number of diseases over the past 42 years. And usually when you begin to study a disease, the first thing you have to figure out is what questions have yet to be answered. But when it comes to this disease, it falls into my lap and all of the questions are unanswered. If you look at people in general, women are less likely to get infected than men. And if women get infected, they do not become as sick as men. About 2 weeks ago, there were 10 people on respirators at the National Hospital of Iceland. 9 of them were men, just 1 woman. children are less likely to get infected than adults, and if they get infected, they are less likely to become sick. There is an enormous diversity in the vulnerability, and it's really interesting to speculate on what is it that causes this clinical diversity. There is something in the nature of the potential host that is very important. And we and others all over the world are trying to figure out what it is.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Our generation's biggest problem.
Climate change is happening.
And the world's most innovative solutions.
Transport, industry, buildings, electricity, all of those things.
Everything you need to know about our changing environment, the politics of global warming.
We can and we will deal with climate change.
In the fight against climate change, Bloomberg Green has you covered.
You probably go outside and notice a very different world around you these days, a place that's much quieter and pretty weird. In this episode, I wanted to explore the idea of what this lack of activity looks like on a planetary scale and how the world has changed since the virus spread across it. And so we are going to talk to Will Marshall, who's the CEO of Planet Labs. It's a company that has hundreds of imaging satellites surrounding the planet. We're also going to talk to an open source image analyst named Allison Puccioni to get her take on what these images teach us about what's happening. And with that, let's go talk to Will. Tell me a little bit about who you are, just for people who don't know Planet and what you guys do.
Sure. Planet does Earth imaging satellites and analytics on that imagery. We have about 150 satellites in orbit. One set that images the entire landmass once per day, so really frequent imagery, as well as 15 satellites that are dedicated to higher resolution that can zoom in on any particular target of interest that we have.
But as the virus spread across the globe and everybody went on lockdown, I mean, you guys pretty quickly started to post some of these images of what the world looks like when it goes quiet. What jumped out at you as things slowed down?
Well, the very first set of images, we were asked to take some imagery in Wuhan, and just to see how dramatic the change was from cars on the roads and on the bridges to suddenly just gone. And then as we look around the rest of the world, from Disney to Mecca, people were just gone.
You were talking about people asking for images. I mean, who has sort of come to you in this type of crisis, and what are they looking for?
Yeah, well, the first folks that were asking for the data were the news media, who were just trying to understand, especially when they couldn't send journalists there anymore, what's going on. But then it was quickly followed by governments who were interested in whether or not there's anything that could be done for emergency response. So, for example, the US government reached out and asked if we could help monitor some cities across the US for their relief operations.
And you guys, I think you were deemed an essential business during all of this. So as I understand it, I mean, you've been able to keep manufacturing. But then more broadly, it looks like some of the like rocket factories have had to slow down a little bit. And I mean, what has been the knock-on effect just to the space industry in general, whether it's launches or satellites?
I would say that space is pretty resilient for a couple of reasons. Firstly, it's built very resiliently. I mean, it's a very expensive business and so on. People are very careful. There's triple redundant systems and backups and supply chain management. And so our company, like many other space companies, are pretty robust to weather a storm. So, for example, we operate all of our satellites remotely. We have remote mission control systems that our folks can do from home. All of that stuff is still working. The only thing that we have to do in person is the manufacturing. We've got special permission so we can continue to do that. And then I think a second part of it is that the space sector is very connected with government needs, whether that's in communication satellites or in Earth observation or what have you. And governments in these sorts of times tend to spend more, not less, both to stimulate the economy and because they're very necessary for emergency response.
I know that you think pretty broadly about humanity in general, and you know, what has this experience been like? What struck you the most over the past couple of weeks?
Well, look, this is an extraordinary time. It's almost like a real-time test of the competence of government. And that's very interesting to see how it evolves, where countries like South Korea get on with testing very quickly and lock down early. They're going to do better than the countries that fail to do those things. And that's not an experiment you want to run at the expense of human lives, but we are seeing it. But then there are some silver lining, and I think that it's important in any disaster to look for those opportunities. It's like humanity is testing its reflex and emergency response muscle. And a bit of strengthening that is a good idea because we're going to see more emergencies come up. Because of climate change, we're going to see many more big-scale disasters happen, whether floods or hurricanes or fires. And we're going to need to be able to respond to them. This is a test of how humans can change their behavior, like stopping flying, like doing much more virtual meetings, like potentially consuming less. I do hope that through this, humanity will be a little bit more focused on the environment. And our imagery is, of course, extremely important for that.
You're an open source image analyst. Can you tell us what that means and sort of what you do?
So there are a number of different satellites in space that any one of us can get access to. You can call up somebody with a credit card and say, hey, I want an image of this. And I look at those pictures and I try to find interesting patterns of life. I've always been on the more security end of that, whether that means looking for naval weapons in China or low intensity conflict in Africa or even refugee displacement.
These images used to be kind of rare and precious and prized and mostly governments.
They were highly classified, yeah. These things weren't available at this quantity until honestly the last 5 years. But now you have all sorts of countries that are building their own satellite industry, and we are able to benefit from this sort of emergence of transparency like we've never been able to before.
And so when something like, when there's this big global story, is there anything that's popped out to you during the last couple weeks?
Yeah, there have been, I think, a couple of the images over Iran that showed what I think the Washington Post called burial pits of a number of people being buried. But it is over a cemetery, and they are not really mass graves and they're not really burial pits. What we're seeing is basically a country that had people die in February from a pandemic, and they hastily buried them, but they buried them individually, and they had individually marked graves.
So it sounds like part of what you're saying is either some part of the media was either sensationalizing this or just didn't fully understand the context of what they were seeing, or like the right way to talk about this.
I would just say tread carefully, because we're looking at a catastrophe. We're looking at a pandemic, and these are people who don't have a disregard for their dead. They're on the worst days of their lives.
In this particular case, is this somewhere that's looked at on a daily basis?
So when we need the resolution or the clarity, I guess, to see graves being dug, we need a high-resolution satellite. There used to be literally 5 high-resolution satellites in the early 2010s, and now I've lost count. I think there are 36, 37. So any given point in the Earth's surface, we used to be able to see twice a year, and now we can probably see roughly twice a week, or maybe 5 or 6 times a month.
And showing sort of what the world looks like when it comes to a standstill in all these places. Did anything jump out at you just because you have such a keen eye for this stuff?
Yeah, I'm actually working with a number of organizations who are trying to do a COVID response using satellite imagery. The analytics teams at places like Planet, they are doing metrics. Are people populating certain areas? Really interesting details that can augment municipal information that we already have. And then you can actually do things that allow people to learn whether people are sheltering in place or not. One is cell data records, or tracking cell phone data, which has been a very effective tool in showing how people are traveling from their home. In certain countries, the cell phone records are tracking to hospitals versus grocery stores.
So if you see that in one county, people are still going to the grocery store more than the hospital, then maybe that means there hasn't been a big outbreak there.
Yeah. And yet we have to ask ourselves the ethical question, is this okay right now? If we can track people and potentially put like shelter in place orders in certain regions that could have the potential to save lives, is that more important than someone's autonomy or secrecy?
We're in this interesting moment when there's a lot more truth about the world that can be gleaned through data. Just like as someone who's watched this virus play out, what have you?
Well, you bring up a really interesting point. When the Washington Post, for instance, among a lot of other news organizations, published the satellite imagery over the cemetery in Iran, there was a very strong slant on Iran has been obfuscating the actual numbers of people who had perished from coronavirus. And this satellite imagery shows that there's a fair amount more people that have perished from coronavirus. Satellite imagery does hold people's leaders, in fact, feet to the fire, because it's possible now for civilians, right, and for academic institutions to check. So it would, at the very least, force people to be more transparent about what's actually going on in their country.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
We've got blood tests, we've got nasal swabs, all kinds of ways to detect the coronavirus. And now we can add to that mix poop, specifically wastewater. There's a company called BioBot that's analyzing this wastewater to try and look for the coronavirus. And they found that in a lot of cases, the virus is much more widespread than the more conventional test would show. So let's head off to Massachusetts to interview the founders of BioBot. Would you two mind introducing yourselves? Maybe Mariana first.
My name is Mariana Matus. I am co-founder and CEO of BioBot Analytics.
My name is Nusha Gailey, and I am co-founder and president at BioBot Analytics.
Your company, the two of you have come up with a pretty unique way to look at coronavirus. I mean, you're talking about sewage coming from different parts of the country, right?
Correct. We can detect the virus in wastewater because people who are infected shed the virus in stool, and it makes its way into the wastewater infrastructure. Then wastewater treatment plants collect samples and send them to us. Right now, BioBot has a pro bono campaign, and we are testing about 10% of the US population on a weekly basis versus about 1% of the US population that is being tested through the clinics.
And the results that you've already seen are pretty striking.
Yeah, our first results were gathered from a large metropolitan region in Massachusetts. And on the day that the samples were collected, there were about 450 confirmed clinical cases in that community. And what we were able to see via sewage testing is that there were up to 100,000 people infected with coronavirus in that catchment area.
So just dramatically more than what the regular tests were showing.
Yeah, exactly. There's actually a large asymptomatic population, likely, or individuals who have very mild symptoms. And so they're not seeking out testing. However, they're captured and represented in sewage data. And so we're seeing them in our tests.
And I know you're getting a 50 milliliter sample. How is that representative of an entire city's population?
So treatment plants, they can sample the wastewater as it comes into the treatment plant constantly through 24 hours to guarantee that we get representation from every toilet flush that went through that community. And then from that aggregate sample, they are taking a small aliquot and sending that to us. And using that sample, we measure how much virus was present in the wastewater with a technique called qPCR that looks for the genetic signature of the virus.
Okay, and you had already had this company up and running to kind of look for other diseases in wastewater already?
Correct. We originally were working with the opioid epidemic, measuring the concentration of different types of prescription opioids in wastewater to create better programs.
It's not the most glamorous job, maybe. What drew you to this field?
I really grew up with hardship. So I've always been passionate about creating technologies that help with equity and bringing better resources to people who need it. And the beauty of looking at wastewater as a diagnostic is that everybody has a voice in the sewer. You don't need to have the money to go to the doctor. You don't need to have medical insurance. As long as your house is connected to the wastewater, your information is counted, and we can bring that to create better programming.
What's your vision for how this plays out over the coming years?
Yeah, our vision is that one day this technology will be basic infrastructure for every city and town worldwide. So we will be constantly screening our populations for new outbreaks of the novel coronavirus.
And in this next week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, I mean, there's just going to be more and more data coming out, obviously, from the work you're doing.
All of the facilities that we're working with really believe that weekly testing is very important. one of the biggest questions facing government and decision makers right now is how and when can we start to safely open up our cities again and our economies again? And testing at scale is one of the most critical things in order to help us get there. And we're not going to be able to test every single individual. That's just not realistic. And so this type of testing can really be helpful in making these types of decisions of scaling back quarantine style measures or social distancing. And so all of the facilities that we're working with are sending us weekly samples. We're giving weekly data back to them. And yeah, we're excited to see how that progresses.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
To the extent that there's a positive to take out of this whole pandemic, it's obviously been the heroic work of the medical professionals, the doctors, the nurses, the people that work at the hospital on a day-to-day basis. So today I thought we would focus on one of these stories and head to Houston, where I grew up, to talk with an old elementary school friend of mine, Brent Kasny. He's a doctor there. He works at the Texas Children's Hospital, and along with people on his team and other people at the hospital, they came up with an open source design for a protective system for people who are performing intubations to make sure the virus wasn't spreading in the air. And so with that, let's go talk to Brent and hear his story. Besides being an illustrious alum of Memorial Drive Elementary, do you mind introducing yourself and telling us kind of what you do over there?
Yeah, sure. So I'm the medical director of emergency management at Texas Children's Hospital. And what that really means is that just when there are disaster things that happen, hurricane, flooding, what have you, I kind of help the organization respond to that.
Yeah, but obviously this is quite a different situation.
Whole different ball game. I mean, we are super prepared for hurricanes here. We do annual drills on hurricanes that can, obviously happen annually here. But, I don't think any of us really had really started laying the groundwork for a response of like this magnitude. I mean, it's just kind of nuts what we're going through right now across the country and the world.
Some of the early reports were like, it doesn't seem to affect children as much. And I mean, what was your experience like?
I think the good news through this whole thing is that kids don't seem to be as markedly impacted as adults. But we're now seeing these case reports of this inflammatory disease process, inflammatory system response that some kids are having, and there are reports out of New York and the UK about that. And so we're obviously kind of gearing up towards that and making sure we're not going to miss any cases of those or kids that might progress to that.
And so just kind of going back, you started seeing some pictures coming out of intubating people. And I mean, tell me the story. I think you saw these pictures and it kind of concerned you that maybe...
Yeah, I mean, really, one of the things that we were realizing is that, our providers that intubate regularly, so are putting, airways in and things, they're at high risk of exposure, right? There's secretions, you're suctioning, all this stuff. And people were starting to get, really freaked out about their potential for contracting this illness from patients. And so I just kind of been looking on the internet, and somebody sent me something. It was actually a physician in Taiwan had made this just plexiglass rectangular box with kind of 2 armholes. And I was like, man, that's a really interesting idea, but I don't know that like ergonomically this would make sense for the way that I would put my arms and hands, and I don't know if the access is limiting. And
so you see these pictures, you're like, I don't think this is going to work for me. Let's try something else. And so what, did you just literally start sketching something out on a piece of paper or?
So it started with some paper and some sketches. Then I literally went to our office supply closet and took all the paper reams out of a cardboard box and started hacking it up and taping it together with duct tape. I mean, our facilities team is amazing. And in 5 days, we went from cardboard box to functional working prototype. And so out of this came the Airway Respiratory Containment System, or the ARC, as we call it.
Yes, walk me through just a little bit of the specifics of how it works.
So you essentially put the device over the patient's head, and there's support holes for personnel to get in there. And there's 2 other holes that I think are really important too. And those holes we use to create negative pressure. So we hook a viral filter up to one of those holes, and then some tubing that you hook up to the wall suction. And so it's essentially sucking, anything that's aerosolized should get sucked out of there, so it's not going to come at you when you take the device off, right? So put it on, I get in there, I put the airway in, hook it up to the ventilator, take the box off, and it's ready for the next patient. We're not trying to make money off of it. There's no IP. Like, it's an open source project that we're just sharing with the world, yeah.
I mean, you guys open sourced it, so like basically that means you just put up like the CAD drawings or the specs and everything behind it, and there's a company called, I think it's called Sawbones, right? That's actually, they're making it.
Yeah, so they tweaked our final design. They kind of made a professional CAD of it, and now they have it on their website. If you want to download the sketch and make it yourself in your wood shop, just like we did, you can, or you can buy one from them, and it's $130.
And this is the device you guys are using in the hospital on kind of a day-to-day basis?
Yeah, so we've got 4, and they're being used in the operating rooms across the institution now.
And have other hospitals heard about this yet? Have they been able to order some as well?
It's all happening so quickly. I think there's interest. I think in healthcare, and in particular hospital-based healthcare, we tend to be lagging when it comes to innovation and technology. And my hope is that in the post-COVID era, we'll be able to use things like this as an example and say, look, guys, we pushed this through and got it done.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Here in California, one of the biggest stories through the whole pandemic has been this startup called Curative. It was a tiny company based in Silicon Valley, and they decided they were going to become this kind of testing powerhouse, and they are now doing this enormous percentage of all the coronavirus tests in California, hoping to get up to about 1 million tests per week. The company is run by a 25-year-old named Fred Turner. So with that, we will head down to LA and talk to Fred. For people who don't know, just tell us a little bit about your company.
Yeah, so we are a pretty new company, just started in January. Originally, we were a sepsis diagnostics company. And then in late February, we sort of started to realize that we were not going to have enough diagnostics as a country to do COVID testing. So we moved the entire team from the Bay Area down to LA. We found a lab down here that had all the license and everything else that's needed to do testing, and they were willing to let us come in and build out a whole COVID lab there. We've also built out a pretty large team helping people set up drive-thrus. So we have all the software for drive-thrus, we have all the training, we have a team that will go out to a city and help them set up drive-thru sites and show them how to run them. And we've scaled up to about 25,000 tests per day now.
You do some enormous percentage of the tests in California.
Yeah, it's about a quarter of the tests in California.
Okay, so I remember, as the virus was picking up steam and the whole United States was in a testing crisis, I just kept hearing about this startup that was able to process, at that time, this much higher volume of tests than it seemed like anyone else was doing. Part of this is a function of the kind of test you do, right?
Yeah, it's what we call an oral fluid test. So you're swabbing the inside of your mouth after coughing. So coughing releases virus from deep in the lungs that gets caught in the saliva. There's also already virus in the saliva. And so when you swab your mouth, you pick up virus from these two locations at once. And the key to this is it can be self-collected. So it doesn't require a healthcare worker to shove a swab 3 inches up someone's nose, which obviously no one enjoys.
Yeah, so you guys, as far as I understand it, you kind of have the person sit in the car and cough for a little bit.
Yeah, so they drive up to the drive-thru. They are checked in by someone in the computer system against their appointment. They hand them a kit through the car window. In LA, they're now doing this with like a grabber stick, so they can do it from 6 feet away. And they self-collect in the car, and then they drop the kit into a bin, which at the end of the day comes to us. Okay.
People have questioned whether your test is as accurate as doing the more invasive test.
Yeah, so we've done clinical studies, and we found that when you have a fairly low viral load, maybe you only have it in the nose, maybe you only have it in the throat, getting 2 samples effectively in one, because you're getting the respiratory sample as well as the saliva, produces a good sensitivity. And we've seen that particularly in picking up early cases before they become symptomatic. And then from a distribution standpoint, I think what we've seen is that the oral fluid collection is just the easiest thing for people to do. And it's one thing to have a lot of lab capacity, but if you want to be doing millions of tests per day as a country, you have to have a distribution method of getting millions of tests to people. And the only way to do that is going to be self-collected samples.
The goal at the end of this month is to get to 25,000 tests and then to grow exponentially from there.
How did you convince Governor Newsom and other officials to not only take you seriously, but believe that you guys could scale this thing up to have a meaningful impact on what was going on?
Yeah, the team behind it is very experienced in the infectious disease world. And then I think the second part of it is just delivering. A lot of other labs are sort of saying, no, we can't do that many tests. Whereas as a startup, we can move a lot faster than a big company can.
Okay. Tell us a little bit about your background. So you're from the UK and you went to Oxford and you dropped out. And you're a young guy, you're 25.
So I started off in the UK doing agricultural genomics at a startup testing dairy and beef cows to predict how good they would be for breeding. Did that out in the UK for a few years, then moved it out to California.
Why did you drop out of school? Was it because you wanted to run a startup, become an entrepreneur, or was
I'd already been running the cattle genomics startup for about 2 years at that point.
Okay.
Yeah, it just felt like I was learning an awful lot more doing the startup than in school.
What's the path forward for you? Is it just sort of deal with the coronavirus for?
Yeah, we're kind of a weird company because our mission is to put ourselves out of business, right? We're working 7-day weeks and to end COVID, I mean, I've yet to take a day off since we started doing this, and we will continue scaling testing as long as people need more testing. We have drive-through sites, I think, in 10 or more states now across the country, and our current goal is to scale to about 1 million tests per week. I think the other focus for us is we have a pretty great population now of COVID positive patients that we have been trying to utilize for clinical trial enrollment. So can we help with drug development? Can we help with vaccine development and end the pandemic faster?
What do you see the next 6 months looking like here in the US?
Yeah, we need a lot more testing. Testing to bridge to a vaccine is basically the strategy. Every other path is going to lead to a large number of deaths. So we either stay completely locked down and wait for a vaccine, but as a country like that, we can't do that. So we have to be able to reopen at least some things, and to enable that, we need large-scale testing. We need to be doing millions of tests per day.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Okay, so one of the most interesting, kind of weirdest work from home stories has to be this company called Relativity Space. They are a rocket startup in Southern California, just outside of downtown Los Angeles. They are actually trying to 3D print an entire rocket using these giant machines that are sort of Westworld-like. In the midst of this pandemic and the work from home situation, their technology actually looks like an advantage, a major advantage, in that they've been able to keep running these robots autonomously, just having one person go by the factory every now and again to keep the robots fed. To explain how all this works and the company's vision, we're going to talk to Tim Ellis, who is the co-founder and CEO of Relativity. I cover the space industry really close, and it's this very exciting time. SpaceX just had a historic launch, and then there's this flood of other rocket startups that are coming, and I've been following you guys for a while, but you guys are a little bit different than the other rocket startups. Can you sort of explain what Relativity does?
I founded Relativity back at the beginning of 2016. My co-founder was actually working at SpaceX on the Crew Dragon program. I was at Blue Origin. The problem we saw in the industry is that really for the last 60 years, no one's actually changed how rockets are manufactured. There's reusability, there's other kind of rocket technologies which are new and very disruptive, but we really felt 3D printing a whole rocket was going to be the next big disruption in the industry.
If you go somewhere, even like SpaceX, which is a super modern aerospace company, they do 3D print some stuff, particularly around the engines, but a lot of stuff is done by hand.
Yes, that's right. Other companies we've seen are probably in the single digits, maybe as low as 0.1% of the rocket is actually 3D printed by mass. We're actually targeting printing 95% of our rocket, so almost everything other than the electronics. We're targeting not just printing 95% of the rocket, but doing it from raw material to a finished rocket in the factory in only 60 days. And that compares to about 2 years in a traditional factory. The 3D printers that we ended up developing entirely in-house use big robots that come from industrial car automation or other sort of industrial automation. And then we've actually had to write our own software and then all of the control algorithms to basically, wherever the robot moves around, we have a metal wire that gets fed in, and then we actually use plasma to melt the wire, and then that solidifies. And so essentially, now we can code the robots, and using pretty sophisticated controls wherever the robot moves around, we can actually print our fuel tank. And it's very, very fast.
As far as like why somebody hasn't done this before, I remember when you guys got started, I think even still today, maybe it's fair to say, I mean, there's people who are skeptical of this approach. Obviously, these rockets it's a controlled explosion. Can you 3D print something that's stable enough?
I mean, we've actually already produced a full-scale second stage structure with the common dome and done proof testing to show that it can hold the pressure and stresses of flight. And then we've done something like 300 engine tests to date, all 3D printed. So we're actually proving the tech works.
During the pandemic, I mean, I know a lot of the aerospace companies were able to stay relatively open if they were doing sort of stuff that had like a national security kind of implication or national interest. What was it like for you guys? Have you been able to have employees in the factory?
We actually took a pretty proactive approach to the pandemic. So around March 6th to March 9th, we actually started making everyone go home and work from home. So people unplugged their desktops. We're actually a very cloud-forward company in our architecture, which lets us operate the 3D printers remotely anyway. So we're actually very well prepped for that. Prioritizing the health and safety of our employees. We are deemed essential business, but we actually never had to have more than one person in the factory at a time to keep printing. And we've also seen very minimal supply chain disruptions because we have extremely few suppliers. There's really just not that many processes that we need to build a rocket since we're printing everything. We have very few raw materials. It's actually only 3 raw metals for the entire rocket.
And so Elon's long-stated goal is to eventually create a human colony on Mars, and I know you have Mars aspirations as well.
I mean, reflecting on why Jordan and I started the company, we had this core theory that, SpaceX was going to Mars. I'm actually super confident that they're going to, and I'm really inspired by that. But every animation I saw, had astronauts fly there, and then, they'd kind of land, and then the ladder would roll down, and then it would fade to black. And that became, sort of this thing that stuck in my mind that, man, there need to be dozens to hundreds of companies working on different pieces of the puzzle of going to Mars. And so that's where we came up with our vision as a company, which is to 3D print the first rocket made on Mars. I'm sure a rocket's not the first thing we're going to make. I mean, we're probably going to make water storage tanks, habitat vessels, spare parts, other things that just help early sort of settlements get going.
How old are you now?
I just turned 30.
Turned 30.
A few weeks ago, yeah.
And so what age do you expect to be when you 3D print your first water storage tank on Mars?
Yeah, honestly, I think it's actually going to happen faster than some of the human spaceflight can. So I think it could actually happen within a decade, honestly. My life philosophy has been, if the future's not really happening fast enough, well, why don't we just create it? We could actually be that company that makes this happen.
So how does Michigan go from having the biggest and the best regional water and wastewater system in the world, supplying Flint with some of the cleanest drinking water in the world, to poisoning an entire city with lead?
To save money, the city stopped pumping water from Detroit and started pumping it from the Flint River.
But the corrosive river water wasn't properly treated and stripped lead from pipes.
December of 2014, we had our first bout of brown water.
If you were pouring water into a cup for your child and it was rotten, would you give that to your child? No, you'd revolt.
For almost 2 years, we've been crying about this and, begging and asking for some clean water.
As of right now, there is no daily government-run water distribution of any kind for the roughly 100,000 people who live in Flint.
A city in the United States of America has been drinking and bathing in lead-contaminated water.
It's absurd. It's outrageous. It isn't true. All of us are outraged by what happened, and we should work together to solve it.
I cannot recall in my political life ever hearing such an outrage as to what I heard from the people in Flint.
It's not just about Flint. I am Flint. I am from Flint. But you know what? You are too.
Today, President Obama declared Flint, Michigan, a disaster area.
And I know that if I was a parent up there, I would be beside myself that my kid's health could be at risk.
We're not just looking at Flint, we're looking at our entire state. And
right, but no other state was poisoned by policy.
Detroit Water and Sewage Department had been supplying Flint with the cleanest drinking water on the planet for 50 years.
In trying to negotiate a new contract with Detroit Water, the city decided that they wanted to switch to the new set of water being brought in from Lake Huron. Upon making that determination, Detroit Water and Sewer said, if that's the way you want it, take a hike. And the emergency manager made the decision to switch back to the Flint River.
I used to work down at City Hall. When they started switching and talking about it at City Hall, we couldn't talk about it outside the building. If they found out that you talked about it outside the building, you were subject to get fired.
Very bad decisions came along from the Department of Environmental Quality to allow the city to not institute corrosion controls.
Who would ever have suspected that the state would go from a treated water supply to an untreated one and then not treat it?
Nobody ever came to me with a jug of this dirty water or these bottles of dirty water. It wasn't until it really blew up in September, just like everybody else, that I became aware.
We were all getting rashes before the water looked bad. But once the water started coming through the tap in January consistently brown, it got to the point with my son's skin where he was breaking out severely.
Everybody had their own individual experiences. Ours was rashes and hair loss, and we couldn't figure out why.
We were concerned, but we didn't find out anything until February 26th, literally a few weeks ago.
This one's definitely yellow, and you can see floaties. This was our tub water. Cole came out running and screaming, "Mom, the water's yellow, the water's yellow." We're like, "Ooh, what color's the water today?" This is safe, by the way, but that's what they told us, it's safe.
I have 5 grandkids that attend Freeman Elementary School. The state DEQ come in and did a test and said that the only thing wrong in that school is the water fountains. All 5 of my grandkids that go to that school have tested positive for lead.
Long after Flint no longer has a water crisis, it is going to have a lead crisis. Lead is a neurotoxin that impacts the cognitive and behavioral development of children across their lifespan.
Some people in my class that they asked my gym teacher to go get a drink from the water fountain, they just go drink out of the water fountain.
What do the teachers say when that happens?
They really don't care.
We still deal with the water issues. All my kids, when they bathe in it, they get rashes that are horrible. Our babies are getting sick for what? We don't know.
When I have 4-year-olds asking me if they're going to die because they're poisoned, I have twins One's 56 pounds, one's 35. He hasn't grown in a year. He's still having issues with the anemia. And them realizing at 5 years old why there's a difference between them. Yes, it keeps me up at night. Yes, it makes me emotional. These are my kids. These are everybody's kids.
It's also known to cause spinal defects, which can cause neurological damage of all kinds. So for my specialists, they're really looking into the spine of the baby. I have one picture of my baby where I can see part of the face, and I've got 300 pictures of the spine.
My daughter is 13. She has a disability by nature, but because she's been poisoned, it made it worse.
Lead is not a 9-to-5 job. It is not something you sleep on. When you know the potential consequences of lead, when you know its life course damning potential, you need to know what's going on.
They've been telling people, if you're over the age of 6, you're fine. I'm 37. You want to see my meds? Yeah, no, my liver is failing. Also, the seizures are fun. They're just great, you know, to watch the panic on my husband's face when I can't stop and he doesn't know what's going to happen to me.
I went to get tested. Came back positive. Oh, well, we're gonna take your information down. The health department's gonna get with you. The health department never called me back.
The worst part is that the full effects of lead poisoning aren't seen for up to 5 years, so I'm waiting to see it happen to my kids.
We take care of extended family like immediate family. Family is family. When their house is tested off the charts, they came to our home. And it just happens to be that they all have many children. You know, I happen to have one and one on the way, but when you kind of put us all together, there's over 20 of us that come here on a regular basis. Our house is testing at over 1,600 for lead. The landlord, when he found out that there had been a post on Leanne Walter's Facebook about what our lead numbers were, it was our first time of making it public knowledge. The next day he showed up to get the keys to the house. We willingly gave him the keys, and he immediately boarded up the house and told us that the house was being sold. We couldn't go back in for our possessions, and we couldn't go back in to finish the water testing. I had to have my daughter climb in and break in just to get water samples. This makes me sick. The whole situation makes me sick. We're not going back in for property, we're just going back in for water. Because at this point, I mean, they've already poisoned 2 generations of our family. What more can they take from us? You think the furniture matters? You know, the photographs that we got in there, you think that matters? It just hurts. So, you coming out? Okay. Be careful. Mike, I love you, but don't draft the water, okay? That's all the evidence we got. Just get a little jug. It has already seen animals living in it. It's already seen people breaking into it. Honestly, if we could get the water in the 2 homes to where we feel it's safe, you know, tested for everything, you know, 5-10 years from now, we would take care of this home. I would have family in here. My brother-in-law, sister-in-law would be living here. If they don't, we're gonna abandon it, and it's gonna look like every other house in Flint. The truth is our home is a decent home, but this is what you see when you come to Flint.
Howdy, Yellow. Good evening. I'm Michael. I'm with a little group called Crossing Water. You heard of them? Yeah. We're not a band, but we look like one.
Crossing Water has been technically in existence for a couple of years. See, it was really not anything at all related to Flint. But then Flint broke out, and we went from sitting on the couch in disbelief to, next thing you know, we're all in, up to our eyes.
When we identify a household that needs services, we get a call back to our operations center, and within an hour, we send a team to that door. We give them water. We go into houses to make sure the filter's installed properly, that the family understands what the filters do and how to operate it properly.
We see that some folks giving water just isn't enough. A single mother, for example, with 3 kids, she's homebound. Imagine if you know, you work in your job every day, you've got 3 kids, all of a sudden you're thrust into this unbelievable disaster where you can't use the water. Imagine you don't have a car, so now you have to take water from the fire station or whatever these water distribution centers are, and you're carrying water to your home every day with kids in tow, a book bag or groceries. It's just not going to happen. So you don't have nearly enough water that you need, and you're in dire circumstances.
There's no winning in this situation because sometimes it's convenient in a spot for you, but then you have older people that can't get out and get it. So, you know, what are they supposed to do?
Because people in Flint have to use bottled water every single day, and I think they don't like it.
Oh, it's ridiculous. I mean, we have to use it to brush our teeth, wash our faces, otherwise my oldest will break out and scar.
This is a water room. Every house in Flint has a water room. That's normal. Don't you know that's normal? I mean, you can't shower in it, so you might as well bathe in a bottle, right? Or if you have an elderly grandmother to take care of, I mean, I'm sure it's really easy to bathe her with a bottled water, right?
I have to use bottled water to cook, to wash our vegetables, to rinse our meats. It takes 14 bottles of water to make a pot of jambalaya and steamed asparagus.
When they first started giving out the water, you would only get a case of water per family.
It's terrible. You know, some families just might use one case, but we got family and children, so we use like 2 and 3, 4 cases a day of waters.
And whatever resources we can't deliver, we see to it that other agencies get involved and step in.
Community foundations are the place where we put long-term resources to impact problems that are going to be with us over the long haul. We had a couple of leaders come together and they established our Flint Child Health and Development Fund. It's become known as the Flint Kids Fund. Nearly $2 million has been contributed from all 50 states in the United States. We've gotten donations from countries like Afghanistan, Australia, Belgium, France. But what is also wonderful is to see the kind of help that Flint residents are giving each other.
I'm happy to be able to go deliver water and, you know, go canvass and go find people who need the help. Driving this over to a women's shelter and then unloading it. They're out of water. I can't have that.
I had no volunteers today. I'm like, oh God, please. And so my husband's like, just forget it. You know, for $50 we'll run a U-Haul and get the water out of here.
My name is Charlotte Lancaster McCann, and I am the founder of Building Strong Women, and we are a nonprofit organization that take care of homeless women that are in need for placement that don't have nowhere to stay.
Thank you. Back in the car. Yeah, we gotta take that down. Charlotte.
Yes, ma'am.
We also raised money too.
Oh, thank you.
There's over $300 some odd there. So, oh, no problem.
We hear people often say, "Did you check on Marjorie down the street? Because I don't know if she's got water. Her husband died last year, and she's alone."
What's that?
That Ventured Yard?
Across the street?
Yeah, they need water.
This is affecting everybody. And so it's good to see everybody come together, regardless of what their race or religion is, to help each other out.
We're getting the semblance that people really, in the midst of the worst days of their lives, they're worried about their neighbors.
Okay, can we grab a couple of the cases then?
You sure can.
Okay, because we have no more.
Okay.
Those are Flint people helping Flint people. And Flint people are tough. We are strong, we are resilient.
Okay guys, we have a rally that's getting ready to start. Right after this, we need each and every one of you to come to stand together in solidarity. We need to have power in numbers. And we need to have each and every one of you guys stand up for the city of Flint, the state of Michigan, for your children, for our lives. Come on guys, we can do this. It's just a little bit of sacrifice. That's all we have to do. A little bit of sacrifice. We got to get this done. Who's did it? Our city. Who 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 did it? Our city. Shut it down.
Because economically, they didn't think the citizens would put up a fight or be able to put up a fight. We might be ghetto and we might be poor, but we're really loud when we stand together.
I always
wanted to get married, receive a kiss from someone who would shift solar systems just to stimulate my smile. My name is Harvey. I am an aspiring actress, full-time activist, and overall melanin goddess. For the many ways he will say, I love you. Poets from Flint, we agree on a lot of stuff. Number one, violence is messed up. Number two, this water stuff is messed up. Flint was known for a lot of other stuff before the water crisis. You know about the school system. You know about GM, growing up with that. You know about crime rates and all that stuff. Like, that has always surrounded you, and this is another thing surrounding you.
I've only lived in 2 cities for a long time in my life. One is Flint, one's Midland, Michigan. Midland, Michigan is predominantly white. Midland, Michigan has a high economic status.
If this would have happened in a predominantly white area, that it would have been fixed on the spot.
I guarantee you they would have ripped up that whole city in 30 days. 45 minutes south in Flint, they don't care.
Okay, what I haven't heard at all tonight, at all, is any discussion about emergency management and how this is targeted predominantly black communities. You talk about you got some policies. I haven't heard one peep about resisting the absolute subversion of democracy in black communities like Detroit, Benton Harbor, and Flint. And this poisoning is about emergency management, and you haven't said a thing about it.
Let me answer your question, okay? We appreciate what you're saying, and we agree with you. You know what? Give me a minute, okay? So we are in the poorest, most underserved communities in Flint right now, where no one.
Everyone's angry about this. It's hard to find the right target. It's a target that keeps moving. You know, there's plenty of anger to go around, and actually, I don't begrudge anyone their anger. But for me, there'll be plenty of time for that later in my life. If I took a minute to get engaged in politics, that's a minute I take away from these children, these families, and I'm just not willing to engage in it that way. It's unreal. I cry every day over this, and I can't stop crying anymore.
And it's sad that I can't keep my home where I want to raise my family. Our long-term goal was to have just family living right next to each other, and now the long-term goal is get out of Flint as quickly as possible.
The next question everybody says is, well, why don't you move? Okay, well, right now, I couldn't sell my house if I wanted to. I wouldn't be able to say, hey, my house poisoned me, but you want to buy it? Now, lenders are also saying they need water tests to pass an inspection. Not many of us would. We are all in prison. We are all being poisoned by our homes.
The folks who live in that community did not make this disaster. This is not their fault. And the state has a huge part in being complicit in what did happen.
There wasn't anything that anybody in the city or state could tell me that I believed, because every bit of research we were getting was proving what they were saying is wrong.
They had kind of the same attitude that we saw back in the agency. Well, this is going to go away soon. Everything's going to be fine as soon as we can make the changeover. I mean, the department continually insisted that. And when you have all these experts, you trust them.
The MDEQ said, well, you know, whoops, we misinterpreted the lead and copper rule. That's your one job.
Says, according to the LCR, a water system that has optimized corrosion control with treatment such as the addition of phosphate corrosion inhibitor should continue to operate and maintain corrosion control treatment when switching to a new water source. So it seems to me this is the sort of most clear and obvious place where you're identifying that the DEQ violated the lead and copper rule. Is that how you would interpret it, or would you characterize it more as a misinterpretation?
I think our yeah, I think you got it right. I guess the term that you used to describe that, we'd say they weren't in compliance with the lead and copper rule, or they misinterpreted the lead and copper rule, et cetera.
Their job was more than just the technical detail. They should have been concerned about the public health issues.
They're potentially exposing more people as we speak. There's nothing substantial that's changing.
They got the money. They can just go ahead and fix what's broke instead of just sending this water in. They can go ahead and just fix what's truly broke so we can save our kids and save us.
Until they can completely get it fixed, I don't even know why anybody's paying for water.
Forcing us to drink the Kool-Aid they've made, and we all know they never really could make Kool-Aid, right? Never enough sugar, always too much lead. Pay for your poison. The girls and the boys in the city can't drink. Lead altering the way they think. Future's gone in a blink.
Do you feel safe drinking municipal water here in Michigan at any municipality?
Yes.
I think this was a failure of government at every level. So I think it was one of those catastrophic systems failures.
In our government that I've seen show very little remorse, very little empathy and care and compassion. And that is terrifying to me.
I don't think any of them were somehow bad people who were trying to do something bad. I think they just didn't take their job seriously enough.
Look at the decisions that you made and how many people it affected. And just really ask yourself, was it worth it?
Not only did they fail, they went out of their way to cover it up. They all need to be in jail because they participated in a cover-up that led to the deaths of human beings.
I don't know if I believe in God, but I believe in evil. And I think there's some evil going on here. I think that's indisputable.
You know, Snyder's proposing tougher standards. DWSD engineers wrote many of the water system standards for the country when they were running the show. Okay.
Mr. Cash, your time has.
I just need a few. You know, I drove 4 hours to get here.
Mr. Cash, I appreciate your passion, and I appreciate that you've taken the time to be here. And that's why we also have provided the opportunity at flintwatercommittee.com to submit a written statement as you wish.
Just a bunch of nonsense. You're wasting more of the people's money, and you're not going to come up with a solution.
Thank you. With that, seeing no additional business to come before the committee stands adjourned until Tuesday, March 29th at 10 a.m.
Won't you take good care of my Michigan? Watch over the Great Lakes, my home. My heart will be yearning to return to the pines, the cold and rocky shores. Promise to take you to Isle Royal when you are a little more tall. I'll teach you the flowers, I'll show you a loon, and I'll sing you the sparrow said song. Little one, always remember to travel to one of her shores. You cheer for the sunset, you cheer for the islands, you cheer just to see a full moon. They cheer just to see a full moon. Won't you take good care of my Michigan? Watch over the Great Lakes, my home. My heart will be yearning to return to the pines, the cold and rocky shores. It's the place I've always called home. Won't you take good care of my Michigan? Watch over the Great Lakes, my home. My heart will be yearning to return to the pines, the cold and rocky shores. It's the place I've always called my home.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
I just love that bold flavor.
I put it on almost everything.
It's an obsession, really. People are totally stoked on it.
It is my favorite hot sauce. I eat it on everything.
If I don't have it, that's like the next thing we need to get on the grocery list.
It's just different. There's really no hot sauce that you can say tastes like sriracha.
I love sriracha.
I do love sriracha. I love sriracha so much.
I love it. You know, I use it like ketchup.
Sriracha, I don't know what I would do without you.
It just adds flavor to whatever it is you have it on.
Thank you for making the world's greatest sauce.
I like seeing people discover sriracha, because I put it on almost every meal. But like most people, I knew almost nothing about this hot sauce.
I want to see like a sea of jalapenos.
So I embarked on a journey to uncover the story of sriracha, where it comes from, how it's made, and met plenty of cool people along the way.
I don't think I could live without it. Of all the hot sauces that exist out there, I would definitely say sriracha is my absolute favorite.
I have a bottle at my desk at work. People during breakfast and lunch will come by and they'll use some on their food, so I get to indulge people with my love for sriracha.
Spicy and flavorful in a respectful way. Yeah, I take it with me. I've smuggled it into different restaurants, friends' wedding reception. I didn't expect to wind up sharing it with the whole table.
I don't know, one day I was like, man, it'd be really cool to have the sriracha license plate. And I couldn't believe that no one else had it. And so I got to get it before someone else does. My name is Randy Clemens. I'm the author of the Sriracha Cookbook and the Veggie Lover Sriracha Cookbook. I'm arguably one of the biggest fans of sriracha on earth. I think there's this fascination with sriracha where it kind of has a cult following. There have been bottles spotted on the International Space Station, which when I saw that, I was like, that's pretty freaking cool.
Roger that, Sally.
There's just this kind of obsession that people have, myself included, with putting it on everything.
I like it on pretty much everything, actually.
Literally everything.
I love putting sriracha on pasta.
Nachos.
Mac and cheese.
Stir fry.
Sandwiches.
Every day. I put it on my eggs this morning.
Scrambled eggs.
Eggs.
Have to have it. Can't eat eggs without it.
I would not put it on ice cream. But I actually don't know about that.
There was these sriracha ice cream sandwiches. They're massive. They're like the size of your face. It looks like a stoner's paradise.
You can put it on pizza.
Pizza.
I do the zigzag, fill in as much space as I can onto the slice.
My dad really likes it, so it's in my house. I just am too scared to try it. I'm nervous. My dad will be proud. Oh. It's yummy. Oh, that is good. Let's see. Pasta, pizza, hot dogs. Ooh. I like hot dogs.
Sriracha is great on anything. Sriracha is great with anything.
Yeah, it tastes like sriracha. You haven't tried this yet? It's pretty good.
Everybody is crazy about sriracha right now anyways, so they love kind of finding it in new and interesting outlets. It's called the Not Just Peachy Sriracha Jam. The peaches are sweet, and then you get the heat that comes with the sriracha as it finishes. People love it.
People really do love sriracha. 20 million bottles were sold in 2012. And yet, for all its popularity, sriracha is still a mystery to most people.
I think there's a lot of confusion about where sriracha comes from.
Well, I just would have thought it came from Asia.
China? Thailand?
From like Asia or something, because I like the letters. No, it's not.
I know that it's American, I believe.
Well, if you read where it's from, it says California, right?
Really?
California, yeah.
For real? I didn't know that. How it's made or the history behind where it comes from, it's all a mystery.
Survivor MiniLED.
I'm David Tran. I'm the founder of We Fong Foods. We make the sriracha hot sauce.
I'm David Tran's son-in-law, also his go-to guy, or right-hand man. He leads by example. He works so hard, Monday through Sunday. He's always thinking about how he can better the company. He's always very humble. Dave is a very humble guy.
I'm famous? No. I went to the Vietnamese noodle for anywhere. They don't know I'm the owner of the product.
The whole building smells strongly of garlic. David's been producing sriracha here since 1987, when he bought the building from Whammo, makers of frisbees and slip and slides.
Before, that building filled full with hula hoop, now filled with chili. We make the bottle 3,000 per hour and 24 hours, 6 days per week. Every day we make at least 70,000 bottles.
But David just upgraded to a brand new factory in Irwindale, California, where he can produce 18,000 bottles per hour. And that's just on one line.
The building 650,000 square feet, about 2.5 times bigger than my old building.
I can tell David is proud to show me around his shiny new factory. It's the realization of over 30 years of hard work. Impressive, considering David arrived in America with nothing. At 30 years old, David saw the fall of Saigon, which brought the Vietnam War to a close.
When Vietnam changed to communism, they stopped any business.
The new Vietnamese government considered ethnic Chinese, like David and his family, an unwanted minority, and pressured them to pay their own way out of the country on crowded, dilapidated freighters.
All around me, my friend, my relative, they live in Vietnam, so I follow them.
After a 5-day voyage, 3,300 refugees, codenamed Frozen Ducks, arrived unannounced in Hong Kong waters.
This is an immigration control area. You are to leave immediately. Do you understand?
They sat stranded on that ship for an entire month before British authorities allowed them to land. And David, like many refugees, was relocated to the U.S.
But we start from nothing.
David needed a job, and all over Los Angeles were thousands of Vietnamese immigrants eating their national food, a noodle soup called pho. And they like it spicy.
Everyone like me, we need our hot sauce. So I try to make it.
In 1980, he poured his new sauce into glass bottles.
And we fill by spoon. One spoon to fill it.
And personally delivered orders all over Chinatown in his blue Chevy van.
They liked my product.
But some merchants suggested he change sriracha.
And they said, you make little minor and you can sell it more. So I said, no, hot sauce must be hot. We need the fresh chili.
When he first started making the chili, he would have to manually dump the chilies into the grinder. And what that was doing is causing juice to run down his arm. And I don't know if you've ever had chili sauce on your arm or anything. It's not comfortable. And it doesn't go away quickly. So often he would come home and not be able to hold his daughter for fear of having that transfer over to her, the spice. So he's a tough guy, he's a tough guy.
When I start a business, we need to create a company name. What name for me? So I said, okay, Huy Fong, so I can remember it.
Huy Fong Foods makes 3 products, sriracha and 2 others, chili garlic and sambal olak. They all use the same chili mash that's mixed with salt and vinegar and stored in these blue barrels. If you just want to taste chilies, that's sambal olak. But add some garlic from Gilroy, California to make chili garlic. And if you take that chili garlic, add a little sugar and puree it, you have sriracha, which is by far the most popular.
The past 30 years, the economy sometimes up and down. For me, I feel nothing. Every day, every month, the volume increase, the market increase.
Every year, sriracha sales have increased almost 20%. But that requires a lot of fresh chilies.
This year it's going to be 48,000 tons grown on 1,750 acres. A lot of peppers.
That's 100 million pounds of peppers. If sriracha was grown in New York, you'd have to fill all of Lower Manhattan, south of Houston Street, with pepper fields.
I would say we're probably the largest red jalapeno grower in the country. A green jalapeno, as it matures, goes from green to chocolate to red. Sometimes the sauce will be a little bit different color because of the weather and the nature of the variety that we're growing. You know, with that volume, we'll be shipping about 30 semi-loads a day to Huifeng Foods. We'll have it on their doorstep in about 2 hours from the time of harvest, and we're their sole supplier.
Craig only sells his peppers to David, and David only buys peppers from Craig.
It's highly unusual in the processing business. As long as they're selling more product, we have to be able to grow it for them. It's a big job.
Yeah.
Huge job.
17. Old messages.
Now, I like your sauce a lot, and I just wanted to call the number on the bottle and appreciate it. So I'll talk to you later. Bye.
I'd just like to compliment your hot sauce. Like, thank you so much. It's the best hot sauce I've ever had.
Thank you, Sriracha. Almost everyone loves my product. I feel very proud.
Hi there, how you doing? This is Texas calling. We bought some of that sriracha, and we love it. We just had a question. Do you refrigerate it after you open it?
Sriracha does not need to be refrigerated.
Make bigger bottles, like gallons. Gallon bottles.
That's a good idea. In addition to their 17-ounce and 28-ounce bottles, the new factory is adding a gallon size and a 9-ounce sriracha.
Hi, I just want you to know that your sriracha or Sriracha, however it's pronounced.
You omit the R. You just say Sriracha.
3 very distinct syllables. There's a little break in between each one.
Sriracha. Not Sriracha or Sriracha, no.
Sriracha.
But I don't say that every time because people look at me funny. It's just here, I think it's Sriracha. That's kind of what everyone says.
Before they cannot pronounce Sriracha, they cook sauce or rooster sauce.
And your rooster on the front of the bottle is just magical.
That's because David was born in the Chinese year of the rooster.
Wow, you learn something new every day.
I think that you should have some more advertising and such because everybody needs to know about this.
Never advertise for it? That's crazy. It makes it a little more hipster.
Every day we have not enough product to selling it, so we don't have time to make the advertising.
Huifeng Foods has seen massive success with no advertising, with no real online presence to speak of other than their website. It looks like it's straight out of 1996.
Busy to looking the chili, so I don't have time to go to the Facebook or Twitter.
But if you search Sriracha on YouTube, you will find plenty of fan-made ads.
Oh yeah, Huifeng Sriracha. Oh yes sirree. It's made in America, land of the free. Though it may look peculiar, don't let the bottle fool you. It's Huifeng Sriracha, the American garlic chili pepper sauce.
What we about to do right now is drop the rooster sauce on your cock-a-doodle-doodle ass. The only condiment that's in my fridge, don't give me a smidge, just send it straight to my veins with a tip syringe. There's a special sauce that I overuse, I'm talking about sriracha, it's a sauce I choose, sriracha wrap.
Generally speaking, there are a lot of sriracha freaks out there.
Haha, sriracha sauce.
Definitely has a nice kind of hipster following.
It's absolutely iconic, and I think it's completely unintentional too.
We're surprised where my chili sauce go.
We always enjoy getting the emails or pictures sent to us.
There are some pretty awesome sriracha tattoos out there, but the coolest one I actually saw was like someone had it spelled out across their knuckles. I think I've seen stiletto heels.
Even myself, one bottle lasts for 3 or 6 months, but every day we're selling hundreds, thousands a bottle. Don't know where to go.
Storage.
Go down.
Oh! This is an official warning. Do not try this.
Am I sweating?
It's pretty popular in food circles, and I think a lot of what had to do with that is, showing up on Top Chef.
Harold Dieterle, who won the first season of Top Chef, is a big fan.
One of my favorite ways to use it is just fold it into some mayonnaise and make an aioli out of it, and it's like, bam, do whatever you want on it. Throw it on a crab cake sandwich, throw it on a hamburger. It's awesome.
I really love sriracha. I invented these leathers that are flavored with savory sauces. What they do is they absorb all those juices and kind of keep the juices at bay.
Every chef has got a bottle in the refrigerator. I don't care what they tell you.
Sriracha, how much sriracha do we go through? 6 bottles a week, so half a case a week.
David Tran has 2 cultures to thank. Vietnamese culture for the pho movement.
There's not one Vietnamese place that doesn't use sriracha.
And he's got the Japanese kitchen for the spicy tuna roll.
Every sushi place I've worked at, they use sriracha in their spicy tuna. Like, every single one.
If spicy tuna rolls were not popular, I would argue sriracha would not be as popular.
We're all using it. We're all fans. Yeah. If someone tells you they don't like sriracha, it's full of shit.
I had a red one with a black top and a clear one with a green top. Morphed the 2 of them together into a sriracha water bottle.
I wish it was in the dining centers here because more people would eat it. No, it's not. It's in the dining centers?
Right, orange chicken, right there.
It is right there. Okay, I'm gonna go eat sriracha pasta today. Oh my gosh, revelation.
Sriracha's cheap, so college kids will eat it.
Very important, the price very, very low.
They're looking for something to enhance their foods.
I try to do something for my chili friend. They have money or no money. They can pay it, they can get it.
I'm a pretty frugal person, but win or lose, I'll walk out with more money than I ever had going in.
Tyler is having a really good year, all thanks to sriracha.
I live in a house that all we eat is sriracha sauce.
So when Lay's asked the public for flavor ideas, Tyler suggested sriracha.
They called and said that I was a finalist. I won $50,000 and my chip was 1 in 3 out of 4 million that made it.
That's amazing.
It's not a bad amount of money to get, but I mean, who wouldn't want the million?
The grand prize winner is cheesy garlic bread.
So maybe sriracha isn't mainstream yet, but several big brands are testing out the flavor. Which begs the question, why isn't the sriracha name trademarked?
Because the sriracha, the name of Thailand,
Most people don't know where sriracha came from, right? And it's actually Thai originally.
And if anyone would know, it's Jet Tila. The Thai government appointed him the first culinary ambassador to the United States.
It was created in Thailand, yet the most prolific version of this is from the Tran family, who's Vietnamese, but manufactures in America.
So if David Tran didn't invent sriracha, who did? I met Ann Kiachinda, who represents Sriracha Panid.
The original sriracha sauce from Thailand.
And today it is one of the most popular brands in Thailand. Ann says it all started with a woman named Miss Tanam Chakapak.
She's a mom at home making her own sauce.
So does David Tran owe his success to a woman in Thailand?
It's very different from the Thai version. I don't think he set out to create a Thai version. I think he set out to create his version.
He's made a household sauce of it. He's a genius. Business success story. But as a Thai person, I'm conflicted about how it's done. You need to go eat sriracha the way we eat sriracha.
There it is.
We arrived in Thailand not sure what we'd find, if we could even track down this inventor of sriracha. But we knew where to look.
You will travel down the road along the seaside.
Sriracha is a small coastal trading post known for its seafood, its hot sauce, and a tiger zoo.
There's lots to do in Sriracha, but I wouldn't call it like a very popular tourist destination yet. There's a couple dishes here that they do bring out a little bowl of Sriracha with.
You have to get like a fried egg omelet or a mussel omelet with a little bit of jasmine rice.
They have lines out to catch fish, so you're getting very, very fresh seafood. Ordered some oyster omelet and some grilled squid. All of it was fantastic with the Sriracha. I think the Thai version's quite a bit different from the Hoi Fong Foods version. It's not quite as hot, it's thinner in consistency, and it's a little bit sweeter.
กินบ่อยนะคะต้องมีติดครัวไว้เป็นประจำก็อย่างที่บอกก็คือพวกต้มยำพวกไข่เจียวแล้วก็เป็นน้ำจิ้มต่างๆจิ้มไก่จิ้มอะไร
We love it, but we don't love it as much as I think other people love the thought of Sriracha. It's not glamorized.
ไม่ทราบค่ะเพราะรู้สึกว่าชาวต่างชาติจะไม่ทานอาหารรสเผ็ดรสจัดก็เลยคิดว่ามีเฉพาะคนไทยที่ทานแปลกใจมากค่ะ
It's said that in 1949, Miss Tanam Chakapak created her sauce here, and because she used local peppers and garlic, she named it after the town.
They spell theirs a little different with a J at the end of it, right?
Yeah.
Sriracha. Yeah.
And the fact is that there's no actual 100% way that you can translate the Thai characters into the Roman alphabet.
Miss Chakapak would be almost 100 years old, if she were still alive today. But at the Thai Teparos factory in Bangkok, where they produce Sriracha Paneed, we met the woman responsible for carrying on her legacy.
ชื่อวัฒนาเผยภูเขียวค่ะได้อยู่กับบริษัทที่ทำซอสพริกศรีราชามาตั้งแต่อายุ10 ปีป้าถนอมเนี่ยก็คือเห็นว่าการที่จะทำอย่างเป็นพวกน้ำจิ้มเนี่ยให้มันมีความแปลกใหม่ขึ้นทางเพื่อนบ้านก็ติดใจเรื่องรสชาติก็คือขอให้ทำบ่อยๆตอนนี้พอรสชาติคือต่างอย่างชาวบ้านเนี่ยคือก็พูดกันไปแต่ในอำเภอว่าซอสพริกศรีราชาที่ตรงเนี้ยคือมีรสชาติแปลกใหม่
Sriracha here is made with a long red pepper called prick chi fa and fermented in these large silos before bottling. It comes in two flavors, medium and strong hot. And they're testing Sriracha mayo, which is genius.
The way they do omelets here is just out of this world. Very good.
The sauce that started with Miss Tanam Chakapak in a seaside town has led to a whole world of variations.
Yes, it's a whole beautiful world out there.
It's not just, the Hoi Fong Foods version. If you want to try something that's a little different, there's some cool options out there.
Dark Star, Lee Kum Kee, the Saigon Sisters Sriracha Awesome Sauce. There's so much. I use them all, and it gets to be like cigars.
The garlic can be stronger sometimes, can be a little sweeter. It just depends on the brand you get. And then there are some other brands that have come around recently that are, smaller batch, a little more artisan produced.
There are more people that are into Sriracha than I could have ever imagined. One of the things that is happening out of Brooklyn is this excitement about making things again. Well, right now we're producing upwards of about 1,000 units a month. So it's all small batch. We do about 20-pound batches at a time. So every batch is really this unique thing that you're getting. It's never going to be the same the next time. People are just really into Sriracha, so when they see a new kind, they're totally stoked on it.
Hey, cause sweater showstopper. This one's Sriracha. Got you running for water, clearing your nose, wiping your eyes, sweating out your clothes.
Hi, how you doing? We're here at the Sriracha Festival 2013. It's the first one ever.
It's kind of funny because, when it comes down to it, it's hot sauce, right? But I've become pretty obsessed with it on many levels.
The idea that there's this American-style hot sauce based on a Thai-style hot sauce made by a Vietnamese guy of Chinese descent, and you get the best of these 4 incredible cuisines kind of coming together.
I only project growth for Sriracha.
David Tran doesn't often make public appearances, so when he stepped into a crowd of Sriracha fans, no one really noticed. At first. Once word got around that this is the guy, everyone wanted to talk to him, and David finally connected with his chili friends.
I mean, that's the most important thing, is that we care about our customers, and we'll continue to work hard for them and for our family.
I need someone to handle, to take over. So only my children, the right person to handle it. This is my loved one. I don't share my loved one for anyone.
I'm trying to paint a picture of a hardworking man that cares about his family, that you can see through his hard work and the product that he's created.
I try to continue to make my good product for my fans. Until someday they don't like it, I stop to make it.
I want you guys to know you are the pride of the Vietnamese people. So I'm proud of it. I'm proud of it, goddammit. No, bro, shut up. Hui Fong, do what you guys do.
Good morning. I'm calling from El Paso, Texas. I'm just calling to say thank you for creating such a delicious product. Sriracha hot chili sauce. I was wondering if you could send me the recipe. Bye-bye. We love you!
Listen, Sriracha, you've made all of my things tastier for life.
Hi, my name is David, and I'm sitting here enjoying a late night snack. I'm making a sandwich here, and I just want to say how much I love your hot sauce. Thank you so much for what you do. I will continue to be a consumer, and maybe you'll hear back from me soon. Thank you. Hi, my name is David. I just called a few moments ago. I was just talking about your hot chili sauce and how much I loved it. And I just really want you to know that I love what you're doing, and keep on doing it. Thank you very much. You have a great morning.
Oh my God, this hot sauce is good. You guys do a good job. Thank you.
Hi, I just want you to know that your Sriracha hot chili sauce is the best f***ing chili sauce or hot sauce ever to exist ever. I mean, it's just the shit. How the hell did somebody invent such an unbelievable sauce? I mean, it's so damn freaking hot. But it's not too hot where it's intolerable. It has just a hint of sweetness to it, which makes it tasty instead of just fire. I mean, it's just unbelievable. End of messages.
As a young surfer in the mid-60s, I'd heard the waves were good, the women were beautiful, and wine was cheap. And I discovered that this was entirely true.
You didn't know what you were going to get. It was stepping out into the unknown.
None of us had gone to Europe before. You were flying blind, and hopefully something good would happen to you.
I suppose that's what made it the classic road trip. Just going through all those countries, different cultures, and it must have been magical.
Europe is, and always has been, a travelling surfer's dream. Wildly diverse coastlines, curiously other cultures, and perfect waves. A beguiling mix for those hardy souls who first explored the old world for surf and adventure. What transpired was an annual winter pilgrimage from the bitter north to the sunlit south. A quest for perfect waves and life-changing experiences in the most culturally diverse continent on the planet.
To go south from here is to go into warmth.
It's on days like we have today that we wanted to get away into warm climate and warm surf.
That became like the ritual at the end of the summer. You try to make money during the summer season and then take your ill-gotten gains and head south for the winter.
Those were the early stages of the hippie surf trail. This was the European way of surfing all winter.
50 years on from those pioneers, British surf explorer Mark Harris will make the same pilgrimage across the Channel. Teaming up with fellow European surfers along the way, he'll discover how Europe's most iconic surf breaks were discovered and tamed. And how this surf caravan transformed Europe's beaches and united its coastal youth at a time when border crossings were serious business.
They led the way. They were the first generation to explore and discover perfect new waves. Since then, surfing and traveling and exploration goes hand in hand. It's an epic road trip. Can't wait.
Following in the footsteps of Europe's surf pioneers, Mark has crossed the Strait of Gibraltar and landed in Morocco, home to perfect waves and exotic new cultures.
We all knew we were in a very foreign country.
Oh my God, Morocco was just a shock to any surfer coming through.
It was a complete cultural shift, for sure.
People walking around in robes and hats and speaking a language you can't even catch one word out of, you know.
The air smelled different, people dressing completely differently.
Different kind of customs, signs were in Arabic. This is so foreign, how do I do this?
It was a totally different experience.
Look at this. Look at the state of that. Just been getting used to the rules of the road, and it seems like a bit of a friendly free-for-all, and if things get a little bit close, people get on their horn, so that's been quite fun. As soon as we've rolled off the ferry, the sat-nav stopped. We've got the map out, and it's back to old school, trying to find the coast, and it's definitely feels like a long way from home now and not in Europe. Ah, look at this gag. I'm looking for the beach, Media Plage, and hopefully that's where Abdul's going to be. Is this us? Media Plage. Here we go. Big sand dune, there's the sea. Really looking forward to seeing Abdul. Haven't seen him for a long time. He used to do the surf contests in Europe. He's an amazing Moroccan surfer. And he's going to be my tour guide down here, which is really good because I haven't really got a clue where I'm going. Here we are, I think. Hey! How's it going, Mark? Oh, good. Cheers, mate. How are you? Good to see you, man. Good to see you, too. So yeah, good. It's been a long time, mate. Yeah, a long time. I remember, like, I used to compete with you in the juniors. I was like 10 years old. Yeah. That was so sick. So yeah, let's go in. مرحبا. مرحبا بكم عندنا. That means welcome in Moroccan. Oh, thanks, buddy.
The first stop for many of the early travelling surfers was Media Plage in the north, home to a long sandy beach and an influential American airbase. It was here that surfing in Morocco was born, and the first locals had their eyes opened to the magic of this very Western sport and lifestyle.
All the best surfers in Morocco, they come in from the north. So from Mehdia to Rabat to Casablanca is the most massive population of surfing here. Down south is a bit more touristy, but here is where all the local surfing start. Hi Reda, لاباس عليك؟ بخير. الله يحفظك. Reda is one of the first surfers here in Morocco.
Fantastic. This is where it all started.
Yeah, the surf began here in Mehdia in Morocco. It was the first spot. It's like Biarritz in France.
The Biarritz of Morocco, right here.
Yeah,
exactly.
The right beginning here of surfing in Morocco, it's Mehdia place. It's in this place. This place we have American base in Kenitra. The American, they bring the board, so they was trying to surf there near the rocks. We were young, so we see people just walking in the water. They was like Jesus for us. What the hell is that, you know? We was young, and the first idea that we had in our mind, wow, we want to be like those persons. So we were trading with them. So fish, food, and all stuff, with board, leash, wetsuits. So we dress like them, we try to talk and surf like them styles, you know, because they bring a new thing, you know, to have contact with the ocean. You know, we listen music, they play guitars, they like herb. Herb music, relax music. Hippie music,
yeah. And then did you guys realise what amazing surf you had on the Moroccan coast here? And did you guys start exploring then? Some early road trips up and down?
Yeah. All people heard around the world heard about Mehdia and Morocco. So we had many camping cars from Europe, from England, from United States. They came here and they moved step by step in the south of Morocco. So we trip with them to guide them in the south. It was good for them to travel with the local people, and we had this chance to travel with a car, with surfer, to share culture.
Fantastic.
By surfing.
Whoa! Oh! You're taking me to your secret spot now.
Exactly.
You can only get there by camel.
We are looking for waves somewhere in Morocco.
While not as wave-rich as the south of Morocco, the north is home to a thriving scene, with royal roots and community at its heart.
I'd love to see Rabat and a bit of the culture, mate.
Exactly.
Of where you grew up.
Rabat is where the kings live. They don't promote it as a touristy town.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be cool things to discover. I opened my surf school 7 years ago to get the local community to the surfing and get away from the bad stuff. You bring a poor kid with a rich kid and they get to surf together and share something together. And for me to see a kid very stoked to surf, it's gold for me.
Assalamu alaikum.
لاباس عليك.
You want something?
Oh, I'd love to. Yeah, whatever you're having, Abdul.
Whatever you're having? Okay.
Well, I'd love a coffee then.
There is no coffee.
No coffee?
Nah,
okay.
she do only tea. As you see, it's very small shop.
Yeah, this is the morning ritual before surfing.
Cool.
Cool.
Chin.
Chin, chin.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, bro. So these are the streets you grew up in, Abdul?
Yeah, this is the street I grew up to.
They're classic. I feel like I'm in Aladdin or something.
You want some water?
I'm all right, cheers.
That's me the diarrhea for a few days.
I'm gonna stick to the bottle.
Chilled place, huh?
Pretty cool spot to check the waves, mate.
Yeah. I start surfing in this beach right there. Bodyboarding with the piece of wood.
Yeah, I just like pick up piece of wood from the street and then I've been riding waves on it here. And I had nothing back in the day, just have a Speedo, you know? It was amazing. I won the Moroccan nationals as a junior. I was only 10 years old. And then guess what? The check, it was a trip to California to represent Morocco in the ISA Games.
No way.
I was the youngest competitor and did great in that contest, so all the newspapers speaking about it and stuff.
Yeah.
And then so I got a lot of birthday presents, a lot of surfboards and wetsuits and stuff. It was amazing. In this moment, the policemen, they've been looking for me all over Rabat. And then it went like, why the policeman's looking for me, you know? I did nothing wrong, you know? And basically, the king heard about the story. So he invited me to his palace. It was amazing. He's a really cool guy, really easygoing and loves water sports. He told me, you want something? I told him, I want nothing. For me, it's a big pleasure just to meet you, sir. He gave me a sponsor, buy this surf club. Yeah, and a salary from back in the day until now and still going, so.
Wow.
Crossing fingers that keep going.
You're going to get knighted soon, Abdul.
Yeah.
Sir Abdul El Arim.
Thanks, man. You gotta do the belly dance.
Right on, brother.
Yeah, man.
Do it.
Bring it on.
This is cool, isn't it? Yeah, I love it here, mate. Look at this set. Abdul, this is where it all began for you, my friend.
Exactly.
Home break.
Yeah.
And the king, does he sit up in the castle and check to see how his #1 team rider's surfing?
Sometimes.
I don't know any surfer that's sponsored by the royal family.
So now you know one.
The Prince of Morocco.
Okay.
As the travelling surfers pushed further south, a seemingly endless coast of waves opened up to them. This quest for waves was matched by their desire to fully embrace and absorb the rich Moroccan culture.
They didn't really have a lot of tourism in Morocco, so a lot of people hadn't really experienced many tourists, what to do with them. So the police were mystified as far as like, I know I got to pull you over for something because you look just so foreign, but what am I doing here and how do I talk to you? You know, and the same with us. How do we talk to you to say, we're going surfing?
We are in the heart of Morocco right now.
Right in the heart of Morocco.
Exactly.
Marrakesh.
Marrakesh.
It's crazy.
Such a different culture, and the music was fantastic, and we were very open to it all. I mean, I had a fez and I had a jalaba, and you know, we were eating dates and having a good time, you know.
It was a totally different experience, which of course after 3 or 4 days, if you're the right disposition, you kind of get into and enjoy, you know, living in it.
At that time, Morocco was known for being a provider of hashish.
Some of the places we'd go into, they had the hash dens, you know, and all the hippies would gravitate. You'd come in and it was just a thick wall of smoke.
We figured we were in Morocco, you know, better taste the wares. Smoking our way through Morocco, we just sort of hunted for waves.
We would bring surf magazines with us to kind of help bridge that cultural divide. We'd hold up the magazine to them and say, look, here it is. See this good wave? Do you have any waves like this around here? And they'd look on the opposite page at the girl in the bikini and, oh, yeah, I'm bringing her friend over. Oh, you got to come look at this, you know? And so it kind of worked, but not like we expected it would. That's why a lot of people would team up with one or two other vans, you know, to do the caravanning thing down, because it's such a strange world. Let's join together and figure this out.
So we're here really far south. Even nowadays, it feels pretty wild doing the road trip down here. Imagine what it was like in the 60s and 70s, mate.
Exactly, because we have 2,700 kilometers of coast. So yeah, when it's offshore, it's gonna be surf everywhere.
Yeah.
And there is lots of things they have to discover here in Morocco.
First time must have been like finding a bit of paradise in Africa.
Exactly. Now we are going for a new experience. Charazut is waiting for us.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Bring it on, brah.
Yeah.
Inshallah, how we say back home.
Every great trail must have an end. And for those adventurers from across the sea, the final destination of their odyssey was, and still is, the rocky and wave-drenched coastline around the village of Charazut. It's here that the migratory caravan of nomadic surfers congregated to live, surf, and escape Northern Europe's darkest months. With winter sunshine, cheap food, and free clifftop camping overlooking a never-ending stretch of point breaks, Charazut is a true surfer's paradise and the adopted final stop on the European surf trail.
Surfers tended to gravitate together at Anchor Point. Everybody circled the wagons in a bit with their cars. We all camped out, watched out for each other.
It was an international mix, and people would have a fire, and people would go from van to van and talk. It was definitely a tribe, very much so.
We just lived in a camper van and climbed down off the rocks and jumped in, and the waves were great. And that was a good way to pass a cheap 3 months through the depths of the winter.
You had the warm sunshine, you were pretty protected from the major storms that came through, and you could do living on the cheap there, which is another reason why a lot of surfers and hippies went there. And we were living hard. I mean, we just slept on our sleeping bags out on the beach.
I bought a camel hair blanket at the souk. He would roll me up like a carpet in there. And that was my sleeping bag for the night. As long as I didn't have to get up, everything was good.
Let's go.
Let's check it out. Oh, wow.
Yeah, welcome to Charazut, brah.
Ah, so good to be here.
Yeah, this is Anchor Point.
That's Anchors. Oh, mate.
This is like the mecca of surfing in Morocco. Is the place to be.
It's all about anchors and this stretch of coast.
It's all about Charazut. It's all about anchors. Good vibes.
Yeah, sounds good, man.
Is a reservoir of waves for Europe, you know. So much surf over there. It's amazing, you know.
The waves at Morocco were worth all the hassle and all the little discomforts you had to put up with.
You can drive for miles and miles, and you look at the ocean, it's just waves, you know. It's just incredible.
Man, Abdul, have a safe trip back home.
Thank you very much. Morocco's been so fun. Thanks for being a great host.
That's so cool.
It's been a real eye-opener, mate.
It was a pleasure, man. You are welcome home.
Yes.
Bye, man. Have a safe trip.
Cheers, mate.
Goodbye.
Bye. Take care, huh? This road trip south is the classic road trip, and it's been absolutely amazing. Just retracing the footsteps of the pioneers of surfers in Europe, stopping off at all these amazing places, meeting great new people, and being able to catch up with old friends along the way has just felt pretty special. I feel real lucky. They led the way. They were the first generation to explore and find amazing new places and discover perfect new waves, and they paved the way for the spirit of adventure in surfing, and I've got a lot of respect for them. Since then, surfing and traveling and exploration goes hand in hand, and it's the same buzz, it's the same feel of exploration and hopefully discovering amazing new surf spots and meeting great people on the way. Europe is so special. There's so many different unique coastlines and different surf spots. If you keep on moving, you never know, the next perfect wave will be just around the corner. Put the time into searching for a perfect new spot, and you spend days looking at the maps, trekking over fields, and then all of a sudden, boom, there's the swell, and it's a perfect barrel. And you're just surfing it for the first time with just a handful of really good mates. It's the biggest buzz I've ever had in surfing.
Surfing is a passion, but to go surf travel, that changes into motivation. So where that motivation gets to and that compulsion is when you're hot and tired and you've been walking for days along the coast, and you look up and there's a point a mile away. And you go, are we gonna walk that hot beach to go see what's around there? You bet we are.
Mountain climbers climb a mountain because they don't know they can do it. I think surfers take a surfing trip because they don't know whether they'll get good waves. It's that unknown quality that kind of pushes you forward.
From the seeds that these pioneers planted, surfing exploration has spread to all corners of the continent. From the glamorous Mediterranean to the bitter Baltic, the landlocked Black Sea to the German rivers. A continent of waves, as varied and wonderful as the land upon which they break, and all there to be explored.
I love Europe and everything that comes with it. I love the fact that you drive for about 15 hours and you cross 4 countries, and I think it's that cultural variety that really makes it so special for me.
From huge waves to incredible beach breaks and beautiful point breaks, some of the most incredible waves in the world.
There's no better feeling than surfing with some of your friends in fun waves, wherever it is. and that's why we all started surfing.
More of the days where you stumble into a perfect, 3-hour session, getting barreled with a few friends. There's the potential for all of that. I guess everyone dreams of that, and that kind of is what the Europe dream to me is.
When you travel, it's about life. There are special memories about the journey, the places you visited, or the people you met.
Always looking for new adventures and new waves and new friends to meet too.
We just want to get out and travel and surf the waves in the world, which I did.
I think we all felt lucky to have been there and so thankful that we'd experienced it together.
Wow, it's like I got to live that, man. That was just priceless, priceless.
It was just the best time of my life.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
As a young surfer in the mid-60s, I'd heard the waves were good, the women were beautiful, and wine was cheap. And I discovered that this was entirely true.
You didn't know what you were going to get. It was stepping out into the unknown.
None of us had gone to Europe before. You were flying blind, and hopefully something good would happen to you.
I suppose that's what made it the classic road trip, just going through all those countries, different cultures, and it must have been magical.
Europe is, and always has been, a travelling surfer's dream. Wildly diverse coastlines, curiously other cultures, and perfect waves. A beguiling mix for those hardy souls who first explored the old world for surf and adventure. What transpired was an annual winter pilgrimage from the bitter north to the sunlit south. A quest for perfect waves and life-changing experiences in the most culturally diverse continent on the planet.
To go south from here is to go into warmth.
It's on days like we have today that we wanted to get away into warm climate and warm surf.
That became like the ritual at the end of the summer. You try to make money during the summer season and then take your ill-gotten gains and head south for the winter.
Those were the early stages of the hippie surf trail. This was the European way of surfing all winter.
50 years on from those pioneers, British surf explorer Mark Harris will make the same pilgrimage across the Channel. Teaming up with fellow European surfers along the way, he'll discover how Europe's most iconic surf breaks were discovered and tamed. And how this surf caravan transformed Europe's beaches and united its coastal youth at a time when border crossings were serious business.
They led the way. They were the first generation to explore and discover perfect new waves. Since then, surfing and traveling and exploration goes hand in hand. It's an epic road trip. Can't wait. So since rolling off the ferry at the top of France, it's been an amazing trip so far. But this is a long road trip to do by myself, so it's going to be really nice to meet up with old friends along the way. And I'm just coming up to Biarritz, and I'm looking forward to meeting up with Pauline. She's one of the best surfers in the world, and she competes on the Women's World Tour, but hopefully she's back home now, and we're going to meet up for a coffee in Biarritz. Hey, Pauline, ça va?
Bien et toi?
Ah, bien. Nice to see you.
Should we check out Biarritz?
Yeah. Let's go. Biarritz has always struck me as just a really stylish city and the perfect place to be a surfer.
I guess when you grow up here, you don't really realize how lucky you are, and then you start traveling. I love to travel, but you appreciate more what you have.
People have been traveling to surf Biarritz for years, as long as surfing's been in Europe, really.
Yeah, it's all started here on this coast.
Grand Plage, famous.
Yeah, Grand Plage, yeah.
Biarritz is perhaps the grandest surf city in the world, with roots that run deep into French imperialism. In 1855, Napoleon III, not to be confused with his war-hungry great-uncle Napoleon Bonaparte, paid for a modestly massive summer villa to be built on the beach for his Empress Eugenie. That made Biarritz a magnet for Europe's mid-19th century it crowd. Surfing was a later import, arriving with a sprinkling of showbiz. In 1956, a Hollywood film crew travelled to Biarritz to shoot the movie version of Ernest Hemingway's classic novel, The Sun Also Rises. Among the crew were the screenwriter Peter Viertel and his surfing assistant, Richard Zanuck. Having recognised the potential of the local waves, Zanuck had a board flown over and pioneered the French coast. This immediately prompted Viertel to pick up the sport, who in turn inspired the first cluster of French surfers, later christened Les Tontons Surfeurs, the uncles of surf. Parisian brothers Joël and Arnaud de Rosny soon established themselves as the kingpins of the Tonton surf movement, with Joe Moraes opening the first surf school and Michel Barlon stepping up as France's first, and for a long time only, surfboard shaper. This combination of French high culture and Californian cool put a decidedly surfy spin on the notion of joie de vivre.
There was something a little more glamorous about Biarritz because it had been, the playground of the aristocracy in Europe.
They had a big surf club there. I mean, it was like, wow, this is impressive. These surfers have a lot of money.
Arnaud and Joël were sort of the upper royalty of surfing in France at the time. Joël was a great scientist, erudite, well-traveled, and his brother, Arnaud, was kind of the fashion photographer and kind of a wild man. He'd ride in on his motorcycle and skid to a stop.
They all went out together. They all caught waves together. It was not so much an independent kind of a sport. It was more of a social party thing. It was a sport of unity with them.
This is another famous beach in Biarritz, Côte des Basques. Grande Plage and Côte des Basques are quite close, but really different. You see, in Grande Plage is maybe a bit more chic, I would say, and here it's a mix of surfing culture and older city culture. It became a really famous beach in Biarritz too.
Two classic beaches, but real close together.
Yeah.
If Le Grande Plage was symbolic of French surfing's noble roots, then neighbouring Côte des Basques represented something far more unruly. While still part of the swanky town of Biarritz, Côte des Basques' unregulated seclusion lent it a hipster cool that drew the attention of those first exotic surfing nomads. They pitched up here, and everything changed.
What a beautiful spot.
Yes, this is where everything happened, yeah.
René, do you remember the first guys arriving on road trips in the 60s?
Sure. At the beginning, we were maybe 50 surfers local. And then in '64, France was described on the Surfer magazine as a place to go. You have good food, good wave, nice girls, all the ingredients for good time surfing in France.
I came in Côte des Basques for the first time in '68. And the scene was something incredible. The American people were there. They were having long hair, blonde, bleached by the sun, listening to some weird music, smoking some strange cigarettes. And they were surfing like gods, We were just like, wow, what's that? Who are they?
They were the first characters we learned a lot from, I didn't learn my English at school, I learned it at the beach.
These guys came and showed us how to surf, to make tricks, to walk on the board, to turn, and we were, yes! How will we do that?
They were living in their vans on the beach. They would gather and live in a special harmony, And this was another world to us, totally different world.
How did you manage to get new boards and new wetsuits? Was it things you were buying from overseas, or you started making your own, maybe?
Both. Every foreigner that came here with a board leaves France without a board because someone here bought the board.
The surfers from England, they knew we didn't have good surfboards, so they would bring loads of surfboards and they would go to Grande Plage and say, boards, sail.
We used to buy their boards, their shoes, their jeans, their t-shirts, the whole thing, We want to be like them, We want to be surfers.
We look at the guy and go, can I buy your shoes? Can I buy your socks? Can I buy your jeans? The guy would sell everything, even the underwear, He could go naked back to the plane, And some people would buy, and some people would trade for red wine. Say, hey, we can trade you with red wine. And those guys didn't know much about red wine, So they would trade for cheap red wines, They were ready.
Before long, a unique scene had flourished in Biarritz, with surfers arriving from all over the globe. This little corner of France had become Europe's crossroads for thrill seekers from across the world.
The first destination was Biarritz, and that seemed to be a magnet for all the travelling surfers.
The surf nomads would cross paths at these places, swap stories, and then, that's how you found out about other places to surf and other adventures to have. What was really attractive to us about surfing in southwest France was the variety of surf breaks.
Great waves, good, but I could get that anywhere else. But the French women was like, that's something I've got to really see.
Oh my God. The women were absolutely gorgeous, beautiful.
Not only were they unbelievably beautiful, unbelievably sexy, but too much to, our amazement, they were enamored with surfers. The young girls here, they were always looking for the rebel. We were definitely the rebels.
We were, looked at as like all the surfers then, long-haired hippies that are probably using drugs and chasing after their daughters. Which is pretty true, Not me, but I knew of other people who
So when more travelling surfers came to Biarritz, Francois, were the older generation a bit reluctant to share the waves, or?
The old generation, except for a couple of them, they were not appreciating this new movement about surfing. Seeing us, the younger generation, changing, they didn't like that influence so much. But they couldn't do a thing about it.
It was a new, what they call a revolution, the love and peace, the world is happy. The girls were not wearing bras anymore, and the world was trying to have a new concept. Generation of my parents were scared, and our generation was just, we're having fun.
Music was evolving, surf was evolving, fashion was evolving, the whole planet was going off,
Côte de Basque had kind of a free mind spirit, If, okay, you want to do that? Do it. So this place meant freedom for us.
Peace and love was one thing, but waves were another. And though Biarritz had the perfect vibe, its waters left the surfers needing more. Just north of Biarritz, a wave in the mouth of the industrial river Adour was about to send the international surf world into a spin. France, it appeared, not only had perfect food, beaches and women, it also had its own monumental, world-class wave.
La Barre.
La Barre. La Barre.
La Barre.
La Barre.
Oh my God, this is amazing.
La Barre was like 6 to 8 feet, powerful, snappy wave,
We were just looking for the power, and that's where we found the power.
First time I went there, I think, was maybe 67. I was not surfing, but I went with my friends, and
What's that?
we couldn't believe it. 2 meters to 2.5 meters, and just roll perfectly, like that. La Barre was on the map, big thing on the map. So the best surfers of the world come.
So you go to La Barre and you get the best surfers in the world in front of you surfing those waves. And the waves were big, and the waves were good, and the waves were pumping, man. Of course, those guys ripped in La Barre.
We would jump on our moped and rush to La Barre because, the local drums, would be La Barre is happening, La Barre is happening. So we would go to La Barre and look at those guys like Mickey Dora, Nat Young, Wayne Lynch surf and go like, wow, they are gods, Really, really, really gods.
Lynch was a young kid, he was only 16, and he was just surfing in another dimension,
When I saw Nat Young for the first time, I was just like, how can he surf like that?
First time we see guys going up and down the wave, when before you used to drive more in a straight line. This guy was turning the bottom, going off the top, carving back down. It was a good way to learn, and it was the only way. That was a big evolution.
At that time, we were right in the middle of this shortboard revolution thing, where everything was going shorter and shorter, and the designs were changing.
Everybody in the Surf Club de France was riding 10-foot boards. When we were riding boards, it was 7'6" and 8 foot.
They were stuck in the longboard era. They had no idea this stuff was going on. We brought this equipment that had never been seen before there, surfboards that looked pretty much like spaceships, and we ripped on them.
Then they had to protect the entrance of the harbor, so they built the jetty.
But he actually did totally the contrary. He screwed up completely La Barre, which was our spot, and he filled up the river mouth of sand.
The wave was gone, never came back. as it is, you know. Never ever. Good memories.
Detouring north from Biarritz, the Bay of Biscay changes quickly and dramatically as the rocky coast gives way to vast, sandy beaches. Les Landes is a peculiar landscape of sand dunes and pine trees that stretches almost uninterrupted for 200 kilometres from Bayonne to Bordeaux. The region is widely considered to have the best beach breaks in the world. This distinctive landscape was the work of that man Napoleon III again. On his instruction, the vast pine forests were planted out to bind the sandy, marshy ground. This created the beaches, and then the sandbars, and perhaps the very waves themselves.
You're on the wrong side.
Ah, thanks for pointing that out.
I'll be like,
So Hossegor was your first explorations and mini road trips from Biarritz, Pauline?
I had to wait a little bit till I could come to Hossegor because you need to be good enough to surf there. It's all sand, but it's super powerful. It's such a special place because of all those sandbars there. I don't know, I've traveled a lot and I don't think I saw another place that looked like Hossegor and those beaches. And yeah, even all the pros coming here say it's the best beach breaks in the world.
These forests are really a big characteristic of coming on a road trip to France, and I remember spending weeks camped up looking for the sandbars and such good times and happy memories. Lots of baguettes and cheese and French barrels.
Hossegor's golden beaches and pristine waves have long been the object of many a surfer's desires. But discovering and then conquering the region's fabled waves would require time, skill and loose lips. Only 40 kilometres from Biarritz, it was only a matter of time before Hossegor was discovered and adopted by local devotees.
The waves over there in Hossegor are like cathedrals.
And we would go for the weekend and we would sleep in the dunes, you know, we were so happy. It was a magic place that just, you don't talk too much about it, only to your best friends.
Despite the locals' best efforts to keep the region a secret, the first band of travelling surfers weren't far behind. Those forerunners included two rival American and Australian film crews looking for their own perfect waves to capture.
We'd ask all the French people, what is beyond Bayonne? Does anybody surf up there? They go, no, nobody's ever surfed up there. We don't go, we stay here.
No one had sort of said anything about what it was like north. So we drove up to Hossegor, and it was 4 to 5 feet without a person in the water. And I don't think anyone had even surfed there before then.
We found it basically by accident. We were just going north and we came across this long beach.
It was just forest and sand dunes for as far as you could see.
This is a stretch of beach that's probably 10 miles long, and you'll have 10 beautifully peeling waves that just were flawless.
Corduroy to the horizon, it's about 6 feet, and just going, wow. I don't think I could have gotten my trunks on faster.
It was unreal, because we were the only surfers there. So we went there and made sure that we didn't tell Paul Witzig and Nat Young about it. They somehow found out about it.
But I think we drank too much sangria, and the word Hossegor piped out. So the next morning we go up to Hossegor, and there they are. They found out where it was. Nat has always claimed that they discovered it. I think they thought they discovered it. But
I don't believe they'd even been surfing there.
Not even the Sunshine Sea crew.
Oh no, they certainly hadn't been anywhere near there. We probably told them about it.
While Osogor provides tranquil summer waves, winter in the region is another story altogether. With the first autumn swells come monstrous, fast-breaking waves that would provide an alluring yet daunting challenge for the European surf pioneers. They wanted to get barreled. Barrels, or tubes, are waves that create a hollow cylinder as they break, allowing the surfer to ride inside the wave rather than on it. No easy feat on the surfboards of the time.
Osogor was big, and it was dangerous and it was scary. So it was an adventure for us to go to Osogor.
Osogor was a nightmare. Osogor was scary, especially on a 10-foot surfboard.
It was fast, powerful, and it was so hollow. You had to be really at the top of your game to make through the barrels.
Obviously, you get brilliant waves in the summer, but in the winter, oh, bloody hell, it's very hard to surf.
We were all experimenting, and if you were lucky, you pulled in and came out, and if you were not, you would play with the sand at the bottom.
It would take another decade for surfers and their equipment to be ready for Osogor's fast-breaking barrels. The first of this new wave was Maurice Cole, a world-renowned surfer and board shaper from barrel-rich Australia.
When I made the Australian team in 1980, we were going to France, and I didn't know what to expect, so I took a few boards, and I had some French friends pick me up, and we went to look at the surf. Sorry if I visualise this, it's one of my favourite moments in life. And I actually walk over the hill, look down, it's strong offshore, A-frames, up and down the beach, right-handers just spitting. I am just like, whoa! And I look at them and they go, oh, we don't surf there, it's too fast. And it's like chariots of fire. I was running back to the house, ran into the bedroom, grabbed my board and running down the beach, and I paddle out and I got my ass absolutely kicked for 20 minutes. Then I had a really conscious thought, just slow down, just calm down, try a smaller one, try just a stand-up. So I caught this smaller one, pulled in and just got blown out, just went, whew. Okay. Then I remember I got one of the real big ones. I could feel the spit behind me and I came out that fast. Just flicked off and just went, and then I looked up and just went, my God, there was like a couple of hundred people on the beach cheering and clapping, like they'd never seen anything like this before. It was like pioneering again. It was so virgin there, but the culture was so damn rich. And that's how my love affair started with France.
When people ask me now, did you find the perfect wave? Yes, we found the perfect wave in places where there's sea snakes and rats on the little island, but when you come in from surfing in France, you're coming in and there's beautiful women looking around, you hear that French language. So the all-around perfect wave experience is France.
Before long, Osogor's perfect hollow waves had set a benchmark. They were now a must-surf destination for the world's best, as well as the perfect training ground for a thriving French scene.
We got there, and the waves were super fun. Head high, peaky, punchy, and I was like, yeah, I love France.
Everyone loves a big barreling shore break close to sand.
The best beach breaks in the world, stand-up barrels.
Everybody wants to get
a deep barrel. It's like that's always and forever going to be the best experience in surfing.
If you're a European, I feel like you got to prove yourself and go surf the southwest of France when it's good. And it's out North Shore of Hawaii in Europe, you know, like you got to prove yourself there.
Man, I had a good time over there.
Next time on The Endless Winter, Mark explores the dramatic north coast of Spain, where surf culture simmered under the nose of dictator Francisco Franco in the 1970s. And, teaming up with renowned surf explorer Kepa Acero, Mark scores a rare surf session at Europe's most celebrated, if overcrowded, surf spot.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars. Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Our generation's biggest problem.
Climate change is happening.
And the world's most innovative solutions.
Transport, industry, buildings, electricity, all of those things.
Everything you need to know about our changing environment, the politics of global warming.
We can and we will deal with climate change.
In the fight against climate change, Bloomberg Green has you covered.
An aircraft is landing or taking off every second at one of the 44,000 airfields in the world. They range from busy international airports to airfields which rarely see an aircraft, They all enable people to fly any part of the globe. Some allow you to discover unique places with incredible histories, cultures, or remarkable sceneries that few people ever see. These are the remote airfields. Today's episode takes us to the Cocos Keeling Islands. There are no planes coming today. It's Golf Day. Located deep within the crystal waters of the Indian Ocean, far away from the hustle and bustle of modern society, are a cluster of coral islands, known collectively as the Cocos Keeling Islands. Although officially an Australian Indian Ocean territory, the islands lie closer to Indonesia than the mainland of Australia. With a total of 27 paradise islands, only 2 are inhabited, leaving the others unspoilt and deserted. West Island is populated by approximately 130 Australians and facilitates an idyllic lifestyle, with vast distances of white sandy beaches and pristine clear waters. There is always something to do. Home Island is across the lagoon, just a short ferry ride away. Although geologically the same, the 2 islands are in stark contrast with each other. This is a quality attributed to the island's colourful history. Home Island is populated by the Cocos Malay people and is notorious for its spicy Malay cuisine, native flora and fauna, and remnants of the original Clunies Ross generation, who were the original settlers on the islands in 1825. The Cocos Keeling Islands played important roles in World War history, as the site of one of Australia's first naval victories in 1914, and again in the Second World War when the RAF built a secret airbase on West Island.
In 1944, the Royal Air Force was required to find an airbase or an airstrip in the Eastern Indian Ocean so that they could put aircraft over Sumatra, Western Java and Southern Malaya, and also to provide a landing point, an intermediate landing point between India and Australia for land-based aircraft.
The Cocos Keeling Islands were considered the perfect location due to their extreme isolation and because of the existing cable and wireless station that was already established on Direction Island. Wireless operator Ken Rosam, at the age of just 20, was one of the first of an estimated 7,000 troops to be sent to the Cocos Keeling Islands.
We were put on a troop ship. We went down to Ceylon, where we spent about a week in the harbour, and then we sailed off into the Indian Ocean. Now, during all this time, we had no idea where we were going to finish up. Everything was top secret. And after we'd been sailing for 3 days, we were told we were going to the Cocos Keeling Islands, which was an island we'd never even heard of. All we'd been told was that we were going to form a staging post.
Cocos Island was regarded as very, very secret, a very secret place for the whole of the war, simply because it was within range of long-range Japanese aircraft.
The airstrip was built on West Island and was designed to carry heavy bombers, such as the Liberator, as well as fighter planes such as the Spitfire.
Beginning about January 1945, the Royal Air Force, assisted by a lot of construction troops, commenced building this airstrip in the Cocos, and it was so highly secret that it was called Operation Pharos, the whole thing, and the base became called RAF Brown.
So they bulldozed some thousands of palm trees and levelled the strip of about, I think it was about 2,000 yards long. And then they laid pierced steel plating, which was pegged down into the into the coral.
As you can imagine, in 1944 and 45, they weren't after all the bells and whistles of a runway. All they wanted to do was get it so that they could land the Allied aircraft. So they rolled this matting out, and that was used as the base for the runway.
The airstrip had been made out of Marsden matting. This standardised perforated steel matting consisted of interlocking pieces of steel, which was then covered with crushed pieces of coral, perfect for laying temporary runways quickly during the war.
And the aircrew say that when they landed, the PSP had a rippling effect and sounded very, very noisy.
Unfortunately, due to the difficulties with getting materials on and off the islands, the matting was pushed to the end of the runway when it was being replaced, and masses of this material can still be found today, rusting in the lagoon. Squadrons of Spitfires, Liberators and Catalina flying boats were based on the islands during the war, and various reconnaissance flights were staged from the base. When the war ended in 1945, the base stayed open for another year to allow for large planes staging through from Australia to Ceylon, but was then abandoned and all troops returned home.
You know, as a young man, for us, it was a great adventure. We'd been and seen places that none of us could have ever hoped to have done under our own steam, and everything was paid for, and we were getting paid. As I say, for us young lads, it was one big adventure, and whatever the future held, well, that was another day. And I think that was the attitude to most of us.
Today, the airstrip is essential for providing transport on and off the island for residents. It is essential for providing residents with health facilities and opportunities for further education, which are limited on the islands.
The strip is 24.50 long, 45 wide. It's got a coral base to it. And you'll notice actually out on the strip there are some inundations, and they were the old coconut palms and that. And you know, over time we've tried to fix those up with reseals and those sort of things. Our normal operating and regular passenger transport is Virgin's Embraer 190, which flies in here.
Virgin service 3 flights a week to and from the Cocos Keeling Islands via the Christmas Islands.
For the last financial year, from July 2010 to June this year, we had about 240 aircraft movements. About 155 of those were the Virgin regular passenger transports, and the rest were primarily military, the RAAF, and as well as a few private people.
The Cocos Keeling Islands see a certain number of passengers travel to and from the islands. An estimated 50% of these are tourists. The islands have an abundance to offer the travelling public, from scuba diving to basket weaving. Because of the vast distances of coastal lines surrounding the islands, water sports are a very popular activity. Jen runs Sapphire kite tours from the islands.
Because of the lagoon and all the islands around the outside, we've got a shallow lagoon and perfect trade winds that we can kite surf in nearly all day, every day from July to October. Perfect.
Beneath the surface of the crystal clear waters lie gardens of stunning soft leather corals, cabbage-like card corals, and an abundance of inquisitive marine life. With the Cocos Keeling Islands remaining to date a fairly well-kept secret, the dive sites are unspoilt and visited by very few. The people making these visits possible are Dieter and Karen from Cocos Dive.
We tend to get high mileage divers, so guys that have done lots of diving in lots of location, and they're looking for that uncrowded, I suppose pristine is a word that ends up being overused, but when we talk to the divers about what they'd like to see when they're part of their visit here, they tell us they'd like to see sharks and fish and good coral, warm water. We don't have any industries or rivers, polluting the water that's around there, so that they're seeing
the items that divers would like to see here, including dugong, turtles, mantas, dolphins. We encourage divers to come for at least a week and do 4 or 5 days diving with us, and the majority of those divers go away happy, telling us that they've ticked the boxes of the things that they wanted to see.
As well as the abundance of coral reefs to explore, the Cocos Keeling Islands are the resting place of 2 war story wrecks, a Catalina flying boat and the SMS Emden.
The Catalina was a flying boat that on approach to Cocos made a bad decision on landing. We believe it was due to using a anchored cable laying vessel as their windsock, and unfortunately they tie up from the stern and not the bow. So we believe that the pilots made an error of judgment, attempted a downwind landing that's been rather unsuccessful. Unfortunately the aircraft broke up upon impact. There was 14 servicemen on board when the aircraft went in, 7 of which survived the landing or the crash. Unfortunately, 2 of them died overnight, but 5 people on board survived the incident and lived on.
After an extremely successful life at war, the German Emden found its final resting place just off the coast of the North Keeling Islands in the Cocos. It was run aground there by Captain von Muller after engaging battle with the more powerful HMAS Sydney. Having sunk and captured 30 Allied warships, von Muller was titled the Last Gentleman of War because of his gallant behaviour and respectful treatment of his captured allies.
What the Emden did within these 3 months only was unique. It was a good example of warfighting spirit and fairness to the enemy, and that is a good example for everybody, and we should follow that really.
I felt very excited, and it was a very emotional moment for me, getting down there, seeing the propellers, part of the stern of the ship, the shafts, a lot of steel which was left over. Actually, it is more than I expected to be, because many people say there isn't really anything left. But for us divers, it was quite interesting to see those parts still being down there. And diving on the sailor's grave, really, that was really emotional for me.
The Pulu Keeling National Park, which encompasses the North Keeling Island and the surrounding waters, including the Emden wreck, was established in 1995 to protect the native flora and fauna that thrive in the area, along with the history of the Emden and the Battle of Cocos, as it has come to be known.
Well, I didn't imagine that the island is so natural, really, a reserve like that, with that wildlife, the birds. You couldn't read that in books normally. We have seen some photos, but being here, getting the smell and the wind and the noise of the birds, that is something different, really.
The island has never been settled due to its isolation, access difficulties, and lack of fresh water. This makes it perfect for the many exotic birds that have set up home here. Over 60 species of birds have been recorded on the islands. 11 species of seabirds breed on North Keeling. You can also still see the remnants of the party sent in to clear up the Emden in 1914.
Yes, very remote. It's over the horizon, approximately 14 nautical miles or 25 kilometres north of the southern atoll, so we need suitable weather to be able to go there. But it's an amazing, park, it being so remote. It's one of Australia's smallest and remotest national park, and it does include the waters, surrounding the island.
a perfect way to experience the lagoon and some of the deserted Paradise Islands are with Kylie and Ash on their canoes.
What we do, we call Cocos Islands Adventure Tours, and we take people out on the canoes are actually motorised and really, really good fun, great for all ages from 2 to 92. And we cover 4 of the beautiful islands out here. We do beach combing, some fabulous snorkeling. We visit a couple of old historical sites, which is really interesting for those people who are interested in a bit of the war history on Cocos.
I've been out on a canoe trip with Kyle and Ash's canoe safaris. It's been a great day. We've gone around a few of the different lagoons and islands, and yeah, just a fantastic day. We had a bit of lunch, a bit of afternoon tea, a bit of a mad rush to get back here for your plane, but it's been well worth it, yeah. So had a fantastic day. The whole island's great. A lot to do, to see, a lot of history we're informed about today, so it's been great, yeah.
This is Cocos Islands Adventure Tours.
And this is our office.
That's right. We are very lucky.
If you are searching for more of a cultural experience, it is just a short ferry ride over to Home Island, where the small population of Cocos Malay people live.
So the idea is, you could have a big muscle, but if you don't get the technique right, you'll be here forever. So, Silakunin is not that big muscle, but you can do it in 5 seconds. It is a tough one, that one. Point this bit away from you. So if you're holding it this way, you're certainly not doing it right. If you're holding it that way, definitely no. So you have to be the eye away from you. And also the idea is to push it down. Try not to check it out. You gotta try to push it down.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you can do it like that. Bit more in, bit. Oop, that'll do.
Put that, that's it, yeah. That's it.
That's it, John.
Come on, come on. Your family gonna eat tonight.
Watch your hand.
Watch your hand.
No. Mr. Feed.
Hey!
Come on, you know that.
Chin ups out. Come on.
Come on.
You gonna have a go?
What is it? Yeah, so basically today what we've been doing is I've got my other tour guide here with me, which is Udin. So part of the activity that we're doing is actually coconut activities. So basically coconut husking, splitting the coconuts, and also we do some basket weaving, and basically just to show you how they used to do the basket weaving in the past as part of the trading when they went to West Island.
Yeah. Oh, for the bait, for the crabs. For the crabs.
The one that he just opened up earlier is got drinks in there, and you can drink it. But the one that with the shoot come out is a different story. There's no water there anymore. The reason why you got no water anymore, that turned into what we call a cocos apple, because they actually look like a pear.
That's the root colour.
Yeah.
Look at that, Jen. Eat your apple.
The Big Barge Arts Centre offers opportunities for people to embrace their creative side, whilst Direction Island offers overnight camping trips for those wanting to fully see what it is like to be stranded on a desert island. One father and son team used their own private form of transport to access these islands.
My son and I are on a worldwide circumnavigation, having started in February from Minneapolis, Maryland in the United States. And this is a perfect spot to stop on the way through the Indian Ocean. It's actually the last place where you can stop for a long time before you get to Mauritius.
The best parts are stopping at places like these.
Right, and we get the chance to come and be in a beautiful anchorage over at Direction Island, like here, which is just gorgeous with the colors of the water and the fish and the opportunities to snorkel and dive. It's just a phenomenal place.
And by far, this is equal to, if not better than, any of the ones in the South Pacific.
The residents of the islands are keen to reveal their secret to the world and share their wonderful islands with anyone wanting to explore.
Not only Australians should know about it,
but everyone in the world should know about the beauty of the places and what a great place it is to visit and to holiday at. There are so many different experiences. We've talked about diving, there's also fishing, windsurfing, kite surfing, and a number of other experiences that you can get on these islands.
Unfortunately, because we don't live in a big location with a lot of aircraft movement, our strip is long overdue for a major upgrade. We have been informed that a runway resurfacing is finally going to be undertaken, probably 10 or 15 years too late.
Due to the remoteness of the islands, the cost involved with runway upgrades is significantly higher than other locations. Materials and machinery need to be delivered to the islands by ship.
Next year we've been allocated through the Commonwealth some money for updating the runway, $20 to $30 million. And for that you'd expect something quite schmick and fancy, but with the logistics of bringing all the aggregate out here, because there's nothing here, there's no pits or anything like that. So at the end of the day, it's pretty much just going to be a resale, which is a shame, but the Commonwealth's only got a certain amount of money and that's all they can afford.
The runway, however, will be resurfaced, enabling the Virgin Australia services to continue operating, facilitating travel to the islands.
We very much depend on the air services, not only for passenger services, but also for freight, because of that shipping line only coming here about once every 6 weeks. So people ferry in fresh fruit and vegetables by air rather than by sea.
The runway is central to the West Island community. I think the Home Island community could take it or leave it to a certain degree, but it's essential to the West Island one. The reason the West Island community is here is because of the runway.
I've lived on Cocos for 22 years now, and the runway and our strip has always been a vital part of the community. Our food, supplies, people, tourists coming and going, it really is a vital part of the community.
The Cocos Keeling Islands Airport has a small number of employees who work around the clock to ensure that this international airport, although small, is kept to the highest of safety standards.
My job mainly is to look after the surface of the runway. So after every plane we must do a runway inspection. Also the trees, because we are on an island, sometimes we get coconut trees and other trees growing into our lines that we must keep that airspace clear. We also must look after the lights all up the strips of the airfield, so we must constantly spray for weeds, mow the grass.
With limited resources on the islands, it takes a certain type of person to be able to work at the airport efficiently.
The main quality you need is the ability to be a bit proactive and logistical. You can't rely on that if something goes wrong you just pop down the store and pick it up. So we have to really have a lot of backup here. We manage our assets pretty well. As I say to other people that come out here, even tourists, I say, think that you're going to the moon, because you can't rely on getting everything you want out here at a moment's notice.
Not only does the Cocos Keeling Islands' remote location make this airfield unique, its level of security is unique as well.
The one thing that makes our airfield very unique is, if you've noticed, there's no fence around it, and we are very lucky because we also have a golf course. You've probably seen the golf course and a few good-looking blokes out there playing golf.
Every Thursday, members of the local community and visiting tourists get together to have a game of a different type of golf.
What we're doing here is playing a unique form of golf, Scroungers Day. Everyone on the island turns up and we all play together.
It's one of the most scenic golf courses in the world. You've got the lagoon just on the left, about 4 holes to go right up close to the lagoon, where you have abundance of fish, turtles and wildlife, and we've got lovely synthetic greens, and because of our rainfall so good here, our fairways are always in beautiful condition.
The second hole on the course has a different characteristic to all other golf courses.
We play across a runway, but the only international runway in the world that golfers get to play across. All we've got to do is duck our heads under the wings when the planes come in.
Cocos Golf is only one of the many activities available that attract visitors to the islands every year.
So if you're sitting back at home watching this and you love your golf, get yourself up here and come have a game of golf with Cocos.
The airfield at the Cocos Keeling Islands is without doubt one of the remote airfields of the world. It started as a secret airbase in World War II and has an amazing history. Today, the islands have a rich culture that continues to thrive, despite the challenges it faces from its exotic remote location. One thing is for sure, it's one of the best-kept secrets in the Indian Ocean.
You're in a city 10,000 fathoms beneath the sea.
It's quite beautiful.
Living under the sea isn't just Hollywood fantasy.
Requesting landing clearance, over.
Can we build an underwater city? Sure. Whether we build them to survive overpopulation or catastrophic climate change, or to help scientists learn more about our planet.
It stands to reason that we must push the boundaries of ocean exploration so that we can bring back solutions.
The deep sea could teach us about our own origins, and if we can learn about how life originated here, we might be able to learn something about how life may have originated elsewhere.
Pressurization. We already know more about the surface of the moon than the depths of our oceans.
In comparison to going to the moon, living underwater is not that complicated.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Our generation's biggest problem.
Climate change is happening.
And the world's most innovative solutions.
Transport, industry, buildings, electricity, all of those things.
Everything you need to know about our changing environment, the politics of global warming.
We can and we will deal with climate change.
In the fight against climate change, Bloomberg Green has you covered.
An aircraft is landing or taking off every second at one of the 44,000 airfields in the world. They range from busy international airports to airfields which rarely see an aircraft. They all enable people to fly any part of the globe. Some allow you to discover unique places with incredible histories, cultures, or remarkable sceneries that few people ever see. These are the remote airfields. Today's episode takes us to Truscott Air Base in the Kimberleys. Nestled in one of the most remote parts of Western Australia, in the northernmost point in the Kimberleys is the remote and previously top-secret airbase of Mungalalu Truscott. With the only forms of access limited to air and sea, it is a spectacular, unspoilt sight that very few ever get to experience. Operating today as a staging base for the offshore oil industry, pearl farmers, and customs aerial surveillance flights, the base has played an important role in world history.
Truscott was a very secret Air Force base up in the northwest of Australia, and it was built in early 1944 as a forward base for bombers going across to Timor and the Japanese bases over there. It's actually closer to the action than Darwin is, that's why they built it there.
Truscott was a place that was secret. It was ordered by General Douglas MacArthur to be built. It was inaccessible by road. There's only two ways you could get to it. That was by air or by sea.
With the Truscott base isolated from the rest of Australia by difficult terrain, developing the strip was certainly a challenge, both technically and for the people.
It was built from nothing. It's all sandy patch really, but they had to clear the way, of course.
They had bulldozers there, and they cleared all the scrub, and the survey for it was done about 6 months before that. It was like sandy ground, and they put down these metal plates. And when we landed there in at the end of April, they were still clearing on the western end of the runway.
Building materials were delivered to the workers by landing barge on West Bay, and then transported down a 10-kilometre-long bitumen road to the strip. The strip was constructed by the Australians using steel mesh and bitumen. The 8,000-feet-long runway was finally ready in July 1944, along with fully dispersed individual parking for the aircraft around the strip's parameters.
We landed on what we call a PSP matting strip. And PSP matting strip is made of pressed steel plate. When we landed, the wheels hit the runway, and I thought an explosion had occurred. It was a tremendous noise because we were sitting in a Dakota, and Dakota has no insulation, no soundproofing at all. And I really thought it was the end of the earth. This is the end of my life now, but it wasn't.
Truscott became a crucial staging base for the Allied bombers and flying boats, making sorties on Japanese targets in the Dutch East Indies. At its peak, an estimated 1,500 military personnel were stationed at Truscott, with various different military units contributing to the efforts.
I spent 14 months at Truscott. I left Darwin on the 27th, and I would have arrived in Truscott on the 28th of December 1944. I was a wireless telegraphist. We were all listening on various wavelengths, different wavelengths, so that we would pick up messages from various planes and so forth who were in trouble.
Yes, well, I was 19 when I arrived at Truscott. I'd had my 19th birthday, matter of fact, on the 4th of September. So it was only just that was the day I arrived in Darwin. So just a week or so later we got across to Truscott.
All the pilots were very young. Many of them had their 21st birthday in the squadron. And the oldest man in our squadron was the CO. His aircraft was in my flight, and so I had a lot to do with him. And he said to me, you know, Flight, if I were near England, I would be out of the squadron today. He said, I'm too old, I'm 25. And he was the oldest man in the squadron.
It was the first time really away from home that I had ever encountered, and the food was shocking. The imitation butter was terrible, it's just like oil out of a tin, and we had goldfish, tinned goldfish that we called them. They were really gold.
The food was always bad. Even in Darwin, the food was bad. The potatoes were shocking.
We were living on tin food and biscuits, hard biscuits. That's about everything.
The camps for the servicemen were positioned along the road leading from the barge to the strip, and ranged from concrete, timber and iron dwellings to dirt-floored tents.
We felt as though we'd been the only people that had ever been there, you know. It was so remote from anywhere.
Life at the base was often dull and monotonous due to its extreme remoteness, but the military personnel managed to keep themselves amused.
The camaraderie is good because we all, you all dump there in an isolated spot and you just make the best of it. So, no, we got along well. There was, the Air Force helped as much as they could by providing, you'd have a sing-a-song in the evening, or about once a week a film would be flown in and you'd see a film. But we just made our own entertainment. We were very good at playing chess or bridge, and just sitting around yarning. One of the interesting things about that is that you don't see girls in that kind of a situation, and actually it was 12 months before we even spoke to a girl, so, it's a different situation at all. You just make your own life with a team of chaps and get on well together.
Popular spare time activities included exploring the bush, fishing, swimming at Anjo Beach, and collecting oysters to supplement their repetitive diet of bully beef.
Well, it was a nice relaxation as far as the ground crew were concerned, because we would see the aircraft off and we would have nothing to do then until they came back. So we could go down to the bay and have a swim. Particularly a lot of the ground staff who came from New South Wales who particularly liked oysters. There's plenty of oysters in the bay.
Letters for the servicemen are vitally important and were a tremendous support and encouragement and interest really to have news from home. But everything was heavily censored from up in the northern part of Australia, and every letter was censored.
We were allowed what they called a green letter, which was a special envelope we were allowed to, one every so often, which could go through without being censored. We're on and bound to only discuss personal matters in that, which is how I first proposed to Daunte.
The base remained undiscovered by enemy forces and all operations were completed under secrecy. Truscott's existence was never fully disclosed until after the war ended in 1945.
Well, the place Truscott was so secret that nobody knew where it was or what it was. We didn't know until we got there what was there. And we weren't told where we were going, but when we landed, someone said, "What's this place?" They said, "It's Truscott."
One day everyone remembers is the day the war ended in 1945.
Everybody threw their berets or slouch hats in the air, and we all celebrated. There's just joy of chance of going home from what was a monotony.
The slow process of transferring personnel eventually ended in 1947, and the Truscott base was abandoned and left unoccupied for 32 years. Today the area has reopened to support the various industries working out in the Timor Sea. But the story of its history can be seen wherever you walk.
So this is the crash site of the Liberator at Truscott. It came down in May of 1945 with 11 people on board. It was heavily laden when it came down with 6 tonnes of depth charges and sea mines. There's a couple of engines over here, 13-cylinder rotary engines. The Liberators had 4 of those on board. A few other little testaments to the engineering of the day is the turbo over here, still turns. Been sitting here for 66 years and still turns, obviously, after fires and everything else has been going through here for 66 years. The debris area was 3 square kilometres, I believe. So yeah, it did spread out over 3 square kilometres. Just further back down here, you've got a section of the wing landing gear.
The Truscott base was a very successful base in the Second World War and facilitated the movements of Allied forces over ending occupation. However, its success was also tarnished by the devastating accidents that inevitably occurred in these extreme environments. The wrecks of these crashes remain as war graves to remember those who tragically lost their lives. Truscott is also the nearest airport to the historic crash landing site of the B-24 Liberator aircraft known as Shady Lady. The story of one of the most incredible bombing missions of World War II that was turned into a feature-length documentary of the same name.
According to a few sight gauges, from here on out, running on empty.
Come on, Shady Lady, we must have flown 3,000 miles together on this mission. You can do another 25.
Do you see Drysdale? I don't. And look how rough that terrain is from here inland. The engines are gonna stop any minute now. We're not gonna make it.
Aside from the unspoiled war museum that still remains, the Truscott Air Base today is still extremely isolated, but modern technology has made it far more sociable. Shore Air, who runs the operations side of the base, leases the base from the native landowners.
Shore Air basically is the best airfield we've got up here in the North Kimberley at the moment, with a sealed 1,800 metre strip. So we support anything from oil and gas industry through tourism, into the government with Coast Watch plane who are here regularly, pearl farming through Paspali pearls, and anybody else that needs the use of a CASA registered strip.
The base now covers an area of 46 square kilometres, has a 6,000 feet long sealed runway, 60 single accommodation rooms, 2 hangars, and communal facilities for the personnel based on site.
At the moment, one of our biggest customers is PTTEP, supporting the rigs and oil and gas industry out in the Timor Sea.
CHC helicopters are based at Truscott and have a fleet of Super Pumas and S-92s based there.
99% of our work is crew change for the rigs, ships and survey vessels, and we have a basic contract here with AMSAR for search and rescue, so we provide a bit of search and rescue as well as charter work, but majority of it's oil and gas related.
I'm a co-pilot with CHC helicopters, and I've been coming out here for 5 years now, and I really enjoy it. We travel about 400 kilometres offshore and take roughly 12 to 14 people out there at a time. There's a few different type of rigs, but we go out to some floating production and storage vessels.
This morning we left Truscott to go to an oil rig called the Ocean Patriot. We had a crew transfer, took 8 passengers out and brought 12 back. It's about 160 nautical miles to the northwest of Truscott.
A typical day for a pilot would be to get up at 4 a.m. in the morning, do some paperwork and some payloads ready for passengers to come from Darwin, and then fly out to the rig at 6:30 and be back by about 10 a.m. after that, so the passengers can get back to Darwin and meet the flights back to their homes.
This afternoon there'll be a little bit of paperwork. We'll review what we're doing tomorrow. I think we've got another rig flight tomorrow morning. We've got some training tomorrow night, some night circuits. It is a bit of an early start here. We start at a little bit after 5 in the morning, so quite often most of the pilots and maybe engineers will have a little snooze this afternoon just to recuperate and make sure we don't get fatigued.
Social activities haven't changed much since the World War II days, but modern facilities have increased their variety, from the gym, swimming pool, and into the mess for TV and internet facilities. Truscott has become a home from home for some workers.
Well, Truscott's basically got it's like a workers' camp, basically a tin city accommodation to accommodate people on a relatively temporary basis. That's supported by a modern mess and kitchen with a qualified chef, and we also have a recreation area which consists of a gymnasium, the swimming pool, a TV room, and for our side of it we also have a workshop up there where we can carry out basic mechanics and repair work, and it all sort of comes together as a mini city where we can get things done.
Outside of their shift hours and away from family and friends, the personnel are able to embrace life out in the bush to pass away the hours.
When it comes to downtime and recreation out here, we're lucky enough to have a good fishing environment and so forth. And being remote, people can just get away from the camp if they need to get away. We don't have a lot of time here on our 2 weeks on. As you know, on your 2 weeks, you're here for your 2 weeks to work, but you can't work all the time. So we try and vary the hours.
I'm an aircraft engineer on the Super Puma out here, and also the rescue crewman. So come out here, and the Australian bush, I've always loved camping and fishing, and you can't get any better than this.
Okay, I've been with the company 3.5 years now. Probably spent 2 years of that time here at Truscott. We've got other bases, Broome, Darwin, East Timor. But I like Truscott. The isolation's good. You come in here for 2 weeks, leave your wallet in the top drawer, don't spend any money. Eat like a king, got a gym, pool, climate's great because I'm from Perth and it's quite cold down at the moment, so it's good to come up here. So 2 weeks, it goes pretty quick. Depends if you're busy. Some days we do a lot of flying, sometimes we don't, so it can drag on, but there's always a few blokes to have a cup of tea with and talk around the table, that sort of stuff. But so some people enjoy it, some people don't, but I reckon it's great out here.
As another day starts and the sun rises, another Metroliner aircraft departs Truscott, having brought a new crew change from Darwin.
The biggest challenge is obviously the distance and being remote where we are here. There's no roads in, so that leaves you with air or sea to get all your cargo and requirements in, so you've got to plan ahead really well. If you don't get the planning right, you end up short here, or you can have an excess out here, and it's a trouble either way. The biggest logistical effort is getting the fuel here and keeping the fuel stocks up to support all the aircraft and so forth. And food's the other big one. We can get some in on charters, but because it's mainly light aircraft we come in on, we have to really get our act together with the barge and get nearly everything we need on the barge when it runs.
Challenges here, we're quite remote here in the Kimberleys. We've got one runway here. We get our gear flown out on the charter flights, or we charter fixed wings to bring our essential equipment in if we need it. If not, we've got to plan ahead and have it sent out on the barge, along with the fuel and day-to-day running equipment we require on base.
Truscott has its challenges because outside of the flying there might be quite considerable periods where you're sitting around just trying to fill your time. So outside of flying, there's guys do a bit of fitness and relax or try and stay up to speed with all the bits and pieces we need to stay on top of for these machines. But I've been here for about a week. Normally it's a 2-week tour, so towards the end of the second week it might be getting a bit challenging to keep yourself motivated outside of flying, but if you're flying it's pretty good, and we've been flying every day on this particular tour, so it's been quite busy.
The Super Pumas have a range of over 500 miles, 800 kilometres, and a maximum speed of just over 170 miles per hour, 275 kilometres per hour. This one is returning from an offshore platform. The Aboriginal community play a key part at the airfield.
My people own this land, and I do a lot of tourism business, and cause a lot of tourism helps the tourists come in with the plane. Because it's a big airport, you know, it can take a lot of planes.
My generation of family been here, and our Gambra mob. So our family been around here for a really long time, before and during the war. So that'll make us like this is our home. Our ancestors been here long before the white men came. Yeah, that's over thousands of years from now. It's a great place to be. Great fishing in, great tourism, and it's got plenty of history.
This land means a lot to us. It's our people lived in this land for thousands of years. They survived with the sea, and the land itself provided food for them. And they carried all their cultural stuff here. Live off the land with the bush tucker and the sea food that is provided to us. Your hunting and fishing, that's what I meant.
Yeah, currently we have a really constructive and healthy relationship with the traditional owners. We employ a trainee to help cross-culture understanding between both of us here and their side of it. They have their camp down the road as well, which helps their trainees with their friends as well. They can bring them up here and we can chat together and talk about things. Plus we hold a lot of functions here and support the Wanawal Gumba people. So we interact as much as we can on those fronts, but we still have to respect how much they want to interact with us. Because of their culture, they have a lot of different ways to do things and we have to respect that.
We work with Mangalalu Truscott Air Base. They assist us with fuel and sometimes accommodation for other people. And yeah, if we need anything, we come to them and ask them for, to help us.
Oh, well, we all do our part to get along with each other. The shorelands and us Mangalalu mob, us rangers, and us Wanawal Gumba. So we do our part as being as one. So the Truscott Shoreland Air Base do their bit with their helicopters and that, and we do our bit. I'd say this is the best job. Keeps you on your country, keeps you doing good for your country, and supporting your country.
Set in a stunning remote location, the Truscott base keeps humming along on a 24/7 rota. With access limited to air and sea, the escape from life can be alienating yet liberating. The community of workers come together to share the wonders of the Australian outback and remember the extraordinary history of this incredible country as the remains of its story sits unspoilt and untouched by the years gone by. A top-secret airfield in World War II, its history sits frozen in time. In the intense heat of a unique part of outback Australia, Truscott played a big part in the Australian war effort, and today is a quiet but vital airfield for maritime patrol flights and the offshore oil and gas industry. Truscott shows how communities can work together for the benefit of many, and is certainly one of the remote airfields of the world.
Minutes of chaos that shook the world's biggest markets.
On May 6, 2010, without warning, the US stock market and futures markets just crashed.
The flash crash, which wiped $1 trillion off the value of American companies in 5 minutes.
It took authorities 5 years, guys, to track down this lone British trader allegedly involved in a 2010 flash crash.
So Navinder Sarao, he seems to be, to all intents and purposes, like a sort of arch criminal mastermind. What they find is very different.
I think it's ridiculous to say that this guy in this house in the suburbs in England
took down the market?
It's ridiculous.
You know, if he really did, as the U.S. prosecutors allege, make $40 million, 3 people have now said to me, well, then why the heck is he still living on our street?
He's this kind of genius kid from the wrong side of the tracks. He just decided to almost stick 2 fingers up at the man and the establishment. And I think everyone can kind of relate to wanting to do that.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Our generation's biggest problem.
Climate change is happening.
And the world's most innovative solutions.
Transport, industry, buildings, electricity, all of those things.
Everything you need to know about our changing environment, the politics of global warming.
We can and we will deal with climate change.
In the fight against climate change, Bloomberg Green has you covered.
people on this earth, they do not know how to use water. That's why we're running out.
Which in Navajo means water is life.
Water carries memory. It's a living being, and we're dependent on it.
The planet is running out of clean water. It's not that we don't have water somewhere, but we polluted and diverted and mismanaged the world's water very badly.
You drink that glass of water, literally your blood might rise to a level that you could be hospitalized. One glass of water.
Oh, we just went and paid for our water, our poison for the month.
People just assume that once your water is running, it's safe, that someone out there is taking care of it on our behalf.
In 2010, I covered the resurgence of uranium mining in the Grand Canyon area.
I'm at the Arizona 1 uranium mine, and this is the uranium ore, which has been dug up from 400 meters underground.
Get one more.
Get one more? If you were in a high rise in downtown London, this would be a 120-story building equivalent. That's what you're going from the top of that building down to the bottom of that building.
So this is what we call a radiometric probe, and it directly reads out in percent U3O8.
Is it like a Geiger counter?
That's what it is.
Exactly,
basically. Almost 1% ore.
You feel happy about mining uranium? You don't feel concerned at all about toxicity? It's all over your face, right?
Yeah, it washes off.
But when I went to the nearby Navajo Native American reservation, I saw a different side. People told me uranium mining had poisoned their drinking water. I met a sheep herder, Milton Yazi, and he showed me the old mine pit filled with rainwater where he swam as a kid. Aged 50, had been told he'd not got long to live. Later on, I saw him coughing up blood. The next morning, I had an interview with the local woman. When she didn't turn up, I assumed she'd got a flat tire, but I later found out she had died that morning of cancer. This seemed like a big scandal, yet back at the BBC, I wasn't allowed to include anything about people getting ill. There wasn't enough evidence at the time to link the deaths to uranium contamination. As a journalist, this was so frustrating, as I knew there was more to say. I was crushed. I knew I had to return to America and give the story the time it needed to properly investigate. So I've come back out to Arizona. The Navajo reservation was heavily mined for uranium from the mid-1940s to the mid-80s for nuclear weapons. Cancer rates doubled from the 1970s to the 1990s.
What other possibilities does the future hold for the use of uranium?
The implication of the future of uranium is simply fantastic. And it's my guess that the minerals and the metals that we will extract from them will be the basis of our very life for a long, long time to come.
I'm meeting a young woman, Janine Yazi, who helped organize her community water testing.
I remember getting the texts and the calls, the results. There's uranium in Sanders School's water system. At almost 2 times the acceptable drinking water limits. And you're now a part of that never-ending struggle to prove that this was unjust, that our babies didn't deserve to be poisoned. And the last thing you want to know is that you are unable to protect your babies from something that you know is extremely harmful for them.
So, Flourish, what do you do when there's no water at school?
If I don't take a water bottle, there's no water in school.
See you later again. It's just a letter that they sent home to the parents saying that, like, yeah, the standards are 30 and years 34.6. But there's nothing you can really do. If you have a compromised immune system, if you're an infant, pregnant, or elderly, you may have increased risk, and you should seek advice from your healthcare provider about if you should drink this water or not.
We've gotten pretty much no assistance from any governmental agency. I said, why don't you have water trucks up here? Live with it, basically, is what I was told.
Janine, did you go to that school?
Yes, I went to both the Sanders Elementary School and the middle school.
So you were drinking uranium-contaminated water?
Yeah, and we didn't know it then either. So all of us were severely exposed over a very long period of time. And, considering the size of this issue and the fact that the school itself serves about 5 to 6 communities in the surrounding area, we don't have cancer screening.
What do you suspect might be to do with the contamination?
I definitely suspect that the Church Rock uranium spill of 1979 was a major contributing factor.
What was the Church Rock uranium mine spill?
The Church Rock dam break of July 16th, 1979 remains the largest release of radioactive waste by volume in U.S. history. Right now, it probably, in terms of radioactivity release, it ranks third behind Fukushima and Chernobyl. This is bad stuff. You don't want to be exposed to it, and you don't want it to be released. That's why they put it in ponds behind dams. But that morning, the dam broke.
So that must be all radioactive. Yeah, this is...
The fluids went from the site northeast of Gallup, New Mexico in the community of Church Rock, about 75, 80 miles downstream.
The government said they couldn't assign responsibility, and that was it. It wasn't until a curious PhD student 37 years later decided to do some water testing that the truth was finally uncovered.
This is where the spill happened back in '79. This is where all the problem began for Sanders, the groundwater contamination.
But when he took his results to the authorities, he found out something chilling.
They knew all along that there was elevated uranium in the public water system in Sanders, but nothing was done.
Sanders, undoubtedly has the highest concentration of those metals, but we have no data to show why. And in this case, since we're taking gamma readings, it is showing that there is some sort of deposit of uranium. I mean, it's all this yellow stuff that seems to be making this pop off. I started to get really sick in college around 2005. They told me that I had ovarian cancer. I was extremely scared. But I kind of just resolved myself to die. I got treated using alternative medicine. Go back to a traditional diet and indigenous diets. It wasn't until I found out I was pregnant that I got really scared. They were going to do an ultrasound and find that I was never better, that I was worse. And they're like, oh, you have 2 spots on your ovaries, but that's not a big deal. Don't let it freak you out. I remember nearly falling out of that chair. It was real. It was real. I was going to be a mom. And have this miracle baby.
That's amazing that Janine recovered and went on to have children. And it seems plausible that she got ovarian cancer from drinking uranium-contaminated water. But I remain unsure if this could have been the origin of her illness. So I'm going to meet an expert who fed rats water with uranium at similar levels to that found on the reservation to see what she has to say.
The Navajo, unfortunately, have had a lot of exposure to uranium, both in their water and dust that blows around the reservation. Our study was proof of principle that exposure to uranium in your drinking water might lead to gynecological problems, uterine cancer, ovarian cancer. Given some of the health problems that are well known on the reservation, young girls, high school age girls having hysterectomies and so forth, it makes you think, is there a link?
Great power and great crimes are inseparable. It is only those with great political, economic power who can, with the stroke of a pen or the utterance of an order or even a knowing nod of its head send thousands of people to their deaths or consign millions to lives of unrelenting want and misery. When economic and political powers pursue common interests, the potential for harm is magnified. These harmful collaborations are called state-corporate crime. All American Indian tribes have and continue to experience extreme exploitation. Since the 1950s, multinational mining corporations went to the Navajo reservation to mine uranium, with the only customer being the United States government at the time.
Many of the Navajo men are employed in the uranium mines, where they are valued as conscientious workers. Day by day, they take their places in operating power machinery and the numerous other jobs about the mines.
So this is a map of the Navajo Nation, and it spans Arizona, New Mexico, Utah, Colorado. And if you can see here, all these red dots, these are all the uranium mines. Am I afraid to be here? Yes, I am. It's radioactive. But the point is that this is not the only abandoned uranium mine. There are 520 abandoned uranium mine sites, and with more than one mine at each site, there's something like 1,300 abandoned uranium mines on the Navajo reservation alone. That's not including piles like this one, which is just exposed and out blowing in the wind. Some of it has been covered with clean dirt, but a lot of it hasn't. I really want to meet someone from the uranium industry about this. Unfortunately, all the companies that operated here have closed, but the Uranium Producers Association is in Santa Fe, New Mexico.
The U.S. was the major producer of uranium in the 50s, 60s, 70s. There are several abandoned mines on the reservation. You see numbers that range from 100 to 1,000. The uranium is just a small particle of, on a piece of sand, and you break that off the sand. The product is then dried in what we call a U3O8 or yellow cake, and it's called yellow cake because that's what it looks like.
Is yellow cake dangerous?
Not really. It's like we mentioned, you could eat it. It doesn't really. You wouldn't advise you to do that, but it's not terribly dangerous. It's not very radioactive.
This place is the highest readings that I've got. I mean, I maxed out the Geiger counter, the highest reading possible.
You were reading 5,000. That's higher than the levels around Chernobyl. Much higher. What I found that keeps me up at night is I found readings that were half of what you found in an unmarked uranium mine that was next to a grade school. And it's not just the external dose, which is what you measure, but they'll be breathing in dust. They'll be getting it on their hands and swallowing it. And anything that's edible becomes radioactive and then contributes to the dose.
24 hours spent at this site exposed me to the yearly maximum dose of a nuclear worker. This freaks me out. But imagine what it's like living here. And that's not all. The Bureau of Land Management and the Environmental Protection Agency say there's at least 15,000 abandoned uranium mines across the western United States. How radioactive they are and how they're impacting communities is not known, at least not publicly anyway. At the same time as residents in Sanders proved their water was contaminated, so did residents in Flint, Michigan, on the other side of the country.
This morning, a lead poisoning alert near a major American city. Residents in Flint, Michigan, under a state of emergency, being told don't drink the water, don't even touch the water.
In Flint, the water is contaminated with lead after the city switched from a clean source to the Flint River and didn't treat the water properly. The river water was actually more corrosive and dissolved the lead pipes into the water, and that's what people drank. I'm on my way to Flint to find out more, because this willful neglect that I see here on the Navajo Nation is so shocking to me. I want to know if it's because of racism against Indigenous Americans, which I feel must play a part,
or if there's something more widespread going on.
Flint residents Christina and Adam have agreed to meet me.
I mean, people have died from this freaking water, and then they're gonna charge us for it.
Funerals are cheaper than paying everyone back for everything they took.
Or treating you. Treatment's gonna cost more than it is to bury somebody.
Adam used to earn good money as a millwright at the General Motors plant, but that life is gone now.
The toxins have attacked my central nervous system.
Yeah, you get the tremors though real bad.
It's a bad roller coaster ride. It's like,
What's going on with you right now?
it's like everything's tense. Yeah, I gotta take a break.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I help at all?
I'll be right back.
Be right. That's what my husband goes through all the time. That's why we don't go to all the meetings, because he's a wreck. Our doctor gave us a packet to get our will together. So, you know, we don't know if he's gonna die or not.
How could a brand new parts on these machines like just fall apart, corrode, and then warp these engine blocks that they were cutting? So it's corroding their parts, but they don't tell the public, hey, don't drink this water.
What did they tell the workers? How did they explain this to the workers who live in Flint?
They shut off all the drinking fountains in the plants.
They did?
Yeah. Yeah, they have them all. Yeah, they have them all off, and they have these water jugs next to them. So you get water from these water jugs, you couldn't use the plant's water to drink from the fountain.
Yeah, so they knew.
So they knew.
Mr. Murphy presented to my office on April of 2017. We did a number of different tests to actually prove that he had problems with neurotoxicity. He did have seizures, of course. His lead levels were found to be in excess of 6 times higher than what they should have been, to the point where he was dysfunctional and disabled.
Protests at the City Hall are now relatively regular in Flint. It's not so much that local officials aren't listening, but they were stripped of their powers as Flint was put under an austerity manager whose sole goal was to save money.
General Motors engine plant in Flint said, we have a problem. Since the switchover engine parts are rusting before we even get it out of the factory, the emergency manager allowed General Motors to change back to the Detroit system. Yet, when the Flint City Council voted to return to the Detroit system, the emergency manager overruled that vote. Capital was protected and people were poisoned. Period.
Hi everybody, we are here to celebrate the life of Shayonda Robertson. She's 30 years old today. She's truly missed. We doing what as a family is supposed to do. We keeping her name alive. Happy birthday to you. October 31st, 2015. My daughter, she wasn't feeling good and they told her she had pneumonia. Monday morning, we called 911 and she was unresponsive. They rushed her to McLaren. They was able to resuscitate her. Then she started seizing. She was having anywhere from 100 to like 150 seizures a day. And she was 28 years old. And that's when they found out it was the Legionnaire that opened the threshold for the seizing. And they couldn't stop the seizing because the Legionnaire was so far in her body.
We had recently done experiments that said if a city should ever do what Flint did, which is to stop adding corrosion control to their water, they would have a serious problem with dangerous bacteria called Legionella. So who's responsible for the deaths? Interesting question.
We're gonna have to collect data ourselves. I kept all my water.
Okay.
Like this crap, I kept it all. I mean, we didn't drink it when it looked like that. We would let it run. Like they told us let it run and then boil it. And And then this was one of this. I think this was out of my hot water tank. And then like this one's had like slime in it.
There's got to be an explanation for this. This can't be so horrible. The government couldn't possibly be changing data, and this doesn't make sense. Now when you're in my world of science and experiments and conclusions and you're still ignoring it, that was scary. When I got sick, I had to be in isolation because I had dysentery and it's so incredibly contagious. And then coming to my home, and I was afraid of my house. If I wash my hands with antibacterial soap, what do I rinse my hands with? The Medical Society of Genesee County put a statement out saying, we recognize that there are certain populations, pregnant women, infants, elderly people, people with autoimmune diseases, should drink bottled water. But the state had extended an idea to the physicians in Flint that perhaps physicians could write prescriptions to people who need bottled water. And then with a prescription, somebody could go to one of these pods and get their bottled water. And the doctors found it ridiculous and said, absolutely not. And at this meeting that I was at, the representatives of the state were so incredibly disappointed with the physicians who weren't willing to work out an arrangement because, you know, there's so many people who are just taking this bottled water and maybe they don't really actually deserve it.
Clean water! When do we want it? Now!
Sometimes it'll smell like poop, or it would smell super chlorine-y. People were taking their water down to the city council meetings, but the thing is those city council meetings, nobody had any power. So now we pay like the highest rates in the country for water that now we can't use, and it's poisoned people and it's killed people. Some people, like, their water bills are more than their mortgage. They're paying $200 to $300 a month just in the water. In Michigan, if you don't have running water, your home can be condemned. They can remove your children and put them in foster care.
You're listening to Stateside. I'm Cynthia Canty. It has been nearly 2 years now since the first indictments were handed down in the state's investigation into the Flint water crisis. 15 current and former state and city government officials were charged.
And we're on the record with People versus Nicholas Lyon. I find this behavior over this time period corrupt based upon misconduct in office for probable cause standards. Therefore, these 4 charges will be bound over to circuit court for further proceedings. Again, involuntary manslaughter, count 1, involuntary manslaughter, count 2, misconduct in office, count 3, as well as the willful neglect of duty of office on count 4.
So, does this mean Flint residents will get justice?
It's quite challenging in a situation like this to prove cases against higher and higher up officials. Frankly, it's not unlike organized crime. In organized crime, you're typically able to catch the low-level people red-handed. They're the ones who are doing the dirty work. The higher-ups are usually by design insulated from the illegal actions that occur on the ground. Government and government decisions often result in people being polluted, poisoned, losing the quality of their life and losing their life itself. In a very harsh way, that's how our environmental law system works.
I've come back to see Janine because she's actually trying to get uranium banned in this county, and she's petitioning the town hall here. I'm pretty excited because she could really make a difference here.
Now we know New Mexico State is looking to reopen uranium mining because they're currently considering legislation to classify nuclear energy as a renewable energy source, and we know that we will again be ground zero for the type of uranium operations that will be needed to support that type of industry. We implore you to at least reconsider the moratorium.
I've lived in New Mexico all of my life. I went to school at Los Alamos High School. I lived down in Alamogordo. I used to play volleyball out at White Sands Missile Range. And I'm full of tumors.
We live between 2 uranium mines and just like half a mile away from a uranium mill. Our younger generation, we're raising them up. And what are we teaching them? To destroy the land? To destroy this world?
I feel like we're voted in to represent us and to protect us. And if we contaminate the water, we're kind of done for.
I am for the moratorium. We've had people here from the state land office threatening to sue us if we passed a moratorium.
Unfortunately, our hands are tied.
Those were some really strong testimonies, but I can't believe that the local officials say they don't have any power to do anything about it, just like in Flint. I mean, here in the Southwest, they don't have an emergency manager to officially take away local authorities' powers, but it seems like business interests take priority again.
One of the things we recommended was that all the people who lived along the Parco River who may have been exposed to the tailing spill in '79, that there should be a registry set up, and so to examine their health over time. We were laughed at, we were ridiculed. There was this constant voice of industry and government and elected officials in state and federal government making excuses, denying effects, and turning the tables and accusing anyone who raised concerns of being un-American, commie, anti-nuclear zealots, things like that.
So do people off the reservation need to be worried about all this uranium contamination?
I think they should be worried about that, and also be worried about the Colorado River, the state of the Colorado River, because I know Arizona, Nevada, California use a lot of that water, like San Diego, Las Vegas, Los Angeles, Phoenix, Tucson. So yeah, they should be worried about that. With the whole issue of climate change, less precipitation, there will be less rain, less snow, and if that happens, then the Colorado River will be reduced a lot. And when that happens, then the issue will be like the concentration of uranium in the water. They should worry about that.
In both Sanders and Flint, residents got independent scientists to test their water, and in Flint, that was Mark Edwards of Virginia Tech University.
This first manifested itself in the other big water crisis in U.S. history, the Washington, D.C. lead and water crisis. I proved that the government's claim that no one got hurt from that unprecedented lead exposure was false, that in fact thousands of kids have been lead poisoned. I'd hoped we'd learn from that mistake so that we wouldn't repeat it, but that was not to be. The lessons learned from the DC lead crisis were that these agencies could really get away with just about anything, and frankly they just got better at covering up the problems.
You admit here today that even after the whole world knew that Flint residents were exposed to unimaginable levels of lead, you did not declare a state of emergency until January 2016. Isn't that true?
I took immediate action. As soon as I learned there was a lead issue, we started issuing filters to people, doing water testing, doing blood testing.
Governor
and to be open
Snyder,
with you, I wish more would have been done.
Plausible deniability only works when it's plausible. And I've had about enough of your false contrition and your phony apologies. And there you are, dripping with guilt, withdrawing your paycheck, hiring lawyers at the expense of the people, and doing your dead-level best to spread accountability to others. And you need to resign too, Governor Snyder. I yield back.
Is it not a crime to have known that the water was contaminated and that people were losing their hair and getting ill, saying they were getting ill?
That's not necessarily a crime, no. What we might see come from this case are the shortcomings of the criminal system in achieving justice for the powerless against the powerful. The amount of pollution that is allowed under the environmental laws is determined through a methodology that begins fundamentally with valuing a human life in dollars. And if doing that math, the result is that the cost of preventing the pollution is more than the system values the human life, then the pollution is permitted. That's why the Safe Drinking Water Act allows municipalities to serve its residents water at 15 parts per billion lead, a level that no doctor would say is safe. And it does nothing to protect the most vulnerable, rather it sacrifices them. Children are undervalued because the child's life that's going to be lost in 20 years is worth far less than a life today.
What are you hoping for from this meeting?
Apparently they're supposedly supposed to tell us what they're going to do with the money. The money that's supposedly supposed to go to the infrastructure, replacing the pipes.
You can see that there's been a huge, from the upper hundreds, peak lead values were significantly less than that.
Not enough, man. Not enough. Shame on you guys. Shame on you. You're wasting our time and we're dying. People have died from this damn water and all you guys can sit up there and just pretend like it's no big deal. You should be ashamed of yourself. This is what you're showing our kids. You guys can just say what you want to say and everybody's just supposed to believe your crap.
They get paid for doing nothing!
Yeah, exactly.
Nothing!
I lost my job to provide a way for my kids.
Nobody's done shit up my house!
While Flint residents demand justice, an unprecedented movement for water has ignited in North Dakota. The Dakota Access Oil Pipeline is being built under Lake Oahe, America's fourth largest reservoir. But this is more than just another protest. Many people believe it's the fruition of a prophecy held by indigenous people around the world, that a time will come when humanity is at a crossroads. One way is the path well trodden of materialism and the destruction of civilization. The other is protecting the earth, ushering in an age of unity. With the urgency of climate change, some 10,000 people from across the country and indeed the world have set up a ceremonial camp directly in the path of the pipeline. If they succeed, it will be a huge inspiration for other environmental movements, which really worries those in power.
On our way to Standing Rock Reservation to join the stand for the protection of water against the Dakota Access Pipeline.
Beauty before us, beauty behind us, beauty below us, beauty above us, beauty surrounding us. And with that, we speak to the universe.
Standing Rock is a call to everyone pulled in a spiritual way to this fight for water and this understanding of its significance to us and to all life.
We're on a new threshold for the longest river in America that provides for 17 million who drink the water from it. The new threshold is humanity, and we are in the vanguard. We are the Buffalo Nation. We are the ones who ride into the storm.
We are water. If we deplete the water system, if we contaminate the water system, if we ignore what's happening to the water, we sign our own death sentence. Whatever they take to purify the waters, to purify the waters, to purify the waters, all you're drinking is chemical upon chemical upon chemical.
This awakening of the 8 fires and what was written in the birch bark scrolls and of all the prophecies throughout, it is surfacing. And the bottom line to it is enough is enough. It's water.
We see the convergence of different nations dealing with these issues, and we're uniting, and that's their worst nightmare.
Just hearing about your story really early, I was like, I need to come here just to put my body here to be in solidarity with all of you. People are coming all over the country to come here to Standing Rock. I came here from Flint because transnational corporations are consolidating power and resources. And Black, Brown, and Indigenous communities have always been the front lines and have always had this undue burden for resource extraction.
And people need to wake up and recognize that every single community is becoming a front line against these industries as we're facing these stresses from climate change, as we are dealing with the legacy of all types of fossil fuel extraction and of water and soil pollution.
This is the new wardrobe for America. This is what freedom looks like in America. This is what protecting water looks like in America. As a nurse, this is a public health issue, and we need to stop this now. We let corporations become our government, and we let it happen, but we're waking up now, and we're coming together, and we're putting down our divisive differences and coming together under the cause of protecting water and leaving clean water to generations of children from now on.
A rubber bullet. This is what they're shooting at the crowd. Luckily I didn't get hit with it, but it landed at my feet. It is completely hollow on the inside for extra pressure.
We do have to face rubber bullets, tear gas, sound cannon, water cannon.
There's a lot of talk about concussion grenades.
Those are really injurious to the tympanic membrane, which is your eardrum. It can also cause internal organ damage. They say they're less than lethal rounds. Well, those are barely non-lethal. I myself was a combat medic with the United States Army for 3 years, from 1987 to 1990.
Oh, this is you! Shooting at us! We're doing nothing!
They just started shooting people. Pop, 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 pop.
Shit!
I was shot by a beanbag type round. It's a sack, and what it contains are metal BBs. And they put it in shotguns and they shoot it at innocent, non-violent protesters.
So I was shot in the back that Thursday also, point blank with a rubber bullet. When on Sunday, they added a new element to it, which was the water cannon. And due to the freezing temperatures up there, we had well over 100 mild to moderate hypothermia cases that we had to take care of. There was no call for that. They tried to lie and say that we started fires. The only fires we started was to stay warm, and theirs was shielded and controlled. The only one that was not under control was due to them throwing out a CS canister and starting a grass fire. And it was our people that actually put that out. The sheriff's department, the governor, and everybody in between is being paid by Big Oil to do this. I mean, it all comes down to greed. It's a very simple thing. And we are here to fight even for them, for their drinking water, for their kids' drinking water. And it's very hard. A lot of the people here want to make it a race thing, want to make it a tribal thing, want to make it something, a political thing. It's not. This is a human thing.
We just got to go balls to the wall, like of all the stuff that we do, and not have any fear, and like escalate and really like build like a global movement on water rights.
Update. The governor issued an executive order to have everyone removed/evicted effective immediately.
This is with respect to the construction of the Dakota Access Pipeline. Dakota Access Pipeline.
39 people were arrested and there wasn't any violence. That's a victory. Yeah.
What are you worried about with this camp?
Well, I'm worried about all the camps. Basically, there's a war against all the camps. Excessive use of force and an increased militarization of the police. They're protecting private property rights over U.S. citizens and the indigenous people of this territory that should have protections under the Constitution, Bill of Rights, etc. But it's private property rights, it's corporation. And the history of the pipeline is that originally they were supposed to go through Bismarck, but the white community said no, and they came here, and they didn't care that the people here said no, that it was going to contaminate their drinking water and their sacred sites and burial sites.
Love y'all.
It's called civil disobedience, but they're standing in prayer, they're singing and they're drumming.
Came out with your dignity. That's who we are.
what this says about the future of the right to public assembly, the right to free speech, the right to stand up for your beliefs is frightening.
The camps were illegal and trespassing on private property.
Human rights groups have called your policing methods excessive and indiscriminate.
None of that is true.
What would you care to elaborate? They were talking about, so the use of, for example, let's take the use of water cannon in sub-zero temperatures on people on November 20th, causing a number of hypothermia cases, which is potentially lethal.
We don't, for one thing, we don't have a water cannon. It's just a regular old fire hose, and the water was down there to put out fires that were started by the protesters, fires on the side and vehicle fires, that type of thing. And then the water basically was there for the protection of the officers because of burning logs being thrown at the officers. So it was another tool at that point that was put in use for another purpose. But in the end, water was sprayed in that area for the protection of the officers. They were warned to leave the area and it would have been over, but some chose not to do that.
We didn't need new leadership. I represent a new generation of leadership that looks at things from not only a cultural perspective.
Janine's running for PRC District 4. Come meet Janine.
I decided to run for the Public Regulation Commission because they're a body that regulates all the energy corporations in the state. I mean, we made the most out of our grassroots campaign and having just wonderful volunteers from all over the place, like make their own signs, like organize themselves, get the word out. And then 2 weeks before the election, $440,000 comes from one of the largest utilities in New Mexico that is regulated by the PRC to influence the race. You know, how can we fight against that? This is my first trip to the Great Lakes region, and it was important to come here and meet firsthand the people who are fighting for the safety of their water.
Clean water. When do we want it? Now. What do we want? Clean water. Now.
The key in all of this has been making sure that the water is meeting all quality standards, which the latest results have been very good. So that's been our focus is getting the water. So filters are recommended because of the lead service lines and the pipes that are being replaced. We've seen that across the country when they do that. Yes.
I have a question. I want to know, like, why did they end the partial bill subsidies? Because we still are paying for water that we cannot use.
The water is safe for all populations with filters. Water quality testing.
My house is 4,000. So what you gonna do? You gonna kill me? You Snyder gonna kill me and my husband?
Hi. Yeah, you too.
Hi. I've heard a lot about you.
I know, you too.
So you're hanging in there?
Yeah, as much as we can, right? That's all we can do.
You want to come on in and show them all the stuff?
Yeah, come on in.
When I was at home working on uranium water quality testing project with a group, that's when we heard about what was happening here in Flint. And like, it was so difficult to read the stories about how they lied to you guys and how they poisoned you and how already your babies were seeing effects, because it was almost like a double blow, you know, like we are fighting for so long and thinking that, oh, it's because we're native, it's because we live in, like, we're isolated, we're rural, all these reasons why our stories aren't getting out, that we have to overcome, that's why we're not getting justice. But then to see it happening in a city affecting Black and white Americans who are doing everything that they're supposed to be doing according to this American dream and living in this society and propping it up, and they still did the same exact shit without caring. And it was devastating.
I'm really sorry that more people haven't woke up before, you know, now it happens to, I feel like Flint's getting a lot of, I don't even want to say it, but I feel like Flint gets a lot of headlines because there's a lot of white people speaking up. And I don't think that's right, but at least there is something happening, and I just didn't know that this was going on underneath everything, and I just apologize for our lack of knowledge, and I'm grateful. I don't want anything to happen to my kids, but even though this happened to us, I'm kind of grateful it did, because it brought the situation to light. This was Declan's blood the day he was born. My husband demanded that they test the cord blood for lead, so that way when we got home they couldn't say that it was because of our house. His lead level went from a 2 to a 3, even though he didn't touch the water, and I just breastfed him. So I'm imagining that there's no safe way for a mother to take care of her child in the city of Flint. I've literally been poisoning my own son for the last 1.5 years, and I just found that out, and then right when I found that out, I weaned him immediately.
All of the issues that we're dealing with, they're bringing the problems of the global south here, and it's making us, in a way, one family, and building a water justice movement becomes more powerful when you understand that it's not just over there. No, it's right here. And as the planet's water sources deplete and are polluted, you know, we're going to segregate off into who can buy it and who can afford it and who can make decisions around it and who is a victim. The United Nations says that within 15 years, the demand for water will outstrip supply by about 40%. So we just simply will not have the water for everyone.
As we're in the Great Lakes area, we're visiting a new oil pipeline project in Wisconsin, inspired by Standing Rock. The pipeline's being built by Enbridge, who are also investors in the Dakota Access Pipeline. When it's finished, it will carry tar sands oil from Canada and connect to an older pipeline on the bottom of the Mackinac Straits, which is a volatile waterway that connects 2 of the Great Lakes. Now, the Great Lakes are 1/5 of the world's fresh surface water, so it seems insane to have an aging oil pipeline sitting on the lakebed of such an important water source.
The front lines are everywhere. Like, if you look deeply enough, like the water system near you is probably threatened by a similar dynamic between state corporate entities, or it's already been impacted. When Christina broke down, let me know how much she's been learning about what we as Indigenous peoples have been going through. That was really important and powerful for my own spirit, because I saw a sister. And I want to fight just as hard for her babies, and I know she'll fight just as hard for mine. That's the community we need to develop. That's the community we need to let thrive. That's going to be our revolution.
Excuse me, do you have to?
I've tried to get an interview with Enbridge like a number of times. I never got any response. It'd be great to have your business card and maybe try and get a proper interview when you're prepared.
Well, you know, I didn't bring a business card, but I can give you the same number. I'm not sure the guy's name there in the camel jacket.
Go trucks! You heard me.
No, I know, but
I ain't arguing. 10 minutes.
I'm not arguing either. I'm talking to you.
Shut up. 10 minutes.
I'm not gonna shut
Go
up.
on.
I'm not gonna shut up. You never shut me up.
Somebody start a clock. They
You got the wrong one today. They said 10 minutes to move the cars.
Never.
All right, you're under arrest.
This is my mugshot. I look like I'm about to cry, but it's really the look of shock and disbelief that I had been arrested, strip-searched and jailed before making bail the next day, all for doing my job as a journalist. I never did get that interview with Enbridge. In fact, they pressed charges against me and demanded $85,000 in restitution. Luckily, I had a good lawyer, and after 6 stressful months, the charges were finally dropped. Standing Rock was an inspiration, but it's still an uphill struggle for activists and scientists to bring change and make people realize that our very survival is at stake.
Creator and who we are as a spirit had this original agreement that we would treasure the 4 elements.
Mary Lyons, the Ojibwe elder who gave water ceremonies in Standing Rock, has invited me to a gathering of shamans.
When you ignore these 4 elements, you ignore yourself and you ignore all your ancestors that rest in you.
Watching the ice sheet melt and hearing the sudden rumbles of huge shells of ice crash into the ever-growing river is sobering. Vanishing ice means less water for people and crops in the future, as well as the flooding of many coastal cities.
You and I, we have failed to be caretaker and custodian of Mother Earth.
Because we believe those fossil fuel people. For you and I, we don't become rich. We become poor. We make them very rich. And they are very, very rich. If we could stop using them, they would change the policy. Now the people are ready to hear that they have a responsibility to change. Without hope, people will run out of water because they do not know how to use the water.
What is the hope for the world then?
All shamans, they are the guide for you to find the path which you are meant to walk. You have to walk your path all the way out, and at the end, you personally will come home to yourself and realize your own beauty.
So you're saying that is the answer to our problems?
Yes.
A spiritual revolution.
Oh.
I think what the shaman means is that living in the rhythm of money and self-interest has hollowed out our humanity, leading us to destroy everything around us.
I think anybody that hears a politician say that they want to run government like a business should look at Flint. Government is not there to make sure that shareholders get a maximum profit. Government is there to make sure that people's lives are protected.
We shouldn't be telling people their water is safe when it's not. That was the tragedy in Flint. That was the tragedy that's occurring too frequently all across the United States. Without water, there is no civilization as we know it.
I want my children to tell me, thank you, Grandpa. Thank you for standing up and telling them this is enough. Water is everything. Water is life.
All living things are born in water. So it's our responsibility to step up and practice and exude our power to create the balance that needs to be put back in place.
And in the 7-generation prophecy, it talks about in the time of the 7th fire, there's going to be a people that are going to rise up. Once people are awoken, they can't go back to sleep. It's the 8th fire.
When I started this journey, I wanted to find out more about water contamination on the Navajo Nation, but what I found is that it's happening in many more places and is similarly being covered up. If this is happening in one of the world's richest democracies, imagine what's happening in other places. Access to clean drinking water is a looming global crisis, and none of us are immune. But what I found that gave me hope are communities coming together and helping one another. And what I realized is the journey that we all have to take is one inside ourselves to decide what kind of future do we want. Is it one of pollution and greed, or is it one where we have clean drinking water and a clean environment for all our future generations? The answers lie with all of us.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Our generation's biggest problem.
Climate change is happening.
And the world's most innovative solutions.
Transport, industry, buildings, electricity, all of those things.
Everything you need to know about our changing environment, the politics of global warming.
We can and we will deal with climate change.
In the fight against climate change, Bloomberg Green has you covered.
This is my dream, this is my passion, this is something that I believe in.
If you're always afraid that things are going to go wrong, your business isn't going to succeed.
Who would have thought SOTS would make us millionaires?
I'm a third-scale entrepreneur and CEO of Spurgo.
I'm the inventor of the locker boards.
I'm 14 years old. I'm the CEO of Sally Candy.
I'm the co-founder here at Rumble Boxing.
CEO of Play Versus.
This is my hustle.
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 Today on My Hustle, we're going to see some extraordinary young entrepreneurs who have turned their passions into profit. Follow along as we learn about their business, determination, and road to success in the sneaker and footwear industry. We're kicking off today's episode in LA with Adil Shams, the co-founder of Cool Kicks.
Is there anything you'd want to tell your mom and dad right now?
Mama, I made it.
Hey, yo!
A culture where high-priced kicks mean status, power. Used Nikes and Adidas can sell for hundreds, sometimes thousands of dollars.
The size of the athletic shoe market has more than doubled to $21 billion a year.
I'm holding a yacht in my hand, a nice smart home, 3 kids' college tuition. When you have a $100,000 shoe in your hand, you don't let no one get close. Nobody.
I'm Adil Shams, at 27 years old. I'm the co-founder of Cool Kicks. It's a buy, sell, and trade sneaker boutique. We did $5 million last year in sales. This is my hustle. My goal for projected sales is to be over 15 to 20 mil this year. People will always buy sneakers. That's just LA for you. We always planned on coming to LA because the culture and sneakers and clothing and everything is huge in LA. The population is much higher here. There's more money out here. Tons of sneaker shops out here. People say having more sneaker stores around is competitive. It actually draws more attention. It's like the food industry. There's 10 restaurants on the same block, but all of them are making money. It's the same thing with sneakers, this culture. As long as you have the product that people want, people always shop with you. Welcome. We try to organize it by like brands. This whole case is like Yeezys. We have the first generation Yeezys up top. These are the original sneakers he made. Luckily, we actually have the whole set. These end up going for like 3,000. These are brand new. These are hard shoes to basically find brand new. We have all three of them. Probably the most expensive shoe in here, it would be closer to the Red Octobers right here that we have. I've only seen like probably 10 pairs ever. Now we're in the stock room. We probably have over 3,000 pairs just at this location. The old band ones, it's a gem shoe. These are basically called back from Nike. They have an X on the back that's never released. This is easily over like $1,500 worth of shoe right there, just sitting right there. Because I love older releases. We just bought a collection last week. They have a bunch of older stuff. The old Flu Games, brand new. This is one of my favorite shoes, the Cherry 12s. Beautiful shoe, brand new. You never know what you can find back here. That's the best thing about it. It's just literally shoes from the ground, literally all the way to the ceiling. Invest in products. You'd rather not have money in your bank account, rather invest in something that's gonna grow in value. It's like having stock. Invest in inventory. This is what you sell for a living, invest in it. We just bought a big collection of 60 pairs of Revenge Storms. We spent over $10,000. We're going through it right now, just trying to make sure everything's legit. Anytime a sneaker comes in, we have Ryan and Curtis, our main two buyers that try to authenticate it. The cut's different, look at that. Something will slip through the crack. Like a number on the size tag will make it fake. If we're not 100% sure, we'll pass on it because we want to keep our reputation clean. We don't want to be known as selling a fake pair of shoes, so that's key in a business. Nazi. H-Town's finest.
I think we're really successful because we really do it for the people, for the culture, not for anything else, just for the actual love and passion of the sneaker world. On our Instagram, we're really active with our followers and we try to show love. We try to get free giveaways.
So if you grab them, you can have them.
Grab it. You got it.
Come to you. You get this.
So 2018, I posted on Instagram, not only are we buying shoes now, we're buying clothing. In the 30 days, we probably maybe spent $300,000 to $500,000 just in clothing and accessories. We didn't have nowhere to store. My partners have a little penthouse and we use the top floor literally to whole inventory for our other shop.
You don't realize what you've been saving for a couple months till you see it.
So after 30 days of seeing how much inventory we had, I was like, all right, it's time. We wanted to be close by to our current store, and Melrose is just growing and growing. So 2 blocks away, well, there's a shoe palace there and a debate there. And I was like, if I open a store on that block, I know I can bully the block. Whenever shoe releases come, I can just be on that block. I won't let a shoe leave. I can just literally just buy everything and everyone has to come to me. So we ended up signing that lease.
Stay tuned to find out more about Adil and how he continues to expand and grow his businesses. We saw how he started his business, and now we're back in LA with Adil Shams, heading to check out The Cool.
Welcome to The Cool. Buy, sell, trade of clothing, Supreme, Off-White, V-Lone, Bape, etc. Me and my co-founder, Mook.
Welcome to The Cool. Let me show you some real drip. From rappers to athletes to your favorite Instagram model, they all come here because they want to shop for something to wear for the night or something to add to their drip. Chad, how's business?
Hey, business is booming.
The most popular item is like Bape Shark hoodies. Everyone likes these hoodies. We sell them about like $350 to $400. We always say real life for Instagram. We put on a shirt, so it's popular. Blends, everyone likes our blend wave. The #1 streetwear brand of literally all time, Supreme. Everyone's favorite Supreme thing is the box logo. The most expensive item we have in store is this pastel jacket. It's from Kanye West's line. He was going to release this jacket, but never released, so it's like a few floating around. We have this about $8,000 to $9,000 right now. But if you want to be technical, most expensive item is that factory defect gold toe Jordan 1. We're not hiring for the money, but it's dope. It adds our little unique thing to our store. There's one thing in here that's like almost priceless. Someone sent this to me the other day. We posted it for $1,000, but I hid it because I know it's way worth more than that. So we're gonna keep this and put this in the glass case. Just know. Version 2 pillow, body pillow, coming soon.
6 a.m. I wake up and I had 70 missed calls.
Surveillance video is showing the bandits first attempting to break into Cool Kicks LA using cutters. When that didn't work, they turned to a motorized saw before settling on a sledgehammer, shattering the storefront window, rushing in, coming out with arms full of clothes and other merchandise.
It was probably the most devastating. I literally was heartbroken. Like, that day was stressful. I had to close down the store for like a week. We lost so much money in sales. They stole, it was more than $250,000 worth of inventory. It's not about the money, it's more of obtaining these items. These items are not easy to get. Looking back at it, it kind of made us stronger. It kind of made me more hungrier. I was like, I just don't take stuff for granted. People are gonna hate success. It's just what it is. People are looking for a come up.
What's next? I think we just gotta bounce back.
What keeps me more motivated is my family. I left them. I don't see them often, maybe 3 times a year. And just being cross country really motivates me because I don't want to come here and not be successful. I'd rather just go back home and just get a corporate job. I was actually scared to tell my parents about this. Being pressured by family, being a doctor, both of my brothers are doctors. And it's just the pressure. Being from a Middle Eastern household is tough. Telling them you're moving cross country to sell shoes, that's a slap in the face. Like, what do you mean? You just got your master's and you want to move 3 days later? And that was probably the hardest thing. That was the most pressure I've ever had. It was tough. And then when they both came out here and they saw both of my stores, they're like, damn, this is unique. Because people don't understand the culture. Selling shoes, there's different levels to it. And as long as you can sell it with a storefront, with a brick and mortar, people don't get how much money is really into it. Now, after telling my mom everything, her seeing the success, the lines, the money coming in, now I'm making more than a dentist. And now she's proud of me.
While we work 60+ hours a week being at their 2 shoe stores on Melrose, we love to balance our life by playing some basketball and relieving some stress. Now we're about to challenge each other with a 2-on-2 quick matchup. In 20 years, I think I see myself still living in LA. I probably don't see myself still selling shoes or clothes. I think I'll probably go on a bigger flip, like houses or properties. And I also plan on owning a lot of restaurants. Still have the entrepreneurial mindset, so I'll probably see myself doing that in 20 years. Let's go! My main advice I would tell anybody is trying to be an entrepreneur, always reinvest what you have. Don't be greedy. If you see $1 million in sales, doesn't mean take that $1 million and spend it on personal items and stuff. Put it back into the business and grow your brand, because if you don't put the money back in the thing that you built, nothing will ever grow.
Up next, we're traveling from LA to Jersey City to visit the founder of Soulfresh, Jeff Esquillo. As the sneaker and footwear industry continues to grow, where do people get their kicks cleaned? Entrepreneur Jeff Esquillo answered that question with Soulfresh.
His shoe blew apart.
A total disaster. We took the same sneaker, the Nike PG 2.5, to sneaker expert Jeff Esquillo.
So Soulfresh is a sneaker cleaning and restoration business out of Jersey City. It's like pretty much dry cleaning for your shoes. My name is Jeff Esquillo, and I'm the 29-year-old co-founder of Soulfresh and Cryo Central, and this is my hustle. So this is our first shop. We opened this one up actually in May 2018. So this is actually what we started after the pickup delivery. So if you notice, we offer a lot of different clothing brands. This is kind of our drop-off area. So see, these are some of the shoes that people drop off to us, live nearby, or even drive all the way from New York to even drop off for us. And we do get people who also mail them in. So we got orders in from like Saudi Arabia, people from the UK, Switzerland, they'll just mail them in. We have different services too. We don't do just cleaning. So if you look at our menu, we do unyellowing, which happens with natural oxidation on your soles of your shoes. We repaint them, so if the paint's chipping or you want to do a custom job, we can take care of that for you. Or re-glues, maybe the shoe's coming apart. That's just some of the things that we can do. And we get a whole bunch of premium pairs. A lot of different Yeezys, Balenciagas, Gucci's. It's a ton of different premium shoes, so we have to treat it like it's our own. A lot of the times people think they can clean it themselves. They'll end up cleaning using maybe the wrong kind of solution and doesn't really work out for them. So now people have found us on the internet and been sending it over.
So yeah, usually what I do is my first step is to kind of assess exactly where the problem areas are. So looking at the bottom, seeing how dirty that is. From there, we gotta take the laces out. We go ahead and we work from the bottom, and then we're gonna start working our way up and into the inside as well. I'm gonna take our solution, dip it in some water, and then I start to scrub. So once you're finished with the bottom area, then you're gonna work your way up to the sides of the uppers and as well as the midsole. And then again, the process is the same. We just use a different brush so that it's not as harsh. So depending on the material, you're gonna wanna go in with an even softer brush once you get to areas that are not so harsh, like the rubber and the leathers. So for the laces, we definitely take a look to see if there are any significant stains there. So I can see a couple here. So we'll just go in with our solution, and then we'll dunk it in some water. Give it a nice hand scrub. Everything we do here is by hand. And then you just dry them off. And now it's all done.
Same as most people, I went to a 4-year college. I went to Rutgers University in New Brunswick. I ended up working for Wyndham Worldwide, a hotel hospitality company. I spent a couple years there, and then I ended up getting my grad school degree. While I was in grad school, I started learning about entrepreneurship and a little bit about business, and that kind of opened my eyes like, wow, this is kind of cool. So while I was there, my best friend Danny and I at the time, we were kind of talking about cryotherapy, and we knew it was kind of a big opportunity here on the East Coast. I don't look like it now, but I used to do powerlifting, and I noticed on the West Coast and in Texas, it was a fairly big thing to do. So we brought it over here in 2016, and we were one of 5 locations to open up, and now we're 3 of like 20, 30 plus. So things have been going well there, and I knew that I kind of found my calling. I ended up leaving corporate America once I saw the ball rolling with my first company, Cryo, and then along came Soul Fresh, and now we're opening our big store coming soon. All right guys, this is gonna be the future home of the next Soul Fresh. So you can see here it's a lot bigger. The old location had about like 500 square feet, so this is actually 4 times that. So there's definitely gonna be a bigger workspace because we need to handle all the volume that's been coming in. So this will be all the employee workspace. As you get more to this side, this is gonna be the retail area. So we're gonna have some clothes, shoes, we're gonna have some consignment. So we'll carry a lot of Supreme, Yeezys, Nike brands. We envision maybe a cleaning station here. We have a couple local schools nearby. So if anybody wants to come during lunch, get a quick clean, we'll hit it up and they're good to go back to class. So we got a lot of room to play with. So we're super excited about what we can make out of the space. In the service business, there's not much you're paying besides the rent and the payroll. So we average about $4,500 a month in costs, taking into account marketing, rent, payroll, and all the different things that you need to start a business. So when we first opened up, we were doing pickup delivery. So we were only making a couple $100s a week, a couple $100s a month or so. Once we saw a lot of traction, we were getting orders repeatedly, that's when we opened up the store. So when we opened up the store in May 2018, we were making about like $2 grand a month, which was lower than even some of our costs. After a couple months, we got up to closer to the 4,000, 5,000 range, and that was enough to break even. Every month is a new all-time high, and we're hoping that eventually with this new store, more working space, we're hoping to get $10,000 a month or even more. So once we get situated in the new store, we have a lot of big plans for Soul Fresh. Definitely want to get into apparel. I want to get into solutions. It'd be great for the people who don't want to have the service done here. They could do it at home by purchasing our solution and doing that. This is probably going to be one of the flagship locations in Jersey City. But we do have dreams of opening them out throughout the US. Because right now, a lot of people ship their shoes to us, but it would be great if we had them in the middle of the country for those people who are in different areas, an easier place to ship for them so they could save money on shipping, and we can grow our business nationwide.
Up next, we'll head to New York City to learn from Nick Eunice about 3D printed shoes made out of recycled materials. Not only does Nick Eunice make sneakers using a 3D printer, but he's also making them from recycled materials.
We're here launching the Yin and Yang collection, which is our first signature sneaker of Eunice brands at New York Sustainable Fashion Week. What's really cool about our footwear is actually how we make our footwear. We start with junk plastic bottles, either from a recycling plant or landfills. We're able to then craft the uppers of the shoes, as well as 3D print the soles.
And there you have your finished shoe.
My name is Nicholas Eunice, and I'm the CEO and founder of Eunice Brands. We create fully sustainable 3D printed footwear from start to finish, and this is my hustle.
We're here at the Eunice Brands facility in Aliquippa, Pennsylvania. When I was in high school, I started customizing shoes, and from the customizations, it led to one big customization with a wrapper, and that wrapper was Riff Raff. This was originally a Jordan 5 Fire Red, so this upper was all white. So I ripped that apart, added the black satin leather, added the number, which wasn't originally there, as well as his logo overlaid on the back. And we were supposed to put this on eBay, and within 24 hours it actually hit a little over $1 million, and Nike hit us with a cease and desist order.
Nike gave us a cease and desist and said, hey, that's our shoe. So when that happened, Nicholas decided, you know what, I don't like that feeling of maybe getting sued. He said, I'm going to make my own brand. And that's what started the ball rolling with his own brand. And the way he made his own brand was 3D printed it.
This is our first version of our 3D printer. And at the time, I went to a couple of the large companies and asked essentially if they would help us. So would they have a 3D printer that could do what we wanted? Could they print a flexible filament at a high consistency and quality? And the general consensus was no. So I decided to go ahead and be able to make my own printer. I learned how to build a 3D printer from the internet, just going on different articles as well as YouTube and forums.
My wife had just broken a cookie cutter. I said, hey, Nicholas, can you come out and help me unload this truck? He said, just give me 1 minute. And he 3D printed a cookie cutter that she broke. And by the time we went out and came back in, it was done. And she could finish making her cookies, which I thought was like, are you kidding me? This is unbelievable.
It doesn't really end with the shoes. Constantly printing Christmas and birthday presents. So I actually printed my mother an incense holder. So I'm actually going to design her a new version of this where I'll split the model into 10 or 15 different pieces. The traditional FDM printer lets you print in one solid color, whereas the new kind of techniques that you're able to do can feed in the 4 different colors, and you can maybe make this a blue color or actually make his head skin color. And we have our 22 3D printers set up. We started working with Mosaic with their palette 2, and essentially you can feed in 4 different colors and it'll splice it and cut it. So whatever you're designing, you could actually design and have the appropriate colors as you're printing it. Once your shoe is printed, we take the midsole and then we're able to adhere it to the outsole, and then we will go through and add a finishing edge to this, as well as then pressing and adding the logo, and then your shoe's ready to be shipped out to you. Right now, we're contracting companies out to then recycle the plastic, make it into a thread. We're then able to use that thread to either 3D print or 3D knit the entire shoe. We are working on 2 different projects with Penn State to do that all in-house. So we're trying to keep everything we do on the path of sustainability. And one of the big things that I was learning in school is a closed supply chain loop, which practically doesn't exist. And that's something that we're really trying to create. And one of the really cool things about our packaging is they're actually packaged in a recycled cardboard tube. Essentially, once you're done wearing your shoes, you could send them back to us. We're able to completely break them down and rip them apart, make them into a new pair of shoes, and you're able to get a discount off of future purchases. We were contacted for Fashion Week approximately 2 months beforehand. I think it was a great opportunity to get a lot of customer feedback as far as them being able to actually try the shoes on, take a couple steps, see how they really like the shoes.
So I wasn't expecting it to be as flexible or as comfortable, and so I was surprised by that. And then they're also super lightweight, which I was not expecting at all, which is awesome.
People were actually very pleased with how it was wearing, pleased with the comfort level, as well as the whole idea of how we're sustainable, going from a plastic junk ocean bottle to a finished shoe that you can wear.
I just love the idea that it's made of recycled bottles and plastic, and great stuff.
So our next step would be finding a celebrity to partner with and being able to really push out not only our brand but their brand, as well as being able to be a rival to Nike, Adidas, Under Armour. And I think we can because of our technology, as well as our kind of, at least my background, as well as the people that I'm adding to the team's background, that I think we will be able to bring a strong energy to the table that Nike, Adidas, and Under Armour really just are lacking on right now. Okay, so these are some of the pairs of shoes that I have been collecting. I'd like to start with this first pair here. These are Ferris Bueller Dunks, and they are modeled after the Ferris Bueller outfit that he wore when he was actually in the city during the parade scene. This next pair I've had actually probably 3 or 4 different times, and this time I'm actually keeping them. And these are the LeBron 11s. This is Darrelle Revis's signature shoe, and Darrelle Revis is actually from Aliquippa, Pennsylvania, which is where we are currently. And this is number 181 of 224, so this was an extremely limited release, and it has Aliquippa as well as the Revis Island logo actually stitched into the sole, which is really cool.
From From cleaning and repairing sneakers to making them from recycled materials, we saw 3 creative and business-savvy individuals today. With a crazy idea, dedication, and drive, these entrepreneurs have shown what it takes to have my hustle.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Our generation's biggest problem.
Climate change is happening.
And the world's most innovative solutions.
Transport, industry, buildings, electricity, all of those things.
Everything you need to know about our changing environment, the politics of global warming.
We can and we will deal with climate change.
In the fight against climate change, Bloomberg Green has you covered.
This is my dream, this is my passion, this is something that I believe in.
If you're always afraid that things are going to go wrong, your business isn't going to succeed.
Who would have thought SOTS would make us millionaires?
I'm a third-scale entrepreneur and CEO of Spurgo.
I'm the inventor of the locker boards.
I'm 14 years old. I'm the CEO of Sally Candy.
I'm the co-founder here at Rumble Boxing.
CEO of Play Versus.
This is my hustle.
My hustle.
My hustle.
My hustle.
My hustle.
My hustle. My hustle.
Today on My Hustle, we're going to extraordinary young entrepreneurs who have turned their passions into profit. Follow along as we learn about their business, determination, and road to success in the food industry. We're kicking off today's episode in Philadelphia, where 10-year-old Micah Harrigan started his own lemonade business.
There. Micah's Mix is a lemonade organization that sells lemonades in different areas of Philly. I was only 8 when we started it. I watched a lot of cartoons as a kid. There was this one lemonade episode, so I kind of followed the steps and tracks to it, and then I learned how to make it. There you go. You're welcome. Here's the straw.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
It's amazing because not many people at his age would think about something like this. So it's nice to see.
Strawberry up. This is business right here. I'm Micah Harrigan. I'm 10 years old. I'm the CEO of Micah's Mix, and this is my hustle. At first, we started selling out of our house, and people started to notice me because people were promoting me on their Instagrams, and a lot of businesses started to notice me, so they asked me to come sell lemonade at their business, so I get even more popular. So it's just been growing and growing over the 2 years.
When we sit outside, we sit out front, I sit on the steps. I don't do anything. He greets the customers, he talks to them, tells them the price, gives the change, puts it in bags, everything with him. I would sit on the steps on my phone and just make sure he didn't get robbed. That was pretty much my job.
I'm about to show you how the lemonade making process is. So it starts by pouring the syrups in and then the fruit. And this is where we fill it up with lemonade. We have color organization taps. So we're gonna put it on here. And if the syrup isn't on, then just shake it up a bit and then it goes out. We are at the OCF coffee shop, which we sort of rented out. And we will try to be here as much as possible and do our pop-ups at the same exact time. Our flavors today are blue raspberry, mango, and peach. Our special edition of the week is mango. And the pricing are $3 or 2 for $4. There you go.
Thank you.
Our best sellers are strawberry, followed by blue raspberry, followed by peach.
I like that there's different flavors besides regular lemonade, and they like the colorfulness of it.
You live on 23rd Street, right?
Yes.
I seen a line out there one day, and I couldn't get no juice because there was so much of a line.
We usually sell up fast at my house.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Well, good luck and God bless.
Thank you.
You too. Splenda noticed us when we were kind of like promoting their product, because on the news we talked about how we made the sugar-free lemonades with Splenda, and Splenda really, really loved it that we were using it.
My grandmother had diabetes, so I always talked to him about how she had to like prick her finger to take her blood sugar every day. And I just explained like different diseases to him. So he was like, oh, so they had to have sugar-free. And so he's like, well, we should make a sugar-free option. And I'm like, all right, well, let's get Splenda and let's make a sugar-free option. So we made it, and we made a little commercial. We tagged Splenda in it.
Hey guys, coming down the mic is race to try the new sugar-free lemonade made with Splenda.
Next thing, Splenda reposted him on their Instagram, and I was like, what? And then the next day they followed him, and I was like, what?
Micah, why in the world would you want to make a lemonade with no sugar? Kids love sugar.
Well, a lot of people in my family had diabetes and they couldn't eat or drink many sugary things. So I decided to make sugar-free lemonade so everyone can enjoy.
And then next thing you know, they're emailing and they're like, can we do something? And they sent 9 boxes of Splenda. And then they emailed again and said, hey, we want to do something even more special.
When the Splenda brand heard about what Micah was doing, they were really impressed. I mean, it's just not every day that you have a 10-year-old businessman, 10-year-old entrepreneur with the energy and the drive and the focus that Micah has. And when he announced that he was going to be offering a line extension of lemonades that were sugar-free, that would be good for the community as well as members of his family that are people with diabetes, we couldn't have been more excited to support him both personally and professionally. So personally, he's saving his profits for his college fund. I mean, he's 10 and he is forward thinking, and we are presenting him with a $1,000 check to go into that college fund. So that's very, very gratifying. And then professionally, just like OCF is helping him build his business, we want to help him build his business with a year's worth of Splenda, and then also a bike cart so that he can get to more of his consumers in Philadelphia. So I can't wait to see what Micah does into the future.
Well, one of the best days of my life just happened, that's it. And I had 4 cameras on me at the same time. I felt really good. People were telling me that they're really proud of me. I just got handed a check for $1,000. A lot of really good things just happened today.
Wow, so wonderful to see this young entrepreneur thriving and already saving for the future. After the break, MasterChef Junior champion Jasmine Stewart. We are in Alpharetta, Georgia, to see what MasterChef Junior champion Jasmine Stewart is cooking up.
Fox's MasterChef Junior is the cooking show for young, aspiring chefs. And last season, a girl from Milton won the top prize.
This is the biggest moment in my entire life.
They're calling you an inspirational female role model. That's amazing. You know, I've gotten to travel to different places, be featured in magazines, but one of my favorite things that I've been able to do is actually go into public speaking.
I think that Jasmine has really just begun to make her mark on this world.
My name is Jasmine Stewart, I'm a chef, and this is my hustle. I started getting into cooking when I was around the age of 3. I started through my parents. My dad's from Jamaica and my mom's from Virginia, so they would both come home and make these pretty amazing dishes, and I would be like, this tastes amazing and I need to figure out how to make it. I think when I realized I had a talent for it and a passion for it was when I started creating my own recipes. At a certain point, I honestly just took it into my own hands and started creating different recipes and trying different flavor combinations. And so I started making steak and salads and using different utensils and using different methods, and that's kind of how I got better from there and just continuing to practice.
Wow, you've just raised the bar.
Being on MasterChef Junior was like nothing I saw in my future. Being on TV, let alone winning it, is just crazy. I got to work with Gordon Ramsay and Christina Tosi, giving me such awesome advice. And I really just got to practice my craft and showcase it on a different level, and it was phenomenal, and I wouldn't change it for the world.
Yes, it was great that she won the show, but I think watching her battle her way back after being eliminated and hearing them call her name and give her back an apron was pretty cool for me.
I'm a force to be reckoned with, and I'm definitely channeling my Jamaican roots to win that
trophy. This has a very unique aroma.
A lot of opportunities have come since winning MasterChef Junior. I've gotten the opportunity to have my recipes featured in magazines. This is actually the MasterChef Junior cookbook, which is pretty awesome. This is actually my appetizer in the finale of MasterChef Junior. I did scallop and smoked trout fritters, which was really awesome, and I did it with green papaya, salad, and this red pepper peanut sauce. I got to work with Great Wolf Lodge to create a whole new kids menu and revamp it to create really upscale items for kids. One really awesome thing that happened to me in my lifetime was that I got this proclamation where I got a day named after me. The day is June 21st of 2017, and it's called Jasmine Stewart Day, which is pretty awesome.
Lemon time.
Got a lot?
Yes, yes. This should make for a nice salmon dish.
All right, guys, welcome to my kitchen. So today we are going to be making my Caribbean spice salmon with a spice blend inspired by my dad and his side of the family. I like to start off with some red pepper flakes. This just adds a little bit of kick. And you know, since we're going with that whole Caribbean flair, we need tons of spice. Here I have my chili powder. This is also gonna add a nice kick, and what I love about chili powder is almost kind of like the depth that it gives you. It gives you a little bit of a smokiness to our spice blend. Pretty good amount of cinnamon, because we do want that like balance of heat and sweet. I'm gonna start off with adding olive oil to our fish because it will allow everything else to stick to it.
She can, you know, take what I cook every day and I think it tastes okay, and then she will make the exact same thing and I'm like, oh my God, it's delicious.
And something that I'm super proud of is that I also got to start my own company called Just Jazz LLC, where I'm inspiring girls to let their inner girl slay. I know that me as a teen and some of my other friends around me, a big issue that we battle through is just self-esteem. And I wanted to create a way to empower girls and to let them know that who they truly are, let that out. And I honestly believe that you should wear what you feel and express yourself through your clothes, because if you are what you say you are on the outside, you'll be the same thing on the inside. Some people would say that I'm pretty successful, but I still have a long way to go and a lot of things that I want to accomplish. And so I continue to follow my hustle and continue working hard, and hopefully one day I'll get to my goals. So that's what my hustle means to me.
That looks delicious. Thanks for sharing your tips, and keep slaying. Stay tuned to see how teenage Jack turned his lemonade stand into a full-time business. When most kids need money, they start a lemonade stand for the day. Well, here in Lafayette, Colorado, Jack Banu turned his stand into a full-time business.
For one 9-year-old Boulder County boy, one lemonade stand was not enough.
So he started his own chain called Jack's Stands.
I believe that kids can be their own best role models.
This young man is becoming a business mogul.
Are you the youngest kid who's ever gotten dough from Shark Tank?
Hi, my name is Jack Banu and I'm 13 years old and I'm the founder and CEO of Jack Stands and Marketplaces and Teen Hustle, and this is my hustle. How are you guys doing today?
Great, how are you?
Really good. Jack Stands and Marketplaces started when I was 8 years old and I wanted the Lego Star Wars Death Star, but it cost $400, so I asked my dad if I could get it. He said I could, but I was going to have to pay for it with my own money, so I was just like, well, how am I going to make $400? He suggested that I started my own lemonade stand, so I did. Instead of putting it at the end of my street, I put it at my local farmer's market. After 12 weeks, I made $2,000 in revenue, and after expenses, made $900 in profit, and yes, I got my Lego Death Star. I had such a great experience that I wanted to share this with other kids. So I created jackstands.com and expanded to 4 other farmers market locations. At first, I was really shy, but after my first year at my stand, my dad and the farmers market manager really helped me to understand what the business entailed and all the revenue, expenses, profit, and tips. And it was a great learning experience for me. In my second year, I started reaching out to other kids so that they could operate my stands and marketplaces. And once I saw one kid operate it, I knew how beneficial those experiences and lessons were for me. So I wanted to give that back to other kids. So say I'm a customer and I want lemonade and an iced tea. What would you guys do? What would you like today?
I'm gonna have an iced tea, please.
I teach them how to greet and serve the customer, how to make change, take credit cards, track their sales, and what an Arnold Palmer is. For one shift, it's usually 1 to 2 kids who are operating it. If they're not that comfortable, they can work together so that they can break out of their shell.
Here you go, buddy. I've learned to be a little more responsible, and it's just great because we get to make money, we can get the things we want with it, we don't have to bug our parents.
It really came naturally to me, and I saw that I knew that these life lessons were going to benefit me down the road, and I just wanted to pass that on to other kids.
Who's Jack?
I am Jack.
This
is my stand.
Cool entrepreneur are you?
All of this really has grown organically. There was never any big grand scheme. Once Jack started to get a little bit of attraction, we looked around and see what other experiences he could have that would be beneficial to him.
Teen Hustle started when I turned 13 in December. I saw the rise of all of these delivery giants like DoorDash, Grubhub, and I thought, well, I know that decades ago there were millions of teenagers who used to have their own paper routes or babysitting businesses, but those opportunities largely don't exist for teenagers today. So I thought, why don't I bring that back? Hi, we're here to pick up for Teen Hustle delivery. Awesome.
Thank you.
So customers can place an order through teenhustle.com or our Teen Hustle app on iOS and Android. They'll place the order, and then Teen Hustle dispatchers will receive it and place the order to the actual restaurants, and then the actual Teen Hustlers will receive it on their delivery app, and they'll know which restaurant to go to and where to deliver it to on their electric scooters or bikes. The enchiladas.
Enchiladas and rice and beans.
Right. Have a great day. Thank you for ordering through Teen Hustle.
Thanks, guys. Bye.
Thank you. The way that we beat these big companies like Grubhub and DoorDash is that you are supporting youth entrepreneurship and young entrepreneurs in your neighborhood when you support Teen Hustler. So when you're ordering from your local neighbor, Teen Hustlers will actually care and they'll have that personal connection with you. Outside of working, I enjoy doing Ninja Nation, hanging out with friends, playing video games. I also have a black belt in karate, and I'm interested in track. Today we're at Ninja Nation and I'm going to be working out and doing a bunch of cool ninja obstacles. I'd say that working out definitely positively impacts me at school and in my businesses. It makes me happier, I'm more energetic. It's pretty difficult trying to balance all of this, friends, working out here, and then my businesses, but it's really all about finding that good balance between everything you're doing. I think that if you're interested in something, you should just go for it. My motivation comes from me getting the feeling and knowing that I'm being able to help kids because I've learned so much from these experiences and I want to share that with other kids. One of my favorite quotes is, "Just do it." What I did is I just put my stand at a farmer's market. I didn't think about it. I just said, hey, I want to do this and I want to try something new. I just did it. And I'd say that my hustle is a balance between everything that I do in my life, whether it's Ninja Nation, school, and definitely my businesses, and reaching out to other kids and focusing on that just to spread entrepreneurship.
Up next, we're traveling from Colorado to Texas to meet the sauce boss, Tyla Simone Creighton. What do you do when your favorite wing place goes out of business? Let's go to Texas to see what Tyla did.
My name is Tyla Simone Creighton, and I'm the sauce boss.
Sienna Sauce is taking off, giving product presentations to important food executives.
And she goes by the name The Sauce Boss.
I'm still learning every day, and you just have to take it day by day and figure it out as you go.
She's won 2 competitions.
Not only is it good, but it's good for you.
She literally went from being a teenager to a CEO in a short time frame. So the lemon pepper is award-winning duo.
That's spicy, I love it.
Going home with $25,000. The Sauce Boss!
Those trials and errors, they make you stronger, but you always get back up and you try again for the next day.
Hi, my name is Tyla Simone Creighton, and I'm the 16-year-old CEO of Sienna Sauce, and this is my hustle.
So Sienna Sauce is a no high fructose corn syrup and gluten-free sauce, so not only is it good, but it's good for you. It's not just for wings, it's amazing. You can use it on meat, seafood, poultry, vegetables. You can use it as a glaze, dip, marinade, pour, barbecue. It's kind of a tomato-based sauce, and it really goes good on all your favorite foods. And there's 3 flavors, tangy, lemon pepper, and spicy, so we say there's a flavor for everyone. So now I'm gonna make one of my favorites, Sienna wings. And this kind of all started with Sienna wings, so that's what I'm about to make. I came up with the recipe when I was about 8 years old. So my favorite wing place closed, and I actually tried to recreate their sauce, and I ended up coming up with my own.
For a couple of weeks, she just can't believe her favorite place closed down. And then one night I was having like a wing and wine Wednesday at my house with some family and friends, and we didn't have any sauce.
I started just messing around, playing around, and she was like, I don't know what she's doing. But then she tried it, and it tastes really good.
It was a mess. Let's just say the least. It was a mess.
And then I moved to Houston. My mom was like, first we need to figure out a way for people to fall in love with your sauce. So we opened up a wing place out of our home called Sienna Wings. So I actually live in Sienna Plantation, Texas. I took the Sienna and the sauce and Sienna sauce. And for about a year, we cooked wings out of our home, sold them. People picked up, they ordered on the app.
We didn't have a catering company. We actually opened up a full restaurant at our house. I wanted her sauce to stand out, and the only way to do that was to have people fall in love with the brand first.
Stop licking your fingers.
And then once we did that, we removed the wings and bottled her sauce.
A year today after that, I launched all 3 of my sauces. And originally, I would hand package and hand bottle them, but now I actually have a co-packer, so he produces the product for me. I pick it up, and I've just been focused on selling and getting the word out there to the world.
Tangy is the actual flavor that she created when she was 8 years old, but of course people want more.
We are sold in about 65 local stores in Houston. We plan to expand globally and nationally, and we just can't wait.
So we are actually at Harvest Market, one of the 65 stores that I'm currently in. As you know, it's gluten-free. After 3 months of being in business, I actually got into my first store, and last year we grossed over $175,000. So I'm so happy to be in all these amazing local stores, but I'm actually looking forward to opening my own brick and mortar, so look out for that.
So I'm always impressed with her. She's a stickler on time management. She's a straight A student. She manages things pretty well.
So yesterday I had a meeting in the morning. Then I went to the office for a little bit, packaged some orders as well, called a few stores. That's usually a normal day. So now we are at the Sienna Sauce corporate office. Right here is my waiting area, and where I also let the customers try my 3 sauces. Here's some of my awards and accolades that I've received. Here is the first ever Youth Entrepreneurship Award from the Greater Houston Black Chamber of Commerce. Here's my wall of fame, some of the amazing people that I have met since starting Sienna Sauce. And then here is my meeting room. Right here is my mom. She is my COO. I like to sit here and brainstorm in my beanbag, so yeah.
entrepreneurship is a career. It really is, and it comes with a lot of hard work, dedication, and just being purposeful.
One of my proudest moments was accepting the first Pinnacle Award, the Youth Entrepreneurship one, because I was able to make history. So, it really hit me that when I have grandchildren, they'll know their grandma as being the first ever to accept the Youth Entrepreneurship Award. And I'm doing this so I can build a legacy for me and my family. So that's why it's so important. So one of the biggest challenges as a young CEO is most definitely time management. Trying to find times for my friends, my family, and just making sure everybody knows that I'm still there for them even though I'm not physically there all the time.
Me and Tyla, we met each other in 7th grade. My favorite flavor is Tanky, definitely. She's very determined, she's very hardworking, she goes after whatever she wants. So I see it being very successful.
I think it's an amazing brand. I'm so proud of how it's grown, and I like what it stands for. Well, if she wants something done, she'll get something done no matter what obstacles or limits there are, and she'll always push towards her goals.
I would say find someone who's doing what you want to do and follow what they're doing. There's nothing wrong with being a copycat. We all have smartphones, so we have to use our smartphones for smart things. If you don't know something, Google it. So what's next for Sienna Sauce? We want to be a household name, and we will be a household name. And I'm also launching a youth entrepreneurship program so I can give back to the community and encourage youth entrepreneurship to the youth around the world. So my hustle means to me is giving back in a way of me being able to fulfill my dreams, but allowing others the opportunity to achieve their dreams through my company, and being able to show the youth that it is possible for them to be their own boss and that they can take over the world one day at a time.
From starting a lemonade stand to pay for Legos, to inventing a sauce when you're 8. There are plenty of motivations to start your own business. With a crazy idea, dedication, and drive, you can do anything. These 4 entrepreneurs have shown us what their hustle is. What's yours?
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
This is my dream, this is my passion, this is something that I believe in.
If you're always afraid that things are going to go wrong, your business isn't going to succeed.
Who would have thought SOTS would make us millionaires?
I'm a third-year entrepreneur and CEO of Spurgo.
I'm the inventor of the locker boards.
I'm 14 years old. I'm the CEO of Sally Candy.
I'm the co-founder here at Rumble Boxing.
CEO of Play Versus.
This is my hustle.
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 Today on My Hustle, we're going to see some extraordinary young female entrepreneurs who have turned their passions into profit. Follow along as we learn about their business, determination, and road to success. We're kicking off today's episode in Minneapolis with Isabel and Caroline, 2 sisterpreneurs who have made a splash in the bath and beauty industry.
So sisterpreneurs.
It's just sisterpreneurs, that's us.
It's pretty self-explanatory.
Yeah.
Sister and entrepreneur.
Since officially launching in 2015, they've hit multi-million-dollar revenues.
These 2 sisters started a business when they were 10 and 11 years old.
Please welcome to Bomb Bath Fizzers creators, 17-year-old Isabel and 15-year-old Caroline Burkhaw. Hi, guys.
Hi, ladies. How are you?
Hi, I'm Ben.
surprise at the end.
Your parents are in the audience.
Yeah.
What do y'all think about all of this?
It's a crazy adventure and we're just kind of hanging on for the ride.
Hi, I'm Isabel. And I'm Caroline. And we're the co-founders of the Bomb Bath Fizzers. 4 years ago, we started this company in our basement, and last year we exceeded over $20 million in revenue. And this is my hustle. Welcome to our test kitchen. Today we're gonna make a bath bomb from our book, Fizz Boom Bath, and we're making the Candy Crush bath bomb.
So bath bombs are usually made of citric acid and baking soda, some fragrance oil, and a binding agent. And you can also add pigment to your bath bombs like we did here.
We've already mixed all the ingredients into a bowl, and so what's left is to just assemble the bath bomb. One side of the mold you're gonna fill with some sprinkles, and then you're gonna take your mix and put it in. And then with your other side, you're just gonna blend it together.
Let your bath bomb sit anywhere from 1 to 3 days while it dries. And then when it's done drying, you'll have the best fizzing results when you use it in your bath. We only go to school half-time because we learn a lot at the business and we have half days so that we can come and work.
So this is where Isabel and I spend most of our time here in the family office. It's me, my mom and dad, Isabel obviously, and sometimes our little brother Harry will come here. So this is his desk here, and here is his skate ramp area. It's pretty sick. So now we're gonna move on to the warehouse. This is Marie. This is where all of the batches are mixed.
We originally started making bath bombs in our basement.
We entered a local art fair the summer of 2012 when we were 10 and 11.
They had a little 8-foot table. It cost them $25 to enter. They spent the entire summer making about 150 bath bombs. I thought they might not sell. That was my worst fear, that no one would buy any. But when we got to the art fair, people started coming up and asking questions and talking to them even before they were set up.
And then by the end of the first day, because it's a 2-day fair, we had sold out of bath bombs. We actually did the art fair 2 years in a row. And the second year, we were approached by a local salon. The salon owner wanted to put our products in his store. Little by little, we started to get our products into more and more stores. And before we knew it, we were in so many stores that our parents had to help us complete orders.
At one point, we were making 20,000 bath bombs per month out of our home. And that was a completely crazy time. I think we had bath bombs in every room of our home, except our bedrooms.
Isabel and I would be down in our basement making bath bombs nonstop. Our fingerprints eventually wore off because we were making so many. They're back now, but that was definitely an intense time in bath bomb history.
Flash forward to today, we have over 200 employees during our peak season, and in our busiest times, we make over 1 million bath bombs a month.
When we come back, we'll see how the Burkhaws balance their business with being teenagers. From humble beginnings in their basement to a full-blown warehouse, let's check out how the Burkhaws are expanding their business.
To the photo room we go. Usually this is where we'll come to photograph all of our ideas for social media.
Social media is actually one of the most important marketing platforms we use.
And we also realized that we should also be able to inspire people. From the very beginning, giving back was something that was really important to us. So that's where the idea of the Earth Bomb came up. And so with the Earth Bomb, we donate proceeds towards different organizations that help clean up the oceans.
If you have some influence in this world, you know, there's a lot going on and everyone's trying to get their message across. So if you even have a little bit of influence, I think it's important to use it for good. I honestly love my job, but it can be kind of hard sometimes because people assume